Rifts tore open, and something uncanny descended. The neon-lit city that had once dazzled the night was now a forbidden zone for humanity, its people turned into ravenous anomalies. To survive there was only one choice. Only by staying close to the convoy could one flee. Always fleeing, never stopping. The moment you fell behind, or ended up alone, despair more cruel than death would be waiting. Shen Ye, a mercenary from the Golden Triangle, had died in the line of duty. After his death, his soul crossed into this apocalyptic world, inhabiting the body of a university student who shared his name. As a beam of eerie crimson light pierced between his brows, Shen Ye discovered he had awakened the ASURA sequence. While others toiled to advance, he proved his path through killing. Points earned from slaughter could be exchanged for treasures and forged into divine weapons. On the highway, anomalies watched from the shadows, and human nature twisted in the face of absolute desperation. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Beside the national highway, Qin Shuwen kept his head down as he pedaled his bicycle. The chain clattered with each turn, its harsh rattling sound cutting through the deathly still dawn. He could no longer remember how long he had been riding. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and every push on the pedals seemed to drain the last of his strength. Xiaoshen slowed down. Gathering what little strength he had left, Qin Shuwen forced out the words toward the young figure riding ahead. Hearing the sound behind him, the young man riding ahead stiffened for a moment, then slowed his pedaling slightly, without stopping the bicycle. Xiaoshen. Qin Shuwen's voice grew heavier. I truly can't go on. Only then did Shen Ye squeeze the brake, planting one foot on the ground, and turning to look back at him. Seeing Shen Ye stop, Qin Shuwen finally let himself halt. His whole body collapsed over the handlebars like mud, faced deathly pale and drenched in sweat. Not long ago he had been energetic and full of life. Now he looked as though every last drop of strength had been drained from him. Shen Ye rode back toward him, without a word, simply watching in silence. I can't go any farther, Qin Shuwen said with a bitter smile as he slid off the handlebars and dropped heavily to the ground. Go on without me. Don't worry about me. Shen Ye did not answer immediately. He first lifted his gaze to the night sky, where he saw two moons, one just like the one in his original world, shining with pale light. The other moon glowed with an eerie blood-red light, and the more one stared, the more unreal and hazy it seemed. Shen Ye was not a native of this world. Before crossing into this world, he had been a mercenary in the Golden Triangle. During a mission, he was shot, and his soul passed into this world, taking over the body of another Shen Ye with the same face and name. Though called a mercenary, most of his work had been undercover operations. It was a pity that before his death he had failed to complete the mission entrusted to him by his organization. Now it was the 4th day since the world's apocalypse had begun. He had already witnessed too many such scenes, and countless events had completely overturned his understanding of the body he now occupied had once belonged to a university student in film performance whose greatest passion outside of class was wilderness trekking. Taking advantage of the May Day holiday, he had found 4 like-minded hikers in a trekking group planning to challenge the Aotai route that had recently become popular online. No one had expected that on the evening before departure the red moon would suddenly appear. Soon afterward, countless rifts opened across the world and innumerable anomalies crawled out from them. These anomalies focused their attacks on places crowded with people. One city after another became a forbidden zone for humans overnight. On the night it all began, Shen Ye's trekking team escaped the city by seizing bicycles parked by the roadside. After several days of flight, only he and Qin Shuwen, one of the others, had fallen during the second night of the apocalypse and was instantly torn apart by the creatures pursuing them. Another had been taken while relieving himself by the roadside, dragged away by something that lunged out from behind a tree. His last cry had been a single syllable for help. The grotesque and bloody images were more than Shen Ye could bear to recall. As his gaze fell, the pitch-black sky had already begun to lighten. At last Shen Ye spoke in a level voice, hold on a little longer. Dawn is almost here. After several days of flight, he understood one thing all too well in this world: to stop was to accept death. Take this, Qin Shuwen said, shaking his head as he unfastened his backpack from the bicycle and handed it over with trembling hands. He knew his own body all too well. He had no strength left to move. The rest of my supplies are yours. Carry my share and live well. Shen Ye was not one for sentimental words. He took the backpack with practiced ease and tested its weight in his hand. It was not heavy. Compared with a few days ago, the pack had already shrunk noticeably. Inside are photos of my wife and daughter, Qin Shuwen said. Qin Shuwen looked up at Shen Ye, who showed no sign of breathlessness, and forced himself to continue. Xiaoshen, I know you're not ordinary, his gaze seemed to say. If you manage to survive and meet my wife and daughter someday, I hope you can look after them in some way. Before the apocalypse, Qin Shuwen had been the head of a listed company. He had always been sharp in judging people. They were riding identical bicycles, yet while he was exhausted to the point of collapse, the young man before him remained as if untouched by fatigue. Clearly Shen Ye was not like ordinary people. Shen Ye remained silent for 2 seconds, then fastened the backpack securely to the rear rack of his bicycle. He gave no verbal answer, but his actions made it clear he had accepted the burden. They're coming. A cold gust swept over them as Shen Ye spoke. Following his gaze back down the road, they had traveled. A mass of gray mist was steadily drawing. There was something within the mist, but the naked eye could not discern it. Only the chill it exuded and the nightmare-like rustling sound within were unforgettable. Qin Shuwen glanced back once more. This time his eyes held no fear, only the faint smile of a man finally freed. He exhaled deeply and leaned against his bicycle, fishing out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket. Taking the last squashed cigarette inside, he lit it and drew in a hard breath, as if he had finally set down his burdens. This is the last one. I won't share it with you, his gesture seemed to say. He waved his hand, urging, go now. Don't worry about me. Shen Ye gave him one last look, then mounted his bicycle without hesitation and sped forward, never once looking back. He could not stop. To stop was to die. Minutes later, a weak yet piercing scream echoed from behind. Shen Ye's body jolted. He recognized Qin Shuwen's voice. He did not dare look back. The cold aura, surging ever closer from behind, only drove him to pedal faster. Move legs. Faster. His thoughts roared as veins bulged on his forehead. He did not know how long he rode. Slowly the sky grew lighter. When sunlight finally pierced the clouds and fell across his face, the chill at his back seemed to collide with something terrible and vanished all at once. He turned to look back. Aside from a few scrap vehicles on the highway, there was nothing there. Shen Ye eased his pace, gasping for breath in great gulps of air. Alive. I'm still alive. He had barely slept during these days of escape. Without the ASURA sequence he had awakened after crossing over, his fate would likely have been the same as Qin Shuwen's. He took out Qin Shuwen's water flask, unscrewed the cap, and drank deeply. After resting for 5 minutes, Shen Ye put the flask away and began riding forward once more. Following the original route, he soon saw a camp where more than a dozen vehicles had been parked in a rough circle. It was the Pantsher convoy, the group he currently depended. As Shen Ye rode closer, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked over, holding a clipboard. After a long measuring look, he asked Shen Ye, right? And the one with you, Qin Shuwen. This man was responsible for personnel records and order within the convoy. Everyone called him Steward Huang. Every time the convoy halted, Huang would inspect everyone, making sure no strangers, or anything worse, slipped inside. He fell behind Shen Ye, said. Shen Ye's tone was remarkably even as he spoke. Huang's hand paused for a moment around the pen, then he marked an X beside Qin Shuwen's name. He did not ask for details. In this age, he knew that falling behind meant death. The death of a single person had become nothing out of the ordinary in this new world. Once he finished the record, Huang turned away toward another vehicle. Shen Ye wheeled his bicycle over to the shade beneath a nearby tree and unfastened Qin Shuwen's trekking pack, beginning to sort through what remained inside. There was still a fair amount left: a bag of bread slices, 3 packets of instant noodles, 2 cans of energy drink, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, and various emergency medicines, supplies prepared before the apocalypse for their planned trek. If his appetite had not grown recently, these supplies combined with what was in his own pack would easily have lasted another week. Shen Ye was calculating how to divide the remaining food when a burst of crying and shouting rose from beside an old van not far away. The sharp, impatient voice of a child demanding instant noodles echoed through the air, each word full of stubborn hunger. A boy of 7 or 8 lay on the ground, thrashing and rolling in a full-blown tantrum. Beside him, a woman in her 60s squatted anxiously, coaxing him, promising to find him something to eat later, yet admitting she could no longer conjure instant noodles out of thin air. The boy suddenly rolled up to his feet, his tears vanishing as he flashed a sly smile and pointed straight in Shen Ye's direction. There are instant noodles in that backpack. I saw that man take some out just now. Following her grandson's pointing finger, the old woman's gaze landed on Shen Ye's bag, where the bright packaging of instant noodles was clearly visible. Her eyes lit up. She immediately arranged a flattering smile on her face and hurried over. Young man, she asked, gesturing toward the instant noodles, bread and jam, could you spare us a little of these? My grandson hasn't eaten properly for 2 days. Look how thin he's become. Shen Ye glanced at her, then at the boy nearby, who was in fact round as a ball. He refused her outright, his tone flat and firm no. Shen Ye knew this old woman, Zhao, notorious within the convoy for her shamelessness. Just yesterday, she had tricked Qin Shuwen out of 2 packs of compressed. Young people these days, how can you be so unreasonable? Madame Zhao's voice rose sharply when she saw he remained unmoved. You're alone and have more than you can finish. What's wrong with giving 1 pack to a child? Times are hard for everyone. We ought to help each other. The same worn-out rhetoric again. Madame Zhao repeated her tricks over and over, but Shen Ye ignored her, lowering his head to resume packing his backpack. Hey, I'm talking to you. Madame Zhao snapped when he continued to ignore her. Are you deaf? How can you be so heartless? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the boy beside her suddenly lunged forward. He grabbed 2 packs of instant noodles from Shen Ye's backpack. Madame Zhao did nothing to stop him. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smug smile. Shen Ye's gaze turned icy in an instant. Almost by instinct, he reached out and seized the boy by the back of his collar, cutting off any chance of escape. Give it back. His voice was cold, carrying a tone that allowed no argument. The sheer force of his presence frightened the boy, who burst into tears, insisting through his sobs that the noodles were his. Without wasting words, Shen Ye reached out with his free hand and snatched the instant noodles back. Seeing this, the boy suddenly lunged, opening his mouth to bite the hand that held him. Shen Ye immediately let go, stepping back to avoid him. Freed from his grasp, the boy spun away and ran toward his grandmother. "Grandma, help me." Shen Ye, now truly enraged, lost control of his strength. He kicked out toward the boy's back. A heavy thud rang out. In the next moment, the boy's body was hurled forward, crashing into the guardrail at the roadside. He had no chance to scream. Blood spilled from his mouth as he slumped into unconsciousness. "My grandson." Madame Zhao, terrified, threw herself down beside the boy, clutching him as she cried out in panic, demanding to know what had been done to him and begging him to wait. She screamed for help, asking if there were any doctors and begging someone to save her grandson. The commotion drew a small crowd, people gathering in twos and threes, whispering among themselves. No matter how Madame Zhao wailed, not a single person stepped forward to help, even though some among them had been medical workers before the world fell apart. The apocalypse had only lasted a few days, yet her family had already committed many cruel acts within the convoy. After being disgusted by her family's behavior too many times, the others had long wanted to speak out, but were restrained by habit and lingering notions of morality. Now that something had finally happened, more than a few secretly felt a dark sense of satisfaction. "Mom, what happened? What's wrong with Xiaobao?" Before long, a man and a woman pushed through the crowd. The woman spoke first, her voice tight with anxiety. "It was him. It was him." Madame Zhao, her teeth clenched with rage, pointed straight at Shen Ye. "My grandson only wanted one pack of his instant noodles, and he struck him down with such cruelty. He's a killer." At her words, her son Lu Bing shouted in fury at Shen Ye, threatening violent revenge. Before he could get close, two people from the crowd rushed out and grabbed him, holding him back. "What's going on?" Huang, the convoy steward, shoved his way to the front. Seeing the scene before him, his face darkened. "Explain." Madame Zhao dropped heavily to the ground, slapping her thighs as she broke into loud sobs. She cried that the young man had struck her grandson simply because the child was starving and wanted a bite to eat. She pointed to the boy's bloodied mouth and limp body, crying that he was spitting blood and asking whether there was any justice left in the world. She shouted that it was wrong to beat someone simply for trying to take food. Huang's expression grew darker. "There are rules in this convoy. Members are not allowed to fight each other. Are you saying you don't respect Captain Song at all?" Shen Ye said nothing, only looking back at him with a cold gaze. At that moment, a square-faced, middle-aged man climbed down from the cab of a freight truck. He was tall and powerfully built, with dark skin and muscles bulging across his shoulders, giving him an aura of tremendous strength. This was Song Lei, captain of the rock convoy. Before the world changed, Song Lei had served in the military. Unable to find stable work afterward, he had turned to driving freight. When the apocalypse arrived, he was among the first to awaken extraordinary power, gaining the ability to transform into a wolf-like being and fight the aberrant horrors roaming the world. Driven by a deep-seated sense of duty, he quickly formed the rock convoy and took in survivors along the roads he traveled. Shen Ye had chosen to join them precisely because Song Lei seemed trustworthy. "Captain." Huang hurriedly put on a fawning smile the moment he saw him. "Song, you've come at just the right time. This matter is tricky, we need you to handle it." Standing before Shen Ye's tall frame, Huang felt a flicker of fear, especially after hearing how a single kick had sent the boy flying. He knew that if a real clash broke out, he would be the one to suffer for it. Song Lei stepped closer, first glancing at the unconscious boy on the ground, then at Shen Ye's impassive face. "What happened?" he asked. "Well," Huang began, but Song Lei lifted a hand to cut him off. "I wasn't asking you." Song Lei turned to a thin man crouching nearby. "You tell me, what exactly happened just now?" The man froze, clearly surprised to be singled out. He glanced at Madame Zhao's tear-streaked face, then at Shen Ye's emotionless expression, and finally spoke honestly. "The old woman's grandson grabbed the young man's instant noodles. When the young man took them back, he kicked the child, and the child fell." Song Lei listened and nodded. He turned to Madame Zhao. "Your grandson took his food first." Madame Zhao argued back, insisting that the boy was only a child and did not know any better, and that an adult should not fuss over what a child did. Song Lei did not respond aloud. Inwardly, he scoffed, remembering how many similar incidents had occurred since her family joined the convoy. Now that they had finally met someone who would not bend to them and had suffered for it, she still wanted his help. After cursing them in his heart, he turned his gaze to Shen Ye. His voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it clearly. "I know how important food is to you, but you use too much force. Don't let it happen again." With that, he turned and walked away. Huang hesitated, opening his mouth as if to argue, but finally said nothing and followed behind Song Lei. Lu Bing and his family watched Song Lei's retreating back with fear in their eyes, too afraid to voice their anger. They might be shameless, but they were not foolish. They knew that while Captain Song seemed simple and honest, his mind was as clear as polished glass. In this convoy, Song Lei was the ultimate authority. Those who had defied him before had all been expelled, none of them surviving past the next day. The crowd gradually dispersed. Madame Zhao remained where she was, her face shifting from livid to pale and back again. She looked down at her unconscious grandson in her arms, then lifted her gaze towards Shen Ye, her eyes dark with venomous hatred. Shen Ye did not look at her. Liu Bing muttered a threat that he would never forgive Shen Ye if anything happened to his son, then hurried off carrying the boy to seek help elsewhere. Shen Ye returned to his corner, sat down, and tore open a pack of instant noodles. He carefully set the seasoning sachets aside, then began eating the dry noodle cake like he had never considered soaking the noodles in hot water. Since the apocalypse began, all tap water had been tainted by strange corruption. Those who drank it turned purple and died in excruciating agony. After a few bites, he suddenly froze. A line of information surfaced in his mind out of nowhere. Slaughter points 2. Shen Ye's pupils contracted sharply. That boy is dead. The thought came to him instantly. He lowered his gaze to his own hands. So it was true, taking a life could earn slaughter points. Like Song Lei, Shen Ye was a sequence wielder. On the first night of his flight from danger, a streak of red light had slashed across the sky and plunged into his body. Afterward, his subconscious told him he had awakened a sequence called ASURA. To begin with, his physique had improved greatly. By his calculations, his strength and endurance were now 5 times that of an ordinary person. Beyond that, he had gained 2 abilities, ASURA Vault and Blood Refinement. The ASURA Vault was a real vault existing within his mind, though its interior was shrouded in blood. At the center of the mist hovered 3 clearly visible objects, a blood-red crystal, a pair of unsettling scarlet eyes, and a mask shaped like the face of a malevolent spirit. To draw these things out into reality, he had to sacrifice slaughter points, using them to solidify the items. As more points were offered up, the mist would gradually disperse, revealing other treasures hidden deep within. Blood Refinement allowed him to consume slaughter points to temper specific items, granting them far greater power. Both abilities depended entirely on slaughter points. As long as he gathered enough slaughter points, he could grow stronger quickly and survive in this devouring world. At first, he could only guess how to obtain slaughter points. These past days, he had been constantly fleeing and trying to understand the world with little time to study his own ability. He had not expected this small confrontation to bring him such a revelation. With a clear goal, at last a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he slowly lifted his head, watching from afar as Madame Zhao's family carried the boy's body around in search of help. His gaze grew deeper and more unfathomable. After consuming a pack of flatbread and 2 packs of compressed biscuits and drinking the remaining water from Qin Shuan's cup, Shen Ye finally felt a bit of fullness in his stomach. After a night of cycling, even with enhanced physical abilities from his sequence powers, he could not escape the fatigue that brought drowsiness. However, Shen Ye did not rush to rest. Instead, he pulled out his phone. He had been using it sparingly these past few days, but when he powered it on, it still showed less than 20 battery. Since the second day of the apocalypse, most apps on his phone had already become inaccessible, leaving only a news app developed by a major company that could barely function. Shen Ye opened the news app, and after a long wait for it to load, it finally opened. The next moment, several trending headlines caught his eye. Yanjing has fallen. The end of humanity has truly arrived. A 5th-tier anomaly has appeared in Chang'an. All convoys are advised to keep their distance. The southern military district has fallen. The Huaxia nation has no defenses left. Conventional weapons cannot kill it. Only sequence holders can combat anomalies. Attention! Every convoy must have at least 1 guide sequence. Just as Shen Ye was about to click on the trending topic related to guide sequences for more details, the entire page suddenly went white, displaying a message that read network connection failed. He tried several other apps, but none would open. However, he did not feel too disappointed. In his original world, if such a thing happened, the network would have probably collapsed completely on the very first day. Brother, what just happened? Song Lei asked as he returned to the car, and the girl in the front passenger seat immediately inquired. Her name was Song Xia, and she was Song Lei's younger sister, a department deputy head at a top-tier hospital in her 20s. Unlike Song Lei, Song Xia was very beautiful. With soft, fluffy, deep brown long curls and air bangs gently falling on her forehead, she framed her Her round almond-shaped eyes sparkled with brightness, with a faint blush beneath them resembling glistening water. The corners of her lips always wore a subtle smile. She wore a light pink striped shirt paired with blue jeans, giving her a soft, sweet, youthful vibe that seemed slightly at odds with her elegant demeanor. Song Lei first glanced at his sister, took a sip of water from his cup, and then slowly recounted what had just happened. After listening, Song Xia pondered for a moment before Song Lei spoke again, his tone somewhat serious. Just as you suspected, Shen Ye is not simple. That grandson of old Zhao looks to weigh nearly 200 pounds. Not only did that kid kick someone flying, but he also bent the fence. Such explosive power cannot possibly come from someone of his physique. My sister is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally clever. Whatever she suggests, Song Lei will do. After observing these past few days, everyone in the convoy had been thoroughly analyzed by Song Xia, with Shen Ye being the one who caught her attention the most. The reason was, in a situation with only 1 bicycle surviving for so many days during the apocalypse was already abnormal. Moreover, Song Xia also noticed that every time Shen Ye caught up with the convoy, he clearly still had energy left, which was in stark contrast to his companion Shen Ye. After a long pause, Shen Ye touched her chin and said softly, "I suspect Shen Ye might also be a sequence holder." The air in the driver's seat suddenly became. Song Lei's pupils contracted in shock. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. As a sequence holder, he understood too well what such extraordinary power. If what his sister said was true, then Shen Ye was a ticking time bomb within the convoy. If he had revealed his identity from the start with the strength of a sequence holder, he could undoubtedly have gained a higher status and treatment within the rock-solid convoy. What was terrifying was that he chose to hide. What was he scheming? This unknown made Song Lei feel threatened. Yes, Song Lei was also human. He felt a sense of responsibility, but after struggling at the bottom for so long, having finally gained power and respect, it was hard for his mindset not to change. Seeing her brother's anxious expression, Song Ye smiled lightly. "Brother, this is just my speculation. Even if he is truly a sequence holder, he might not necessarily be a match for your 9th-tier Beastman sequence." Just as Song Lei was about to respond, someone knocked on the car door. Looking through the window, Huang Guan was standing outside with a beaming smile. "Old Huang, what's going on now?" Song Lei rolled down the window. "Captain Song, it's really nothing major." Huang Guan rubbed his hands together and said, "You see, we've been on the move for several days now, and many people down below have run out of water and food for a day or two. They keep coming to me complaining that they can't go on. If this continues, I'm afraid they'll start bothering you." Due to the existence of anomalies, the convoy generally did not dare to approach towns. Even for supplies, they only dared to stop at gas stations along the road. Yet even during the day when they could resupply, the rock-solid convoy had lost quite a few people these past few days. Those anomalies could not walk in sunlight, but shadows remained their domain. "Old Huang, it seems that the idea of searching for supplies is not theirs, but yours." Song Lei smiled. In the entire rock-solid convoy, the one with the most supplies was naturally Song Lei, followed by Huang Guan. Those who wanted to join the rock-solid convoy for protection naturally had to surrender supplies. In simple terms, it was a protection fee. Before the apocalypse, Old Huang was a warehouse manager at a food processing factory. Aside from being lecherous, he had a small flaw of being fond of cheap things, often sneaking food into the trunk of his BMW before leaving work. After the apocalypse, this habit allowed him to stockpile quite a bit of food, and the position of convoy manager fell to him. If it weren't for the fact that Song Lei often saw women getting out of Huang Guan's car during break times, he wouldn't have figured out how Old Huang could squander so much. Upon hearing this, Huang Guan broke out in a cold sweat. He was well aware that while Song Lei was easygoing, he hated being deceived. Just as he was about to explain, Song Lei spoke again. "While it's true that those people are hungry and thirsty, they fear the anomalies even more than they fear starvation." These insights were not derived from Song Lei's own thoughts, but were shared by Song Ye. However, he was indeed somewhat tempted by Old Huang's suggestion. He still had quite a bit of supplies left in his car, but his water supply was nearly depleted. A few people can manage with less food, but not drinking water is truly unfeasible. Feeling exposed, Huang Guan finally confessed, "All right, indeed, the food in my car is running out. If I don't resupply, I might end up like them." At that moment, Song Ye, who had been observing from the front passenger seat, finally spoke, her tone calm and unhurried. "So it seems Old Huang does not seem to fear the anomalies." Huang Guan felt a jolt at those words and instinctively glanced towards Song Lei. The next moment, Song Ye's pure face came into his view. Seeing her was stunning. He hadn't expected Song Lei, who looked quite rough, to have such a beautiful sister. Huang Guan had seen Song Ye before, but she had always worn a mask, making it difficult to see her face. However, he quickly regained his composure, not daring to linger his gaze on Song Ye's face. Before the apocalypse, he considered himself middle class and had seen many beautiful women, but none compared to Song Ye. Even so, he felt no wicked thoughts. He understood that Song Lei valued his sister more than his own life. Soon he revealed a more obsequious smile and took out a copper disc from his pocket. The disc was engraved with intricate spiral patterns around the dial, and a bone-white orb embedded in the center emitted an eerie aura. "What is this?" The siblings' gazes were fixated on the copper plate. Manager Huang wore a proud expression. "This is a strange object." Strange object. Upon hearing such an unfamiliar term, Song Lei's face showed even more confusion. As the other party presented the copper plate, as if offering a treasure, a stream of information immediately floated into the minds of the siblings. Strange object, vitality, plate type, strange item, ID, none, characteristics, lifeline. By dripping a drop of blood onto the surface of the copper plate, the bone-white pearl within will sense the surrounding strange aura and glow. The brighter it shines, the stronger the strange aura. Detection range and sensitivity depend on the user's own abilities. Sensory deterioration, using it more than 3 times in one day, will cause the user to temporarily lose their sense of taste and smell, recovering about 2 hours later. Long-term use will cause the user to completely lose their sense of smell. Brief introduction: a personal compass of an ancient feng shui master. This master was executed after preparing a tomb for a general, and the compass became a burial item. With the tomb being uncovered, the compass became a collection in a museum. After the apocalypse, the compass gained an incredible ability due to the contamination of strange substances. After learning about the vitality plate's function, Song Xia finally understood why Manager Huang was so confident about searching for supplies and dared to showcase this. Manager Huang was well aware that as an ordinary person, even with the strange object in hand, its effectiveness would certainly be less than what it could achieve in Song Lei's hands. Moreover, he could not accept the side effect of losing his sense of smell. "You want to give this to me?" Song Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, the side effect of this strange object was nothing to him. In this bizarre and perilous apocalypse, even as a ranked survivor, he could not guarantee his survival with absolute certainty. Having an additional detection-type strange object would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival. Manager Huang chuckled awkwardly. "If Captain Song likes it, I can lend it to you for now." Seeing Song Lei's displeased expression, he quickly added, "Of course, if you really like it, giving it to you is completely fine as well." The vitality plate may not have much use in his hands, but it was something he had previously exchanged for food from a woman. Giving it away directly made his heart bleed a little. However, upon hearing this, Song Lei felt a bit embarrassed. Before he could speak, Song Xia interjected, "We won't take this without giving anything in return. Later my brother will bring you 5 packs of instant noodles as an exchange." She knew her brother's honest nature too well. Getting him to speak would surely result in more than just 5 packs. Manager Huang immediately showed delight. "Miss Song, you are too kind. You truly have both beauty and a kind heart." How could he not be happy with this unexpected gain? After all, the vitality plate had only cost him a piece of bread. Soon the group settled on a specific plan. "Everyone gather around. There's something to announce." Just as he was falling asleep, Shen Ye heard a loud and jarring sound. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Song Lei standing in the center of the camp with a loudspeaker, and many people had already gathered around. "We will set off 3 hours earlier this afternoon. If we encounter any suitable towns along the way, I will lead the team to search for supplies. Of course, 5 of the supplies found will be offered as a guiding and protection fee for each vehicle." As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Except for Manager Huang, everyone else wore solemn expressions. This news was both an opportunity and a danger for most people. Song Lei's strength was undeniable, but no one believed he could protect everyone in a town filled with strange occurrences all by himself. To this, Song Lei did not provide much of an explanation. For most people, this was almost a question with no choice. Either starve to death or be killed by the strange. After returning to his spot, Shen Ye's drowsiness had dissipated considerably. He was contemplating whether he should also go and search for supplies. He still had quite a bit of food left, enough to last a while. However, when it came to water, he could only last 1 more day at most. Additionally, he wanted to swap for a different vehicle. His bicycle was slow and consumed a lot of energy. On the highway, the cars encountered were mostly junked, either without keys or unable to move. However, in the towns, perhaps he could try his luck. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity, he was unsure when the next organized supply search would be. As for leaving the convoy to search for supplies, that was akin to seeking. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure of a woman approached him. The newcomer was a woman around 35 years old with delicate features. Her black short hair was somewhat messy against her slightly haggard face. The woman was dressed in a dusty professional outfit with several holes in her torn stockings, and she held an item wrapped in tattered cloth as she approached him. "Hello." The woman carefully greeted Shen Ye, who was leaning against the tree root. Shen Ye glanced at her and lightly asked, "What is it?" Can I exchange for some food?" The coldness in Shen Ye's demeanor made the woman's tone carry a hint of fear. Earlier during the incident with Zhao Laotai's family, she had witnessed everything and felt an instinctive dread towards the ruthlessness emanating from Shen Ye. Had it not been for the prodding of the other 2 in the car and her own hunger, she would never have dared to approach Shen Ye. "No exchange. Then leave." Shen Ye rejected her without a second thought. Food was a matter of life and death in this world, and he did not believe Lin Wanqiu could offer something of equal value. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqiu's eyes flashed with disappointment. She turned to leave, but the hunger in her stomach made her stop. After a few seconds, she seemed to gather her courage again and turned back to look at Shen Ye. "Could you at least take a look at this before deciding?" Saying this, she presented the item wrapped in torn cloth. Shen Ye eyed her suspiciously before reaching out to take it. As he peeled away the layers of cloth, the true form of the item was immediately revealed. It was a horizontal knife about 70 centimeters long. The blade was entirely black with a hilt carved into the shape of a closed-eyed ghost head, fierce and terrifying. The next moment, a stream of information appeared in it. Strange object, ghost head type, strange weapon, ID 9999, characteristic sharpness. After activating this characteristic, the sharpness and hardness of the blade will double. After dealing damage to the weaknesses of strange objects, there is a chance to trigger instant death. Instant death, when this effect is triggered, the target dies immediately. It is ineffective against non-physical targets, and the probability is greatly reduced against targets stronger than the user. Bloodthirsty, after each use of the sharpness feature, the user must kill at least 1 target unit within a natural day, or the ghost head will automatically sever one of the user's arms as a cost. Brief introduction: a sword that accompanied an ancient general in numerous battles, having slain countless enemies and undergone countless refinements. It is an extremely powerful and dangerous killing weapon. Strange object. Upon learning that this knife was a strange object, Shen Ye's reaction mirrored that of the Song Lei siblings. Even though he had frequently seen news articles about it, this was the first time he learned of such things. What do you want in exchange? Without any hesitation, he immediately made a decision. He had to acquire this knife. Lin Wanqiu was caught off guard by the sudden change in his attitude. After thinking for a moment, she tentatively suggested 10 packs of instant noodles. Shen Ye hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I don't have that many instant noodles. He didn't negotiate, but simply stated that he didn't have that much. Shen Ye was very aware of the knife's value. 10 packs of instant noodles was a ridiculously low price for it. Lin Wanqiu hadn't expected such an answer, but quickly seized upon the key phrase in his words. He may not have that many instant noodles, but that didn't mean he had no other food. Soon Lin Wanqiu's eyes brightened, and she suppressed her inner fear. Then how much food? Shen Ye thought for a moment, and directly took out the backpack that Qin Shuwen had given him earlier. After rummaging for a bit, he found the photo, stuffed it into his pocket without looking, and handed the backpack to Lin Wanqiu. This is all I have left. Deal. After a quick inventory of the food in her bag, Lin Wanqiu accepted without hesitation. These supplies clearly exceeded her initial expectations. Watching her joyful expression, Shen Ye felt inexplicably puzzled. After all, he was undeniably the one who gained far more from this transaction. After a moment's reflection, curiosity got the better of him. Why didn't you trade with Chief Huang or Captain Song instead? They have far more supplies than I do. At the mention of Chief Huang's name, Lin Wanqiu's upturned lips instantly fell, and unpleasant memories flooded back. She hesitated briefly before deciding to confide in Shen Ye. Actually, I once possessed another item like this. But 2 days ago, after trading it with Chief Huang, I received only a single loaf of bread. Hearing this, Shen Ye's mouth twitched involuntarily, inwardly muttering, you call that a trade? It seemed he was still too kind-hearted after all. Though he mocked himself, he knew he could never stoop to Chief Huang's level. He intended to survive this wretched apocalypse, but as a human being, not a beast. Moreover, Lin Wanqiu had done nothing to offend him. Rather, she had chosen him for this exchange under such dire circumstances. Otherwise, this valuable artifact would surely have fallen into someone else's hands. Simultaneously, he gleaned a crucial piece of intelligence. Chief Huang also possessed a cursed artifact. Lin Wanqiu paused, then continued, as for Captain Song, I trust him no more than I trust Chief Huang. So you think I'm a good man? Shen Ye flashed a wry grin, pointing at himself. Though she inwardly denied it, fearing he might turn hostile, Lin Wanqiu nodded anyway. My grandson is dead. My precious grandson. Scarcely had Lin Wanqiu departed when old lady Zhao's anguished wail shattered the camp's fleeting tranquility. Following the sound, Shen Ye saw Lu Bing rushing toward him, gripping a greasy wrench in his fist. His face flushed crimson. His eyes burned red, his jaw clenched tight. His entire being resembled a wild beast cornered beyond hope. Trailing behind him was his wife, sobbing uncontrollably, and old lady Zhao clutching her grandson's lifeless body, her withered hands trembling violently. The commotion instantly drew the entire camp's attention. Many startled awake from slumber, pushing open their vehicle windows to peer out. Those already awake hurried over en masse. The commotion instantly drew the entire camp's attention. Many startled awake from slumber, pushing open their vehicle windows to peer out. Those already awake. He wasn't defending Shen Ye out of loyalty. Rather, a supply run was scheduled for that afternoon, and he had no intention of provoking chaos at such a critical juncture. What do I intend to do? Lu Bing halted abruptly, chest heaving, his knuckles whitening around the wrench's handle. With his other hand, he pointed unflinchingly toward Shen Ye in the distance, his voice trembling with raw fury. He murdered my only son, right before my eyes. Tell me, doesn't he deserve death? What? Your son is dead? Chief Huang recoiled in shock, glancing at the lifeless pudgy boy. Initially, he'd assumed the boy merely suffered a kick, perhaps minor injury at worst, not fatal trauma. Yet he quickly regained composure, his gaze devoid of pity. The boy had long been a troublemaker within the convoy. His death changed nothing. Lu Bing, regain your senses. Remember the convoy's rules, and Captain Song himself stated clearly your family provoked this incident first. Before he could finish, Lu Bing erupted. What crime did my son commit? He shoved Chief Huang aside, veins pulsing wildly on his forehead, his hoarse guttural roar echoing like thunder. He merely wanted a single pack of instant noodles. A single pack of instant noodles, and he killed my son. He was just a child, barely more than 10 years old. No sooner had the words left his lips than he lost all restraint. Snatching up the wrench, he lunged past Chief Huang, charging toward Shen Ye like a madman. Within seconds, Lu Bing reached Shen Ye. His eyes bloodshot, he raised the wrench high. Its whistling descent aimed straight at Shen Ye's skull, as a guttural snarl tore from his throat. Die, you bastard. From the crowd came gasps of horror. Some turned away, unable to bear witness. Just as everyone braced for the sickening crunch of skull meeting metal, the wrench never struck. At the very instant it neared Shen Ye's head, he moved. His motion blurred beyond sight. A heavy muffled thud echoed. Lu Bing flew backward, as if blasted by artillery, the wrench spinning far from his grasp. His body crashed into his wife and old lady Zhao, sending all three tumbling together in a heap. Shen Ye remained utterly unruffled, calmly retracting the leg he'd kicked, with his gaze sweeping downward upon the fallen family. Calm, detached, utterly unmoved. It took Lu Bing a long while to stagger upright, clutching his abdomen. His face drained pale, he panted raggedly, cold sweat beading across his brow. The murderous fury that had consumed him moments earlier had vanished, replaced entirely by terror. Had his wife and mother not absorbed part of the impact, that blow would have killed him, or left him crippled for life. Enough. Just as Shen Ye bent to retrieve the wrench, intending to deliver a finishing strike, a broad-shouldered figure stepped firmly between them. It was Song Lei. To Lu Bing, that silhouette now appeared like salvation descending from heaven. He opened his mouth to plead, but Song Lei spoke first, voice steady, icy. Lu Bing, I understand your grief. Your son is gone. He paused, then softened his tone slightly. Yet your son acted first. This outcome was self-inflicted. Even before the apocalypse, Shen Ye's actions would have qualified as legitimate self-defense. Since you travel under my command, you abide by my rules. If you insist on vengeance, I won't stop you. But only after you leave the Rock Fortress convoy. Permanent. Song Lei's words landed with the weight of iron, each syllable precise and unyielding. To onlookers they sounded eminently fair. How could anyone claim injustice when one party seized another's rations and expected no resistance? Others soon joined in, voices rising in agreement. Lu Bing, the dead cannot return. Let this end here. Exactly. Had your son not tried to steal his food, none of this would have happened. Captain Song is right. By any standard, this fault lies with you. Amid the chorus of voices, Lu Bing's face cycled between ashen pallor and livid crimson, his rage choking him speechless and impotent. His right hand trembled violently as he slammed it hard against the ground. Let it go. Why should we? Why? He growled low and guttural. Old Lady Zhao cradled her grandson's corpse, wailing inconsolably, the tears carving paths through the deep creases of her ancient face, her voice fraying into a broken hoarse rasp. My dear grandchild is gone. Why does he walk away unscathed? Oh heavens, open your eyes and see. Lu Bing's wife collapsed onto the dirt, hair wild, eyes hollow, her whole body convulsing with sobs. My son, how shall I live without you? Yet even amid such devastation, few among the crowd truly pitied them. Such is human nature, empathy remains abstract until tragedy strikes one's own door. Lu Bing stood silent for a long time. He gazed down at his son's cold, stiff body, the round face still frozen in the final startled expression of death. He gritted his teeth, then rose slowly, turning to his mother and wife. Enough. Stop crying. His voice was unervingly calm, so quiet it sent chills down spines. Before departing, Lu Bing glanced back at Shen Ye once more. That look was glacial, venomous, like a serpent coiled in shadow, memorizing every line of Shen Ye's face with lethal precision. Meeting that gaze, Shen Ye understood instantly. Lu Bing's surrender was temporary. Revenge would come. But with Song Lei watching, direct elimination was impossible, too risky, too premature. At this juncture, antagonizing Song Lei served no purpose. Whether he could defeat Song Lei remained uncertain, but for now he depended utterly on the Rock Fortress convoy. Without its guidance navigating this world of pervasive strangeness, he'd likely perish within days. Still, he would seek another path given the chance. Clang, clang, clang. Wake up, time to depart. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the shrill, jarring sound of a gong pierced through the camp. Manager Huang had somehow procured a bronze gong, striking it vigorously while shouting hoarsely. Shen Ye rubbed his drowsy eyes, then carefully checked the backpack resting against his back, untouched, before rising and walking towards Song Lei's cargo truck. Once the group had assembled, Song Lei pulled out a map from his pocket and began outlining the afternoon and nighttime escape route for everyone. This meticulous planning ensured even slower drivers could keep pace. No one would fall behind or lose their way. Every convoy adhered to one ironclad rule: never fall behind. After a brief preparation, all vehicles ignited their engines and rolled out behind Song Lei's truck. Bringing up the rear of the convoy was Shen Ye, pedaling steadily on his bicycle. Without Qin Shuwen, a burden he'd once carried, Shen Ye's body, enhanced by the sequence, maintained a steady pace on his bicycle, effortlessly keeping pace with. Moreover, since it was daytime, when anomalies rarely manifested and fuel conservation was paramount, the lead vehicles moved deliberately slow. After roughly an hour, Song Xia, riding shotgun, furrowed her brow and murmured softly, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Song Lei asked without turning, glancing sideways at his sister. "At this speed, we should have already reached the next village." She pointed to the route marked on the map, explaining quietly. Song Lei gazed at the lush, dense woodland lining the roadside, and his own brow tightened. He traversed this road several times before delivering freight. Even without the map, he vaguely recalled a township nestled somewhere in this stretch. Yet now, not a single township, not even a modern structure, was in sight. He shook his head and reassured her, "Let me drive a bit farther and see." Half an hour later, a road sign finally emerged on the horizon. Changchun Township, 5 kilometers. At the sight, the siblings' earlier unease dissolved. Song Lei knew Changchun Township well. He delivered goods there 2 years prior. It also bore another name, Snake Village. Most locals bred snakes, making it one of Hunan Province's largest suppliers of snake meat. 2 years ago, he'd savored a bowl of snake soup there. The rich, unforgettable flavor still lingered in memory. Soon after, the dozen vehicles halted at Snake Village's entrance. No one rushed inside. Song Lei, stepping forward as leader, withdrew a strangely ornate bronze disc, then pricked his index finger until a drop of blood welled. The crimson droplet fell onto the disc's bone-white bead and vanished instantly as though devoured by something alive. Immediately, crimson light flared along the disc's engraved rim. Simultaneously, Song Lei felt his nose and mouth go utterly numb, deprived of scent and taste. His companions showed no surprise, only quiet expectation. Earlier, when passing another village, Song Lei had performed this exact ritual. But this time differed. The white bead did not glow with its usual deep crimson radiance. That subtle divergence filled Song Lei, his sister, and manager, Huang, with quiet elation. The unlit white bead held profound meaning. For them, it was unmistakable. Song Lei slipped the disc into his pocket and called out, "This village is safe. Those seeking supplies, follow me inside." With that, he climbed back into his truck and drove slowly into the village's heart. Though he led the way, the others hesitated. Long moments passed before they finally followed. Within minutes, only 4 vehicles remained outside the village. "Brother, are we really not going in? We're running low on food." "Yeah, bro. We'll starve if we don't find provisions soon." Beside a pickup truck stood 2 young men with dyed blonde hair, staring up at a middle-aged man whose left arm bore intricate tattoos. The man said nothing, his face taut with indecision. Under his subordinates' urging, he clenched his jaw and declared, "Fine, let's go. But if anything goes awry, don't expect me to save you." At his word, one of the blonde youths slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. As the pickup rumbled forward, a black sedan followed closely behind. Only 2 vehicles remained at the village entrance, a black BMW SUV and a white Camry. Inside the BMW sat 3 women, Lin Wanxiu. In the rear seats were 2 women in their early 20s, Zhao Qian and Li Shu, both former assistants to Lin Wanxiu before the collapse. On the night the anomalies erupted, they'd been working late. Their quick thinking and courage helped Lin Wanxiu escape the grasp of a monstrous entity. Grateful, she'd invited them into her vehicle. It had been Li Shu who first suggested trading supplies with Shen Ye. "Are we truly not going in to take a look?" Zhao Qian whispered. "What would we gain by entering? These anomalies merely avoid daylight. They're not gone. To step inside would be like walking into a tiger's den." "Besides, Director Lin acquired enough rations this morning to last us several days," Li Shu replied firmly. "But, no buts. If you want to go alone, don't drag me, or Director Lin, into your recklessness." Seeing Zhao Qian about to protest again, Li Shu cut her off, voice edged with impatience. Lin Wanxiu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "Xiaoli, we still have half a case of bottled water and those instant noodles and compressed biscuits. If rationed, will sustain us for days. No need to rush." Inside, a woman roughly Shen Ye's age stared deep into Snake Village. Her expression stricken with terror, fingers locked rigidly around the steering wheel, ready to flee at the faintest disturbance. Unlike ordinary people, her irises shimmered with a faint, eerie violet luminescence. Meanwhile, under Song Lei's guidance, the group arrived at the village's largest supermarket. Stepping out of their vehicles, everyone sensed an oppressive, absolute silence. The once bustling Snake Village lay utterly soundless, empty, lifeless, as though abandoned for centuries. After lifting the roller shutter, they peered through the tempered glass facade and glimpsed shelves laden with goods. Though every soul yearned to rush forward, none dared move. Instead, all turned to Song Lei, waiting for him to push open the unlocked glass door. Song Lei understood their unspoken tension. There was no hurry now. He calmly retrieved the bronze disc from his pocket, verified it showed no anomaly, then declared, "No danger. Enter." Only after the entire group had entered did Shen Ye, always bringing up the rear, step inside, gripping the ghost head wrapped tightly in ragged cloth. The moment he crossed the threshold, a wave of cold, damp air struck him, laced with a nauseating stench. To Shen Ye, formerly a Delta Force mercenary in his past life, that odor was chillingly familiar. Though layered beneath other smells, he instantly isolated the unmistakable reek of decay, the stench of rotting flesh. That scent triggered an immediate visceral alarm. His survival thus far owed far more than just his sequence abilities. The supermarket is called Limin's Supermarket, occupying a relatively small area, but divided into 2 levels. As Shen Ye entered, the cold and damp air enveloped him from all sides, making him feel extremely humid, accompanied by a sticky sensation. The deeper he walked, the stronger the feeling of dampness became. Looking up, the fluorescent lights flickered ominously, emitting a crackling sound, as if short-circuited. Despite the bright sunshine outside, the interior felt eerily foreboding. Soon the stench of decay became even more pronounced, stronger than what he had smelled at the entrance. He frowned and glanced at the shelves, finding the first and second rows filled with some snacks. However, these junk foods took up space and were not filling. They were not within his selection range. Walking through the snack area, he headed towards his target zone, the fresh produce section. But the sight before him caused Shen Ye to pause momentarily. The freezer in the meat section had long lost power, and the chicken, duck, and pork inside were rotting horrifically in the hot and humid environment. Even the fish in the adjacent water tank had long flipped onto their backs, floating on the surface and emitting a foul odor. As for the vegetable section, it was even worse. The green leaves had turned into black mush. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were still somewhat acceptable, so Shen Ye grabbed a few that looked decent and put them in his bag, holding his breath and quickening his pace to pass through this area. At that moment, something in the corner caught his eye. There were 3 eggs taller than a person quietly standing in the deepest corner of the supermarket against the wall. From the appearance, they resembled snake eggs he had seen during a mission in the rainforest, but snake eggs could never be that large. The surface of these eggs was covered with a layer of sticky green slime. The slime dripped down the egg onto the shredded meat below. Shen Ye's pupils constricted. The shredded meat was still hanging with torn pieces of clothing, clearly human remains. This was likely the source of the foul odor he had detected upon entering. His stomach churned violently, but he forced it down. From the looks of it, he could basically confirm that this place was not as safe as Song Lei had claimed. Having seen countless corpses on the battlefield in his past life, none could compare to the horrifying scene around the giant eggs. Shen Ye dared not waste any more time. He turned and quickly ascended the stairs to the second floor. At this point, there was no turning back. If he didn't find enough supplies, he wouldn't last for long. Unlike the eerie silence on the first floor, the situation on the second floor was completely different. The people who had arrived first were now scurrying back and forth between the shelves like locusts, eager to clear the shelves of their contents. Among them, the grain and oil section was the most chaotic. 2 middle-aged men were arguing fiercely over a bag of rice, clearly ready to come to blows. Meanwhile, a woman took the opportunity to grab a bucket of peanut oil and ran away. The items on the shelves were scattered everywhere, goods falling all over the place. Shen Ye's gaze lingered on the looters for just a moment before he headed straight towards the shelf storing bottled water. Water was the most critical item he needed right now. He set down his half-person-high backpack, unzipped it, and began stuffing bottles of mineral water into it, selecting the 500-milliliter ones that were compact, and his movements were quick and precise, placing each bottle thoughtfully to minimize any gaps. After packing more than half a bag of mineral water, he moved to the dry goods section nearby. Chocolate and compressed biscuits. These were the real treasures, high in calories, filling no need for cooking, and easy to store. As for the rice and flour that everyone was scrambling for, Shen Ye had little interest. Those items required a source of fire and a large amount of water to prepare, making them quite useless in the apocalypse. He swept boards of dark chocolate from the shelf into his backpack, also stuffing in several large packs of military compressed biscuits. The backpack quickly bulged, the zipper nearly bursting open. It was about time to leave. Shen Ye zipped up the bag and put it on his back. For someone else, the weight of these items would be overwhelming, but he seemed remarkably unburdened, walking as if on flat ground. However, after just a few steps, his pace halted. Between 2 rows of shelves ahead, another giant egg appeared in his sight. The stench of decay in the air mixed with a certain fishy sweet odor once again assaulted him. Shen Ye instinctively took a step back. He changed direction, preparing to bypass this area. However, before he could take a few steps, another giant egg appeared in his view, as if these things were everywhere. This egg, unlike the previous ones he encountered, had cracks appearing on its shell which were spreading continuously with a cracking sound, as if whatever was inside was about. An instinctual sense of danger made Shen Ye's right hand instinctively tighten around the handle of the ghostly blade. At the same time, his other hand tore off a rag, revealing the blade's pitch-black surface. Just then, a scream suddenly echoed from downstairs. The chilling sound made everyone in this confined space tremble with fear. Immediately following screams erupted one after another. The first group of people wanting to leave scrambled back to the second floor. Help! Help me! There are monsters downstairs. Monsters everywhere. The crowd scattered in panic, some tripping over themselves, and before they could get up were trampled by those rushing from behind. In no time, the entire second floor was in chaos. Shen Ye's gaze swept to the stairway. He saw Song Lei squeezing through the panicking crowd, one hand holding a large bucket of bottled water, the other carrying a big bag of food. Beside him, Song Ye was not idle either. Though she appeared delicate, she was carrying a box of drinks in one hand and a large bag of supplies in the other, wearing a black mask, her steps showing no sign of fatigue. Seeing this, Song Lei hurriedly set down what he was carrying, grabbing a person running towards him and asking sternly what's going on. The person was trembling all over, their face pale as paper, their voice quivering with tears. Downstairs on the first floor, several monsters have appeared. The exit is locked. We can't get out. This change made his expression shift dramatically. He released the person's collar and quickly pulled out the life disc from his pocket. Instead, it was deep red. Moreover, the glow was becoming brighter and redder, almost staining the entire copper disc. Instead it was deep red. Moreover, the glow was becoming brighter and redder, almost staining the entire copper disc blood-colored. Song Lei's pupils contracted sharply. He had seen the life disc react to anomalies before, but he had never seen the beads turn this red. This meant they were completely surrounded by the anomalies. The cracks on the giant egg beside Shen Ye suddenly exploded open. The crack sound immediately drew his attention, and the eggshell fragments flew in all directions. A head first emerged from within. While it could be called a human head, it indeed bore a human-like face. However, the skin on that face was a ghastly grayish-white. Its narrow eyes lacked pupils, displaying only a yellow hue with a long, slender snake-like slit in the middle. The most terrifying feature was its hair. No, it was not hair, but rather numerous live green snakes. Each snake writhed and flicked its tongue incessantly. Green-scaled snake demon. Shen Ye had encountered this bizarre creature before. Judging by its aura, it seemed to be only of the first rank, equivalent in strength to a 9th-tier human. This strange being had a human upper body and a serpentine lower body with a snake tail covered in green scales. Shen Ye had once seen enforcers shoot at them. Either the bullets couldn't penetrate their scales, or the wounds created by the bullets healed rapidly. It was evident that human firearms had little effect on them. Moreover, the green-scaled snake demon moved with incredible speed and could spray a highly corrosive venom. If its seemingly small mouth were to open, it could swallow a full-grown person whole. Without hesitation, upon seeing the snake demon's appearance, Shen Ye drew his blade. The piercing effect of the ghost head was activated in an instant. The black blade seemed to gain an even deeper luster in the next moment, with dark red patterns swirling along the edge. The ghost head at the hilt opened its tightly shut eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty red glow. At the same time, a surge of murderous desire flowed from the hilt into his palm, attempting to corrupt his nerves. But Shen Ye's emotions remained unchanged. He saw a slender black glimmer flash before him. Sizzle, the head crowned with green snakes rolled off its neck, green blood gushing from the wound. As the blade sliced through its neck, it felt as effortless as cutting through tofu. The half of the snake demon's body that was exposed outside the eggshell suddenly convulsed, its grayish-white arms flailing aimlessly in the air before going completely. The small snakes coiled on its head struggled briefly before losing their vitality alongside the snake demon. At that moment, a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Kill point 78, it was too quick, causing no one to notice the commotion here. Shen Ye looked at the ghost head in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At least 7 or 8 green-scaled snake demons surged out from every corner of the supermarket. They slid across the floor, dragging their thick tails. At least 7 or 8 green-scaled snake demons surged out from every corner of the supermarket. They slid across the floor, dragging their thick tails, making a wet scraping sound. Pairs of yellow snake eyes locked onto every living person, their long tongues flicking in and out between their lips, as if to say they could feast well today. Everyone gather over here. Song Lei's roar echoed throughout the second floor. He tore off his tight-fitting shirt, revealing a rapidly expanding physique. Something seemed to be surging beneath his skin as his bones cracked with a pop sound. White fur grew wildly from his skin, fingers twisted, and elongated sharp black claws piercing out from his fingertips. His height suddenly soared to over 2 meters. When Song Lei raised his head again, it was no longer his original face, but instead it was that of a wolf with amber eyes radiating primal killing intent. He opened his wolf mouth, revealing 2 rows of gleaming fangs, and let out a roar. 9th tier Beastman skill 1 Wolf Transformation. Wolf Transformation transforms the sequence holder into a werewolf, significantly enhancing explosive power, speed, and recovery ability. Claws and fangs can easily shred prey. Brother. Song Shia's voice came from beneath the mask, her clear tone now laced with worry. Stay behind me. The voice of the transformed white wolf Song Lei became rough and deep, firmly guarding his sister behind him. A green-scaled snake demon was the first to pounce. Instead of retreating, Song Lei surged forward, his wolf claws tearing through the air. His claws struck the snake demon's chest, producing a metallic scraping sound. The green scales were evidently quite formidable. However, Song Lei's strength was immense, and he sent the snake demon flying, crashing into an entire row. Shen Ye was not idle either. He tightened the mountaineering bag on his back and charged towards the staircase with his knife drawn. Another snake demon blocked his path. This snake demon had fully emerged from the eggshell. Its serpentine tail was over 3 meters long, writhing on the ground. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and sprayed a stream of dark green venom from deep within its throat. Shen Ye reacted quickly, dodging to this. The venom grazed his shoulder and splashed onto the shelf behind him. Sizzle, the metal shelf's beam corroded, creating a hole the size of a fist, releasing a noxious, such strong corrosiveness. Shen Ye did not give it a second chance to spray again. He pushed off the ground, shooting forward like a released arrow, striking upward with the piercing effect was still active. The blade accurately cut into the snake demon's neck, the area where the scales were thinnest, the only spot lacking scale cover. The snake demon's head soared into the sky once more. Kill points 69, but the battle was far from over. More and more green-scaled snake demons surged in from all directions, at least 20 or more. They surrounded him like a tide, turning the entire second floor into a massive slaughterhouse. Screams echoed endlessly. Those who could not escape were ensnared by snake tails, dragged into the darkness, followed by the chilling sounds of chewing and the crack. Song Lei and Shen Ye, one in front and the other behind, continuously hacked at the approaching snake demons while slowly moving towards the entrance on the first floor. The yellow steward behind them stumbled and fell in a panic, dropping the supplies in his arms. Before he could get up, a snake demon had already arrived before him. Before he could make a sound, he was grabbed and stuffed into its mouth. Song Xia, carrying supplies, followed closely behind, her round almond eyes above the black mask, constantly alert. The group fought their way to the staircase, stepping over the ground covered in green slime and blood, finally descending to the first floor. Everyone was astonished by Shen Ye's displayed strength. Before they could ask anything, the sight on the first floor left them momentarily stunned. Dozens of corpses lay scattered across the ground. Some were so corroded by the venom that their faces were unrecognizable, melted into a puddle of blurry flesh. Others were contorted by snake tails, their chests caved in, eyes bulging out of their sockets. Some had only half of their bodies left, with the upper parts missing, leaving only a jagged, torn opening. Scattered across the ground were grains and oils mixed with blood and green slime, turning into unidentifiable puddles of goo. Even Song Xia, who had seen countless corpses and injuries in the apocalypse, couldn't help but gag. Shen Ye's gaze quickly swept over the corpses sprawled across the ground, then landed on a man in a suit. Beside the corpse lay a car key by its pocket. Shen Ye did not stop his steps. He bent down to pick up the key as he passed, slipping it into his pocket. Bang, bang, bang. The harsh sound of banging on the door echoed from ahead. A few survivors were frantically pounding on the supermarket's tempered glass door, whether with their fists or kicking, yet that glass door remained immovable. Shen Ye cast his gaze, his pupils suddenly constricting. Outside the door, it had unknowingly been locked. Moreover, it was not just one lock, but several, as if to ensure they could not escape. Various steel locks combined with iron chains were layered upon the door handle from the outside, firmly locking the two tempered glass doors. Standing outside the glass door was none other than Lu Bing. He stood in the sunlight, a smug smile betraying his concealed delight. At the same time, his wife and old lady Zhao stood behind him. At this moment, the sadness on old lady Zhao's wrinkled face had vanished, replaced by a twisted, almost insane delight. "Can't get out, can you?" Lu Bing's voice came through the glass. "Shen Ye, did you ever think your death would come so quickly?" His gaze lingered on Shen Ye's figure, a wide grin exposing his yellowed teeth. "Let me tell you, I actually noticed something was off from the very beginning." Lu Bing took a step back, spreading his arms wide as if to showcase the entire locked supermarket to those inside, hoping to instill a deeper sense of despair within them. His voice was slightly hoarse from not drinking water for a long time. "When I came in, I saw those eggs. I also knew what was inside. But I didn't go upstairs. Do you know why?" He chuckled casually, pulling out a string of keys from his pocket and tossing them aside. "Because I knew that my chance for revenge had come. Heaven is favoring me." Lu Bing laughed maniacally, his voice growing more twisted, eventually morphing into a near-mad shout. "And you all too." He pointed at the few people banging on the door, the chill in his words deepening as he gritted his teeth. "Don't you all think my son deserved to die, eh? Did you not say Shen Ye was acting in self-defense? Were you not all on his side? Then you shall die with him. Look at you begging so pathetically. Aren't you as helpless as I was back then? But it's not enough. Oh, I want to see all of you torn apart in despair, continuously begging for me." He suddenly slammed his fist against the tempered glass, his twisted face pressed against it, his nose nearly touching the glass, his eyes fixed intently on Shen Ye. Shen looked closely. "You forced my hand. You killed my only son, and I want all of you to accompany him in death." Behind him, old lady Zhao leaned, in her wrinkled old face pressed against the glass, her murky old eyes shimmering with tears and malice. "My dear grandson is watching from above, watching how you all will die. None of you will escape. None of you will escape." Lu Bing's wife stood at the back, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, her disheveled hair obscuring half her face. Her eyes were red, her lips trembling, yet her face also bore a twisted expression of vengeance fulfilled. "Dead. All dead. My son is dead, and you all must die." She mumbled, her voice fluctuating between strong and weak, clearly losing her sanity. Inside the glass door, the color drained from everyone's faces in an instant. "Lu Bing, you bastard, if you have the guts, let me out, and see if I won't kill you." "Lu Bing, am innocent. I even delivered food to your son yesterday. I beg you, open the door, and let me go. I don't want to die." "Brother Bing. No, Master Bing. Please have mercy, and let me out. Debts have their owners. I am innocent." Some cursed loudly and kicked the door frantically, while others pleaded humbly, kneeling and banging their heads on the floor. But Lu Bing remained unmoved, his eyes devoid of any pity, only that feeling of impending revenge. Shen Ye did not curse, his cold eyes seemed to regard them as. Before he could move forward, an even stronger sense of oppression surged from the direction of the staircase. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. A serpent demon slowly slid down the stairs. However, this serpent demon was different from the previous ones. Its size was a whole circle larger than all the previous green-scaled serpent demons, its tail measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, each scale the size of a palm, glistening with a luminous green sheen. Its upper body was no longer grayish-white, but a deeper, almost bluish-gray shade with dark patterns faintly flowing across its skin. Most importantly, those serpent eyes. No longer murky yellow, but pure burning crimson, making it even more imposing. The suffocating eerie aura emanating from it made Song Lei and Shen Ye acutely aware. This was a second-tier anomaly belonging to the advanced class of green-scaled serpent demons. The small serpent demons that had just chased down made way for the second-tier serpent demon, bowing their heads and emitting low hissing sounds, as if in worship. Song Lei's wolf eyes finally flashed with a hint of fear. "Shall you stay behind me and see if there are any other escape routes?" As soon as he finished speaking, the serpent demon swung its tail and charged forward. He let out a low growl, his sturdy wolf legs pushing off the ground, and the tall white wolf body lunged at the second-tier serpent demon. He was well aware that in this situation he couldn't run away at all. After all, the strength of a second-tier anomaly was comparable to a Sequence 8 sequencer. What he could do now was to try to hold it off, allowing his sister and the others to escape from this den of demons. Wolf claws clashed with the serpent's tail in the bang. The shockwaves from the battle shook the surrounding shelves. After Song Lei's full-force attack, only a few barely visible scratches appeared on the serpent demon's scales, completely unable to break its defenses. After emitting a sharp shriek, the massive serpent tail swept across with incredible speed, leaving an afterimage, and Song Lei instinctively sidestepped to block. But the power of the second-tier anomaly was far beyond that of the first tier. Bang! The huge body of the white wolf was sent flying by the serpent tail, crashing heavily into the wall, the plaster bursting, leaving a human-shaped indentation. Song Lei let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to rise, the red light beginning to erupt in his wolf eyes, his fighting spirit not diminishing, but increasing, his aura much more intense than before. This was the second skill brought by his sequence ability, Frenzy. This skill's effect was to temporarily double his power and speed based on his original combat, but the price was that once the duration ended he would fall into a prolonged period of weakness. In this situation he couldn't afford to care about that. Even with his combat power doubled, Song Lei dared not clash head-on with the opponent, instead utilizing his speed advantage to continuously dart around the serpent demon, targeting the gaps between its scales and its eyes. For a time he was surprisingly evenly matched against the second-tier serpent demon. However, only Song Lei himself knew that the serpent demon had not exerted its full. Meanwhile, Shen Ye, who was calmly observing, noticed that the serpent's tail seemed to be gathering energy. "Be careful." As Shen Ye's warning left his lips, the serpent tail shot out like lightning. Song Lei had no time to dodge, only able to barely sidestep. The serpent tail grazed his ribs, tearing away a large chunk of flesh, nearly striking a vital. Yet this was merely a simple probe from the serpent demon. Its true attack would come in the next second, as its massive jaws lunged for Song Lei's right arm. Shen Ye had been waiting for this moment. From the instant Song Lei engaged the serpent demon in combat, Shen Ye silently circled behind and to its flank. His right hand gripping the hilt of the ghost head blade trembled faintly. The keen edge effect remained fully active. A ravenous, bloodthirsty urge churned relentlessly within his mind, yet he suppressed it with ironclad willpower. He held his breath and stilled his spirit, poised for the single decisive strike that would end it all, unaware that the serpent demon had sensed him long before. A second-tier anomaly possessed far greater perception and intellect than any first-tier counterpart, yet Shen Ye's aura paled so insignificantly beside Song Lei's that the serpent demon dismissed him entirely. As the serpent reared its head high, the scales along its neck stretched taut, revealing a narrow, scaleless seam at the throat, its sole vulnerable point. In that fleeting instant, Shen Ye struck. A blade of obsidian darkness slashed down diagonally from the side, cold, precise, and merciless. The edge pierced that slender gap between scales with surgical accuracy. For a heartbeat, Shen Ye felt only the faintest resistance in his arm. Then the blade passed cleanly through the serpent demon's neck. Decapitation in a single blow. The massive serpentine head tumbled from its body, the next moment spewing thick viridian blood in a foul, acrid spray. The severed head lay on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, dying without ever imagining that black blade could deliver such fatal ruin. Its colossal body crashed to the floor with a thunderous thud. The tail lashed once wildly, then fell still forever. The corpse rapidly desiccated until only a palm-sized emerald green scale remained upon the ground. Without hesitation, Shen Ye scooped it up and tucked it deep into his inner chest pocket. At the sight, the surrounding first-tier serpents shrieked in fury, a tide of green surging forward to engulf every living human present. The defenseless civilians were torn apart instantly. Shen Ye did not pause, not for breath, not for thought. He swung his black-bladed saber again and again, carving a crimson path toward the main entrance. Though grievously wounded, Song Lei clung fiercely to his protective vow, shielding Song Xia behind him with his failing body. As for the others, none possessed the strength or the will to intervene. Soon the three reached the tempered glass door. In his prime, Song Lei could have shattered such glass with a single punch, but now his limbs trembled, his stance unsteady, his strength nearly spent. Shen Ye paused for no breath, raised his blade, and struck. Clang! Sparks erupted in blinding bursts. The steel-reinforced locks forged of hardened alloy parted beneath the ghost head blade's keen edge as effortlessly as a chef slicing vegetables. Each cut impossibly smooth, polished like jade. Chains and padlocks clattered onto the floor. Shen Ye kicked the door open and strode out without looking back. The pursuing serpents recoiled the moment sunlight touched their skin, black smoke rising instantly as though seared by white-hot flame. Agonized shrieks tore from their throats as they scrambled backward into the store's shadowed depths, refusing to cross the threshold even a single step further. Lu Bing's smile froze rigid and hollow. He stared at Shen Ye emerging from the doorway, watched the obsidian blade dripping viridian blood, and his expression shifted from smug triumph to stunned disbelief, then finally to bone-deep terror. His lips quivered, his index finger trembled violently as he pointed. You. Zhao Lao Tai and his wife wore equally shattered expressions. They could never have imagined Shen Ye would burst forth alive, let alone cleave through their meticulously reinforced chains with such contemptuous ease. Impossible, impossible. Lu Bing staggered backward, tripped over a plastic bottle, and collapsed hard onto the pavement. You should have died in there. You should have died. Monster. Monster. You're not human. You're not human. Shen Ye remained silent. He simply raised the ghost head blade and advanced, one deliberate step after another. Each footfall echoed in Lu Bing's ears like the tolling of a death knell. Please, please forgive me, Shen Ye. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Lu Bing scrambled backward on hands and knees, his voice cracking with raw, desperate sobs, the primal instinct to survive overriding all dignity. I was possessed, blinded by folly. Spare me, and I'll serve you as beast or slave. Spare you. Shen Ye spoke at last, his voice calm, unervingly serene. When you locked that door from outside, did you consider sparing me? Did you consider sparing those innocent lives? Lu Bing froze. A flash of black light, and his plea ended mid-breath. His body remained kneeling upright, while his head rolled aside, eyes wide with shock and utter disbelief. His face was forever frozen in that final harrowing instant, where terror and remorse twisted together in grotesque symmetry. Zhao Lao Tai screamed, a raw, soul-rending wail, as she beheld her son's severed head. You damned fiend. But Shen Ye granted her no time to finish. A streak of black light flashed across her vision, then her own head joined his upon the ground. Lu Bing's wife crumpled onto the pavement, trembling uncontrollably, her face twisted into a ghastly, vacant grin as she whispered, Devil. Huh? Shen Ye regarded her, no pity, no hesitation. His blade rose and fell once more. Silence fell absolute and suffocating. With a casual flick of his wrist, droplets of blood sprayed across the ground. When he turned toward Song Xia again, her surgical mask was gone, revealing a face of breathtaking, fragile beauty. Kneeling beside Song Lei, she wept bitterly, her sorrow radiating a profound, heart-wrenching fragility. Song Lei's werewolf form had receded, reverting to human shape, yet his condition was horrifying to behold. The serpent's tail had pierced straight through his abdomen, leaving a fist-sized wound. The flesh around it peeled outward in ragged, bloody flaps, soaking the ground beneath him in crimson. His right arm vanished below the elbow, its stump jagged and brutal, exposing glistening bone shards and shredded muscle fibers. The skin around the wound had darkened to an unnatural ashen black, creeping upward visibly, venom from the emerald-scaled serpent demon. The toxin of a second-tier anomaly coursed through his veins, turning everything it touched into lifeless gray ash. Song Xia pressed both palms against the abdominal wound, soft, radiant white light emanating from her palms. That luminous thread seeped gently into the wound. The bleeding ceased, but the ashen-black venom remained unmoved. Where the white light met the darkness, it hissed and evaporated, like water cast upon red-hot iron. Beads of sweat gathered on Song Xia's pale brow, though her complexion drained further, growing waxen and thin. Gritting her teeth, she intensified the glow, her entire hand now wreathed in incandescent luminescence. Yet the venom clung stubbornly to the wound, sealing it shut against healing. Shen Ye watched, momentarily startled. He'd already sensed she was a sequence holder, but had not anticipated her abilities centered on healing. Why? Song Xia's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. Why can't this poison be dispelled? She raised her head, her usually serene and bright round eyes shimmering with tears, appearing desperate and helpless. Seemingly realizing her own disheveled appearance, she choked back a sob, wiped her tears, and explained, I have actually awakened the power of the sequence. I am a sequence 9 healer. Before this my brother was hurt even more severely, but I was still able to heal him yet now. Shen Ye, after listening to her words, silently glanced at Song Lei, then shook his head. If a sequence individual skilled in healing was powerless, how could he possibly help? At that moment the face of the retired soldier turned pale, his lips tinged with purple, and his pupils began to dilate slowly as his life was nearing its end. To be honest, he admired Song Lei quite a bit, and despite his fierce demeanor in the convoy, it was merely a facade to maintain order. From the recent battle, he had charged to the front, aiming to save at least one more person in the convoy. This was not only the responsibility of a convoy leader, but also a reflection of innate goodness. Shen Ye questioned himself. He could never reach such a level. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving was already a challenge. How could he possibly care for others? Unfortunately, the poison from the second-tier snake demon contained a level of malevolent power higher than that of the first tier, rapidly destroying his vitality, and even the strong self-healing abilities of the Beastman sequence coupled with the healing of a healer sequence could not resist it. Song Xia bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance and regret. She took a deep breath and placed her hands back on Song Lei's shoulders. Before the apocalypse, she had already been an experienced healthcare worker, and her past experiences quickly led her to think of alternative healing methods. This time she tried not to dispel the toxin, but to concentrate all the white light on the creeping dark green line, attempting to suppress the spread of the poison with pure healing power. Indeed, the speed of the dark green spread finally slowed down, but it had not stopped. Song Lei struggled to grasp her wrist, and weakly reassured her, "Xiaoya, you've done well. Just leave this place." Song Xia understood that this was not the place for words, as she pretended to be strong, wiped away her tears, and nodded. She lifted Song Lei's upper body into the cargo truck, and then threw the water and food she had brought into the back compartment. After finishing these tasks, she turned to look at Shen Ye. "I can only use the power of light to temporarily suppress the spread of the poison, but..." She did not finish her sentence. At this point Shen Ye understood. Just temporarily. If a way to detoxify or advance to an 8th-tier healer could not be found, Song Lei could essentially be sentenced to death. Shen Ye said nothing more, grabbed the demon head and backpack, and took out the car key he had found. As he pressed it with his thumb, the lights of a Volvo V60 flickered. He hurriedly walked over, opened the rear car door, tossed the climbing bag inside, and then started the vehicle to follow the front cargo truck. Behind him, the hissing of the snake demon echoed from deep within the supermarket. Those creatures were still writhing in the darkness. Were it not for the sunlight keeping them at bay, they would have eagerly emerged to tear the two apart and devour them. Originally, there were over 30 people entering the village, and now, apart from the barely alive Song Lei, only Shen Ye and Song Xia remained. It can be said that this trip to the snake village could only be described as tragic. Shen Ye drove along the main road, leaving Changchun Township, and his extraordinary perception allowed him to sense countless pairs of eyes watching him intently from the surrounding houses. He turned his head to look. Sure enough, in a small house with its door wide open, he saw 3 pale, eerie faces, each crawling with green snakes flicking their tongue. Clearly, the situation at Limin's supermarket was not an isolated incident. The green-scaled snake demons had likely spread throughout Changchun Township, making it a true snake village. At the village entrance, Lin Wanxiu and others waiting saw the familiar cargo truck emerge, and immediately got out of their vehicles, looking eagerly. As they approached, they noticed that the driver's seat had been taken over by a remarkably beautiful woman. These people had not seen Song Xia's team before, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, she usually wore a mask in public. However, Lin Wanxiu and the others recognized her from her attire. The sun was setting, and the eerie red moon in the sky was beginning to reveal its outline. Song Xia did not get out of the car, rolling down the window, to simply say, "Let's go." Originally, there were over a dozen vehicles that entered the village, but now only one followed out, and the convoy leader, Captain Song, was also missing. The others quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed to their vehicles to follow. The sky had silently darkened, with 2 moons hanging in the night sky, their red and white light casting an eerie and mysterious veil over the world. Shen Ye drove the newly acquired Volvo V60 along the national road. Behind him, a faint rustling sound echoed, resembling the sounds of some animal crawling. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a plume of black mist emerging far behind him. Under the moonlight, the objects within the mist reflected a familiar green glow. Indeed, the green-scaled snake demons were chasing after them, and they were moving extremely quickly. He raised his gaze slightly to the red moon on the horizon, fully confirming his suspicions. These strange beings seemed to be able to unleash their full power only at night, or more accurately, under the influence of that red moon. Otherwise, he would never have survived leaving Changchun Township this afternoon. Similarly, Song Xia, leading the way ahead, noticed the commotion behind and slightly increased her speed. The pursuit lasted until the early hours of the morning, and they barely managed to shake off the group of snake demons, successfully escaping their hunting grounds. But no one dared to let their guard down, for in the darkness there were threats to their lives that extended beyond just those snake demons. Fortunately, until dawn, Shen Ye and the others did not encounter any other dangers. After finding a place with a clear view, they finally stopped the car. After parking, Song Ye immediately got out and opened the back cargo area, then climbed up. Shen Ye couldn't help but be curious and followed her. To be honest, he truly did not want Song Ye to die like this. As a former mercenary in his past life, he understood the importance of teamwork. No matter how powerful an individual was, their abilities were ultimately limited. Especially in this mysterious and unpredictable apocalypse, even with powers far beyond ordinary people, he did not dare to claim that he could survive. Song Ye, as a formidable force in the convoy, was also its backbone. Should he perish, the consequences were unimaginable. When he saw Song Ye again, the dark green poison had already spread to his chest. His expression was extremely twisted, clearly tormented by the pain caused by PS. To prevent many from misunderstanding, I will simply write the hierarchy classification. First, regarding the sequence individuals, they are divided into 9 tiers from tier 9 to tier 0, with tier 9 being the lowest and tier 0 the highest. You can refer to the works of the author Octopus for Mystery Lord. As for the anomalies, they range from tier 1 to tier 10, with tier 1 being the lowest and tier 10 the highest. You can refer to the monsters from Urban High Martial Arts. This design was specifically chosen because my book does not contain much mystery elements. Many of the abilities are quite straightforward and not overly complicated. Lastly, concerning the anomalies, the earlier the number of an anomaly, the stronger its abilities and the fewer its side effects. The more inferior anomalies have more side effects and greater impacts. Only the top 10,000 anomalies will have a designation. Those beyond 10,000 do not have a number, and the designations will change based on their abilities, not fixed. Has dawn broken? And upon seeing his sister, Song Ye mustered a strained, forced smile. Tears instantly welled in Song Ye's eyes at the sight of her brother's haggard state. The ashen black toxin had already spread to his chest, and at this rate full body saturation would take no more than a day. In her assessment yesterday had been far too. Yet even as her heart trembled, she suppressed her tears and curved her lips into a fragile reply. Yes, brother, we've survived another day. And before she could speak further, his remaining calloused hand gently gripped her wrist, tightening just slightly. He then turned to Shen Ye. We suspected early on that you'd awakened sequence power, but we never imagined you'd also wield such an eerie weapon. Shen Ye remained silent, uncertain how to respond. And seeing no intention to explain, Song Ye continued, Don't misunderstand. I hold no blame toward you. My sister and I are still alive today only because of your aid. And he paused, his voice softening further. Alone the two of us stood no chance against a tier 2 Eerie. Our fate would have been certain death. It's just tragic. Those ordinary people perished solely due to my decision. And though whispered, each word cost him dearly. His gaze brimmed with remorse and self-reproach. That bronze disc you produced earlier, is it a detection class Eerie artifact? Shen Ye voiced the question, weighing on his mind. Yes, it's called the Vitality Disc, brought by Manager Huang. This time Song Ye interjected before her brother could answer. Its function is to issue warnings about local Eerie density, after paying a certain cost. She hesitated, her voice trembling faintly. But we have no idea why the disc failed inside the supermarket, offering no warning whatsoever. Shen Ye rested his arm on his elbow and stroked his chin. Perhaps the artifact didn't fail, rather those serpent eggs did. I suspect the eggshells muffled the eerie aura, rendering the vitality disc incapable of detection at first. At this, the siblings finally grasped the truth. And after a brief pause, Song Ye summoned every ounce of strength to speak again. There's no point dwelling on this now. Nearly all members of the Pancher convoy are dead, and I am near my end. And he drew a ragged breath. Therefore, as captain, I hereby dissolve the Pancher. At these words, Shen Ye froze in shock. Brother, Song Ye cried out, but the hand gripping her wrist tightened, gently silencing her. Upon dissolution, I ask you to lead the survivors onward, to keep living. Look me in the eye, Shen Ye, Song Ye said, his tone softening further as he pleaded for Lu Bing's sake. And as my final request, please protect my sister. Shen Ye instinctively began to refuse, but Song Ye anticipated it, cutting in swiftly. I know I have no right to demand this of you. Yet consider this, in this apocalypse no one survives alone. And my sister is also a sequence awakened, one who excels not in combat, but whose ability can heal your battle wounds. She will never hinder you. In hearing this, Shen Ye's resolve to refuse wavered. Song Ye burst out urgently, Brother, why say such things? I don't need his protection. I will find a way to cure you. Song Ye shook his head, ignoring her words. With immense effort he raised his hand and brushed her cheek. Xiaoya, I know precisely what condition I'm in. When I'm gone, live fully, for both of us. Don't be willful to consult Shen Ye on every matter. No, I need no one's protection but yours. And with that, heedless of her exhaustion, she activated her sequence power once more. A gentle white radiance surged from her palms, enveloping Song Ye, but the viridian toxin writhed violently upon contact, as if alive, and an agonized growl tore from Song Ye's throat. Shen Ye shifted, awkwardly scratching his nose. First Qin Shuwen, now Song Lei. Why did everyone on the brink of death entrust their kin to him? And by any measure, he bore no resemblance to a paragon of virtue. Yet witnessing Song Lei's torment and Song Shia's desperate efforts, he could not remain indifferent. Within the limits of my capacity, I will protect you. As for the others, do not place excessive hope upon me. In this world, survival itself is a solitary struggle. Song Lei struggled to lift his hand and grasp his sister's wrist, signaling her to stop. Once the white light faded, he gasped for breath and offered a faint, grateful smile. That promise alone is enough. May I ask one final favor? Shen Ye eyed him warily, then after a moment's hesitation nodded. Given our shared battles, I beg you grant me a merciful end. At these words, both Song Shia and Shen Ye recoiled, eyes wide with horror. No. Song Shia's voice cracked with anguish. Brother, hold on just a little longer. I will save you. I won't let you die. Tears had streaked her delicate face. Song Lei weakly tugged at the corners of his mouth. I know my body better than anyone. At this pace, the toxin will claim me before tomorrow's sun rises. Xiaoya, the road ahead is yours alone to walk. Even as her heart rebelled 1,000-fold, Song Shia ultimately acquiesced, asking Shen Ye to grant her brother a swift, painless release. Thus Song Lei died, and was buried in a barren patch beside the roadside. Lin Wanqiu stared at the freshly piled earth, her expression flustered, as she turned to Shen Ye. Captain Song is gone. What do we do next? Indeed, without a sequence awakened, how shall we survive? I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Li Shu and Zhao Qin, the younger ones, echoed her fear, their faces pale with dread. They, and another girl whose disheveled hair veiled half her face, had not entered Changchun Township with the others, and thus remained unaware that Shen Ye and Song Xia were also sequence awakened. Shen Ye turned to them. Captain Song made it clear before his passing. The Pancher convoy is dissolved. You may follow me, but survival and peril rests solely upon yourselves. I only guide the way. Alternatively, you may seek refuge with another convoy protected by a sequence awakened. Ni's gaze swept across them all. I neither coerce nor command. The choice, to stay or to leave, is entirely yours. Hearing this, Li Shu and Zhao Qian exchanged hesitant glances. As the three deliberated, Song Xia approached the girl whose hair obscured half her face and murmured, "Come with me." Soon the girl followed Shen Ye and Song Xia to a secluded spot. And before she could ask anything, Song Xia spoke first. Lin Wanqiu and the others traded food from Shen Ye. They had reason to remain outside the village. But you, Ning, I recall that's your name, isn't it? What reason did you have to stay behind? She paused, her tone sharpening. Don't lie. I can discern false. The girl's name was Ning, about 1.6 meters tall, her loose hair perpetually shrouding half her face. Her normally placid expression flickered with alarm. She had joined the Pancher convoy on the second day of the apocalypse, rarely speaking to anyone, much like Shen Ye fading into the convoy's quiet background. Song Xia knew her name only because Manager Huang reported roll call results to her daily. NAS for her claimed ability to detect lies. That was pure bluff designed solely to unsettle her. I. Ning stammered for a long time, unable to utter a word. Shen Ye observed her for a moment and realized she was not pretending. He spoke to soothe her, saying, just boldly say what you know. We won't do anything to you, we just want to understand the specific situation. Ning's expression eased a bit, but she still hesitated for a while before speaking. I have an ability to sense danger. It is what you refer to as the power of the sea. I wanted to go in with you, but my ability sensed that Changchun village was extremely dangerous, so I. Upon learning that Ning was also a sequencer, Shen Ye and Song Xia's pupils constricted. In contrast, after the initial shock, anger surged up in Song Xia. She stepped forward and grabbed Ning by the collar, pulling and tearing at it fiercely. Why didn't you say you had this ability earlier? Why? My brother clearly didn't have to die. Those people didn't have to die. Ning was terrified by her frenzied appearance. Calm down. Shen Ye stepped in to separate the two and stood in between them. I didn't dare to say. Ning also cried, feeling guilty and overwhelmed. She cried while continuing to explain, my ability just awakened a few days ago, and I'm not even sure if it works reliably. Moreover, at that time Captain Song said it was safe and let everyone inside. As she spoke, she seemed to gain a bit more confidence. If I had stepped forward to say it was dangerous, who would have believed me? Shen Ye agreed with this point. The life chart is a mysterious object, and the perception of the guide is a subjective judgment. When the two contradict, it was clear that Song Lei and the others would choose to trust the mysterious object. Moreover, Ning had no sense of presence in the team, and her words carried no persuasive power. Seeing the two silent, she added, actually, I hinted once. Before entering the village, I mentioned it to Manager Huang, but he thought I was just scared and dismissed my words completely. Since then, I haven't dared to speak up again. Upon hearing this, Song Xia's tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly. She understood that Ning had already done enough. If it were her in that position, she might not have the courage to speak out against everyone's doubts. To put it plainly, she initially just wanted to find an outlet to express the frustration that had been suppressed since her brother's death. Seeing her rush forward again, Shen Ye firmly pressed her shoulder down, sternly saying, "Enough, calm down. The dead cannot return to life, and besides, this is not Ning's fault." His shout finally allowed Song Xia to regain some rationality. Once both of them calmed down, Shen Ye began to inquire about Ning's specific situation. Before the apocalypse, Ning was an employee at a large factory. That day, after working overtime, she was finally preparing to go home when she encountered the onset of, like most sequencers, the moment the bizarre creatures crawled out of the spatial rift, she awakened her extraordinary power, 9-year sequence guide. In addition to the basic enhancement of physical abilities, she also possessed 2 skills. Skill 1, Path of Survival. Once activated, it allows her to sense a relatively safe route not exceeding 10 kilometers. Skill 2, Eye of Perception. It can identify the basic information and quantity of the bizarre creatures within her line of sight, but cannot identify creatures of a higher tier than herself. Upon learning about Ning's skill, Shen Ye immediately understood why someone had previously said that every convoy must have at least one guide. To outsiders, the 2 skills of the guide seemed to lack combat power and could hardly be considered strong assistance. However, having been a scout in his previous life, Shen Ye was well aware of the value of information. Especially during the apocalyptic migration, the Path of Survival was undoubtedly an indispensable ability for a convoy to survive. Yet Ning herself was unaware of this. She had seen Song Lei fight fiercely, and because of that she even felt that exposing herself as a sequencer with no combat ability would only make her a slave to be driven. After hearing Ning's account, Song Xia no longer held back. "I am a 90-year healer sequencer, which I mentioned to you before. I also have 2 skills. The first is called Holy Light of Healing, which can treat injuries and dispel low-tier toxins. The second is called Inspire, which designates a target to make them immune to some pain caused by injuries." Seeing Shen Ye nod slightly, Song Xia turned to him. "So what is your sequence? What abilities do you have?" And Ning was also astonished, her mouth agape. Shen Ye is actually a sequencer too. For a moment, she couldn't tell if her luck was good or bad. On the bright side, there were 4 sequencers hidden among the more than 30 people. Although she was timid, she wasn't foolish in the slightest. From the information available, when the phone could still be used 2 days before the apocalypse, and in Song Lei's conversations with others during the convoy's rest, she learned that sequencers are not common, and one might not even appear in 10,000 people. However, on the downside, a convoy with 4 sequencers had dwindled to just 6 people in a matter of days. She was not the only one with such sentiments. Song Xia felt the same way. Shen Ye smiled at the 2 women, spreading his hands. "To be honest, not only do I want to know about your sequences, but I want to know about mine." After hearing the information shared by the 2 women, he gained a clearer understanding of ASURA sequence. His sequence did not awaken naturally like others, but appeared after the crimson light entered his body. Moreover, it had no tier, which might mean it couldn't be promoted. Additionally, the 2 skills, Blood Refinement and ASURA Treasury, could not be used actively and required the consumption of so-called killing points. To call it useless would be misleading. The upper limit of the 2 skills was extremely high. Shen Ye felt that this was not a sequence, but rather more akin to a system from the novels he had read in his past life. Song Xia was not convinced by this answer. She felt that she had laid everything bare, so why should the other party still keep things hidden? As for how she felt, Shen Ye actually did. The current relationship between both parties was inherently unequal. Back in the car, Shen Ye began to tally the gains from this trip to Shetsuan. Food and water went without saying. A hiking pack half a person high was stuffed full and brought out intact, enough to squander for at least a week. What pleased him most, of course, were the slaughter points. Before he knew it, the count had reached 2064. The bulk of it came from those green-scaled serpent fiends. On the escape, he cut his way through, though he had not counted precisely. At least a dozen tier 1 serpent fiends fell under his blade. The largest single contribution was that tier 2 serpent fiend, a full 234 points. Next came Song Lei, who contributed 86 points. He also confirmed one thing: slaughter points are awarded across a wide range. Whether ordinary humans, anomalous beings, or sequence entities, kills grant points. The stronger the target, the more points awarded. Of course, hacking away at serpent fiends in broad daylight required sufficient intelligence support. It was not something easily replicated every time. As for hunting sequence entities, he had no such intention for now. Humans are social creatures. If everyone dies, it brings him no benefit. During the flight, he had not had the chance to try the 2 skills granted by the Shilua sequence. Now that things were settled, and he could feel over 2,000 slaughter points in his mind, the first trial he discarded other options for was the Shilua Treasury. A treasury by name held good things, but they were truly expensive. The cheapest item was a blood-red crystal, and to obtain it one had to sacrifice 5,000. As for the mask and the pair of eyeballs, they required 10,000 and 50,000 points respectively. So this experiment could only be the second skill, Blood Refinement. His gaze shifted to the Guisho lying on the passenger seat. He gripped the blade, closed his eyes, and willed it. Blood Refinement. A second later, a message surfaced in his mind. Spend 1 of his 0 slaughter points to blood refine Guisho. Shen Ye stared at the prompt silent for a few seconds. Slaughter points were hard-earned, but in this uncanny apocalypse, he had to race against time to increase his strength if he wanted to survive. After silently confirming, a burning sensation spread from his heart. Immediately his hands turned blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless blood filaments welled from his fingertips, writhing like living things as they wrapped the guaisho in layer upon layer. The blade trembled violently and gave a sharp, keen hum. Shen Ye felt the flesh in his palms being torn. A fierce pain raced up his arms along the nerves. He gritted his teeth as sweat beaded at his temples. As the blood filaments tightened, they gradually condensed into a surging blood cocoon. Time ticked away. After roughly 10 minutes, the cocoon began to shrink and dry, finally turning to ash and dissipating into the air. The guaisho, after blood refinement, returned to his hand. Shen Ye looked down. The blade appeared a few centimeters longer, suffused with a faint, indistinct dark red, and it felt noticeably heavier. Anomalous item: guaisho. Type: anomalous weapon. ID 8763. Property: keen. When activated, the blade's sharpness and hard. When damage is inflicted on an anomalous item's weak point, there is a chance to trigger instant death. Instant death: the target dies immediately, ineffective against incorporeal targets. Probability: falls precipitously against targets stronger than the user. Bloodthirst: after each use of keen, the wielder must kill at least one target within a natural day. Otherwise, guaisho will sever one of the user's arms as payment. Intangible: when activated, guaisho becomes intangible, undetectable, and untraceable to enemies. Damage dealt is diminished. Description: a weapon saturated with killing intent. Tempered by some formidable force, it had gained an unfathomable ability. Reading the new effect, intangible, made Shen Ye quietly pleased. Those 1,000 slaughter points had been well spent. Moreover, the ID number was not random. It could be understood as a ranking that shifted with an item's power. To Shen Ye, guaisho had become an exceptionally overperforming anomalous weapon. How powerful must those items ranked above it be? It seemed his comprehension of the changes brought by the apocalypse was still superficial. Yet the surprise blood refinement gave him was immense. If one blood refinement could grant an additional special effect, could he do it twice or thrice? With that thought, Shen Ye did not hesitate and attempted blood refinement on guaisho once more, but his smile froze soon after. As he had guessed, the same item could indeed be blood refined multiple times, but the slaughter point cost multiplied with each attempt. For guaisho, the second blood refinement already demanded 10,000 slaughter points. With only a little over 1,000 left, he felt helpless. Then he remembered something, and took from his pocket the green scale dropped by that Tier 2 green-scaled serpent fiend he had slain yesterday. The scale was about the size of a palm, smooth and warm like jade, emitting an emerald sheen in the sunlight. Anomalous material: Wangshi green scale. Description: a life-preserving scale from the green-scaled king serpent, extremely hard and usable for crafting anomalous items. Upon learning this information, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel disappointed. At first he had hoped for a treasure. It turned out to be just a crafting material of no use to him now. Perhaps later, when they encountered another convoy, he could trade it for something. Just then someone knocked on the car window. Shen Ye turned. Song Shia's lovely eyes were looking at him through the glass. Anything wrong? Shen Ye rolled down the window and met her gaze. Are you sure you don't want me to treat it? Song Shia pointed to his left arm. The sleeve there had been torn in several places, stained dark red with dried blood. The exposed skin had a faint purplish tinge. Those were scratches from yesterday's fight with the serpent fiends. The wounds were not deep, and with the long escape, Shen Ye had paid them little mind. At most, he had thought to find anti-inflammatory medicine at a pharmacy or hospital later for a simple dressing. Song Shia's initiative to treat him took him by surprise. You're so eager to help, Shen Ye asked in return. One could not blame him for thinking that way. In these times, human nature warped easily, and most people's selfish side was. The sleeve there had been torn in several places, stained dark red with dried blood. The exposed skin had a faint purple. When Song Lei charged in to hold back the Tier 2 anomalous being, Shen Ye could have fled. There was no need to risk a sneak attack on that second-tier serpent. Had he fled, Song Shia would now be one of the many stark skeletons in the supermarket. Saying so, Song Shia's hand shone with a white light. She gently pressed it against the wound on his left arm. The bone-deep pain eased under the light's embrace. The terrible wound closed at a speed visible to the eye until it was wholly restored. It took less than 5 minutes. After finishing, Song Shia's fair face was beaded with sweat. The effort had clearly taken its toll. Thank you. Song Shia feigned surprise. I didn't expect you to say that. Shen Ye tugged at the corner of his mouth and offered no reply. Hey, if you truly wish to thank me, may I at least take a closer look at your blade? Her gaze had drifted repeatedly toward the guaisho ever since she'd stood outside the car. Seeing Shen Ye remain unmoved, she clarified. I'm merely curious. No covetous intent whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Ye reluctantly handed the blade over. Having thoroughly examined the guaisho, Song Shia couldn't help but marvel. This blade is astonishingly formidable. It might well be called the bane of all. The instant the words left her lips, Shen Ye snatched the blade back. How stingy, she muttered with a huff before turning away. Her mood clearly improved, lifted the air around them. After eating a little, Shen Ye reclined on the rear seat and fell into deep slumber, the most restful sleep he'd known since fleeing days ago. He slept straight through until afternoon. Stepping out of the car, Shen Ye stretched languidly, just as a faint trembling sob reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted a woman in her 30s crouched by the roadside, head bowed in quiet tears. Lin Wanxiu, the very one who had traded the guisho to him. What's wrong? Shen Ye approached, his expression tinged with mild curiosity. Upon seeing him, Lin Wanxiu hastily wiped her tears and replied, "Nothing at all. I'm embarrassed you should see me like this." Shen Ye shook his head gently. Meeting her searching gaze, she hesitated, then finally recounted the full story. Song Xia had silently drawn near, standing quietly beside them, listening intently. It turned out that earlier that noon, Zhao Qian had voluntarily lent her the tent she'd acquired in an earlier trade, saying the car's cramped interior offered no room to stretch, and urging Lin Wanxiu to pitch it outside for a proper night's rest. Lin Wanxiu hadn't thought twice. After days of flight, scant food, broken sleep, simply unrolling a tent on level ground felt like a rare luxury. She accepted the tent, found an open patch by the road, set it up, and slipped inside, only to awaken to an empty lot where the car had once stood. After waiting in vain, she realized she had been betrayed. The car is gone. What do I do now? The thought tightened her throat, flooding her with sorrow and dread for what lay ahead. Everyone present understood the grim truth. Without the vehicle, survival was all but impossible. Human legs could never outrun the monsters lurking within the black. At least I'd had the foresight to retrieve the supplies. Lin Wanxiu sniffed, lifting her chin slightly. I'd already taken the food from the trunk. From beside her feet, she hoisted a deflated backpack containing several bottles of water, 2 packs of instant noodles, and some compressed biscuits. A meager comfort she clung to for solace. Yet Shen Ye's eyes revealed not a trace of pity, not coldness, but weariness born of witnessing too much. In just days of apocalypse, humanity's selfishness had laid itself bare, unvarnished and raw. If Zhao Qian and Li Shu could betray Lin Wanxiu today, others could just as easily betray him tomorrow. He couldn't, and wouldn't, police such treachery. As for their motive, he needed no deduction. Plain and simple, Song Lei was dead. Without a sequence holder to protect them, they sought another path to survival. Song Xia's reasoning ran parallel. So long as her brother lived, she'd gladly offer Lin Wanxiu a ride, then let her find alternate transport later. But now, she would never allow a stranger into her car. Lin Wanxiu hadn't spoken hoping for sympathy or aid. She simply needed an outlet to pour out the weight of injustice pressing upon her heart. Soon enough, she rose, tactfully slung the backpack over her shoulder, and walked toward Ning's car. Ning leaned against the doorframe, watching her approach. Her lips were parched, and flaking, her mind dulled by hunger, swam in haze. "What do you need?" she asked, timidly lowering the window just enough to speak. Lin Wanxiu repeated her story, and Ning listened in silence, then paused, thoughtful. Her guide sequence conferred no combat ability. Driving alone left. Lin Wanxiu, though ordinary, at least offered companionship and mutual vigilance in crisis. "You may ride with me for now," she said. "But tonight I'll need you to share driving duties." Since awakening her guide sequence, she'd been overcome by relentless drowsiness, nearly colliding with roadside barriers more than once during night drives. Lin Wanxiu agreed instantly without pause. Seeing how wan and gaunt she looked, and Ning generously divided half her remaining water and rations, calling it fair payment. And Ning accepted without protest, surely a just return for her own kindness. 2 days passed swiftly. The 4 travelers journeyed southward from Xiangnan Province into Yudong Province. Thanks to Ning's guide sequence, they deliberately detoured, successfully avoiding roads densely infested with spectral entities. Still, they encountered 2 spectral assaults, both loadier few in number, and Shen Ye dispatched them effortlessly. Gradually, the group's despair gave way to fragile hope. That morning, beside a highway near Fugong County, Shen Ye leaned against the Volvo's door, gulping thirstily from a bottle of mineral water, while Ning and Lin Wanxiu, peering from their car, instinctively swallowed dry throats. Their own water reserves were dwindling, rationed carefully, nothing like Shen Ye's bold indulgence. "Is there a gas station nearby? My tank's nearly empty." Seeing Song Xia step out, Shen Ye quickly asked. Gas stations along their route had been scarce, and always traversed at night. Under the scrutiny of his Shengji Pan, every station teemed with spectral presences, making nighttime refueling unthinkable. "Our fuel's running low too," Lin Wanxiu added, rolling down her window. Song Xia shook her head. "I'm not certain right now. Don't you have a map?" Shen Ye asked, surprised. Song Xia retrieved the map from the car and spread it across the hood. "Look at our route these past days." Shen Ye followed her fingertip across the parchment. "After leaving Shi village, we should have entered Yudong Province yesterday, by standard distance. In reality, we took a full extra day." Shen Ye tossed aside the empty bottle, mentally retracing every roadside marker they passed. Now that Song Xia mentioned it, he recalled. Each stretch of road felt disproportionately longer than its sign claimed. A startling hypothesis surged into it. Do you mean, the world itself is expanding? He murmured, then whispered incredulously. But how could that possibly be? Yeah. Song Xia shook her head slightly at his incredulous expression and replied calmly, compared to what we've already endured, and continue to endure, what truly remains impossible? I suspect our world began shifting the moment the crimson moon appeared. Beyond the emergence of anomalies, the roads beneath our feet are quietly elongating, and distances between villages and between cities are steadily increasing. Most critically, the houses lining those roads have vanished entirely. She pointed toward a marked location on the map. According to the old world's geography, there should be a gas station precisely where we now stand. This observation left Shen Ye silent for a long while. If Song Xia's hypothesis held true, if even the physical fabric of their world was transforming, the map in his hands would gradually become obsolete. A journey once estimated at 3 days could stretch into a week or longer, rendering subsequent migration increasingly arduous. Song Xia shifted her gaze downward, tracing her finger across a dense cluster of urban markers. And if we proceed further south, we'll enter the Pearl River Delta region. Before the cataclysm, every city there housed over 10 million souls. Given the anomaly's nature, that area is now indistinguishable from hell itself. Lin Wanxiu, who had been listening quietly beside them, wore a look of quiet bewilderment. Then, where do we go next? Indeed, as Xia had said, anomalies were drawn to living humans like moths to flame. Metropolitan centers had fallen fastest and harbored the highest tier anomaly. To head south would be akin to walking straight into the tiger's den. Yet, where else could they possibly turn? While the women wore expressions heavy with despair, Shen Ye merely shrugged unconcerned, then pointed toward a region on the left side of the map. If anomalies gather where people congregate, perhaps we should first veer westward, to Xizang province or the Snowy Plateau. Those regions are vast and sparsely populated. Anomalies may be fewer there, and safety correspondingly greater. He bore no attachment to fixed abodes. After all, in his past life as a mercenary, he had spent most of his years adrift across foreign lands. Upon hearing this, both Song Xia and Lin Wanxiu nodded in quiet agreement. Anning remained silent, but the panic etched upon her face visibly softened. Her ability had already warned her the Pearl River Delta direction was absolutely forbidden. Seeing no objections, Shen Ye spoke again. Now that our course is set, let's board the vehicle. If Song Xia's theory proves correct, we should encounter a refueling station within a short distance ahead. If not, we'll simply turn west instead. Regardless, we must refill our tank before nightfall. An hour later, they indeed spotted a small roadside gas station. Before approaching, Shen Ye stepped out and tapped gently on Anning's window. Before he could utter a word, she already understood his intent. Her irises darkened to a faint violet as she gazed toward the station. 2 anomalies inside, both ranked Tier 1. The moment she finished speaking, her eyelids fluttered shut and her head slumped forward. Within seconds, her breathing settled into a steady, tranquil rhythm. She had fallen asleep. Lin Wanxiu and Shen Ye barely blinked. By now it was commonplace. This was the toll exacted by her guide's ability. Each activation drained immense energy, and sleep alone restored it. Armed with this intelligence, Shen Ye wasted no time. He drove the vehicle straight into the station. The instant the car halted, Shen Ye leapt out, gripping the Guaisho blade, his expression grave, eyes scanning every corner with razor-sharp vigilance. Even Tier 1 anomalies demanded absolute respect. Anomalies possessed unpredictable, ever-shifting abilities. Even sequence cultivators could meet an unmarked grave through a single lapse in attention. Song Xia, herself a sequence cultivator, though far less formidable in combat than Shen Ye, disembarked without hesitation. Her purpose clear: to stand ready, offering healing at the critical moment. Just as Shen Ye placed one foot across the convenience store threshold, a faint, almost imperceptible sound echoed from the ceiling above. He looked up, and his pupils contracted sharply. A human-shaped figure clung upside down to the ceiling. Its limbs grotesquely contorted, adhering like a gecko, its ashen-gray skin glistening with oily sheen. Tattered remnants of a gas station attendant's uniform hung loosely upon it, pierced through by jagged bone spurs erupting from its back. But what chilled the blood most was its head. 2 heads rested atop a single neck. The left hung low, eyes half-flitted, mouth slack with translucent drool, as though slumbering. The right stared directly at Shen Ye, its neck twisted at an angle no living human could achieve, its lips slowly peeling back, wider, until they stretched all the way to its earlobes, revealing rows of needle-thin interlocking fangs. As Shen Ye raised his gaze, both ashen heads locked onto him, and grinned, a smile unervingly, profoundly wrong. Then the creature's body shimmered, turned translucent, and dissolved into air. Instantly, alarm blared in Shen Ye's mind. His battle instincts flared. He whirled around, locking eyes on Song Xia, who staggered backward in terror. There it was, already behind her. Its slender needle-like tail elongated with terrifying speed and lanced forward. Shen Ye lunged. His body became a projectile. He barreled into Song Xia, knocking her aside, then twisted midair, narrowly evading the strike. The anomaly missed. and recoiled, preparing to vanish once more. Shen Ye seized that split-second opening he swung. A streak of black light cleaved the air, and the creature split cleanly in two. From nowhere, the other anomaly, previously concealed on the ceiling, had materialized mid-air, hurtling toward him, claws gleaming like forged blades. From nowhere, the other anomaly, previously concealed on the ceiling, had materialized mid-air, hurtling toward him, claws gleaming like forged blades. He even heard the whisper of wind parting before them. Had he failed to evade, he would have fallen there. And just as before, the creature sought to fade from sight once more, its stealth re-engaging after the failed ambush. But Shen Ye granted it no such chance. As its form flickered into translucence, the pitch-black Guisho descended upon it, slicing deep. Slaughter points. As the corpses of both anomalies dissolved into mist, Shen Ye did not relax. Not yet. He retrieved the vitality disc he'd borrowed from Songxia and scanned it once more. Only when its white beads remained unlit did he allow himself the barest sigh. As for the artifact's lingering side effects, they meant little to him. Your combat prowess is exceptional. Were you once in the military? Songxia asked the question abruptly once full safety was confirmed. Shen Ye glanced at her, but offered no reply. She pursed her lips, then turned and walked toward Anning's vehicle. While the three cars were refueling, Lin Wanxiu unexpectedly found a few gas cans to give one to Shen Ye. He was somewhat taken aback by this gesture. He had initially thought the other party would first loot the supplies from the convenience store. However, it seemed that the supplies had already been raided by those who came before, leaving only a small amount of water and food. Since Shen Ye put in the most effort, he took nearly half for himself. The rest was evenly divided among Songxia and the other two women, which would be enough. Since the strange threat has been cleared, shall we rest here during the day? After filling up the cars and gas cans, Songxia approached Shen Ye again and asked. Shen Ye nodded, indicating he had no objections. By the way, thank you for saving me again just now. After saying this, Songxia felt her face inexplicably flush and awkwardly turned her head away. Shen Ye waved his hand, feeling it was no big deal. To him, the earlier battle felt like a joint effort. Had it not been for the other party's reminder, he might have faced danger. After they finished eating, the three women took turns to wash up in the convenience store's restroom. Although most tap water had been contaminated since the apocalypse, as long as they didn't ingest it, the effects weren't too severe. Lin Wanxiu was the first to come out. Her freshly washed face revealed her originally delicate features, with her damp black short hair sticking to the side of her face. With gentle eyebrows and eyes, she appeared much more spirited than before, looking even more pleasant to the eyes. Perhaps due to proper maintenance, even though she was already in her 30s, her face showed no signs of age. The most striking feature was her long bare legs beneath the short skirt, perfectly straight and long. The second to emerge was Ning. She was short with a small fair face that was bright and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. Her eyes were bright, exuding a sense of endearment. The last to come out was Songxia. She had half-dried her long dark brown curls, which now lay tousled on her Her airdrie bangs still held a hint of dampness, which only softened her features further. With a sweet oval face and bright round eyes, she exuded a sense of... When Ning saw her for the first time, she stared for quite a while before shifting her gaze. Shen Ye leaned against the car door, his eyes sweeping over the women. The three women, thoroughly cleaned, revealed their true appearances, and without a doubt, the most beautiful among them was Songxia, who would definitely be considered stunning even before the apocalypse. It was no wonder she had always covered half of her face before. Lin Wanxiu and Ning were also quite beautiful, but with different styles. One looked like a gentle, mature woman, while the other resembled a cute little girl. The only downside was that all three were wearing their original clothes, which had become dirty and tattered from their escape, with some even torn, exposing their fair skin underneath. Looking at the three blooming beauties, Shen Ye, as a southerner, felt an overwhelming sense of stickiness on his body. After the three women got into the car to rest, he then walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Although he couldn't change clothes, he could certainly feel much fresher after washing up. After resting for half a day at the gas station, the sun outside had already dipped in the west, and the red moon on the horizon was beginning to blend with the encroaching night. Just as everyone was getting ready, Songxia walked up to Shen Ye's car, followed by Lin Wanxiu and Ning. Seeing her with a serious expression, Shen Ye took the initiative to open the car door and stepped out. "Is there something else?" Shen Ye asked. Songxia met his gaze and replied, "The three of us just discussed that since we have clarified the direction we need to take, shouldn't we re-establish the convoy?" Upon hearing the women wanted to form a convoy, Shen Ye nodded almost without hesitation. "Sure. But have you decided who will be the captain?" Facing this question, the three women looked at him in unison with a clear understanding. Finally, it was Lin Wanxiu who spoke up. "Of course it should be you. After all, you are the only one with combat power in the convoy, and the three of us will still need your protection." "I'm not suitable to be the captain." Shen Ye immediately rejected, then provided his reasoning. "Firstly, I'm not good at managing people and don't have the energy to do so. It's fine with just the four of us in the convoy now, but as we go on there will definitely be more people. Secondly, I believe a good captain should not only be powerful, but also set a good direction and make decisions for the team. And for setting the direction, and Ning as the guide is naturally the most suitable. And Ning, who had been hiding at the back, quickly waved her hands when Shen Ye mentioned her name. Brother, Shen, don't joke around. I can't do it. Her small face turned bright red, and the half of her face, usually hidden by her hair, was filled with resistance. Don't rush to refuse. Shen Ye instinctively placed his hand on her shoulder and said seriously, in the convoy you should know the captain's authority. At that time your voice will be the most authoritative. Wherever you say to go, we will go. Moreover, the abilities shown by your guiding sequence mean you are a natural leader, and the survival of the entire convoy will almost entirely depend on your capabilities. Additionally, this position is both a responsibility and a trial for you, which you should understand. If you don't make changes, it will be very difficult for your character to survive in this apocalypse. After hearing his explanation, and Ning moved her lips a few times, but couldn't find her voice. Seeing her nearly accepting, Shen Ye glanced at Song Xia again, and spoke. Of course, and Ning's sequence abilities are quite exhausting. She only needs to handle the overall direction of the convoy. As for the rest, Song Xia and I can serve as the vice captains. I will be responsible for combat, while she will handle the smaller strategies and logistics. If there's something uncertain, the three of us can discuss it. Then, okay. And Ning clenched her fist. Shen Ye's encouragement filled her with a surge of, I can be the captain, but let me make it clear I really won't act as the captain, so don't blame me later. After seeing her agree, Shen Ye let out a sigh of relief in his heart, secretly thinking this girl is really easy to persuade. However, seeing her worried expression, he touched the blade of his ghostly knife and coldly smiled. Don't worry. If anyone disobeys you, my knife will teach them what rules. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Song Xia's heart. Others might not know, but she had witnessed Shen Ye's way of doing things. Just because of a pack of instant noodles, he had kicked Lu Bing's son to death, and even ended up slaughtering the entire family, which was truly brutal. Once the captain was decided, the next step was to name the convoy. Lin Wanxiu thought for a moment, and as the most educated among them, was the first to speak. Why not call it the Hope Convoy? It has a clear meaning and can inspire people. Shen Ye didn't even look up, muttering softly, too cliché. Song Xia leaned against the door of her cargo vehicle, thinking of a few names. Morning light. Dawn. Shen Ye glanced up at the sky, and unintentionally his thoughts drifted back to the scene of parting with Qin Shuwen. That day dawn was about to arrive. If he had just held on a little longer, Qin Shuwen might have survived. Yet he had fallen just before dawn. How about we just call it dawn? He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. Everyone was momentarily stunned. After the apocalypse had descended, none present were unaware of what these two words represented. If the darkness here signified fear and death, then dawn represented rebirth and hope. This time no one opposed, and opinions were surprisingly unanimous. Thus the convoy was officially named Dawn Convoy. Captain and Ning. Vice Captain Shen Ye, Song Xia. Team member Lin Wanxiu. The four of them, three vehicles officially set off westward from the Fukuoka gas station. Half an hour later, before everyone could recover from the excitement of the convoy's establishment, a roar erupted from the back of the convoy. Shen Ye glanced at the rearview mirror, and instinctively one hand reached for the hilt of the knife beside him. In the next moment, 7 or 8 vehicles surged out from a side road, leading with a modified luxury RV. The vehicle was welded with several pieces of differently colored steel plates, and the front had a collision frame smaller than the vehicle itself, clearly a rough modification made after the apocalypse. The RV came to a sudden stop, blocking the front of the 3 vehicles. Then more than a dozen vehicles surrounded the 3 cars from the sides. After forcing the 3 vehicles of the Dawn Convoy to a halt, the door of the luxury RV opened immediately. First, 2 young men who looked like lackeys jumped down. One was tall and thin like a bamboo pole, with a messy hairstyle, grinning in a very lewd manner. The other was short and stocky, with a face full of flesh, wearing a gold chain as thick as a pinky on his neck. Both of them had iron rods and cleavers tucked at their waists. Then the thin one opened the driver's side door and made a servile gesture of welcome. At that moment, a bald man, over 180 centimeters tall, jumped down. A menacing scar stretched horizontally across his bald head from his brow bone to the back of his head. He wore a white tank top covered in mud, revealing arms thicker than usual and tattooed all over. He lit a cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and sauntered over to the front of Shen Ye's vehicle, stepping on the hood of the Volvo with one foot, his lips curling into a grin. Seeing the other party was not here for friendly business, Shen Ye immediately activated the invisible effect of his knife. Once the blade completely vanished into the air, he stepped out of the vehicle while holding the knife. Hand over all the supplies scavenged from the gas station behind, and since I'm in a good mood today, he'll leave you a way out. Don't be ungrateful. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze shifting to the driver's seats of the 2 vehicles behind, finally landing on the figures of Song Xia and Lin Wanxiu in the car window. A wave of unmasked lust surged in his eyes. He chuckled, pointing at Song Xia and Lin Wanxiu. I take back what I just said. You can keep some supplies, but those 2 women are mine. At this moment, those inside the surrounding vehicles also got out, and whispers drifted over. Hey, those 2 women are really beautiful, but it seems like they're about to fall into Zhao Biao's hands. Not to mention the girl in that delivery truck is stunning, looks just like a star. I wonder if after Captain Zhao is done, we'll get a turn. Hey, you really dare to think. Shen Ye treated these filthy remarks as if he hadn't heard them, his gaze coldly fixed on the bald man in front of him. The bald man, seeing this, wasn't angry. Instead, he leaned closer, whispering in a chilling tone into Shen Ye's ear, "I'll give you 1 minute to decide. If I'm not satisfied, I'll send you to meet Yin Wang." After saying this, he swaggered over to Song Shi's car. The two lackeys immediately followed, making a move to open the trunk of the Volvo. Shen Ye's figure swayed, directly lunging toward the lackey on the left with the gold chain. An invisible cold light swept through the air, accompanied by a sound of the knife from Ghost Head cleaved into him, piercing through his chest. The lackey didn't even have time to scream before collapsing sideways, blood splattering everywhere. Kill points to the other tall, thin lackey didn't even see what happened before his good brother was dead. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, Shen Ye swiftly turned around. With a backhanded strike, he swung his knife again. The tall, thin lackey was bisected at the waist, his organs and intestines spilling onto the ground with blood. Kill points to the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The bald man witnessing this scene dropped his cigarette to the ground, his expression shifting from shock. Kill points to the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The bald man witnessing this scene dropped his cigarette to the ground, his expression shifting from shock. His body visibly grew taller and expanded, and his clothes quickly ripped apart. In less than 3 seconds, a towering giant over 3 meters tall stood before Shen Ye, casting a massive shadow that enveloped him completely. And Ning poked her head out of the car window, her eyes turning black and purple. Instinctively, she activated her sensing eye. Brother Shen, be careful, that's a Series 9 giant with high attack and defense, but relatively slow in movement. You must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye tightened his grip on the hilt, lowering his center of gravity. The bald man turned to look, his fierce gaze scaring Ning to immediately pull her head. When he turned back, Shen Ye's figure was already close. The giant grinned. "You really are seeking death." Before Shen Ye could swing his knife, a fist as large as a fan came crashing down. He hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. The fist struck the ground, sending debris flying and leaving a shallow pit. The size difference is still too great. Even with speed advantage, it's hard to gain the upper hand, Shen Ye thought. However, taking advantage of the gap, when the giant retracted his fist, he slashed horizontally at him. Sharpness activated along with the invisibility effect. A very shallow cut appeared on the giant's forearm. The bald man was momentarily stunned, then let out a sinister laugh, dismissing it as the other party's series ability, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Quickly, the other hand swept towards him. Shen Ye instinctively raised his knife to block. The fist collided with the blade, and a tremendous force transmitted through the knife. Shen Ye was sent flying 3 to 4 meters like a falling leaf. His back slammed against the iron shell of the gas pump, letting out a muffled groan with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Shen Ye." Song Shia rushed out without regard for danger. Her hands glowed with holy healing light as she pressed them against Shen Ye's chest. At the same time, a motivational spell was cast on him, significantly alleviating the sharp pain that felt like his internal organs were about to shatter. Damn, his defense is really high. After cursing under his breath, Shen Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze wandering over the giant, trying to find the opponent's weakness. The bald man transformed into a giant, saw the holy light emanating from Song Shia's hands, and an uncontrollable excitement surged on his face. "I didn't expect today to be my lucky day. Not only am I getting 2 beautiful women for free, but one of them is even a healing type series user. Don't worry, later on Zhao Ge will definitely take good care of you." Clearly, he had regarded this small convoy as his own possession from the very beginning. The expressions of those convoy members who had followed him also varied. This young man seems quite capable, but against Captain Zhao's giant sequence he is likely doomed. Several Sequence 9 individuals have perished at Captain Zhao's hands, let alone an ordinary person like him. That kid will die a miserable death for daring to kill Captain Zhao's new underling TSK. So wouldn't it have been better to obediently hand over the supplies earlier? Now he's provoked Captain Zhao, his life is in danger. Shen Ye ignored the derisive remarks, and after calming down chose to change his strategy. This time he dared not confront Hedon, but opted to maneuver around his opponent. He exploited the giant's slow turning, always staying at the side and rear of his opponent. The bald man struck several punches, each missing its mark, and each time he withdrew his fist, inexplicably new wounds appeared on his body. Though the damage was not substantial, his movements grew increasingly frantic and his attacks lost their rhythm. "What a pesky fly!" the bald man bellowed, smashing both fists into the ground. The ground trembled and debris flew everywhere. Shen Ye was jolted off balance. In that moment, the bald man seized the opportunity. A sweeping blow landed squarely on Shen Ye's right shoulder. The unstoppable force sent Shen Ye flying another 5 or 6 meters, crashing heavily. The ghostly head slipped from his grip, sliding 2 meters away, revealing its true form. "It's over." Lin Wanxiu turned pale in the car. If Shen Ye were to lose, her fate would be dire. Thinking of the bald man's brutish face made her feel nauseous. However, Ning beside her was fixated on Shen Ye, noticing that his eyes were still open, as if the situation had not yet reached a dead end. Despite the severe injury, the effects of the encouragement made Shen Ye feel less pain than he otherwise would have. The bald man, full of pride, believed the fight was over and strode toward the fallen Shen Ye, lifting his foot to crush him completely. Just as he raised his foot, Shen Ye rolled over, as if nothing had happened, grabbing the horizontal blade ghost head from the ground. He thrust it upward, aiming for the giant's abdomen through the gap created by its lifted leg. Just when the bald man still thought he could withstand the attack, the black blade slid halfway into the giant's body with a sound. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, as he prepared to strike Shen Ye away again, a faint dark red glow flashed across the blade. Instant death effect triggered. Countless black lines spread from the wound, enveloping the giant's massive form. The murderous glint in the bald man's eye seemed to sense something terrifying, extinguishing instantly. The 3-meter-tall body crashed down, kicking up dust before shrinking back to its original form. The battlefield was quickly over, the entire encounter lasting less than 2 minutes. However, the outcome surprised many. Kill points 85. Shen Ye withdrew the ghost head, propping himself on the hilt of the blade, panting heavily. As the effect of the encouragement faded, the sharp pain surged back, nearly causing him to faint. He gritted his teeth as cold sweat soaked his messy hair. Song Xia activated the holy healing light again, enveloping his bruised right side in white light. Hang in there, your rib might be fractured. Seeing his painful expression, she gritted her teeth and infused more sequence power. Brother Shen Ye, are you okay? And Ning and Lin Wanxiu got out of the car and rushed over, their eyes filled with concern. Looking at the giant's corpse on the ground, and Ning couldn't help but whisper, incredible. You actually killed a Sequence 9 giant. Shen Ye did not reply. He looked down at the ghost head, his right hand gripping the hilt, still trembling. If not for the instant death effect triggering at a critical moment, the corpse lying on the ground would have been his. One could say this ambush was far more perilous than his previous trip to Snake Village. At the same time, he truly witnessed the might of battle-type sequencers and the gap between himself and real sequencers. As the bald man died, the dozen or so vehicles surrounding the Dawn convoy fell into a deathly silence. It was unclear who honked the horn first. Then car doors began to open one after another. Some poked their heads out of windows while others got out of their cars. Meanwhile, some, fearful of repercussions, fled in their vehicles. The expressions of these individuals were complex, but their gazes toward Shen Ye were uniformly filled with fear. At that moment, a man driving a bus stepped forward. In his 40s, with a gaunt face and wearing a checkered shirt, he raised his hands to his chest, indicating that he posed no threat or malice. This brother. No, this captain. His voice was dry and somewhat trembling. My name is Human, and I am the driver of this bus. He pointed at the bald man's corpse on the ground and continued. This man is Zhao Biao, a foreman even before the apocalypse, and often bullied his workers. After the end of the world arrived, he awakened his sequence, and his behavior became even more extreme. He robbed, killed, and plundered along the way, with many people and sequencers dying at his hands. Many in the convoy were forcibly recruited by him. Shen Ye looked at him coldly and said, Why are you telling me this? Human glanced at the cold, gleaming knife in Shen Ye's hand, still stained with Zhao Biao's blood, and instinctively swallowed hard. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, We are just ordinary people. Throughout this journey, we have not done anything wrong. All those deeds were committed solely by, including his earlier attempt to rob you, that was his and his underlings' idea. We had nothing to do with it, I swear to heaven. As he spoke, others around him echoed, Yes, we haven't done anything wrong. We are innocent. Shen Ye replied nonchalantly, Since that's the case, he is dead and you are free. Why don't you leave? Upon hearing this, Human knelt before him with a thud. With Zhao Biao dead and no sequencer to protect us, where can we go? Please, can we join your convoy? Seeing this, many others also knelt down, their eyes filled with longing. Meanwhile, those who had good relations with Zhao Biao or had engaged in unsavory activities had already quietly gotten into their vehicles and left. Looking at the remaining people, Shen Ye instinctively wanted to refuse. However, Song Xia spoke before he could. How many of you are there? Human scanned the group and then trembled as he answered, Besides those who just ran away, there are still more than 50 left. Shen Ye frowned, looking at Song Xia with a puzzled expression. Song Xia leaned close to his ear and lowered her voice. She said they were at their most short-handed and that she already knew what he was about to say. She continued that the concern was only that more people meant more trouble, a larger target, and heavier management. Besides, she pointed out Zhao Biao had blocked the road earlier precisely because he saw how few of them there were. If another convoy halted 3 of their vehicles down the road, they would have no bargaining power. This time they had been lucky and fought through, but what if they had not? She cast a glance at the people behind Human. Having followed Zhao Biao so long, without leaving, she said, proved they were not the sort to turn traitorous at the first opportunity. I think we can keep them, she concluded. Shen Ye was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and climbed onto the hood of a white car. His gaze swept over more than 50 faces gathered around, women cradling children, elders with wounds on their faces, and young adults with dust and grease caked. Let me be blunt, he said in a low but icy tone. If you want to join the Liming Convoy, you must abide by our rules. He announced the first rule: the Liming Convoy only provides the route. If you encounter anomalies, you must find a way to save yourselves. He would not take the initiative to. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd. After all, they wanted to stay largely because Shen Ye was powerful and they yearned for his protection. Yet no one dared to voice outright refusal. He declared the second rule: convoy supplies are not communal. What he possessed was his own. Whatever you find belongs to you. Within the convoy, fighting and theft were forbidden, though free trade was permitted. If disputes over these matters caused any trouble, regardless of who was right or wrong, he let the thought hang and waved the blood-stained head in his hand, the meaning Many people instinctively recoiled. Third, he said, pausing as his eyes scanned each face. If you want to live, you must rely only on yourselves, he advised, simultaneously cautioning and suggesting. That is all I have thought of for now. Those who can accept it stay. Those who cannot accept it may leave now. I will not force anyone to stay. After speaking, Shen Ye jumped down from the hood, expecting many to depart, but he was not a single person left. The human was the first to speak. We will stay. We are not leaving. The Liming Convoy's rules sounded harsh, but they were far preferable to living under Zhao Biao. They also had no other choice. Night was falling, and without sequence holders to guide them, ordinary people driving on the highway would become moving prey for anomalies. After so many days of the apocalypse, those who survived had learned to be shrewd. Seeing He Human's decision, the people behind him nodded in turn. He strode to Zhao Biao's motorhome, and looking at the hulking vehicle, allowed himself a rare smile. He patted the door and said, I killed Zhao Biao. This vehicle is mine. Any objections? Silence fell. Even if some harbored complaints, none dared say the word no. After all, Zhao Biao and his men lay dead nearby, their blood staining the ground. At that moment, the motorhome door opened again, and a plump, round-faced young man in his 20s jumped down. He looked simple and wore a pair of black round glasses. Even so, Shen Ye instinctively tightened his hand on his blade. Don't misunderstand me. I mean no harm, the glasses-wearing man said at once, raising both hands and stepping back toward the crowd. Who are you? Shen Ye asked. Before the man could answer, He Human interjected. This is He Yunping, he used to drive for Zhao Biao. Yes, you can just call me Xiao, He Yunping said. He appeared a few years older than Shen Ye, but his words were oily and smooth. I heard what you said outside. I will follow your rules. Now that Zhao Biao is dead, I no longer have to drive for him. Here are the keys. With that, he respectfully drew the motorhome keys from his pocket and handed them to Shen Ye. Shen Ye took them and asked, then why didn't you come down earlier? He Yunping gave an embarrassed laugh and shrank his shoulders. I was afraid you'd be in a rage and cut me down before listening to me. Laughter broke out at that, and from the crowd's manner, Shen Ye could sense that Zhao Biao's old crew bore He Yunping a good deal of affection. He reflected that logically someone associated with Zhao Biao should have been met with shouts and blows. Yet that reaction did not come. He did not press the matter. Instead, he waved He Yunping away, indicating he could step back. He Yunping proved tactful and melted into the crowd. Scratching his head with a sheepish smile, he asked, I have no vehicle now. Does anyone want to take me in for a while? At once several people raised their hands. Shall he come to my car? I have space. Come to mine. It's an SUV and roomy. He Yunping was treated like a prized catch, tugged about by a half-dozen people. Shen Ye stood puzzled, unable to make sense of the sudden warmth toward him. Right, then He Human stepped forward again to vouch for the man, smiling lightly. Captain Shen, don't judge Xiao He as a villain just because Zhao Biao was one. He explained that Xiao He had been forced into driving for Zhao Biao. Though glib and opportunistic, he was not morally corrupt. Moreover, when others in the convoy ran into trouble, Xiao He would sometimes lend a hand. And since Zhao Biao was tyrannical and quick to kill at any displeasure those who flattered Xiao, he had survived by relying on his tongue. Hearing He Human's account, Shen Ye's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he found himself feeling somewhat more favorable toward He Yunping. After the small commotion, Shen Ye clapped to draw everyone's attention. He walked to Ning, nudged her with his arm, and whispered, Captain, say a few words. And Ning froze for a moment, then understood. Her face flushed, and she clenched her fists, but she stepped up to his side and raised her head to address the crowd. Her voice was small and trembled with nerves. My name is Ning. I am the leader of the Liming Convoy. The proclamation set the crowd abuzz once more. No one had expected that the fragile-looking young woman would be the convoy's leader. And Ning ignored the skeptical looks and continued, my sequence is called the Guide. It allows me to find relatively safe routes for everyone. From now on, I will do my best to steer us clear of areas dense with anomalies, she said, drawing a deep breath. The Liming Convoy welcomes you to join. The moment she finished, the crowd erupted into whispers and excitement. What? There's another sequence holder. Someone added, a guide sequence to help us avoid anomalies. Others exclaimed in astonishment that the Liming Convoy did not charge protection fees, and astonishingly already counted 3 sequence holders among them. Surprised voices and cheers merged into a chorus. In less than 2 hours, the liming convoy had swelled from 4 members to more than 50. Before setting off, Lin Wanqiu approached Shen Ye and asked directly, "Captain Shen, since you've switched your vehicle to a motorhome, what will you do with your previous Volvo?" Shen Ye's gaze fell upon her pretty face, and he smiled slightly. "What's wrong? Do you want it?" Lin Wanqiu nodded without hesitation and explained, "The headlights on my and in Ning's car are broken, making night travel very inconvenient. Plus the space in that car is too small, and it's uncomfortable to stay in." Shen Ye showed a look of realization. Just as she was filled with anticipation, he abruptly poured cold water on her hopes. "Why should I just give it to you? Because you want it." However, he quickly changed his tone. "Of course, I really have no use for that car anymore. The Dawn team follows the principle of equivalent exchange. If you can offer me something that satisfies me, the key will be yours." After saying this, he took out the key and waved it. "Something that satisfies you, eh?" Lin Wanqiu's expression turned puzzled. After thinking for a while, she couldn't come up with anything she had to offer. Even though there were several bank cards in her wallet with over $1 million in savings in this world, money was no different from waste paper. At present, the only thing that might interest a man was probably her own body. She wasn't a foolish woman. Combining the way he looked at her and his age, she quickly thought of this. Lin Wanqiu had absolute confidence in her figure and appearance. Although she had been divorced once before the apocalypse, many still pursued her. But how could she trade her body? She felt both anxious and embarrassed, her gaze involuntarily falling back on Shen Ye. That handsome face with a hint of wickedness, a tall figure over 1.8 meters, would still be considered a top handsome guy even before the apocalypse. If she were to engage in such an act with him, she wouldn't be too worse off, and she could even exchange it for a more comfortable SUV. Thinking of this, she felt a slight balance returning to her heart. After a mental struggle, Lin Wanqiu clenched her fingers and finally uttered the difficult words. "If you don't mind my disheveled appearance, as an exchange you can do what, but it can only be once." She extended a finger, avoiding direct eye contact with Shen Ye, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, adding a touch of youthful innocence to her pretty face. Shen Ye was momentarily stunned. He hadn't thought in that direction before. He simply wanted to adhere to the fair trade rule within the team, even though she was a teammate who had experienced life and death with him. However, he bore the soul of a man in his 30s. Before he traversed into this world, Shen Ye was already well versed in the ways of romance. Every time he completed a mission and received his reward, he often frequented various red light districts. He understood the dynamics between men and women very well. Before the apocalypse, beautiful women were already a scarce resource. In the apocalypse, this trait was amplified infinitely. Body, dignity. In this environment, they were worth even less than a pack of instant noodles or a bottle of water. His gaze swept over Lin Wanqiu's face and then moved down to her tightly closed thighs. Although Lin Wanqiu's beauty was slightly inferior to Song Shi's, her figure was definitely the best among all the women in the team, and her age of over 30 added a mature. Faced with his burning gaze, Lin Wanqiu's thighs involuntarily trembled, and her face felt even hotter. Before the apocalypse, she had always been engrossed in her career and antiques, and she hadn't felt this way in years. Seeing that Shen Ye was just observing and had yet to speak, she grew a bit anxious and hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I'm not dirty. I have only been with my ex-husband, and his sexual orientation was problematic, so he hardly touched me. It's also because of this that I divorced him." After her explanation, Shen Ye's eyes brightened even more. Although he didn't have a fetish for mental cleanliness, being clean was definitely a plus in his eyes. At this point, if he were to still pretend to be reserved, would he still be considered a man? "Come find me during tomorrow's break." After Shen Ye finished speaking, he handed the key to the Volvo to her, leaving behind a meaningful smile. Lin Wanqiu looked at the key being handed to her, hesitated for a moment, then firmly took it, clutching it tightly in her hand. This also meant that her second transaction with Shen Ye had officially been established. She would not regret this decision. Compared to that kind of thing, now she had an extra car in hand, which not only provided her with more security, but also gave her more say in her future interactions with him. Moreover, Shen Ye wasn't bad looking either. Compared to the previous Zhao Biao who had coveted her, she would rather have been dead. Just consider it a needle prick, it's no big deal. Shen Ye pulled out the newly acquired motorhome key, and just as he opened the door, a terrible smell of smoke mixed with sweat. This made him frown, and he instinctively waved his hand in front of his nose. After the smell dissipated a bit, he began to move the supplies unloaded from the Volvo. The interior of the motorhome was more spacious than he had expected. The vehicle was originally a luxury motorhome, and after Zhao Biao took over, he had someone renovate and upgrade the interior, maximizing the usable space. Behind the driver's seat was a large leather sofa, deep brown in color, with 2 unwashed black vests draped over the back. On the coffee table in front of the sofa lay several open snack packages and ashtray filled with cigarette butts and a few various colored women's undergarments. Behind the cockpit was a folding dining table on which lay a small knife stained with blood. The sofa transformed into a double bed with upper and lower tiers, the sheets wrinkled and stained with dark red marks all over. From the scattered stains, Shen Ye didn't need to guess to know what kind of blood it was. Next to the pillow lay a dead smartphone and 2 gold chains. He opened the storage compartment at the head of the bed and saw it stuffed with various jade stones, gold ornaments, and expensive cigarettes, along with a few hairpins and earrings that clearly belonged to a woman. After looking at these, Shen Ye shook his head and sighed inwardly. People can really be infuriating. I've been living through tough times before. He had almost risked his life for food and drink, while others had already started collecting these practically useless items in the apocalypse. Looking at the right side of the window, there was a modified small stove, but it didn't even have a pot, just an electric kettle and an unwashed iron bowl next to it, which still contained some leftover instant noodle soup. The water pipe under the stove connected to the bathroom, which could barely accommodate one person. Continuing to follow the pipe, Shen Ye found that the water in the tank was actually drinkable mineral water. The water pipe under the stove connected to the bathroom, which could barely accommodate one person. Continuing to follow the pipe, Shen Ye found that the water in the tank was actually, it's no exaggeration to say that outside a bottle of mineral water could completely exchange for a person's life. But then again, Zhao Biao had burned, killed, and plundered all the way. What he lacked the least was supplies and drinking water, which was evident from the storage area at the back. At this moment, the large storage area still contained boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, and canned meats. A regular person could easily eat for a month. The next moment, his gaze landed on a black plastic bag in the corner, and out of curiosity, he opened it. Shen Ye was instantly dumbfounded. Inside there were actually all kinds of women's lingerie and even some toys. Originally, he had thought about throwing away all the clothing in this bag, but considering his earlier transaction with Lin Wanxiu, he decided to keep it as it might come in handy. After tidying up the car, Shen Ye opened the window to let in some air, then straightened up and glanced around the interior space. Clearly, he was immensely satisfied with this trophy. In fact, when he first encountered Zhao Biao blocking his way, he had his eyes on this RV as well. According to He-Human, this vehicle was seized by Zhao Biao from a wealthy man in Yang City on the very first day of the apocalypse, while the man and his family were on board. After stopping the other car, Zhao Biao deceived them into opening the door, and as soon as he got in, he stabbed the owner to death. The wife and daughter who remained in the car also couldn't escape the clutches of this beast. For such a monster, killing and robbing coupled with the need for self-preservation, Shen Ye felt no burden whatsoever. Instead, he experienced an indescribable sense of pleasure. Shen Ye was not an extreme survivalist, especially after gaining extraordinary abilities. He envisioned a life where he could survive in the apocalypse while indulging in pleasures at any time. If he had to live in constant oppression, fearing for his life at any moment, and having to be on guard against everyone, it would be worse than death for him. What meaning would there be in living like this? Now, one could say that he had a small home in the apocalypse. The only regret was that even in the most luxurious RV, it felt a bit small for someone like him, who was used to living in various luxury hotels in his past life. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He recalled the description of the blood refinement skill in the ASURA sequence. Blood refinement consumes killing points to refine specified items, granting them greater power. He had previously fallen into a thought trap, believing that only strange items could be subjected to blood refinement. But upon closer inspection of the description, it seemed that any item he specified could use this skill. With this hypothesis in mind, he immediately pressed his hand on the RV's steering wheel and activated the skill with his intention. Sure enough, familiar information popped up in his mind. Would you like to use 3,000 points for blood refinement on this item? Remaining killing points 1569. Upon realizing that the RV could also be refined, Shen Ye was initially pleased, but after glancing at the required number and his remaining killing points, his expression, it seemed that the road to accumulating killing points was still long and arduous. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the crimson moon began to emit its eerie weak glow. Moreover, tonight's blood moon appeared more vivid and larger than in previous days. Soon the surrounding darkness began to fill with a series of wailing, mournful sounds. Since acquiring the power of the sequence, even without being a guide, Shen Ye could clearly sense that something was encroaching upon them. However, the sensation was not as distinct and accurate as that of a true guide. At this moment, Ning approached Shen Ye's RV, standing on tiptoe to look up at him in the driver's seat, and said, "Brother Shen, it's completely dark now, and I feel those things moving closer to us. We should set off." Shen Ye nodded slightly, and replied calmly, "You are now the captain of the convoy. When the convoy sets off is entirely up to you. We only need to obey your command to depart." "All right, I understand." And Ning responded, quickly heading towards the group and shouting, "Everyone get in the car. We are setting off." Even though she shouted with great effort, the members of Zhao Biao's convoy continued with their own tasks, seemingly pretending not to hear, with only a few quickly rushing. Seeing this scene, Shen Ye furrowed his brow slightly. Those who remained unmoved clearly did not take this petite new captain seriously. Perhaps they thought she was easy to bully and wanted to assert their dominance over her. For this, Shen Ye merely chuckled coldly and shouted to Ning, "All right, don't mind them. Quickly get in the car and lead the way." Although Ning didn't understand why Shen Ye wanted to give up on those people, she trusted him and ceased to persuade those unwilling to board, opening the door of the Volvo And at this time Lin Wanqiu had already started the engine, and as she pressed the accelerator turned her head and teasingly said, "I've said it before, we don't even know how long we can survive. Why bother with them?" And Ning did not reply, merely lowering her head with a slightly aggrieved expression. He Yunping, witnessing this scene, hurriedly rolled down the window and shouted to those still outside their vehicles, "Everyone get in the car immediately. Those things are about to come out. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape." After saying that, he quickly urged the driver in the front seat to follow the Volvo. Originally, many people who had been talking outside finally grew anxious upon hearing He Yunping's call and hurried to get into their vehicles. Clearly, compared to the new captain, He Yunping's words made them more convinced, which Shen Ye took note of. As the headlights illuminated the darkness and Ning and Lin Wanqiu took over Shen Ye's discarded Volvo, leading the convoy as they headed towards the direction of Guishi. As for those new team members who were still hurriedly getting in and starting their vehicles far behind the convoy, they could fend for themselves. "What? Your captain is dead." On the other side, Yang Feng's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this news. The man delivering this information to him had a receding hairline, dark skin, and was dressed in a tank top and long pants. His name was Cheng Shun, and he was originally the manager of Zhao Biao's convoy. After Zhao Biao fell, he was the first to realize something was amiss and got in the vehicle to. It turned out that Zhao Biao was Cheng Shun's foreman, and they were both from the same hometown. Because of this relationship, after the convoy was formed, Cheng Shun had often bullied other team members. Moreover, having helped Zhao Biao handle dirty and tiring jobs, the position of convoy manager naturally fell to him. One could say that in Zhao Biao's original convoy, his status was comparable to He Yunping's. However, the attitude of the other team members towards him was completely opposite to that towards He Yunping. Thus, after Zhao Biao's death, even if Shen Ye did not kill him, those he had bullied would be eager to flay him alive. His fate now would certainly not be better than Zhao Biao's. He fled south with his men, and after driving for several hundred miles, he happened to encounter Yang Feng's Bloodhawk convoy. Coincidentally, just 2 days ago, Zhao Biao's convoy had tried to rob this convoy called Bloodhawk. Upon realizing that the opposing team's overall strength far surpassed his own, Zhao Biao had changed his plan from robbery to negotiation. His modus operandi had always been to steal when he could win and exchange resources and information when he couldn't. The reason he was so eager to act against Shen Ye's side was entirely due to the small number of people on Shen Ye's side, which led him to mistakenly believe that the Dawn convoy was an easy target, ultimately costing him his life. How did he die? Logically, if he encountered a high-level anomaly, it would be impossible for you to survive after he perished. Yang Feng stared intently at Cheng Shun, as if he would not hesitate to sever his head if he dared to utter a single lie. No, we did not encounter any anomalies. It was a young man who killed Brother Zhao. Cheng Shun answered timidly, overwhelmed by the pressure from the other party. A young man. Yang Feng's expression turned serious. Tell me the specifics, make sure not to omit any detail. This is not Yang Feng making a mountain out of a molehill. If an ordinary person dies, then so be it. Even before the apocalypse, people were dying every day around the world. But the case is different for a sequence holder. Any information that poses a death threat to a sequence holder is crucial regardless of its size. Yes. Cheng Shun nodded in agreement, and then recounted the entire process from when they discovered the gas station had been looted to tracking the Dawn team until Zhao Biao made his move and was countered. A knife that can turn invisible. And the other party also has a female sequence holder who can heal. Yang Feng pondered, stroking his chin and muttering. "Shena, what do you think?" Yang Feng turned to a woman beside him with a graceful figure. The woman's name was Chen Na, with an exquisitely shaped oval face, brown waves cascading over her shoulders, and especially those fox-like eyes, which added a natural allure to her every smile. Her purple qipao, paired with high heels, accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Chen Na hesitated for a moment before replying. From the description, that knife must be an anomaly, and a highly lethal one at that. Otherwise, I don't believe that young man could have killed Zhao Biao. According to the intelligence we gathered, Zhao Biao's giant sequence has the highest defense among sequence 9. Even if you personally made a move, it would be difficult to inflict a fatal injury on him. He himself said that he could still escape from a second-tier anomaly. That anomalous weapon is definitely not simple. After hearing Chen Na's evaluation, Yang Feng did not feel regret. Instead, a hint of undeniable greed flashed in his eyes. Chen Na was right. He was also a sequence 9 extraordinary, awakened in the debt collector sequence, known for its attack power. This sequence has 2 skills. The first skill, Debt Collector's Contract, imbues the power of the sequence into the knife held in hand, significantly increasing the sharpness and destructive power of the blade. The cost is that each activation incurs a debt of blades which must be repaid by slaying foes within a specified time. If not repaid by the due date, the blade shatters and harms the wielder. The second skill, Decapitation Oath, locks onto a target within sight, ensuring the next strike will hit a vital point, leaving an unhealable debt mark. This skill has a huge cost and cannot be used consecutively in a short period. For every debt collector, the higher the quality of the knife, the greater the base multiplier of Debt Collector's Contract. However, the knife in his hand was just an ordinary iron tool. Even with such a strong sequence, it was difficult to unleash the true potential of this sequence. Precisely because of this, he chose to exchange with Chen Biao. Otherwise, from the very beginning, if Chen Biao intended to rob them, he might not have survived to attempt to rob that young man. Now that he learned that the young man possessed an anomalous knife capable of killing Zhao Biao, he almost wanted to turn the car around and chase after that young man. As Yang Feng's confidant, how could Chen Na not understand his thoughts? She glanced at Qing Shun, who was still keeping his head down, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt, and then continued, if Manager Qing's description of the battle is accurate, that young man might not even be a sequence holder, just a somewhat skilled ordinary person who could kill Zhao Biao solely relying on that anomalous weapon and Zhao Biao's carelessness. This is good news for us. Yang Feng nodded, his heart racing with excitement. And I conservatively estimate that the anomalous number of that knife is at least above 10. She also possesses 2 anomalous items, although they are not numbered, their capabilities are formidable. Yet even so, she considers herself inferior to the value of that. Based on Chang Shun's description of that knife and the anomalous information she had previously collected, she arrived at this conclusion. Yang Feng certainly knew what it meant for an anomalous item to be numbered above 10,000. Just 5 days ago, he encountered a convoy composed of soldiers from before the apocalypse, one of whom was an ordinary soldier without any sequence power, who with an anomalous sniper rifle numbered 9114 killed an impending 8th-tier anomaly with a single shot. It is evident how vast the difference is between numbered and non-numbered anomalies. If I could get my hands on that knife, my power would increase significantly, and I might even discover a way to advance to sequence 8. Provided that every word you say is true. As he spoke, Yang Feng's hawk-like gaze landed on Cheng Shun once more. Cheng Shun felt suffocated under that pressure, and quickly raised his right hand to make a gesture of swearing. Captain Yang, rest assured my words are absolutely true. If I utter even half a lie, may I have a terrible death. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible force pressing down on him suddenly disappeared, allowing him to breathe much more easily. At this moment, Yang Feng's large hand clapped on his shoulder. Manager, Cheng, no need to be so tense. If that knife is obtained, you will definitely earn great merit, and I won't treat. Before Cheng Shun could feel happy, the tone of the other party suddenly changed. But before that, you and your brothers should stay with the Blood Eagle team. Cheng Shun's previously smiling face froze for a moment, but he quickly said that. Thank you so much, Captain Yang. If you hadn't taken us, and we wouldn't know how to survive. You can leave now. Yang Feng waved his hand impatiently. After Cheng Shun left, Chen Na immediately changed her posture and wrapped her arms around Yang Feng. Her ample breasts firmly gripped Yang Feng's arm, and with a flirtatious expression, she said, "Honey, are we really going to find that young man?" From Cheng Shun's description, that young man's convoy is heading towards the direction of Gui, which deviates significantly from our route to the northern sanctuary. Moreover, the roads are extensive and interconnected. Even if we chase after him, we may not find him. Yang Feng chuckled nonchalantly. It's fine, that knife is worth us spending some time on, and the authenticity of the news about the northern sanctuary is still uncertain. What on earth are those things behind us? Lin Wanxiu glanced at the terrified Ning in the passenger seat, her body trembling uncontrollably. I don't know either, and Ning curled up, her voice trembling slightly. The feeling those things give me is difficult to describe, but it's definitely stronger than the aura emitted by the monsters in Changchun village before. Hearing that, Lin Wanxiu lost her composure. She had learned from Song Xia the day before that there were actually second-tier anomalies hidden in Changchun village. And now Ning was saying that what was pursuing them was even stronger than the second-tier anomalies, which meant it had to be at least third-tier, right? She had never encountered a second-tier anomaly, but the terror of the situation where the entire rock-solid team was nearly wiped out was beyond her imagination. If second-tier anomalies were already so exaggerated, what concept did third-tier anomalies hold? Thinking about this made her shiver, and she pressed the accelerator to the Seeing the Volvo at the front begin to accelerate, Shen Ye and Song Xia quickly followed suit, flooring their accelerators. However, the speed limit was in place, and even if Song Xia pushed the truck to its maximum speed, she could barely see the tail lights of the Volvo. As for Shen Ye's heavy RV, it was left far behind. Only with Lin Wanxiu intentionally controlling the speed was the RV able to barely see the tail lights. Soon the RV and the truck had dropped to the very back of the convoy. The vehicles that had slowed down to save fuel were the first to be engulfed by the eerie gray mist. Before being devoured, those vehicles made not a sound, as if neither the cars nor their occupants had ever existed. Shen Ye glanced in the rearview mirror, furrowing his brows. The experiences of the past few days in this apocalypse had taught him that the gray mist definitely concealed some anomalies. It seems that the higher the level of the anomaly, the faster the gray mist moves. However, he had never encountered anything moving this quickly before. The things within were likely far beyond all the anomalies he had encountered before. Watching the gray mist that remained 100 meters behind Shen Ye couldn't help but regret switching to this RV. The choice to sacrifice speed for comfort now seemed particularly unwise. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. By around 2 in the morning, the gray mist was finally shaken off. It seems these anomalies cannot maintain high-speed movement for long like machines. As the convoy approached an intersection, the Volvo at the front suddenly slowed down and then came to a steady stop in the middle of the intersection. What's the matter? Shen Ye rolled down the window, looking at Ning inside the Volvo. Her eyes had turned a deep purple, scanning the two diverging paths. After a while, she timidly spoke, "Brother Shen, I don't know which way to go. You're the captain, you should decide how to proceed." "No, Brother Shen, that's not what I mean." And Ning waved her hand, her tone slightly panicked. "What I mean is that both paths are unsafe, but the situations are different." Hearing the words, "both are unsafe," Shen Ye also lost his composure. People in the other vehicles began to make various noises of protest. Shen Ye ignored them and looked back at Ning, asking, "What are the specific situations?" Ning extended her left hand, first pointing to the main road on the left. "This road has a vague but extremely dangerous aura ahead. Although I can't see what it is clearly, I can sense something is waiting for us there. That thing is definitely not something we can handle at our current stage." After pausing, she turned her head and pointed to a narrow path on the right, where a blue sign at the entrance read Qinshin Village in large characters. "And over here I can sense many anomalies with a density that is no less than that of the previous Changchun village, but I also don't know exactly how many there are. However, the auras are not particularly strong, and some of them are even weaker than those first-tier snake demons." Shen Ye listened, falling silent for a few seconds as his mind quickly began to analyze the current situation. The vague aura on the main road to the left was unclear even to Ning's perceptive eye. This indicated that the anomaly hidden there was beyond her detection range. It was at least second-tier and possibly even third-tier. As for the direction of Qinshin Village on the right, although there were many anomalies, they were all low-tier. But for him, that wasn't exactly good news. As for turning back, the gray mist behind had just dissipated. Who knew if those things were still around? From this perspective, whether turning back or continuing on the national road, both were choices leading to certain death. The path leading to Qinshin Village was also fraught with danger, but he believed he could handle it, which barely provided a glimmer of hope. "Let's go to Qinshin Village." Shen Ye immediately made the decision. "But didn't Captain say that this road has many anomalies? Why should we take it?" "Yeah, are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. If you want to go by yourself." "Oh, I'm definitely not taking that narrow path." Soon many people in the convoy poked their heads out of the windows, voicing their opposition. Clearly, in such a tense and dangerous environment, not everyone could keep a clear head. Shen Ye felt no obligation to explain himself to these people. Moreover, when he joined the Dawn team, he had already stated that the team was only responsible for leading the way, not for protection. And Ning exchanged a glance with Shen Ye, understanding each other's thoughts and not saying another word. Lin Wanxiu restarted the Volvo and turned onto the narrow path. Seeing this, Song Yasi felt a twinge of guilt, and she poked her head out to remind the hesitant teammates, "If you want to live, just follow us obediently." After saying that, the truck also started its engine, following Shen Ye's RV. The convoy traveled along the narrow path for about half an hour. The road began to narrow increasingly, and the concrete road turned into a muddy path. Fortunately, it hadn't rained during this time, so the road wasn't particularly difficult to traverse. Soon the scenery around them began to change, with more and more trees by the roadside, and their growth appeared quite strange. The faint light of the red moon filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting the distorted tree shadows onto the road, like withered hands reaching up from the ground. Shen Ye stared at the trees retreating outside the window, feeling that something was amiss. It seemed that something was watching him from the trunks of those trees, even laughing. When he focused his gaze, he quickly saw a horrifying scene. Each tree had cracks appearing along its trunk. Those cracks were slowly writhing, gradually coming together to form a blurred human face. It had eyes, a mouth, and even distorted outlines of features. The trees with facial features stared intently at the passing convoy, eventually distorting into grinning faces. In the next moment, the roots of those trees suddenly erupted from the soil. As the mud flew, the thick roots stood up like legs supporting the massive trunks as they stepped closer, surrounding them step by step. "Look, what is that? Strange. It is strange. Run." Piercing screams shredded the silence of the night. Almost simultaneously, every driver slammed the accelerator to the floor, turning the already congested mountain road into chaos. The cars lagging behind tried to force their way through. Two vehicles squeezed together and completely blocked the passage. Countless tree spirits and twisting vines inched toward them. Car windows shattered like thin paper against the onslaught. The cracking of bones, the creak of metal, and cries of agony mingled into a dreadful cacophony. A few cars at the head of the convoy were luckier and managed to break through the ring of tree spirits at once. Shen Ye's RV and Song Shia's Hualala, however, were too heavy to accelerate and could not join them. When they reached the edge of the encirclement, several humanoid tree spirits had already sealed the road ahead. Shen Ye glanced at the rearview mirror. The road behind them was blocked as well, and innumerable tree spirits were erupting from the earth on all sides, closing in. They were trapped in the middle. The Volvo that had broken free only braked sharply a short distance away after its driver saw there were no tree spirits pursuing it in the mirror. And Ning leaned out of the car window. When she saw the situation behind them, her face drained of color. Sister Lin, turn around. No, the road behind is full. Turn around. If Brother Shen dies, we cannot survive. And Ning shouted loudly, a rare display of strength that banished her previous fragile demeanor. What else can we do? Lin Wanxiu shook her head and murmured, then clenched her teeth, yanked the steering wheel, and forced the Volvo to execute a U-turn on the narrow. And Ning was right. If Shen Ye and Song Xia fell, none of them would survive. Meanwhile, Shen Ye had already stepped from the vehicle holding the guisho knife. A red moon hung high. The tree spirits gleamed an uncanny dark green in its light. The human faces carved into the trunks all turned toward him. Vines lashed through the air, black ichor oozed from their hollow eye sockets, and ran down the bark, making them look grotesque and terrifying. Brother Shen, be careful. And Ning's Volvo had stopped outside the ring. She leaned out, and her once black pupils had silently turned a deep purple. These are first-rank man-eating tree spirits, slow in movement and craving human blood. They attack with branches and vines. Be especially wary of their ambushes. Understood. Go ahead without us. After sharing the information, Lin Wanxiu stepped on the gas and drove deeper into the road. Upon receiving the report, Shen Ye quickly assessed his predicament and made a decision. He inhaled deeply, tightened his grip on the hilt, and charged. He had to carve out an opening as fast as possible and escape this contracting green meat grinder. Almost on the next breath, the nearest tree spirit moved. Suddenly, a thumb-thick vine burst from the ground and jabbed straight at his ankle. Thanks to Ning's warning, he had remained mentally guarded, and in the first instant misstepped and slid aside, evading the strike with a neat sidestep. The vine slammed into the ground behind him, spraying dirt. Before it could recoil, the guisho blade shimmered with dark red patterns. Jinrui activated. A dark red flash of blade fell, and the vine was cleaved in two. Black-green sap oozed from the severed ends, hissing as it hit the earth and sending up thin wisps of steam. The tree spirit emitted a low, guttural hiss. The twisted face on its trunk split open, revealing a pitch-black hollow. In the next instant, a dozen vines shot out like spears from different directions. Shen Ye kept slipping sideways and used the blade to parry. The supple vines slapped against the metal, ringing with sharp clanks. The flesh between his thumb and forefinger throbbed from the impacts. Fortuitously, his past life as a mercenary had honed reflexes and adaptability far beyond the ordinary, or else the relentless strikes would have beaten his body to pulp. While he was occupied, a barbed vine had somehow crept up behind and lashed his back. Shen Ye grunted. The pain burned like fire along his spine. He hissed and drew a cold breath. He did not look back. Instead, he forced himself through the pain and slashed at the contorted face on the trunk before him. Kill points 36. The twisted mouth split in two. The upper section of the trunk collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. One tree spirit down did nothing to stem the tide. Others poured in without pause. Song Xia had also exited her vehicle. She did not rush into the ring. Standing beside the Hualala, her hands glowed with sacred healing light, ready to support at a moment's notice. Shen Ye steadied himself with his left hand on the ground, about to rise, when his foot suddenly tightened. A vine had snaked up from the earth and wound tightly around his left leg. Its surface bristled with fine barbs that tore through his trousers and into flesh, and blood streamed down the vine as it writhed like a living thing greedily feeding. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and brought his blade down on the vine. The vine snapped with a sound, but the barbs tore away small patches of skin as they withdrew. His left trouser leg was quickly soaked in blood. Each step throbbed with stabbing pain. At that moment, a stout branch from a tree spirit swept across in front of him. Shen Ye had no time to dodge and cross-blocked with his knife. The branch struck the blade, the force driving him reeling backward. Before he could steady himself, another tree spirit lashed 3 vines from the side, precisely entwining his right wrist. The guish's tip drooped. He could not wield it. Shen Ye. Song Xia lost her composure and rushed over, her right hand flaring red as she cast an emboldening surge upon him, which immediately reduced much of his pain. White light from the sacred healing wrapped his bloodied left leg, and the wound began to close slowly. Shen Ye drew a deep breath, flung his right arm with raw force, and snapped the 3 vines taut. The vines bit into the flesh, blood seeping from the edges of the barbs. He did not stop, but pressed forward with painful, arduous steps. A 3-meter tree spirit was dragged along as he advanced, each footfall leaving a bloody print. The creature braced its roots to hold its ground, but he had hauled it nearly 2 meters. He took guisho in his left hand, and reversing his grip, struck. The 3 vines snapped cleanly. The tree spirit howled and staggered back, the split on its face widening as if it were cursing. Freed from its bonds, he sprang up, both hands on the hilt, and brought the blade down from above. The edge sliced through the canopy and cleaved the trunk from crown to base. Kill points 42. A scream rose behind him. Shen Ye spun around. A small tree spirit had circled to the rear of the convoy. Its vine had wormed through the gap of a sedan window and tightened around the neck of the woman in the passenger seat. She struggled, desperately clutching the vine, her eyes fixed on Shen Ye, as if silently begging, "Save me." The vine tightened, its barbs piercing her neck and shredding blood vessels. Crimson blood streamed down her pale skin. Her mouth gaped, but only breath hissed out. In less than 3 seconds her eyes rolled white, and her body shriveled visibly before their eyes. Her skin clung to her cheekbones, and her eyes sank deep, like a corpse dried for years. When the vine slackened, she had already lost all semblance of humanity. Shen Ye severed the trunk of the little tree spirit. The face within the wood contorted for a moment, then froze. The vine dropped limply, and the woman's corpse slid from the seat, as light and brittle as a pile of dead leaves. Kill points, 31. Those who do not wish to die follow me. Shen Ye roared toward the rear of the convoy, then hauled Song Xia up with his left hand. His right hand still bled, and the hilt was stained red. His left leg felt as heavy as lead and throbbed with pain, yet he did not stop slashing continuously to clear the tree spirits clogging the road. Song Xia managed to staunch his bleeding with sacred healing light, but repeatedly channeling the skill had severely sapped her spirit and strength. She was badly exhausted. Her face was ashen cold, sweat beaded, and ran down her cheeks, her steps unsteady. Finally Shen Ye cleaved the last blocking tree spirit in half. Kill points, 38. Kill points, 38. Get in now. Song Xia had intended to head toward her own cargo van, but Shen Ye's hand clamped down on her wrist with unyielding force. When she glanced back, she saw her truck already entwined in thick, writhing vines of man-eating trance. No time left. Get in my RV. We're leaving now. Shen Ye barked at her, tugging gently yet insistently at her wrist. Song Xia was no fool. Without hesitation, she abandoned her van and scrambled into Shen Ye's motorhome. With a thunderous roar, the motorhome surged forward like a steel beast, crashing through the twitching, mangled remains of trance and barely wrenching itself free from their suffocating encirclement. Anning's Volvo had been waiting ahead. Only after spotting the motorhome emerge did it accelerate once more, continuing its course toward Qinqing village. Shen Ye gasped heavily, his hands still trembling on the steering wheel. He glanced down at his left leg and right hand. His trousers were soaked crimson, blood still seeped sluggishly from the thorn-lacerated wound on his knuckles, leaving a smudged, rust-colored print upon the wheel. Killing points, 3105. Amidst the relentless slaughter of Trent, his tally had silently surged past the 3,000 threshold. The cost had been steep, several teammates drained dry, reduced to desiccated husks, left forever within that accursed woodland. And he himself was scarcely better off. Agony lanced through his nerves with unrelenting ferocity. Were it not for Song Xia's ceaseless application of sacred healing light beside him, he would long since have succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Through the rearview mirror, he watched as the trance dragged his fallen comrades' lifeless forms back to the roadside, their roots sinking once more into the dark. The face embedded in the bark slowly closed its mouth, its hollow eye sockets fixed upon Shen Ye's direction, but it did not pursue. The convoy pressed onward along the muddy track, gradually widening the distance until the man-eating trance vanished far behind. Only when even their silhouettes had dissolved into the mist did Shen Ye's taut nerves finally ease. He exhaled, a long shuddering release of breath. That was too close. Too close indeed, murmured Song Xia from the passenger seat, eyes closed, her voice barely a whisper. Your cargo van is gone. Beyond recovery, Shen Ye said, flexing his left leg. The wound had sealed over, yet every movement pulled taut with fresh. Gone then, so be it. A pity though for the supplies locked inside the cargo bay. She opened her eyes and turned slightly toward him, the faintest trace of a smile lifting one corner of her lips. How many times have you saved me now? Shen Ye didn't answer, his gaze unwavering on the road ahead. After a pause he replied, I'm saving myself. Silence lingered between them, just a few seconds, before both let out a soft, almost imperceptible laugh. It held no triumph, only the hollow numbness of survival, a weariness so deep it had long since grown accustomed to death's proximity. The vehicle rolled forward. Shen Ye noticed a crooked roadside signpost, one bearing an arrow pointing ahead, and crudely carved characters reading, Qinqing. Unlike the polished entrance marker, this was a handcrafted wooden plaque. He flicked a glance at the odometer, said nothing, and kept driving. Another 10 minutes passed. The odometer climbed nearly 8 kilometers, but the road stretched endlessly before them, flanked by barren, grass-choked slopes utterly devoid of any dwelling. Why haven't we arrived yet? Shen Ye murmured. Song Xia frowned in equal uncertainty. The entrance sign claimed 5 kilometers. We've driven at least 40 or 50. More than that. Shen Ye tapped the steering wheel. From that fork onward, we've covered nearly 70 kilometers. Our world is still expanding, defying all reason. Their eyes met, a quiet, knowing exchange. They'd observed this phenomenon before, though earlier estimates suggested only a 3- or 4-fold expansion. Now, however, it was clear. The scale continued to swell without end. Ever since the hazy crimson moon first hung low in the sky, and spatial fissures tore open across the land, spilling forth grotesque entities that hunted men for prey. Our world ceased obeying logic. Song Ye parted her lips, but uttered nothing. Truth bore no need for words since the apocalypse's onset. Reality itself had unraveled, each new revelation dismantling her understanding anew. After a brief respite, she raised her hand once more and placed it gently upon Shen Ye's right shoulder. A soft, luminous white glow emanated from her palm. For the final time, sacred healing light enveloped the deepest gash around his wrist, flesh knit together under the subtle pulse of sequence power. The bleeding puncture left by the thorn gradually filled and sealing beneath a thin, dark red scab. Shen Ye felt the searing pain recede by half, and regained firm, steady grip in his right hand. Enough, you rest now. Before the words fully left his mouth, her hand slipped limply from his shoulder. She had already drifted into sleep, slumped against the seatback, head tilted sideways, breathing slow and even. Her lips, once rosy, were now pale and bloodless. Delicate cheekbones bore faint crimson scratches from thorny brambles. Shen Ye glanced at her, then reached beside him for a bottle of mineral water, biting the cap off before drinking deeply. Only the low hum of the engine remained in the cabin. He drove alone, cresting ridge after ridge. The crimson moon had long since dipped behind the western mountain range. In the east, dawn's ashen light began to bleed across the horizon. The 10th morning of the apocalypse rose slowly, its pale light emerging from beyond those endless undulating ridges. As twilight softened into gray, the distant silhouette of buildings finally emerged ahead. Qinqing Village, at last. Nestled halfway up the mountainside between two ridges, dozens of self-built houses stacked tier upon tier along the slope. Most facades were exposed red brick, unadorned by tile, darkened to a somber damp brown by mountain humidity. Some structures stood unfinished, steel rebar jutted jaggedly from concrete pillars like broken bones. At the village entrance loomed an immense banyan tree, its aerial roots plunging into soil and sprouting new trunks interlacing in dense serpentine knots. Beneath it sat a stone table surrounded by scattered stone stools. A wooden xiangqi board rested atop the table, its pieces long since scattered by wind onto the ground. Nearby, a dozen vehicles stood parked. Nearly every windshield lay shattered, blackened rainwater pooled in seats thick with fuzzy gray-green mold. Yet judging by their condition, they appeared recently. Beyond the entrance, a narrow cement road wound upward, barely wide enough for 2 cars abreast. Houses lined both sides, doors tightly shut, a few hung with desiccated laundry, swaying soundlessly in the morning breeze. The entire village lay unervingly still. No roosters crow, no dogs bark, not a single human murmur. Even the wind moved in silence, as if the air itself had forgotten how to breathe. The remaining dozen or so vehicles of the dawn convoy stopped under the banyan tree at the village entrance, and no one dared to move forward. Shen Ye turned off the engine, glanced at Song Ye, who was still dozing in the passenger seat, and gently pushed open the car door to get out. As soon as his feet hit the ground, several members of Zhao Biao's convoy surrounded him. The leader was still He Yumin, flanked by 2 gaunt men. One man's lips were chapped with visible cracks, while another had deep-set eyes and high cheekbones, clearly having gone for days without food. These men were all passengers of He Yumin, having been without food and water for several days. If it weren't for their desperate situation, they would truly not want to face Shen Ye. Captain Shen. He Yumin rubbed his hands as he approached, looking somewhat uneasy. We discussed it, and we're wondering if you could take us into the village to search for some food. I haven't eaten or drank anything for 2 days, so I really can't hold on any longer. Please, Captain Shen, if it's not possible, we'll go in ourselves and you all can just wait for— I haven't eaten or drank anything for 2 days, so I really can't hold on any longer. Please, Captain Shen, if it's not possible, we'll go in ourselves and you all can just wait for— We could only follow behind and pick up what he discarded. Even those scraps had to be given half to him as protection fees. Another person chimed in. If we can't pay enough, we either get beaten half to death and kicked out of the convoy, or we have to send our women to him. And don't let his fierce demeanor fool you. He only dares to bully our own people. He wouldn't dare approach those cities and towns with more resources, let alone help us search for— The apocalypse has been here for almost half a month and our food supplies have long run out. If it weren't for being left with no other choice, we certainly wouldn't want to trouble you. Shen Ye originally intended to refuse, but then seemed to recall something and glanced into Qinqing Village. You all go back to the vehicle first. I need to discuss this with— He Yumin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, nodding as he led the group back to the bus. Shen Ye walked over to the Volvo and knocked on the window. And Ning was curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her knees with her face buried in her arms. Upon hearing the knock, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes still red, clearly not fully recovered from last night's ambush. Brother Shen, get out of the car, I need to discuss something with you. And Ning opened the door and stepped outside, the morning breeze blowing her bangs across her eyes. She raised her hand to push her hair back and quietly asked, Brother Shen, what is it? Shen Ye pointed towards the houses on the hillside. Many people in Zhao Biao's convoy have run out of food. Zhao Biao didn't leave them much, and they have eaten everything they could during the escape. I want to take people into the village to search for supplies. Into the village? And Ning's eyes widened, but before she could finish, Shen Ye interrupted. That's why I wanted to check with you first. And Ning bit her lip and didn't say more. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again her irises had turned deep purple. She gazed towards Qinqing village for a long while. Her purple pupils reflected the layers of buildings, and the mountain wind caused her bangs to sway. After about half a minute she withdrew her gaze, her face slightly pale. There are many anomalies in this village as well. I don't recommend you go in. How many? I can't count. They're everywhere with their presence all around. At least hundreds, and they emit a feeling that terrifies me. Shen Ye's brow raised slightly. However, these anomalous presences are weaker than the first-tier flesh-eating tree spirits from last night. Moreover, don't let their fierceness fool you. They seem to be in a state of slumber. Just like those green-scale serpent demons, they aren't very active. Upon hearing this, a trace of joy appeared at the corner of Shen Ye's mouth. Hundreds of low-tier ones resting during the day. With these conditions combined, wouldn't it be a huge experience package? Ever since his encounter with the flesh-eating tree spirits last night, he had become increasingly aware of one issue. His strength was still too weak. Killing points being the only growth resource of the ASURA sequence meant that without killing points his strength would forever remain at its current level. And in this apocalypse, stagnation is equivalent to waiting for death. The anomalies are growing stronger, and other sequence holders are also becoming stronger. He must be faster than others. Furthermore, the RV's power was nearly exhausted. While Zhao Biao was alive to maintain the luxurious lifestyle inside the vehicle, those appliances were basically running 24 hours a day. He needed to find some solar panels, or at least a generator, otherwise this RV would soon lose its comfort. If it came to this, he might as well have driven the Volvo from the start. Looking at it this way, he had compelling reasons to go in. Brother Shen, you can't possibly want to go in, right? And Ning panicked at his expression. Absolutely not. There are hundreds of anomalies. Even if you are strong, you can't withstand their combined attack. You also said they are sleeping and weaker than the tree spirits. Moreover, to my knowledge, during the day their strength is less than half of what it is at night. But, as the captain, didn't you notice those people have been starving for a long time? Shen Ye interrupted her. If they continue to starve, they won't need to wait for the anomalies to kill them. They'll start turning on each other. You must understand that some people, when pushed to the extreme, will resort to cannibalism. Upon hearing those 4 words, and Ning's expression instantly turned grim. Cannibalism. Isn't that? She didn't dare to say the last 2 words. Lin Wanxiu, standing beside them, slightly moved her lips. She glanced at Shen Ye, a flicker of understanding flashing in her eyes. What fear of discord within the convoy? When has Shen Ye, this killer, ever cared about such matters? From the first trade with Shen Ye, she knew he was not a warm-hearted person. He must have his own calculations for taking the initiative. But Lin Wanxiu said nothing. In the Dawn convoy her words carried little weight, and with the apocalypse having lasted almost half a month, she had thoroughly recognized her position. They'll go with you. And Ning suddenly spoke, her voice still trembling, but her tone left no room for negotiation. My ability can help you avoid dangerous areas, especially those where the anomalies gather. She clenched her fists. Moreover, I also want to find some supplies myself. The food in the car was brought by Sister Lin, and I don't want to keep relying on her. Her voice grew softer, but her expression became more determined. Shen Ye looked at her for 2 seconds before nodding. Lin Wanxiu crossed her arms and said, I'm not going to. I don't want to hold you back. She still vividly remembered the previous experience at Serpent Village. Besides, there was still some food in the vehicle. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't take risks. Shen Ye raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at Lin Wanxiu, sneering. You really overestimate yourself, acting like I would care about you. Go or not, it's up to you. You? Lin Wanxiu was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. Finally, in frustration, she slammed the back door shut and took a seat inside. Shen Ye ignored her, led Ning to the center of the convoy, and clapped his hands. Heads poked out of the vehicle windows, and every gaze converged upon him. I will enter the village shortly to search for supplies, he said, his voice low but clear in the still air. Anyone who wishes to come, prepare your own weapons. He added, before we go in, 2 things are clear. First, I, Shen Ye, guarantee no one's safety. If you risk your life, I will not be responsible. If anyone drags me down, do not blame me for becoming ruthless, he warned, scanning the varied faces. Second, whatever you find is yours. That is the iron rule of the Liming convoy. I will not demand you hand anything over for any reason. At those words, the scavengers, previously dazed by hunger, brightened instantly. No sharing of supplies, eat every man for himself. That meant if they followed Shen Ye into the village, whatever they found would belong to them, and no one could extort it from them under the guise of protection. They'll go. Me too. Count me in. Soon a dozen men jumped from their vehicles, brandishing wrenches, iron bars, and fruit knives. A few women joined with battered wooden sticks they had picked up somewhere, standing among the crowd. Shen Ye glanced at their weapons. Rudimentary iron tools, not a decent blade in sight. He said nothing. He knew well that even guns, unless wielded by sequence-class entities or empowered by anomalous artifacts, could not inflict any meaningful harm upon the uncanny. Nodding, Shen Ye turned and walked toward Qinqing village. And Ning kept close at his side, followed by a swelling procession of 20 or so people. The house nearest the village entrance was a 2-story red brick building. Its heavy iron door hung ajar. Even from 4 or 5 meters away, a foul, rotten smell. Shen Ye rested the guisho horizontally before him and pushed the iron door with his left hand. The hinge rasped sharply. The hall inside was dim, curtains drawn, only a few pallid strands of morning light squeezing through the gaps. At the center of the hall, something lay spread upon the floor, a human skin. Shen Ye focused and confirmed it was an eerily intact, utterly bloodless human hide. The hide was shriveled like paper that had been crumpled and smoothed. The limbs were twisted at grotesque angles, yet the features still preserved the contours of the living face. The eye sockets were hollow, hollows the mouth, and open, voiceless O. Shen Ye had not moved when the hide first billowed toward the draft. It swelled from the floor. First the chest rose faintly, then the entire skin inflated as if it had been filled with air. The features pasted to the face bulged with the inflation. The hollow eyes turned to meet Shen Ye's. "This is a first-rank Pigoué skin fiend." And Ning's voice came from behind. Her pupils were already a deep violet. After being drained by the man-eating tree spirit, a corpse can be corrupted by anomalous forces and become a bloodthirsty monster. Such anomalies are weak at first, and they attack by clinging to a body, melting flesh bit by bit to suck the blood dry. Before she finished, Shen Ye moved. The black blade of the guisho ran with dark crimson veins in an instant. The dark red blade swept across the newly inflated hide. The edge descended from above. The Pigoué emitted a sharp hissing like a punctured balloon and collapsed, dissolving into a spread of ashen gray powder that scattered across the tiles. Kill points 24. But the danger had not passed. From a corner of the hall, 3 more skin fiends drifted in, an old man, a woman, and a child. Shen Ye leapt forward in a single bound. 3 strikes fell, cleaving the 3 anomalies in half, as if he were slicing melons and vegetables. Kill points 24, 25, 28. The entire clash lasted less than 10 seconds. Shen Ye had dispatched all 4 uncanny creatures. The followers behind him froze for 2 seconds. When Ning called, "There's nothing else here," they immediately swarmed the place and began ransacking it. "Rice in the kitchen. I have 2 packs of noodles. Don't grab. I'm claiming it. I found it first." Shen Ye paid them no mind. After a quick sweep turned up nothing of value, he turned away and with Ning moved toward the next house. At that moment, several in the group had quietly slipped into the kitchen, hidden a few cleavers and kitchen knives in their clothes, and used the commotion to sneak out the back door. Zhou Rong was one of them. He was 32, hair cropped, short skin, dark, his arms corded with thick muscle. Before the end of the world, he had been a laborer on Zhao Biao's construction site, strong enough but always looking to shirk work and constantly reprimanded by his superiors. Having just felt the cleaver in the kitchen, his restless heart warmed with excitement. If Shen Ye kills those skin fiends with a single stroke, like cutting vegetables, might I not do the same, he thought. They look frightening, but they are not that formidable. If I clear the anomalies in a house myself, won't I be the one to claim everything inside? The more he fantasized, the more smug he became. A grin crept across his face. He hefted the cleaver as he walked. It felt solid and heavy. One decisive blow, he told himself, would be no less effective than Shen Ye's horizontal blade. He vaulted a low courtyard wall padded along the village lane for 200 meters and stopped before a self-built 3-story house. The house's exterior was tiled in off-white ceramic, the entrance paved with red tiles. By these rural standards, it was unquestionably a well-to-do household. Zhou Rong did not enter through the front. He feared making noise and attracting attention. If someone followed and stole his spoils, his effort would be wasted. He crept to the backyard, scaled the fence, and gently pushed open the ground floor back door. The interior was very dark. A sudden ice-cold chill wrapped him, as if he had stepped from a 30-degree afternoon into a sub-zero cold room. He shivered, his grip on the cleaver tightening. The main room was barren. A rosewood sofa lay under a film of dust. A teacup sat empty on the table, and a glass teapot still held half a pot of moldy tea. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, his eye caught movement at the guest room doorway to his right, and he froze. A dark shape stood there. When his gaze sharpened, he recognized a human hide, shriveled like an old slab of cured meat. The hollow eye sockets faced him, the mouth split into a slit that resembled a smile. Zhou Rong's heart thudded, but thinking of Shen Ye's single stroke kills steadied him. Zhou Rong stopped being a coward. He scolded himself silently. "It's just a paper tiger," he muttered. Think what Shen Ye would do. Having rallied himself, his fear hardened into ferocity. He tightened his grip on the cleaver, strode forward, and brought the blade down at the hide's neck. The blade struck against human skin. The anticipated scene of a clean cut did not unfold. The cleaver embedded itself less than an inch deep, as if it had struck a piece of hard rubber, unable to penetrate further. In contrast, the surface of the skin only left a faint white mark devoid of any blood. Zhou Rong's eyes widened, and he was utterly panicked. In the next moment, he realized he seemed to have made a foolish decision, loosening his grip on the handle and turning to flee. But it was already too late. At the moment he turned, another piece of skin ghoul appeared behind him, almost face to face. On that shriveled visage the lips were similarly curled upwards, revealing a chill. Without giving him time to react, the two skin ghouls simultaneously pressed against him. One in front, and the other behind. They enveloped his body like two sheets of paper. Zhou Ron wanted to scream, his mouth wide open to the limit, but no sound escaped his throat. The two pieces of skin pressed tighter and tighter against him like two water-soaked rags, sealing every pore of his body. Then came a heart-wrenching pain. His skin began to dissolve. Starting from his cheeks, his flesh transformed into bright red liquid, greedily absorbed by the piece of human skin. Then it was his chest, abdomen, and thighs. The flesh melted layer by layer, exposing the white bones beneath. In less than 10 seconds, Zhou Ron's eyes remained wide open, his pupils still moving, but he could no longer blink, for his eyelids had vanished. In the end, his skeleton lay scattered on the ground, every bone clean and devoid of any remnants of flesh. The two garments were piled beside the skeleton, still the same outfit he had worn upon entering. The two skin ghouls floated up from the ground. Their forms were much fuller than before, the contours of their faces becoming clear enough to distinguish their features. One had the face of a woman in her 50s, while the other resembled a young woman. Both wore identical smiles on their faces. By noon, Shen Ye and Ning had already cleared no less than 40 houses. Almost every household harbored one or two skin ghouls. Some were sprawled on the living room floor, others hung in bedroom wardrobes, and some curled up beneath kitchen sinks. Regardless of where they hid, the outcome was the same: after one strike for each. The blade of the ghost head flickered with a dark red glow in the dimly lit houses. The hissing sound produced when the skin ghouls shattered echoed from the village head to the village center, and then from the center to the village end. At first the team members were hesitant to look, but gradually they became accustomed to it. A few young ones even felt a rush of excitement, wanting to join in and swing the blade, but were stopped by Ning. The young ones exchanged awkward smiles, saying nothing. After all, once Shen Ye entered and came out, they could go in to scavenge. After clearing each household, Ning would sweep the area with her perception eye to confirm there were no oversights before Shen Ye led her to the next house. The team members trailing behind had already scattered, rummaging for supplies in the cleared houses. Some found half a bag of rice at the bottom of a rice jar, others unearthed a box of canned goods, and some pulled out 2 moldy cured hams from under the bed, so excited that they almost knelt before Shen Ye. Brother Shen, and Ning tugged at Shen Ye's sleeve, pointing at a nearby 3-story building. The door of that building was ajar, with a faint dark red drag mark on the threshold extending from outside into the room. Shen Ye furrowed his brow and approached with his knife. Pushing open the loosely closed door, he found a skeleton lying in the hall. The clean white bones gleamed as if polished with sandpaper. Beside the skeleton lay 2 articles of clothing and a cleaver, the blade still bearing that faint white mark. "This is the 4th one," and Ning said softly. Shen Ye looked towards the depths of the hall, where 2 skin ghouls stood motionless in the shadows, as if waiting for a long time. One had the face of an old woman, the other that of a young woman. Their appearances no longer resembled the previous gaunt skin ghouls, their skin surfaces exhibiting a thin layer of fullness, looking more like living people. Upon seeing Shen Ye enter, the 2 skin ghouls floated over simultaneously. The ghost head emerged. One strike fell, and the 2 skin ghouls were severed in half. They had already turned to ash before hitting the ground. Kill points 33, kill points 36, and Ning crouched down, watching the 2 dissipating piles of ash on the ground, and suddenly spoke softly. These skin ghouls were likely villagers of this village in life. After being killed by the flesh-eating tree spirit, they became like this. She paused. Moreover, it seems they grow stronger after absorbing flesh and blood. Shen Ye glanced at the white bones on the ground, then turned without looking back, saying, "Let's go to the next." The 2 of them cleared from the village head to the village tail. There were about 70 to 80 households in the entire Qinxing village, most of which were already cleaned out. However, the supplies found were so scarce that many frowned. Several kitchens had been completely emptied. The cupboard was open, the rice jar was empty, and a thin layer of dust covered the stove. Even the dry rations hidden in jars had been taken away beforehand. Shen Ye was the most disappointed, having worked all day without even seeing a shadow of a solar panel. "Someone has been here." Shen Ye stood in a kitchen that had been thoroughly searched, his gaze sweeping over the empty wooden shelves. He reached out and touched the layer of dust on the shelf, saying, "And it must have been about a week ago." Having continuously used her skills, her energy was severely depleted, her lips turning pale, and she began to sway as she walked. Having continuously used her skills, her energy was severely depleted, her lips turning pale, and she began to sway as she walked. "Can you hold on a little longer? It's the last household." "I can." And Ning mustered her spirit. The 2 exited the house and walked up the village path towards the end of the village. Shen Ye could no longer remember how many skin ghouls he had slain. From the first house at the village head to the second to last house at the village in the ghost head he had encountered all sorts of skin ghouls, emaciated, half-bloated, freshly fed. Roughly estimating at least 70 to 80 skin ghouls had fallen under his blade. Remaining kill points 55-20. When this number popped into his mind, Shen Ye couldn't help but tremble, his hand gripping the knife. 5005. Today was indeed a bountiful harvest. He collected his thoughts and looked up at the white villa atop the hillside. Only one house in the entire village remained unexamined. That house stood at the summit of the hill at the village, in the tallest building in the village. A three-story self-built villa with white walls and green tiles surrounded by a circle of stainless steel railings. Compared to the exposed red brick houses below, this villa appeared to be a product of another era. Shen Ye approached the entrance, just about to push the door open. And Ning suddenly grabbed him. Her pupils had turned deep purple, fixed intently on the tightly shut door. The hand gripping Shen Ye's sleeve trembled incessantly. Don't go in. And Ning's eyes widened in stark alarm, as if she had glimpsed something unspeakably terrifying. There are 3 anomalies inside, but their exact aura eludes my perception. And upon hearing this, Shen Ye froze mid-step, his right foot suspended in the air, just before crossing the threshold, then swiftly withdrew it. His mind raced. Fragmented images flashing across his consciousness, houses already ransacked, empty rice jars, and open kitchen cabinets. A thin layer of dust, undisturbed for over a week, coated the wooden shelf of abandoned vehicles spotted before entering the village, and his earlier suspicion that more than one convoy had passed through here. Combined with the sheer number of skin ghosts still lingering in the village, it was highly likely none of them had escaped alive. And earlier, from Ning's words, he knew skin ghosts typically left behind only bleached skeletons after slaying their victims. Yet apart from the skeletal remains of those 4 who'd quietly deserted the group, he'd seen no others. And at that thought, a chill surged up his spine, piercing straight to the crown of his skull. Shen Ye instinctively took half a step backward, and had Ning not followed him, he would already have pushed open that door and entered. And unconsciously, he raised his gaze toward the villa's 2nd floor. Behind a floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor stood a man, a middle-aged figure clad in ash-gray silk sleepwear, broad-shouldered and barefoot, positioned precisely where shadow met light. His skin was unnaturally pale, not the warm, rosy pallor of the living, but the cold, flawless porcelain white hue of the dead. Ning's face bore no expression. His eyes stared fixedly down at Shen Ye below. Shen Ye locked eyes with him, and those eyes locked back. And not the hollow, vacant stare of a skin ghost. Not true conscious gaze. Intelligent, responsive, even tinged with curiosity. And suddenly the man's lips twitched, a faint jerking motion as though his face were still learning how to articulate emotion. Shen Ye had seen countless corpses in his past life, even cadavers bloated by post-mortem swelling, but the dread emanating from that figure upstairs made every hair on his body stand rigid with terror. Go! And he seized Ning's wrist, spun around, and sprinted toward the village entrance. And when she lagged behind, he dropped into a crouch and hoisted her onto his back, then glanced back to shout a warning. And you, all of you, get out now. And Shen Ye dashed down the village path with Ning on his back, while the white villa stood silent and still atop the hill, bathed in the harsh noon sun. Behind the 2nd floor window, the man in silk sleepwear remained motionless in the shadows, and behind him 2 faint silhouettes swayed almost imperceptibly, watching them depart. Team members still scavenging nearby saw Shen Ye racing down the path with Ning slung across his back. Though they had no idea what had transpired, not a single soul dared utter a word. Each grabbed whatever supplies they'd gathered and bolted after the 2 fleeing figures. And within 5 minutes, over a dozen people had evacuated Qinsheng village entire. Beneath the great banyan tree at the village entrance, Shen Ye couldn't resist glancing back, up the hillside at the stacked layers of houses. And at the summit stood the white villa, its floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting a glint so frigid it sent tremors through his very soul. He turned away and gently placed the sleeping Ning into the rear seat of the Volvo. Back aboard the motorhome, the last few team members staggered out of the village path, clutching sacks of rice, sweet potatoes, and cookware. Shen Ye started the engine, the blood-stained handprints on the steering wheel long since wiped clean. Then he turned toward the adjacent bus and shouted to He-Human in the driver's seat, "Prepare everyone. We're leaving now." The Volvo's window rolled down beside him. Lin Wanxiu rubbed the drowsy softness from her cheeks. And seeing Shen Ye's ashen, shaken expression, she instantly sensed disaster. She asked no questions, only started her own engine. And then almost reflexively she glanced toward Ning, only to find her curled peacefully in the back seat, deep in slumber. "And Ning," she called out, trying to rouse her, but there was no response. "And she's utterly drained," Shen Ye explained. "She won't wake for some time." "But if she's asleep, where do we go?" And Lin Wanxiu's first impulse was to turn back, yet the memory of last night's man-eating trance instantly quashed that. Shen Ye understood perfectly, and the only viable path forward was to press ahead. And he shifted into gear, his foot hovering over the accelerator. A figure burst from the roadside crowd, arms flung wide, and planted himself squarely in front of the motorhome. And Shen Ye slammed on the brakes. She was a woman in her 50s, frail frame draped in a faded floral blouse, silver hair loosely tied back with a rubber band. She tilted her chin upward, her bloodshot eyes locked unblinkingly onto Shen Ye behind the windshield. "And you cannot leave." And her voice pierced the air, Shrill rasping scraped raw from the depths of her throat. My son is still in there. He hasn't come out yet. You cannot leave. Shen Ye recognized her instantly. Zhao Zuolan, the mother of Zhou Rong. She'd once served as a laborer in Zhao Biao's convoy. Human leaned halfway out the bus window, his face livid. Zhao Zuolan. Have you lost your mind? Move aside, now, before you block Captain Shen's path. Zhao Zuolan didn't budge. Instead, she stretched her arms even wider. My son went in with you. He entered the village with Captain Shen. Now you've emerged. But where is he? Human faltered, speechless. He had no answer. He vaguely recalled Zhou Rong trailing behind him before entering the village, but once inside, everyone scattered in frantic search of food and water, no one watching over anyone else. Seeing his silence, Zhao Zuolan's voice rose again, higher, sharper, laced with raw, keening sobs that echoed across the open space at the village gate. He's barely 30. He went in with you to scavenge. Yet you emerged alone and left him behind. Did you send him into the most perilous tasks? Was he your sacrificial pawn? Captain Shen. Her gaze burned into him. You led them in. You must bring them out. Otherwise no one leaves today. The crowd stirred uneasily. Clearly the elderly women and children who'd remained outside the village had no clear idea of what had transpired within. They'd only witnessed Shen Ye sprinting out with a ning slung across his back, and then watched everyone else flee in his wake. As for those who hadn't emerged, their imaginations could only conjure the worst. Zhao Zuolan's words struck directly at that deepest, darkest fear. That's right. Where's Zhou Rong? I didn't see him come out either. What about Zhang Haixing? Old Zhang, did your Haixing make it out? Li Dazhuang hasn't returned either. My Dazhuang is still missing too. An elderly man bent with age stepped forward from the crowd. Zhang Haixing's father, known to all as Old Zhang. He stopped beside Zhao Zuolan, not spreading his arms, but simply standing there, his clouded eyes fixed silently on Shen Ye's motorhome. Then came Li Auntie, Li Dazhuang's wife, holding a boy of 7 or 8, taking her place behind Zhao Zuolan. Zhao Zuolan glanced back at the two figures flanking her, as if drawing confirmation, and turned forward again, her resolve visibly strengthened. We're not here to cause trouble. Her voice softened, stripped of shrillness, even deliberately calm, as if appealing to reason. We only ask to wait a little longer. Captain Shen, you're formidable enough to best even Zhao Biao. Please do us this kindness, go back in and retrieve our people. It won't take much time. Just a moment. You're the deputy captain. You wouldn't abandon your own people, would you, eh? She spoke that final sentence slowly, her tone disarmingly sincere, yet her eyes gleamed with unmistakable menace. Shen Ye sat frozen, suddenly feeling an invisible, inescapable weight settle upon his head. Murmurs swelled louder among the crowd. Some nodded, silently, gravely, in agreement. Indeed, isn't Captain Shen remarkably capable? Let's just go in and look. What if they're still alive? After all, it's several lives at stake. Exactly. As the saying goes, the greater one's power, the heavier one's responsibility. Listening to the murmurs, Human's face flushed deep crimson, as though the fragile authority he had painstakingly cultivated were now being openly challenged. He also feared losing credibility, which would make it even harder to impress Shen Ye in the future. The position of convoy supervisor remained unfilled, and from the outset he had harbored unwavering confidence in securing it. What if my performance falters, and this post falls into someone else's hands? At the thought, he slammed the bus horn with a jarring, ear-splitting blare. All of you shut your damn mouths. You don't know a thing. Zhou Rong and the others strayed from the group themselves. Now who knows where they're rummaging in some forgotten corner of the village, unwilling to emerge. This place is vast. How on earth are we supposed to search? Besides, the village is perilous now. Haven't you seen Captain and collapse unconscious? Every single one of you. But before he could finish his sentence, Shen Ye pushed open the RV's door. He stepped down, standing beside it, gripping the Guisho horizontal blade. Its obsidian blade shimmered with a cold, eerie luster beneath the midday sun. Zhao Zuolan's eyes brightened upon seeing him alight. She believed her words had swayed him. Captain Shen, I knew you weren't the kind of, a flash of steel. Zhao Zuolan's words died mid-throat. A slender red line appeared across her neck, swiftly thickening as her flesh parted cleanly, revealing severed trachea and arteries beneath. Zhao Zuolan's words died mid-throat. A slender red line appeared across her neck, swiftly thickening as her flesh parted cleanly, revealing severed trachea. She crumpled backward like a bundle of dry firewood, striking the ground with a soft thud that stirred a small cloud of dust. Silence, absolute and suffocating, descended upon the village entrance. All eyes fixed upon the twitching corpse sprawled on the earth upon the widening pool of blood. Old Zhang stood barely 2 meters from Zhao Zuolan. He had been standing directly behind her moments earlier. Now droplets of blood speckled his silver-streaked beard. He glanced down at the ground, then up at Shen Ye. His lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. Aunt Li shrieked, yanking her child backward, only to trip over a stone and land hard on her bottom. Shen Ye flicked the blood from his blade. 14 entered the village. Ten emerged. His voice was low, but in that deathly hush every word rang clear across the village gate. Zhou Rongzhang Haixing Li Dazhuang, and another named Sun. They slipped away through the rear gate after entering, stole kitchen knives, and ventured off alone to hunt anomalies and scavenge supplies. He lifted his gaze, sweeping slowly across every face present. They are likely now among the countless bleached bones scattered throughout this village. If any of you wish to wait for them, do so. Here. Now. No one answered. No one dared. Those who had moments earlier nodded along in animated discussion now bowed their heads, some seeming to shrink inward, desperate to vanish beneath their collars. Old Zhang opened his mouth, as if to speak, yet ultimately uttered nothing, simply sinking slowly to his knees and burying his weathered, calloused hands over his. Shen Ye spared no further glance for anyone. He turned, re-entered the RV, closed the door, engaged gear, released the brake, and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle rumbled over gravel, rolling steadily toward the village's sole earthen road. The human froze for 2 seconds, then slammed the steering wheel and roared at the dazed drivers behind him. Drive. Follow. The bus, the Volvo, and the dozen or so modified vehicles behind all ignited their engines in sequence, falling into formation behind the RV as they departed Qinqing village. In the rearview mirror, Zhao Zuolan's corpse still lay beneath the banyan tree. The blood had ceased flowing, seeping deep into the soil, leaving only a dark rust-colored stain. The convoy advanced along Qinqing village's solitary outward-bound dirt road. The surface remained pockmarked and uneven. The mountain walls on either side drew ever closer, narrowing until only a single vehicle could pass. No one knew where this path led, but behind lay man-eating trents, and within the village lurked high-tier anomalies. Forward was the only gamble, the only possible exit. After roughly 20 minutes, the road abruptly widened. The muddy track gradually gave way to gravel, and after several more kilometers finally merged with a paved. Shen Ye descended 2 consecutive mountain passes along the winding road, until as his tires met smooth asphalt he nearly refused to believe his own senses. They had somehow returned to the national highway. With noon still fresh upon the hour, Shen Ye located an open roadside clearing offering broad visibility, and brought the vehicle to a steady halt. Only then did he exhale deeply, long and slow. Song Xia stirred awake on the bed, rubbed her eyes, and blinked at the dazzling sunlight beyond the window, pausing several seconds before murmuring, where are we? Weren't we just at Qinqing village's entrance? Shen Ye unscrewed a water bottle, drank twice, and recounted concisely what had transpired inside the village. The hideous flesh ghosts, the ransacked houses, the abandoned vehicles, and within the villa 3 indeterminate tier anomalies whose ranks remained obscured. Song Xia's drowsiness vanished instantly. Didn't Ning previously confirm no high-tier anomalies were detected? She'd learned this from Lin Wanqiu, but by then Shen Ye had already led the team into the village, so she'd simply returned to the vehicle to sleep. That remains unclear to me. Shen Ye set down the bottle. Perhaps her sequence rank is too low and the anomalies tier too high, making detection impossible at such distance. He paused, then continued. Or perhaps those entities possess innate aura concealment abilities, though why they later chose to reveal it remains a mystery. Later. Yes. Shen Ye paused again. It watched me from the shadows behind the window, seemingly possessing nascent consciousness, or even intelligence. Song Xia fell silent for several seconds, goose flesh rising along her arms. Conscious anomalies she had encountered before, such as the second-tier green-scaled serpent demon of Changchun Township. But sentient ones, truly intelligent, were unprecedented. She surmised the entity Shen Ye had witnessed was likely 3rd tier, or higher. Regardless, withdrawing with your people was the right decision, she murmured softly. I'm exhausted. I'll prepare something to eat. Rising, Shen Ye headed toward the RV. Song Xia discreetly opened the door and stepped out. Deprived of her cargo van and having expended every ounce of strength last night healing Shen Ye, she considered herself fortunate he hadn't simply abandoned her roadside. She intended to scout nearby for abandoned vehicles where she might temporarily take shelter. Just as she reached the doorway, Shen Ye's voice sounded from behind. Wait. She half expected unexpected kindness, only to see him approach holding a plastic bag containing several instant noodle packets, 2 bottles of water, and 2 cans of luncheon meat. Take it. Song Xia glanced from the bag to his face. What's this? Conscience awakening. Payment for healing me last night. Shen Ye thrust the bag into her hands and turned back toward the vehicle. Song Xia looked down at the bag in her palms, and a faint, quiet smile curved her lips. Lin Wanqiu happened to be walking over from the Volvo when she saw Song Xia standing by the RV holding a large bag of items and quickly approached her. Hey Xia, why are you standing here alone? The car is gone, where else could it be? Song Xia pouted, looking somewhat like a wronged little wife. Lin Wanqiu immediately understood what had happened without needing to think. She pointed at the Volvo behind her and said, So do you want to get in my car now? The back seat is occupied by a Ning who is sleeping. The passenger seat is empty and there's enough space. The 3 of us can squeeze in without any problem. After considering her current situation, Shen Ye realized she had no better place to go and did not refuse. All right, they'll move out once I find new transportation. I won't trouble you. Why say such things? Lin Wanxiu waved her hand, showing her eagerness as she helped her load the items into the Volvo. After all, the other party was a sequence holder, and she was quite happy to have her on her car. Once Shen Ye settled in the passenger seat and fell asleep, Lin Wanxiu quietly closed the car door, walked to the side of the RV, and hesitated for a moment before finally knocking on the door. When the door opened, the aroma of instant noodles wafted out. Shen Ye opened the door, still holding a kettle. What is it? Lin Wanxiu's gaze passed over his shoulder and landed on the stove inside the car. There were 2 boxes of Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles and another box that had just been opened but not yet cooked. The enticing aroma of the spicy noodle soup made her nostrils twitch. She certainly had enough food. There were plenty of compressed biscuits and dry rations in the but she couldn't remember the last time she had eaten something warm. I came to fulfill our agreement. She averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Even so, the stimulating aroma of the instant noodles made her mouth water incessantly. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, Shen Ye teased. Lin Wanxiu didn't respond, pretending to casually survey the interior of the RV. This was her first time in this vehicle, which she had anticipated a luxurious interior, but she was genuinely surprised by how spacious it was with such complete facilities, even including a bathroom. Shen Ye glanced at her, set down the kettle, and pulled out a black plastic bag from the corner of the storage area, tossing it casually onto the sofa. Go wash up first. Then pick out a set of clothes from inside. We'll discuss the matter you promised me after that. Lin Wanxiu froze when she opened the bag. Inside were black lace, red hollow designs, and translucent sheer fabrics. Various styles of women's intimate were haphazardly stuffed together with a few items she couldn't even bear to look at. Her face instantly flushed a light pink, her ears burned fiercely, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. This was too direct. Do I have to wear this? It's a bit too. She couldn't finish her sentence as she met Shen Ye's cold gaze. Clearly there was no room for negotiation on this matter. If she declined, Shen Ye would unhesitatingly throw her and her belongings out of the Volvo. This was the kind of thing this man would absolutely do. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to make a decision, picked up the bag again, rummaged through it for a while, and finally pulled out a relatively conservative black lace outfit before quickly heading into the bathroom. When Lin Wanxiu came out after showering, Shen Ye had already eaten 2 boxes of instant noodles, leaning back on the sofa and waiting for her. Warm steam rose from her damp short hair. The black lace wrapped around her fair skin, her waistline subtly revealed through the sheer fabric. Her delicate and fair legs glimmered in the sunlight streaming in. She stood in the narrow aisle, one hand holding the towel in front of her chest, the other hand unsure of where to place itself, appearing awkward and embarrassed. Shen Ye said nothing, only looked at her. His gaze was not one of a predator's greed, but more of an appraisal, a calm observation from head to toe. It was as if he was admiring a piece of art. Lin Wanxiu felt uneasy under his gaze, yet ultimately did not shy away. She even actively loosened the towel covering her chest, revealing part of her ample cleavage. In a way, she understood men better than those younger girls. Shen Ye was indeed stirred by her action, a heat rising in his chest, and the half-eaten box of instant noodles lost its flavor, pushed to the side of the table as he patted the sofa beside him. Lin Wanxiu obediently walked over. She dared not look at Shen Ye, yet it was precisely her attitude of wanting to refuse, but also inviting him, combined with her unique aura of an intellectual, that created a stark contrast. This contrast was something Shen Ye had never encountered in his previous life. Men have little resistance to novelty, and Shen Ye was no exception. After she sat down, Shen Ye naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Lin Wanxiu felt as if she had been electrocuted, immediately softening in his embrace. It was the first time she felt that a man's chest could be so warm and provide such a sense of security. The vehicle gently swayed. The curtains had been drawn without her noticing, and the midday sunlight filtered through the fabric, casting slender beams of light within the car. The soundproofing of the RV wasn't particularly good. Occasionally, she could hear conversations from outside. Besides that, the only sound in the vehicle was her suppressed breathing. Shen Ye's movements were not gentle, but they were skilled, completely unlike a college student who had yet to experience the end of the world. Lin Wanxiu had given up any sense of control from the very beginning, merely closing her eyes, biting her lip, and occasionally letting out soft moans from deep. An hour passed. After she pleaded several times, he finally decided to let her go. After everything was done, Shen Ye leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The smoke slowly floated upwards in the beams of light as he closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Since the apocalypse began, he had faced endless crises. The long-repressed frustration finally found release in Lin Wanxiu. This was life. When Lin Wanxiu emerged from the bathroom again, she had changed back into her somewhat worn professional attire. Her hair was still damp and her cheeks retained a thin layer of blush. Her gaze fell on the half-eaten box of instant noodles on the coffee table. The noodles had become somewhat swollen from soaking, but the aroma of the broth continued to stimulate her nostrils. She couldn't help but swallow. Shen Ye glanced at her. If you don't mind, go ahead and finish it. Lin Wanxiu said nothing and squatted down in front of the coffee table, picking up the half box of instant noodles and starting to eat. The noodles had cooled, but she ate quickly as if she had been hungry for a long time. When she reached the bottom, her chopsticks poked at a whole hot dog. She froze for a moment, looking up at Shen Ye with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Shen Ye snuffed out his cigarette, turned his gaze away, not looking at her. Hurry up and finish. After you're done, get out of the car. All right. As her foot touched the ground, she noticed a figure. He Yunping was leaning against the outer wall of the RV, wearing his habitual ingratiating smile. When Lin Wanxiu got out of the car, her hair was still wet, and her fair swan neck bore an unfinished red mark. He Yunping naturally knew what had just happened in the car. He acted as if he didn't know, and his expression showed no change. Hello, Sister Lin. When Lin Wanxiu heard the voice, she felt as if she had been struck dumb. Only one thought filled her mind: the soundproofing of this car should be decent. She didn't even greet him, quickly lowering her head and hurrying back to the Volvo, opening the door as if fleeing. Shen Ye leaned against the door, and after Lin Wanxiu walked far away, he nodded at He Yunping. Get in. He Yunping climbed into the car with great familiarity. As soon as he got in, he caught a whiff of the subtle fishy scent mingled with the fragrance. He scratched his head, pretending nothing had happened. Captain Shen, what is it? Didn't the convoy say it could facilitate fair trade? So I want to make a trade with you. The word also was cleverly used, seemingly implying something. What are we trading? Shen Ye lifted his gaze, focusing on his face with narrowed eyes. Information. He Yunping straightened his expression slightly, putting away his usual. When I was following Zhao Biao, I heard quite a bit of useful information about the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye's expression changed, becoming more serious. He pulled out the pack of cigarettes from under the coffee table, taking one and placing it between his lips, signaling the other to continue. He Yunping did not hold back, briefly recounting his own experiences. It turned out that Zhao Biao and his group had escaped from Yanqing. As the capital of Guangdong province, Yanqing fell on the night of the apocalypse, becoming one of the cities that succumbed the fastest. It is said that a fourth-tier anomaly was born in the city that night, devouring more than half the urban area in just one night. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Biao gathered a group of workers from construction sites to flee along the way, picking up some survivors, with the entire convoy peaking at over 300 people. In addition to Zhao Biao, the convoy originally had a seeker who awakened a specific functional sequence. Later, the convoy encountered a high-tier anomaly on the road, and to save himself, Zhao Biao directly pushed that person out as a distraction. Since then, Zhao Biao took the convoy to wander in the remote areas surrounding Guangdong province. They would rob weaker convoys and trade information and supplies when they encountered ones they couldn't overpower. As the driver, I almost always had the chance to listen in. He Yunping said around the fourth day of the apocalypse, we came across a convoy called Longting. This convoy was entirely composed of vehicles with official backgrounds, and the leader was an 8th-tier seeker. The fourth day? 8th tier? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Shen Ye took the cigarette from his mouth. Yes, that's what they said. Zhao Biao was shocked and asked how they had advanced. But that person only said that each sequence has its own method of advancement and did not reveal the specific method. Then they told Zhao Biao to gather more survivors and head north to Heshishi. They said the higher-ups had not given up on them and had established a survivor camp there. Survivor camp? Shen Ye frowned. On the third day of the apocalypse, the authorities announced that all defenses had collapsed. How could they possibly establish a camp in such a short time? Moreover, the more people gathered, the greater the attraction for anomalies. What would the camp use to fend them off? Zhao Biao asked the same question back then. But the people from the Longting convoy said it was a secret, only mentioning that the government had mastered a large number of advancement methods for sequences and that many seekers would come to protect everyone. Shen Ye remained silent, quietly committing this information to memory. Is there anything else? Yes. There is news about seekers which I had to pay a high price to inquire. He Yunping licked his lips, not keeping any suspense. In addition to natural awakening, ordinary people can awaken through something called a sequence potion. However, I don't know how that stuff is obtained. Also, a person can awaken more than one sequence. Multiple sequences. Yes, but having multiple sequences comes with significant side effects. Many extraordinary individuals who originally had a sequence took the potion to acquire a second one. Although they succeeded, they lost control and became monsters. He Yunping paused. So, I suspect that the reason the northern camp dared to establish itself is likely because they have mastered the method of producing sequence potions. Otherwise, relying solely on seekers who naturally awakened would not be enough to defend against them. This notion resonated with Shen Ye. There was definitely something fishy about this survivor camp. After that, He Yunping shared some information about anomalies, but Shen Ye already knew most of it. The ghost head he possessed was a weapon classified as an anomaly, making him familiar with this aspect. Are you finished? Shen Ye flicked the ash from his cigarette. Yes, that's everything I know. Despite his honest appearance, Shen Ye knew this guy was definitely keeping something hidden. After that, He Yunping shared some information about anomalies, but Shen Ye already knew most of it. The ghost head he possessed was a weapon classified as an anomaly, making him familiar with this aspect. This information is indeed very valuable. Speak, what do you want? He Yunping rubbed his hands together. Just a little food would be sufficient. Serving the convoy is what I should do. Shen Ye glanced at him and smiled. The smile made He Yunping feel a bit uneasy. He pulled out 2 packs of vacuum-packed sausages and 2 cans of luncheon meat, which he himself was reluctant to eat, and placed them on the coffee table. Then he casually added, not just this, when the team leader wakes up, I will mention to her to give you the position of managing the convoy. He Yunping's eyes brightened instantly. After joining the Dawn convoy, he had been observing. Shen Ye claimed not to protect anyone, but when faced with real danger it was hard. For instance, there was that time with Zhao Biao, and also with the man-eating tree spirit. He had never abandoned Song Xia and the others. So he was betting that as long as he demonstrated enough value or integrated into the convoy's management, Shen Ye would not just stand by when danger struck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily revealed these trump cards. Then thank you, Captain Shen. He Yunping gathered his things and bowed as he exited the vehicle. Shen Ye closed the car door and pulled the curtains tight again. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes for a moment, and began to tally today's gains. In terms of supplies, he didn't take anything when he entered Qinqing village. It wasn't that he looked down on it, but the sudden appearance of that high-tier anomaly left him no time to search carefully. Moreover, he didn't find any solar charging panels, and the RV was almost out of power. However, this didn't mean he had no gains at all. Remaining kill points 55-21, he watched this number flash in his mind for a while. Over 5,000 points. From the first day of the apocalypse until now, every anomaly and every person he had killed was now transformed into this visualized number. This was his trump card, and also his only reliance for survival. But now he had to use it to convert them into combat power. Shen Ye's first thought was to use blood refinement on the RV. But then he considered that the RV was ultimately a vehicle and the enhancement would be quite limited. Moreover, if the expected effect wasn't achieved, all he experienced last night and today could be in vain. What he needed to enhance the most now was not external things, but himself. So he shifted his focus to another skill provided by the ASURA sequence. ASURA Treasury. The 4 characters floated in his mind. He closed his eyes and his consciousness began to sink, eventually entering deep within his body. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Then a door appeared in his vision. A large door, entirely crimson, towering so high that he couldn't see the top and extending wide to the edges of his sight. The surface of the door was devoid of patterns, handles, or nameplates, exuding an invisible yet daunting aura that made his heart race. Suddenly, countless fine red lines lit up in the surrounding darkness. They surged toward the door from all directions, intertwining and merging on the surface, ultimately condensing into a ball of blazing light. Behind the door was a swirling gray mist. Deep within the mist, an ancient stone shelf materialized from the void. Only the first layer of the shelf was clearly visible, where 3 items were placed side by side. The other shelves were shrouded in mist, rendering them invisible. On the far left was a blood-red crystal the size of a fist, completely transparent, with a dark red liquid slowly swirling inside. In the middle was a mask. Its design was bizarre, with the left half depicting a smiling face, and the right half in tears, the corners of its mouth pulling up and down, creating an unsettling effect. On the right was a pair of eyes. The eyeballs were submerged in transparent liquid, the irises dark red, while the pupils were vertical, resembling snake eyes. Even submerged in the containers, the eyes seemed to be looking at something. 3 treasures corresponded to 3 strings of numbers below. Shen Ye's consciousness stood before the shelf, gazing at the blood-red crystal. This was the first time he was so close to it. Gray mist surged up, blocking his probing, as if some kind of rule was preventing him from checking the item's information in it. His subconscious told him that to know what it was, he had to take the item into his hands. 5,000 points. This was his entire fortune, earned through desperate efforts, yet at this moment, he could only choose one item, which was the cheapest. But if this item did not fulfill its true purpose, it would be useless. Nevertheless, did he have any other choices now? He decided to gamble. His thoughts touched the blood crystal. In the next second, the entire space of divine consciousness shook violently. A blinding red light burst from the crack of the red door, and countless blood threads surged out from the darkness behind the door. The blood light continuously poured onto the ancient shelf. The red door now resembled a punctured artery, inundating all sight with overwhelming crimson light. The shelf trembled. The gray mist churned. The entire space of divine consciousness roared. The blood light surged into the shelf, delving deep into his consciousness, and at that moment his soul felt as if it were being scorched. Shen Ye felt himself immersed in a blood-colored environment where numerous phantoms appeared, seemingly resisting something. Then a certain voice echoed in his ears, a language he could not comprehend, accompanied by the most primal battle roar. All phenomena abruptly converged. The bloodlight rolled back into the door, and the shelf vanished back into the gray mist. The red door slowly closed with a muffled boom. Shen Ye's vision went. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had returned to his body. The curtains of the RV were still drawn, and the half-finished pack of cigarettes remained on the coffee table. Oh, everything was unchanged. Except for his right hand. In his hand, he tightly grasped a blood-red crystal the size of a thumb. The crystal was completely transparent, and within it a dark red liquid slowly swirled exactly as he had seen in the ASURA treasury. As the crystal pressed against his palm, his skin felt a warm sensation. Soon the information about the blood-red crystal automatically surfaced in his mind. Name blood crystal type special consumable effect. After ingestion, it grants a chance to awaken a sequence. If the awakening fails, the internal energy will become chaotic, leading to a fatal explosion. If the user is a ASURA sequence holder, the awakening probability is significantly increased. If the user is not a ASURA sequence holder, upon successful awakening, they will inevitably become a servant of the ASURA sequence holder, and the servant will wholeheartedly pledge loyalty to the ASURA sequence holder. If the ASURA sequence holder dies, the servant will die as well. Note: this information is visible only to the ASURA sequence holder. Summary: this is a treasure forged by a powerful race that has long since perished, used to awaken the dormant potential within living beings. The birth of each blood crystal condenses the lives of thousands of kin. Shen Ye read it 3 times before he finally put down the blood crystal. This item is actually related to sequence awakening. Just moments ago, Zipping was still talking about sequence potions, and he was contemplating getting a batch to try in the future. He never expected that this item was just lying in his ASURA treasury, available for only 5,000 points. Moreover, it seemed tailor-made for him. The awakening probability for ASURA sequence holders is significantly increased, and giving it to others can turn them into absolutely loyal servants. Whether he consumes it himself or gives it to someone else, its value far exceeds 5,000 points. But what if he fails? It's not just about becoming crippled or regressing, it's about exploding to death. There's no margin for error, no chance to retry. Shen Ye held the blood crystal tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on it, his brow furrowing deeper, completely losing the excitement he had moments ago. He didn't know how long he stared. He remembered being surrounded by the man-eating tree spirits last night. He recalled the moment Zhao Biao transformed into a giant. He thought of the man who smiled at him from the shadows on the 2nd floor of the villa. He remembered Song Lei, who seemed invincible in his eyes, helplessly dying in Song Xia's arms. He remembered what Zipping had just said, that someone reached the 8th tier. He needed to become stronger, but others were also growing stronger. The anomalies were evolving too. If he didn't take this gamble, even if he survived today, he would eventually die at the hands of even stronger anomalies or sequence holders. In that case, it seemed like just dying a little later. To survive relying on his current strength was insufficient. Shen Ye no longer hesitated. With a determined heart, he flicked his thumb and the blood crystal fell into his palm. Without hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. He didn't even have time to swallow. The crystal seemed to possess its own consciousness, shattering violently the moment it touched his tongue, transforming into a scalding torrent that flowed down his throat into his abdomen. The energy was not gentle. The initial sensation felt like swallowing a mouthful of burning liquor, scorching its way down his esophagus into his stomach. But merely 2 seconds later, the warmth exploded violently in his stomach. Extreme heat. Extreme explosion. The frenzied energy surged like a ferocious beast that had broken free from its cage, rushing from his stomach to all parts of his body. Every blood vessel was instantly pushed to its limit, and dark red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, as if countless invisible hands were tightening around his blood vessels beneath his skin, trying to crush him from the inside out. His body temperature soared sharply. Shen Ye felt as if he had been thrown into an alchemy furnace with all his organs boiling. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, and sweat poured down like a waterfall, soaking his back in an instant. The intense pain caused the edges of his vision to start darkening, but he remained silent. His consciousness began to blur. In a daze, he saw a gigantic figure. That figure stood atop an endless mountain of corpses surrounded by countless bones. Some human, some of giant beasts, and others twisted remains that could not be named. The figure held a bone-cutting knife, the blade towering over him, crusted with layers of dark brown blood clots. Then the figure slowly turned its head. Its face had no features, only an unfathomable black hole. The black hole was aimed at Shen Ye. In the next second, a deep roar emanated from the black hole, penetrating his entire consciousness. Kill. A murderous intent followed, rushing into his brain, with that roar attempting to uproot his rationality. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, his expression growing increasingly ferocious, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Yet at the same time, he gritted his teeth while the gaze deep within his eyes trembled violently. It was an instinctive restraint and vigilance. Shen Ye was fiercely resisting the invader. He didn't know how long it lasted before he suddenly opened his eyes. The scarlet scene quickly receded like a receding tide, and his brain gradually returned to clarity. The high temperature in his body rapidly diminished. Within seconds, the red patterns on his skin fading like a tide, and the blood vessels that had been stretched returned to normal. He gasped for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat and impurities expelled from his body, giving off a foul and acrid smell. Fortunately, he had survived. This dual sequence awakening was indeed extremely perilous. The body had to endure the pain of accepting new power, while the mind had to resist the distortion risk brought by the dual sequences. If it weren't for his strong will, he would probably have turned into a monster that only knew slaughter. However, he soon felt it. That new power lay quietly dormant in the deepest part of his body, like a fierce beast licking its fangs trapped in a cage. Yet this force was not as chilling as the one he felt when the ASURA sequence initially awakened. Instead, it resembled the primal and intense desire to strip the prey. At the same time, information about the new sequence surfaced in his mind. Sequence 9 Butcher. Skill 1 Slaughter. Mark lock onto a target within your line of sight, marking them. If your attack inflicts damage on the marked target, you can briefly absorb a portion of their attributes and convert them into your own. Moreover, the marked target will instinctively experience fear when facing you, leading to slowed actions, weakened strength, and wavering will. The weaker ones may even help. If the target tries to flee, their spirit will be burned until the mark disappears. After killing the marked target, the mark will refresh immediately. It can be transferred to another target within your line of sight. A maximum of 2 slaughter marks can exist at the same time. Skill 2 Blood Feast. After killing a target marked by the slaughter mark, you automatically devour their life essence, permanently converting it into a fraction of your own attributes, absorbing the most prominent attribute of the target and accumulating Blood Feast levels. If you fail to kill the target before the slaughter mark disappears, you will recover based on the damage inflicted on the target. Side effect: within 1 natural day after each battle, you must satisfy a primal desire, otherwise you will briefly lose your sanity and become a bloodthirst. After understanding this, Shen Ye couldn't help but smile. The 2 skills brought by this butcher sequence were even more perverse than he had anticipated. The slaughter mark, needless to say, could greatly compensate for his lack of active skills in combat. The most surprising to him was undoubtedly the Blood Feast skill. It felt like a complementary technique to the Blood Refinement of the ASURA sequence. Blood Refinement focuses on external enhancement, weapons, armor, and vehicle. Blood Feast focuses on internal enhancement, continuously strengthening his physical attributes. Moreover, both skills share a commonality: they require killing. In other words, every time he kills a person or a creature, he can simultaneously gain both killing points and Blood Feast levels. What difference does it make from stepping on one's left foot and right foot? Not only that, but Shen Ye clenched his fist and could clearly feel that his strength was several times greater than before, similar to how he felt after awakening the ASURA sequence. No wonder some people risk turning into monsters to awaken a second sequence with the sequence potion. Just the enhanced basic physical strength during the sequence awakening is enough to defeat combat sequences that only possess a single sequence, even if the awakened sequence is not combat-oriented. To describe it in gaming terms, it's a numerical crush. After simply cleansing the impurities expelled from his body post-awakening, a wave of exhaustion, as if his soul had been drained, surged over him. When Shen Ye opened his eyes again, the sky outside had already turned pitch black. The heavy dark clouds completely obscured the moonlight, and even the red moon was barely visible, showing only a faint outline. Moreover, it seemed unusually quiet tonight. Apart from the roar of the engine and the sound of the wheels rolling over debris, there was nothing else. Shen Ye shook his head, trying to wake himself up a little more. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he saw that familiar figure in the driver's seat. Before he could speak, Song-Shia turned her head to glance at him and said, "You're awake." Shen Ye did not respond, but grabbed 2 bottles of water and a few packs of compressed biscuits sitting in the passenger seat. After finishing the biscuits and a bottle of water, he felt he had enough strength to speak. After handing over the remaining bottle of water to Song-Shia, he couldn't help but ask what's going on. Song-Shia turned to look at him again, accepting the water with one hand, her face showing a mix of annoyance and humor. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Seeing Shen Ye's confused expression, Song-Shia sighed helplessly and explained, "While driving the day before yesterday, when I was preparing to depart, I knocked on your car window several times, but there was no response. Fortunately, your car door wasn't locked. After getting in, I found you lying in the aisle sound asleep and couldn't wake you no matter what. Given the situation, I couldn't just leave you there, so I took the liberty of putting you in bed and kept the car running." After hearing this, Shen Ye finally understood, then awkwardly defended himself, saying, "I probably just hadn't slept well before and suddenly felt overwhelmed with sleep." He thought to himself this post-awakening fatigue wasn't something he experienced when awakening the ASURA sequence, so it must be one of the costs of awakening the second sequence. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked in surprise, "The day before yesterday, how long did I sleep?" "Almost a whole day and night." Song-Shia's tone carried a hint of fatigue. "Did anything happen in the convoy while I was asleep?" "Nothing major. However, Ning has also been asleep since then, just like you." This news made Shen Ye furrow his brow. He remembered that Ning had overexerted herself using her ability in Xinqing village. That girl had pushed her guiding ability to the limit for the first time and had directly passed out on the spot from mental exhaustion. He knew that sequence users had to pay a price for utilizing their abilities. For instance, the ASURA sequence required killing points to activate, and his new sequence required satisfying his desires after using its abilities. However, the range of desire was too broad. He wondered if hunger counted. Just as he was pondering this, Song-Shia seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke again. "By the way, there's something strange. Last night and tonight the entire convoy hasn't encountered a single anomaly. Moreover, the gray mist that usually appears at night has also vanished. Shen Ye's thoughts were interrupted as he leaned back in the passenger seat, falling silent for a few seconds. He had noticed this as well upon waking. He immediately thought of the eerie figure in a silk nightgown on the second floor of the villa in Qinqing village, recalling those curious eyes. However, he couldn't find any connection between these two events. Forget it. After the anomalies appeared, the whole world was undergoing constant changes. This little abnormality was nothing compared to the events of the past few days. He didn't have the energy to delve into these matters, though understanding the current situation was his primary objective. After driving for another 10 minutes in the darkness, Song Ye's brow furrowed even more. I need to tell you something. The convoy is running low on fuel. Shen Ye sat up straight. This matter was evidently much more serious. If the vehicle is the body moving in the apocalypse, then fuel is undoubtedly the heart that drives the body forward. The convoy had been driving in the darkness for over 10 minutes, and Song Ye's brows were knitting tighter. There's something else I need to tell you. The convoy is running low on fuel. Shen Ye sat up straight. This situation was evidently much more severe. If the vehicle was the body moving in the apocalypse, then fuel was undoubtedly the heart driving that body. How long can the RV's fuel tank last? Not until dawn. Song Ye's tone was somewhat despairing. She knew very well what it meant for the vehicle to run out of gas. Moreover, the risks of going to a gas station at night were several times higher than during the day. What about the other vehicles? Let the ones with more fuel lend us some. I asked before we set off. Their situation isn't any better. Shen Ye rubbed his temples, regretting putting all the fuel canisters in Song Ye's cargo vehicle earlier. At that time, the space in the other vehicles was limited, and only Song Ye's cargo vehicle had enough space. But that cargo vehicle had been abandoned in the deathly forest along with the fuel canisters when they encountered the carnivorous tree spirit. After thinking for a moment, Song Ye hesitantly said, I saw a sign before we left that indicated there was a gas station ahead. If we're lucky, we should be able to find it before. Shen Ye did not respond, fully aware of what this situation entailed. He turned his gaze to the car window. It was still pitch black outside. Nothing was visible. Without moonlight, without stars, only the two beams of light from the RV's headlights illuminated a stretch of gray-white road. It was night. Even without the gray mist or eerie howls, the dangers of the night did not diminish in the slightest. With Ning currently asleep, there was no way to foresee any, yet he had no choice. If they could not find a gas station before running out of fuel, all vehicles in the convoy would turn into piles of scrap metal. At that point, he and the dozens of people in the convoy would become slow-moving bonfires in the darkness, attracting all sorts of eerie entities to come and devour them. Wake me when we arrive. He spoke softly, then leaned against the car window and closed his eyes, trying to catch a bit more sleep. Song Ye glanced at him, but said nothing. Indeed, after about 20 minutes, the RV's headlights swept across a building with a red roof. The red-roofed structure stood at the roadside where two provinces met, looking particularly eye-catching against the inky night. Song Ye hit the brakes and nudged Shen Ye, who had his eyes closed beside her. We're here. Shen Ye opened his eyes and looked in the direction she indicated. The outline of a gas station emerged from the darkness. Though it was called a gas station, it was actually just two simple houses with a canopy underneath, which stood for old-fashioned gas pumps resembling a building from the 1980s or 1990s. Half of the gas station sign had long fallen off, and the remaining half hung crookedly, swaying slightly in the night wind. The entire gas station was devoid of any light, eerily quiet. But those gas pumps were still there. For them, as long as there was fuel, it didn't matter whether the lights were on or off. Shen Ye picked up the ghost head and opened the car door. In the rearview mirror, the bus and several cars behind it still had their lights on, and their engines were not turned off. Through the windshield, he could see tense faces staring in. No one turned off their engines. Not a single vehicle dared to turn off its engine. It was as if any slight disturbance would lead them to hit the gas and leave Shen Ye and Song Ye behind. Shen Ye did not turn back to look at those gazes. He did not expect anything from those ordinary people. He fished out a flashlight from under the passenger seat, turned it on, and the white beam cut through the darkness, landing on the concrete ground of the gas station. Let's go. As he took a step forward, Song Ye's voice came from behind him. Wait a moment. She pushed open the car door and jumped out quickly, walking to his side. I'll go with you. Shen Ye glanced at her instinctively, wanting to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. He was well aware of Song Ye's abilities. Though her sequence was not suited for combat, having her watch his back meant he wouldn't have to worry about getting injured without anyone to care for him, and her abilities could handle some unexpected situations. Moreover, after awakening the butcher sequence, Shen Ye found himself noticeably more confident, shedding the hesitance he once held. Then stay close to me. After he spoke, he turned and walked toward the gas station. Song Ye quickly followed behind him, and they entered the building, swallowed by darkness, one in front and one behind. The flashlight's beam resembled a long knife waving in the night, the white light standing out starkly in the darkness. The others in the convoy watched this scene with great tension. Are we really not going in? What if there are good things inside, and that Shun guy gets them first? Inside the bus, a middle-aged man with sunken eyes stood next to He-Human, whispering. He-Human turned his head to glance at him and sneered, "Am I not letting you go? Captain Shun has said many times whatever is found belongs to the finder, so you don't need to worry about not getting your share." But he dragged out the word, his tone turning cold. "Do you have the luck to bring anything back?" His words sent a shiver down the spines of the other passengers, suddenly reminding them of their current predicament. Under the canopy, the 4 old gas pumps stood quietly in their places, the fuel nozzles still hanging from the sides, and the rubber hoses drooping limply. Scattered on the ground were shards of broken glass and dried oil stains. Shen Ye instinctively reached for the life disc in his pants pocket. But as his fingertips brushed against the outline of the life disc, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. After repeated use of this strange item, he had briefly lost his sense of smell, but as he used it more, he felt his sense of smell deteriorating more severely. In the early days of the apocalypse, he could disregard such things to survive. But now that he had gained strength, and with each battle he fought, he became more aware of how troublesome the world's anomalies could be. Losing any of the 5 senses could result in a significant disadvantage in future battles. Given the current situation, even if he sensed danger, he would have to face it. The fuel tank of the RV behind them was already empty, and retreating would only be waiting for death. Go see if there's a power switch in that toll booth. He crouched down, preparing to check the fuel hose connection at the bottom of the fuel pump. Just at that moment, a faint sound came from above his head. It was as if something was wriggling on the steel frame of the rain canopy. If it weren't for his vastly enhanced senses, he wouldn't have heard this faint disturbance at all. Shen Ye had no time to think, but his body reacted in a flash. He rolled sideways, and as he got up, his right hand grasped the horizontal knife strapped to his waist. A shadow dropped down from directly above him, landing where he had just crouched, producing a dull thud. The flashlight fell to the ground, its beam skewed towards that direction. Shen Ye saw clearly. It was a creature nearly human in shape. Completely pitch black, it resembled a mass of crude oil devoid of any hair or facial features, with only a human-like silhouette. Its limbs were unusually long, but there were no fingers on its hands, resembling 2 thick tentacles instead. Black liquid continuously dripped from its body, making a faint hiss sound as it hit the concrete floor. The floor that came into contact with the black liquid was corroded, forming pits of various sizes and generating wisps of white smoke. It was a first-tier anomaly. Shen Ye made a quick judgment. This was based on the discernment experience he had accumulated from encountering various anomalies recently. The energy fluctuations emitted by low-tier anomalies were chaotic, like a tangled ball of yarn. The aura emitted by the creature before him was evidently stronger than the first-tier green-scale snake demon he had encountered before. Fortunately, it was not overwhelmingly powerful, likely at the upper level of first tier. Soon the oil shadow demon stood up. Its head rotated like a gear, seemingly locking onto Shen Ye's position. Even though it lacked facial features, Shen Ye could still sense that it was staring at him. In the next moment, the oil shadow demon's body elongated suddenly, like a black rubber band being flung, and it lunged at Shen Ye. Its speed was astonishing. Shen Ye sidestepped to avoid it, while simultaneously slashing with his knife. The sensation was unlike anything he had cut before. Previously, cutting through anomalies felt as easy as slicing through tofu. This time it felt like he was cutting through a thick mass of tar, the blade getting stuck after only penetrating 2 inches due to immense resistance. Shen Ye exerted force trying to pull the knife back, but no matter how hard he tried, the horizontal knife remained immovable. This is troublesome. Cold sweat began to bead on Shen Ye's forehead. Suddenly, the oil shadow demon's body splashed a few drops of black liquid. The liquid landed precisely on the back of Shen Ye's right hand, gripping the knife, and an intense burning sensation surged through him. Several rice grain-sized dark burn spots appeared on his skin, visibly spreading and corroding outward. In pain, Shen Ye kicked the oil shadow demon's body, and this time he managed to pull the knife out by using the force of the kick. However, the blade of the knife was covered in an unknown black viscous liquid, sizzling as it attempted to corrode the blade. However, the knife was a weapon with a sequence number, and its material had already undergone a transformation. Coupled with its sharp effect, a gentle flick sent the liquid splattering to the ground without leaving a trace on the blade. Shen Ye, however, was not as fortunate. His hand had developed several dark blisters. He shook his hand, his expression turning cold. This creature is truly troublesome. Before his words faded, 3 more shadows slowly surrounded him from the corners of the gas station. There were actually 3 more. Including the one in front of him, there were a total of 4 oil shadow demons. Shen Ye took a deep breath. He chose to take the initiative. He had to break through their encirclement as quickly as possible. He did not charge towards the one in front of him. Instead, he sidestepped to avoid its lunge and slashed at the neck of the second oil shadow demon. This time he used all his strength. The power brought by the dual sequences exploded within him, and the knife let out a faint whooshing sound as he swung it. The resistance of the knife cutting through the black liquid still existed, but this time the force was sufficient to overcome that layer of resistance. The blade skimmed through the creature's neck, creating a gash nearly 1/3 deep. The movements of the oil shadow demon clearly faltered, and a large amount of black liquid surged from the wound, as if it were bleeding. But in the next moment, the black liquid from the wound began to flow back rapidly, solidifying, healing more than half within 3 seconds. Shen Ye's pupils constricted. This eerie recovery speed surpassed any anomaly he had encountered before. However, he quickly noticed that while it was healing, its movements also slowed down. From this perspective, the recovery was not without cost. At that moment, a power from the new sequence flashed through his mind. Slaughtermark. He activated the power that had just been imprinted in his body with his mind. In an instant, his vision turned gray and white. Even without relying on the flashlight, he could barely see all the scenes before him. The oil shadow demon he had just injured now bore a dark red mark visible only to him, standing out prominently in his gray-white vision. Without hesitation, Shen Ye charged towards the marked oil shadow demon. The remaining 3 oil shadow demons moved simultaneously. It was as if they had a mental connection, encircling him from 3 directions. The knife of the ghost head thrust straight towards the chest of the marked oil shadow demon. This strike was even fiercer than the last. The moment the blade penetrated the liquid body, Shen Ye felt a distinct. The knife of the ghost head thrust straight towards the chest of the marked oil shadow demon. This strike was even fiercer than the last. The moment the blade penetrated the liquid body, Shen Ye felt a distinct difference. The layer of viscous resistance was even less than before. It felt as if the slaughter mark had weakened some kind of defensive mechanism, which combined with the sharp effect of the ghost head allowed the blade to pierce straight through the oil shadow demon's body and emerge from its back. The oil shadow demon's body began to tremble violently, black liquid gushing out from the wound. Shen Ye did not give it another chance to heal. He withdrew the knife and struck again, then a third time. Each cut landed at the same spot. At the same time, the slaughter mark continued to exert its effect. Shen Ye could distinctly feel that with each strike on the oil shadow demon, a cool sensation flowed back into his body through the knife. The opponent's attributes were being plundered by him. When the third strike fell, the oil shadow demon could no longer hold on. Its body exploded from the middle, transforming into a puddle of black liquid splattered on the ground, bubbling like boiling crude oil. Slaughter points 76 blood food 1, slight increase in physique. A moment later, the puddle lost its vitality, completely turning into a layer of dried black hard shell. Shen Ye's stamina recovered slightly, but the other 3 oil shadow demons had already closed in on him. The back of his hand still ached, the burn from the oil still lingering, and his fingers felt somewhat unresponsive. The 3 oil shadow demons lunged at him almost simultaneously. Shen Ye blocked with his knife, but one of the oil shadow demon's claws struck against the blade, the impact making his palms go numb. Another one slipped in from his side, its black arm wrapping around his left arm, a burning sensation radiating from his arm. He gritted his teeth, shouldered the oil shadow demon off, and simultaneously swung the knife at the third one. But he was a half-beat too slow. The third oil shadow demon was already close to his front, its face almost touching Shen Ye's. The mass of black liquid suddenly expanded like a large net descending upon his head. Shen Ye wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. A black liquid enveloped half of his face, sealing his mouth and nose. The sensation of suffocation surged immediately. His vision was engulfed in darkness, breath completely obstructed, with only the sticky sound of the liquid squirming in his ears. A burning pain continuously radiated from his face, relentlessly stimulating his nerves. That layer of black liquid was attempting to invade his nostrils and mouth, intent on suffocating him alive. Yet in this life-and-death moment, Shen Ye's mind became increasingly clear. He endured the searing pain, exerting force with his left hand, trying to grasp the liquid clinging to his face, hoping to rip it off in one go. But that substance was like an extremely sticky rubber. The harder he pulled, the tighter it clung. Not only could he not tear it off, but his left hand was also firmly stuck, fingers ensnared in the black liquid, unable to pull free. The feeling of suffocation grew stronger. His chest began to feel heavy, and swollen white spots danced in his vision, and his heartbeat raced as if it might burst from his. He swung his knife, fiercely attempting to strike at the body of the oil shadow ghost that enveloped his face with the only active right hand. Halfway through the swing, it was unbeknownst to him, another oil shadow ghost's arms had already tightly ensnared the blade, and his wrist black tendrils constricting like iron hoops into his. 2 oil shadow ghosts, one locked his left arm, the other locked his knife. Another one was entangled around his face. His vision dimmed further, a buzzing tinnitus began to fill his ears, and his lungs felt as though they were stuffed with damp cotton. Each forceful breath yielded only a meager response. He was about to die here. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a beam of red and white light entered his body. A warm current spread from his chest. The once searing pain instantly diminished by more than half, and the wounds corroded by the oil ceased to worsen. More importantly, the anxiety and fear that felt ready to explode were suppressed by this warmth, his mind regaining clarity. This familiar sensation. It was Song Xia. In the grayish-white haze, Song Xia had appeared at the entrance of the charging room, one hand holding a flashlight, the other reaching towards him, her palm continuously emitting. Shen Ye ceased to struggle. He took a deep breath, and as the pain was suppressed, he finally gathered all his strength to his right hand. With a sudden burst of force, the oil shadow ghost that had wrapped around his arm was forced open just enough to create a gap. This minuscule space was more than sufficient at this moment. Once his right hand regained mobility, the blade of the ghost's knife adjusted, its angle sweeping up from below. This strike was not aimed at the oil shadow ghost that had covered his face, but at its weakness. Connecting the black liquid adhering to his face and the body of the oil shadow ghost was a narrow neck. That connection point was the thinnest part of its entire body, and also the most fragile. With one stroke, the connecting line instantly severed. The black liquid wrapped around his face immediately lost its vitality, peeling off like dead skin and falling to the ground, transforming into a puddle of black water. Air rushed into his lungs, and his throat emitted a hoarse gasp. Shen Ye breathed heavily, resting his hands on his knees, his entire body bent over for several seconds. He touched his face. His skin retained a layer of sticky oil and some charred flesh from the burns. Fortunately, the holy healing light was still at work, rapidly restoring the burned areas of his face. Otherwise, it would have truly been ruined. Song Shiya's support was incredibly timely, not only helping to suppress his injuries, but also providing him with an opportunity to break free. His gaze sharp, rage surged in his chest, and invisible killing intent radiated from his body. The remaining 3 oil shadow ghosts regrouped, standing 3 to 4 meters. They seemed to have developed a sense of caution, reluctant to attack recklessly. Shen Ye did not give them a moment to breathe. He lunged forward, first feinting a strike to deceive the middle one's block, then swiftly turning the blade to slice open the chest of the oil shadow ghost on his left. The butcher's mark activated once more, the dark red imprint glowing in the grayish-white haze. His movements did not falter. After marking one, the previous kill refreshed the mark, and he swiftly slashed toward the right leg of another oil shadow ghost. 2 butcher's marks were imprinted on 2 oil shadow ghosts. After Shen Ye broke free from the ambush, the 3 peculiar beings were already filled with fear. Now, with 2 marked by the butcher's mark, their negative emotions were amplified, and their nearly humanoid forms trembled. The ensuing battle presented a one-sided situation. The oil shadow ghosts marked by the butcher's mark saw a significant decrease in their defensive capabilities and desire to attack. What previously required full strength to inflict wounds now only demanded 6 or 7 points of effort to achieve the same effect. Moreover, with each successful strike, he could absorb a portion of their attributes through the mark. Although each time it was only a small amount, under the relentless barrage of attacks, he clearly felt his strength gradually climbing. In less than 2 minutes, all 3 oil shadow ghosts had turned into a pile of dried black soil. Kill points 78, 81, 74. Blood food layers 3, slight increase in strength, slight increase in recovery speed. Shen Ye stood amidst the blackened ground, inhaling the fresh air. His clothes were stained with black grease, several charred blisters on the back of his hands, and burn wounds remained on his face. But he could not care less his eyes filled. The abilities of the butcher's sequence were more useful and powerful than he had imagined. However, having just awakened, his proficiency was not high, otherwise he would not have fallen into such peril earlier. Fortunately, there was still significant room for improvement in the future. Are you alright? Song Shiya jogged over from the charging room, the flashlight beam sweeping over Shen Ye, her eyes filled with concern. The abilities of the butcher's sequence were more useful and powerful than he had imagined. However, having just awakened, his proficiency was not high, otherwise he would not have fallen into such peril earlier. Applying, what about you? Did you find anything in the charging room? There's a valve for an oil tank behind the charging room, and the manual pump still works. There should be quite a bit of oil left. But I also encountered 2 similar peculiar beings inside. As she raised her hand, Shen Ye noticed a not-so-deep, but still bleeding wound on her right arm. What happened to you? I accidentally got cut while escaping. Shen Ye looked at the wound on her arm that was still seeping blood, falling silent for a moment. He could guess that when she encountered the peculiar beings, she had immediately sensed that something might have gone wrong on his side, prompting her to rush out, without a second thought, even neglecting her own safety. His heart seemed to be tugged by something, and he instinctively uttered words he had not expected to say. Thank you, Shiya. Had it not been for her timely support earlier, he might have truly met his end. Expressing this sentiment seemed entirely justified. Yet Song Shiya first froze, seemingly realizing something amusing covering her mouth, and laughing brightly. It's quite rare to hear that coming from your mouth, Song Shiya laughed. Shen Ye did not respond, and urged Song Shiya to lead the way to deal with the remaining 2 oil shadows. This battle was simpler than the previous one. Shen Ye easily dispatched the 2 oil shadow ghosts, as if chopping vegetables. Although the earlier fight was quite challenging, it significantly improved his proficiency in the butcher sequence abilities. On the other hand, as the blood food level increased, his strength also grew stronger with each oil shadow ghost he killed. He even felt confident that he could challenge a second-tier anomaly at this moment. This was not due to his arrogance, it was entirely because the butcher sequence was exceedingly powerful. After ensuring that no anomalies were missed, Shen Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry and add more oil, the danger hasn't fully passed yet. Song Xia looked at the burn-like wounds on his arm and back, feeling a pang of sympathy. During the interval of refueling, she did not forget to use her abilities to heal Shen Ye. Half an hour later, Shen Ye's handsome face finally returned to normal, and the convoy set off again. With the fuel tank of the RV filled, and having learned from previous lessons, 2 extra barrels were added to the storage area. As for the others, once they saw Shen Ye resolving the battle, they immediately rushed over to help with the refueling. Meanwhile, Song Xia's charging station yielded a box of mineral water and some near-expiry snacks. Looking at these snacks, although they were nearing expiration, the convoy teammates who had just been watching from behind were still eyeing them, yet none dared to reach out. After all, Shen Ye was still watching, and the subtle killing intent formed during the battle had not dissipated. The teammates hiding in the car had seen the entire fight. They had thoroughly witnessed how strong Shen Ye was, and how ruthless he could be. At this critical moment, no one dared to provoke him. Shen Ye sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the car window, watching as the building with the red roof grew more distant, eventually disappearing into the inky night. He glanced at his right hand. The blisters on the back of his hand caused by the oil burns had been treated by Song Xia, but they still throbbed with pain. Originally, she had intended to heal him completely, but seeing her exhausted state, Shen Ye felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Moreover, he wanted to test the extent of his recently enhanced self-healing ability. He could now feel that beneath the layer of burned skin, new flesh was growing. My second sequence is indeed powerful. If sequence 9 allows him to single-handedly take on 4 first-tier anomalies at night, and still retreat unscathed, what about sequence 8 and sequence 7? You're injured like that, and still smiling. As she spoke, she recalled how he had refused her offer to treat his hand earlier, and suddenly thought of something, jokingly adding, "You're injured like that, and still smiling." As she spoke, she recalled how he had refused her offer to treat his hand earlier, and suddenly thought of something, jokingly adding, "You're not a masochist, are you?" In response to this question, Shen Ye smiled back. "Why not try and see for yourself?" Song Xia's face instantly flushed, and she fell silent, turning her head to feign seriousness as she continued to drive. Feeling bored, Shen Ye closed his eyes, resting his hand on the window ledge, his fingertips gently tapping at the edge, feeling the night breeze flowing in. Feeling bored, Shen Ye closed his eyes, resting his hand on the window ledge, his fingertips gently tapping at the edge. As the convoy entered the western region of Guilin, the sticky feeling became even more pronounced. This made Shen Ye frown slightly. He was aware that the south summer brought much rain and high humidity, having spent considerable time in the rainforest while working as a mercenary in the Golden Triangle. Yet even the oppressive heat, there was far less than what he was feeling now. Before Shen Ye could continue his thoughts, his mind suddenly went hazy. The scenery within his field of vision seemed to be drenched in a layer of red filter. The greenery outside, the outline of distant mountains, and the passing vehicles all turned varying shades of red in that instant. That state lasted only a moment. Shen Ye was even unsure if he had been seeing things. He blinked, and his vision returned to normal. Moreover, when his vision turned red, a primal impulse surged from deep within his chest. A bloodthirsty, greedy desire for slaughter almost pushed him to the brink of losing control. That desire came without warning, like a beast chained within him, suddenly breaking free of a link and letting out a low growl towards the outside of its cage. This fleeting sensation confirmed that what he had seen was not an illusion. Shen Ye's breath paused for a moment, and his right hand trembled slightly from excessive exertion. Based on his thorough understanding of his own body, he immediately guessed that the previous state was brought on by the sequence. It was definitely a side effect of using the butcher. If he did not satisfy his desires at least once within a day, he would cease to be himself. A minute later, the feeling of disorientation struck again. This time it hit him harder than before. His vision turned red again, but it was no longer as faint as earlier. The night outside the car seemed to be soaked in blood, and even the beams of light from the car's headlights turned murky and dark red. His heartbeat quickened, his brows deepening, and his right hand resting on the window ledge trembled uncontrollably. Worse still, that bloodthirsty desire lingered longer than before. It took a full 3 to 4 seconds for the red world to fade away and return to the normal dark night. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Shen Ye's forehead. Clearly this state could not be endured simply by suffering. The current situation seemed to be a warning and a premonition. He needed to satisfy his desires quickly, otherwise that previous state would come more frequently and more violently. Perhaps not even a day would pass before Song Xia beside him would be the first to suffer. With that in mind, Shen Ye no longer hesitated. He walked to the storage area, gathering all the snacks, mineral water, and leftover supplies from the charging station. He casually grabbed several bags of items and returned to the passenger seat. Song Xia glanced at him, not thinking much of it, assuming he was just exhausted from the battle and hungry. Shen Ye tore open the first package of compressed biscuits, biting into it expressionlessly. He ate quickly, almost as if he were filling a pit with soil rather than eating. The first piece, the second piece, the third piece. The compressed biscuits were dry and hard, like biting into dry cardboard. But Shen Ye could not afford to care about that. He swallowed the dry, crumbly bits without even taking a sip of water. Then came the sausages. 1, 2, 3. He lost count of how many he had eaten, only knowing that he unwrapped one and stuffed it into his mouth. The salty and greasy sausages mixed with the dry and hard compressed biscuits, creating an indescribable mixture in his mouth. Song Shia's expression shifted from indifference to astonishment as she tentatively called out Shen Ye. Yet Shen Ye ignored her, continuing to stuff food into his mouth. His belly visibly swelled, a stark contrast to Shen Ye's normally flat and muscular abdomen, a result of his previous life, filled with walking and rigor. Yet now his stomach bulged like an inflated balloon, his clothes stretched tight across his form. The seventh piece. Shen Ye's chewing speed finally slowed down. It felt as if a stone was lodged in his stomach, heavy, swollen, and subtly painful. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and continued to swallow. The eighth piece. It felt as if a stone was lodged in his stomach, heavy, swollen, and subtly painful. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and continued. Unable to watch any longer, Song Shia reached out and grabbed his left hand, which was still trying to shove more food into his mouth. The swollen mass in Shen Ye's belly collided with the seatbelt buckle, causing him to grunt in pain. "What on earth are you doing?" Song Shia asked, her face filled with confusion, her emotions slightly spiraling out of control. The light from the car illuminated the moisture in her round almond eyes. Shen Ye leaned back in his seat, striving to steady his breath. Waves of bloating pain surged from his stomach, and he clenched his teeth, attempting to appear less distressed. "It's nothing, I'm just hungry." He instinctively lied, not wanting to reveal the truth. Song Shia's gaze shifted from his face to the protruding curve of his belly, which did not resemble a normal person's appearance when hungry. Her eyesight was already sharper than that of an average person, and having previously worked in healthcare, she perceived Shen Ye's behavior as bordering on gluttony, almost as if he were attempting to stuff himself to death. "Hungry?" Song Shia's tone rose slightly, her lips curling in sarcasm, wearing an expression that questioned whether he thought her foolish. "You just ate 8 compressed biscuits and 6 or 7 sausages. That's not normal eating." Shen Ye remained silent. "Your stomach is about to burst," Song Shia said, pressing her lips together, kindly reminding him. Shen Ye did not continue to remain silent, but chose to downplay the situation and teased her, "Are you concerned about me?" Song Shia replied irritably, "What else could it be?" After saying this, her face flushed slightly, and she stubbornly added, "If anything happens to you, we won't survive." The car fell silent for a few seconds. The only sound was the roar of the engine. Shen Ye's guilty demeanor inexplicably irritated Song Shia, who unusually raised her voice to question him. "You don't trust me." When she said this, her tone lost the earlier worry, replaced by a sense of disappointment, as if something had pierced her. Shen Ye was taken aback. "If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you stay in the car." The moment he uttered this, he realized he had misspoken. Song Shia, being a woman and emotional, changed her expression upon hearing this. It wasn't anger or grievance, but rather a sudden feeling of being struck by. There were no tears in her eyes, but that faint disappointment was more impactful than any tears. She pressed her foot on the brake, stopping the vehicle by the roadside, and reached to unbuckle her seatbelt. Just as she was about to push the door open to get out, Shen Ye reacted faster than her. He grasped her wrist firmly. Song Shia's wrist was slender, smooth as jade, with distinct joints, yet soft lines, feeling like holding a warm piece of jade. However, at that moment her wrist was straining to pull away, a force that would have been enough to topple an ordinary person. But Shen Ye was no ordinary person. The physical enhancement brought by his dual sequence allowed him to grip her wrist with the stability of a vice. Song Shia struggled twice, but remained unmoved. She turned to look at him, her eyes finally filled with emotion. It wasn't the grievance of red-rimmed eyes, but an anger tinged with defiance. "Let go." "You misunderstood," Shen Ye said softly. "What did I misunderstand? You have never trusted me from the beginning. Since we left Snake Village, I have always regarded you as a partner, a comrade wanting to live alongside you. But what about you? We have gone through so many life and death situations together, yet you have never let down your guard against me." Faced with her questions, Shen Ye's throat bobbed. He suddenly recalled that after he fainted, it was Song Shia who stayed by his side, proactively driving for him. He remembered how several times he found himself in danger. It was her holy healing light that pulled him back when he was about to collapse. Including earlier, if she hadn't rushed out from the toll booth to treat him, he would have already become a corpse, suffocated by the oil shadow ghost. Indeed, Shen Ye was formidable, the only combatant in the Dawn team. But without Song Shia, even if he were stronger, he wouldn't have survived to this point. "Perhaps I really am overly wary of people," he thought. If she intended to harm him after he fainted in the car, he might never wake up again. "Side effect of my sequence. You really misunderstood." He spoke again, his tone much gentler than before. Song Shia did not respond, but no longer struggled. "Perhaps I really am overly wary of people," he thought. If she intended to harm him after he fainted in the car, he might never wake up again. "Side effect of my sequence." Song Shia was taken aback, her expression somewhat surprised. "After a battle, I need to satisfy a desire." Shen Ye's speech was slow, even somewhat difficult to articulate. "Otherwise I could lose control and become a monster that only knows how to kill." "What desire?" "Killing, or other primal desires such as hunger. But this I am still experimenting with. I don't know if it works." He did not specify which sequence. He revealed not a single word about the Butcher sequence's specific abilities or the existence of the ASURA sequence. This was not distrust but caution. It was a habit ingrained in his bones. In his past life as a mercenary, he would never reveal all his cards, even to his closest. Some things are better known by fewer people. Song Ye opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Shen Ye's expression suddenly changed. That sense of disorientation surged again. This time Song Ye noticed it too. Shen Ye's pupils contracted to the extreme, in an instant dark red blood vessels appearing in the whites of his eyes. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. That expression did not belong to a smile, but was something creeping up from deep within his body, forcefully controlling his facial muscles. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. That expression did not belong to a smile, but was something creeping up from deep within his body, forcefully controlling his facial muscles. 10. Cold, violent, like a blade freshly quenched in blood. That killing intent was directed at her. Song Ye's pupils suddenly constricted. Her body instinctively shrank back. Her wrist thrashed violently in Shen Ye's palm as her feet pushed against the footrest, trying to leverage her escape, while her other hand groped for the car door handle. In her desperate struggle, Shen Ye's other hand had, unbeknownst to her, already gripped the hilt of the ghostly blade beside him. His fingertips trembled slightly, his knuckles tightening and loosening as if battling against an invisible force. At the same time, Song Ye saw his lips moving. No sound escaped them, but she understood the shape they formed. Don't touch her. This was clearly not directed at her, but rather at himself. Then that grotesque face began to change. It did not revert to normal. Instead, it contorted into an expression of extreme agony. It was as if someone was forcefully tearing at every muscle on his face, yet he continued to struggle with all his might. Veins bulged on Shen Ye's forehead and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. His breathing grew heavy and rapid, his chest heaving violently, each exhale accompanied by a low muffled grunt. Just as the blade of the ghostly knife was about to graze Song Ye's smooth neck, that murderous intent suddenly vanished. Shen Ye's hand slipped from the hilt, his pupils gradually returning to normal, the blood color in his eyes fading away. In its place was a profound weariness and a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. He released Song Ye's wrist. The movement was gentle, yet carried a sense of deliberate restraint, as if fearing that if he touched her for another second, the impulse he had just suppressed would surge back up. Song Ye pulled her hand back, rubbing her reddened wrist. Her breathing was also somewhat rapid, but the fear had vanished from her round almond-shaped eyes, replaced by a complex, indescribable emotion. She looked at him. He did not look back at her. The interior of the car fell silent for a long time. Are you okay? As the victim, Song Ye was instead concerned. I'm fine for now. Shen Ye's voice was somewhat hoarse, revealing deep exhaustion, yet his heart warmed. It seems that appetite cannot resolve this side effect. As he said this, his gaze fixated on his right hand, the hand that had uncontrollably pressed against the hilt. The blister burned into his hand by the grease still throbbed painfully, but what he felt at this moment was a different, deeper sensation of burning. That desire was still clearly buried within his body. It had not disappeared, it was merely suppressed. But he knew well that it could be suppressed for a moment, but not for... The next outbreak would only come faster than the last time. Is it true that the only way to relieve this side effect is through killing? He thought to himself. You wouldn't really want to kill, would you? Song Ye's expression became extremely complex. Yet faced with this question, Shen Ye almost immediately shook his head without hesitation. Though he was not a good person, he was certainly not a person who killed indiscriminately. If he were to wield the slaughter knife against the innocent members of the Dawn team, how was he any different from Zhao Biao, that beastly man? Whether or not the side effect could be relieved was another matter. This would undoubtedly become his inner demon. At that moment, someone knocked on the car window. It was He-Human with a beaming smile on his face. He first glanced at the driver Song Ye, then shifted his gaze to Shen Ye. Captain Song, Captain Shen, why did you suddenly stop? Song Ye raised her hand to check the watch left to her by Song Lei before his death. It was already past 5 in the morning, and it was likely that dawn would break soon. Moreover, Shen Ye's current state was no longer suitable for moving forward. At this moment, he was akin to a bomb that could explode at any time. Regardless of whether it was a danger to himself or to those around him, it would pose varying degrees of threat. So before Shen Ye could come up with a reason, she preemptively replied, It's almost dawn, and there are no strange pursuers behind us. You should arrange for everyone to take a break for now. Though He-Human was puzzled, he immediately nodded and replied, All right, I'll go right away. After watching him leave, Song Ye asked again, Is there really no other solution to this matter? As Shen Ye stroked his chin, which hadn't been shaved for several days, he adopted a thoughtful expression. Suddenly a spark of inspiration hit him, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled upwards. It seems there really is one. What is it? According to the subconscious expression of the side effect, one just needs to satisfy a primal desire to relieve it, but it does not specifically state which primal desire it refers to. So besides appetite, the desire for reproduction should count too, right? This statement seemed like a rhetorical question, but also carried a hint of suggestion. Though Song Xia had yet to experience such things during her university days, she had often heard her roommates discuss these matters during lights out. As a medical practitioner herself, she understood immediately. Unlike those naive girls, she was not at all flustered, and instead directly asked, "Is it just like what happened with Lin Wanxiu earlier?" This question left Shen Ye momentarily stunned. Before he acted with Lin Wanxiu, he had specifically asked her, and at that time, she said that Song Xia slept soundly and would not know about their transaction. But he had ultimately underestimated Song Xia. It turned out that when she got into the car, she had caught the faint scent that uniquely belonged to Lin Wanxiu. Coupled with that black lace battle robe in the corner, and the Volvo that Lin Wanxiu had suddenly obtained from Shen Ye. She didn't even need to guess, she already knew what had transpired between Shen Ye and Lin Wanxiu. However, her use of the word same clearly indicated a misunderstanding. She thought that Shen Ye's transaction with Lin Wanxiu was merely to relieve the side effect of the sequence. But what she did not know was that after ending the transaction with Lin Wanxiu, Shen Ye had swallowed the blood crystal to awaken the butcher sequence. Whether doing such a thing could relieve the side effect, he truly could not be certain. Faced with her penetrating gaze, he still mustered the courage to nod. After receiving Shen Ye's affirmative response, Song Xia surprisingly appeared to let out a sigh of relief. Before he could ask, she very proactively said, "Then I'll help you." "What?" Shen Ye was taken aback by her earnest response. The two locked eyes, leaving him unable to discern the truthfulness of her words. On the other hand, Song Xia responded nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? Don't forget, I am a doctor. In my eyes, this is just like treating a patient. Why are you a grown man being so bashful?" Hearing this, Shen Ye snapped back to reality and reconfirmed with her, "You're not joking." Song Xia assumed her former work demeanor, looking into Shen Ye's eyes earnestly as she replied, "From now on, you are the patient, and I am the doctor until your side effect is resolved." After a while, the car door was locked from the inside and the curtains of the window were drawn down. The situation that Shen Ye had imagined did not occur, as Song Xia's methods were rather rudimentary. Indeed, it was quite literal. Shen Ye gazed at the blushing face filled with red hues, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Conversely, Song Xia stared at the results on the ground, her entire face burning fiercely, completely losing her previous serious demeanor. What remained was a unique shyness that belonged solely to women. For her, this situation was indeed akin to treating a patient. Yet she was ultimately an inexperienced woman who, upon seeing that long gun, she couldn't help but have her heart race and her face flush. This should be sufficient, right? She turned her head, not daring to meet Shen Ye's gaze, completely shedding her earlier serious demeanor. When she asked this, Shen Ye genuinely took a moment to assess himself. The burning sensation that had been lurking within him had indeed diminished considerably. Moreover, throughout the entire manual treatment process, he did not experience that disorienting feeling again. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, Song Xia managed to find a solution. Shen Ye had initially intended to find Lin Wanxiu for another transaction, hoping to see if the side effects could be resolved. However, he did not expect Song Xia to take. Although the process was unexpected, the outcome was correct. However, gazing at Song Xia's lovely face, Shen Ye couldn't help but entertain a wicked thought. He suddenly felt reluctant to reveal the truth to her, curious to see how she would react. Furthermore, if he didn't get to taste her little seafood today, the chance might be hard to. After all, in the current atmosphere, saying it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would not be an exaggeration. It seems to have some effect, but it hasn't completely resolved. Upon hearing this response, Song Xia became increasingly flustered. "Then, what should we do?" She lowered her head, somewhat afraid to meet his eyes. Seeing her like this, Shen Ye's wicked thought magnified again. It's not that it's completely useless, at least the direction is correct. It's just that the process may need to be more in-depth. Song Xia gasped in surprise, abruptly looking up to meet Shen Ye's mischievous grin. She was no naive flower, she certainly understood his intentions. However, engaging in such activities, she looked at Shen Ye's handsome, yet somewhat wicked face. Shen Ye's original persona was that of a performing arts student, and his external attributes were undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, after his sequence awakening, his genes were optimized and altered, further enhancing his appearance. In the presence of a lone man and woman in a room with such proximity and the hints from the other party, her heart began to flutter uncontrollably. As the saying goes, men love beauty while women love strength. Even a goddess-like figure such as Song Xia was not immune to such common sentiments. Additionally, women are naturally drawn to strength, especially in the current apocalyptic environment. Shen Ye's repeated displays of formidable strength and his numerous rescues of her had long planted a seed of ambiguity in her heart. And that seed, under the current circumstances, quietly began to take root and sprout. How do you intend to go deeper? As she spoke, Song Xia instinctively took a half step back. This question was clearly somewhat rhetorical. However, her mind was extremely chaotic at the moment, making it impossible for her to think calmly as she usually would. "What do you think?" Shen Ye smiled as he countered. "I don't know." Song Xia chose to feign ignorance, hoping to muddle her way through. Yet Shen Ye's face moved closer. "How could you possibly not know? Moreover, you just said it yourself, you are the doctor, and I am the patient. Then as my doctor, shouldn't you take full responsibility for me? Having said that, Shen Ye gave her no chance to respond. He grasped her delicate wrist with one hand, applying a gentle force that caused Song Xia to uncontrollably collide into his embrace. At this moment, Shen Ye's upper body was bare, and the well-defined muscles on his abdomen made her acutely aware of that solid feeling. The masculine pheromones emanating from Shen Ye continuously stimulated every nerve in her body. Her heartbeat quickened to the point where she felt as if she could hear. At that moment, her mind was in a muddle, making it impossible to think of how to resist. Or rather, her subconscious had never considered resistance, and there was even a hint of anticipation. The two of them stood face to face, gazing into each other's eyes, their faces so close that they could feel each other's breath. Shen Ye's earlier words still lingered in her ear. Thus she silently recited in her heart, "He is the patient, I am the doctor, we are merely treating a condition." Suddenly, she closed her eyes as if surrendering, or perhaps permitting him to proceed with what came next. Shen Ye was also quite experienced at this point. Any hesitation would be unmanly. He glanced at her alluringly soft lips and leaned in to kiss her. As their lips met, the warm sensation caused Song Xia's mind to explode in a flash, leaving her in a blank state. Her body felt as if it had been electrocuted, going limp. At this moment, outside the window, the sky had already brightened and cars were parked along the roadside. The RV at the front occasionally exhibited slight movements that were difficult to discern with the naked eye, accompanied by faint gasps. About an hour later, the RV's movements finally ceased. The 5-meter radius around the RV seemed to be an unspoken no-go zone. Without an important matter, the other members of the Dawn team did not dare to approach, let alone face Shen Ye, the harbinger of death. Thus what transpired inside the vehicle remained known only to the parties involved. On the double bed, Song Xia curled up in Shen Ye's embrace. Sweat dampened the stray hair on her forehead, making it appear somewhat disheveled. After a long while, she finally spoke up. "This time should be all right." Her voice was soft, her breath faint, clearly exhausted from the earlier ordeal. Shen Ye's right hand rested on her forearm, gently rubbing it. It's completely healed now." Upon hearing this, Song Xia seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to the madness of earlier, she seemed more afraid of Shen Ye's loss of control. As a doctor, she understood men's needs in this regard very well. As for how she had confusingly given away her first time, she didn't feel much regret. Once her strength had somewhat recovered, she got up to take a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, Shen Ye was holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. The red oil broth contained not only noodles, but also several sausage pieces and a snack-flavored chicken leg. The RV had long lost power, and the hot water was obtained by Shen Ye after he got out of the car and exchanged it with someone who was cooking. The aroma wafting over made Song Xia's throat involuntarily swallow. "Eat up," Shen Ye said, handing over the bowl of beef noodles filled with sausage. By this time, Song Xia was already extremely hungry and instinctively reached out to. After slurping a mouthful of noodles, she looked towards Shen Ye, who was smoking in the passenger seat. "Aren't you going to eat?" Shen Ye revealed a bitter smile. "I just ate so many compressed biscuits, I can't eat anything now." This statement caused Song Xia to burst into laughter, nearly spraying her noodles onto his face. "Serves you right." After the banter, the atmosphere inside the RV lightened considerably. Since Song Lei's death, Song Xia realized she hadn't laughed so wholeheartedly in a long time. A bucket filled to the brim with instant noodles was devoured by her in no time. The oily broth from the braised beef clung to the sides of the bucket as she tilted her head back, drinking the last drop without leaving a trace. Shen Ye turned to look just in time to see her tossing the empty paper bucket into the trash. He flicked the ash off his fingers and instinctively asked, "Are you full?" Song Xia nodded and replied, "Not bad." For an ordinary person, those two words would imply that the other was satisfied. But as fellow sequence holders, Shen Ye understood very well. Song Xia was too shy to admit she wasn't full yet, and unwilling to lie, she gave such an ambiguous response. After awakening to the sequence, an ordinary person's physical quality improves, but their consumption increases dramatically. A bucket of instant noodles is more than enough for an ordinary person, but for sequence holders, it barely serves as a base. Shen Ye said nothing more, took a drag from his cigarette, and squatted down in the storage area. He rummaged through a few cardboard boxes and pulled out 4 egg yolk pies and a bottle of milk. "There's no hot water in the car, so make do with these." Anticipating her refusal, he simply shoved the items into her arms and added, "Consider this the medical fee." The word treatment was emphasized heavily. At this moment, Song Xia was particularly sensitive to the term, as images of their recent passionate entanglement surged uncontrollably in her mind. Her ears flushed instantly. Seeing the faint smile at the corner of Shen Ye's mouth, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, tearing open the wrapper of the egg yolk pie and whispering defensively, "I was just trying to help you alleviate the side effects. It's not that kind of relationship." Shen Ye curled his lips, extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray, not wanting to dwell on such a meaningless topic. The egg yolk pies were the cheapest bulk goods. The chocolate coating long melted in the heat and stuck to the wrapper. However, in the apocalypse, such sweets had become a rare. Only Shen Ye would be willing to take them out and give them away. The first bite exploded with a sweet, creamy taste on her tongue. Before the apocalypse, she never ate such things, thinking they were too sweet and unhealthy. But now this cheap sweetness brought her a sense of joy. She ate slowly, savoring each bite as if it were a treasure. Before long, she had finished all 4 egg yolk pies along with a bottle of milk, finally feeling a long-lost sense of fullness. She licked the residual sweetness from the corner of her mouth, a faint smile of happiness gracing her face. Since the arrival of the apocalypse song, Lei had never allowed her to go hungry. Yet she always strictly controlled how much she could eat at every meal for the sake of long-term survival. But today's meal was the most filling she had had since the apocalypse. All right. Song Shia stood up, tossing the empty milk carton and the egg yolk pie wrapper into the trash, brushing off the crumbs from her hands. There's nothing left for me to do here, I'll head out first. After going through such an experience, the distance between the two had indeed narrowed considerably. However, she was very clear that perhaps in Shen Ye's eyes, she was still an outsider. It would be much more dignified for her to get out of the car on her own. Yet this time was different. Just as her hand grasped the door handle, Shen Ye's voice called out to her from behind. Wait a moment. Song Shia turned her head, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Is there something else? Shen Ye leaned against the back of the sofa, his gaze fixed on her without wavering. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as if weighing his words. What if you stayed in my car from now on? The cabin fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Song Shia stared at his face, her mind involuntarily flashing back to the previous scene. No way. She reacted instinctively, her tone both shy and urgent. I am not that kind of person. Shen Ye was momentarily stunned by her loud response. Then he quickly regained his composure, his expression becoming a bit awkward as he rubbed under his nose. You misunderstood. I just want you to stay in the car so we can take turns driving. As you can see, I'm the only one in the car. When encountering strange situations, it's impossible to manage both fighting and driving at the same time. Even on regular journeys, driving for 10 hours straight without rest is unbearable for anyone. Upon hearing this song, Shia's face turned beet red. From her neck to her ears, she felt like she could dig a hole and hide in it. It turned out she had been overthinking. But to be fair, Shen Ye's invitation was indeed very tempting. The RV was luxuriously decorated. With a wide soft leather sofa, a private bathroom, where one could take a hot shower at any time, a double bed that made one reluctant to get up, and various supplies stored in the storage area. The living experience was far superior to the Volvo that Lin Wanxiu had driven away, not to mention her previous cargo van. But the thought of a man and a woman cohabiting in this less than 20 square meter space every day and night made her heart race with anxiety. She admitted that she had feelings for this man. But having feelings is one thing, and living together is another. As a woman, she was inherently reserved. Otherwise, her first time would not have been with Shen Ye. Furthermore, based on her understanding of Shen Ye, such an invitation was a complete manifestation of his trust in her. Suppressing the joy in her heart, she replied in a calm tone, think about it. With that, she hurriedly pushed the car door open and jumped out as if escaping. As she landed, the heel of her shoe slipped on the step, nearly causing her to fall. Once she regained her balance, she no longer cared whether he saw her awkward appearance and directly fled toward the Volvo without looking back. Shen Ye leaned back on the sofa, watching the tall figure grow more distant through the car window, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. He was not surprised by Song Shia's response at all. Of course, if it were another woman, she might have readily accepted the offer. However, Shen Ye was not interested in such women. That's just how people are. The things that can be easily obtained are often not cherished. He only withdrew his gaze after seeing her get into the car. At this moment, the air in the car still lingered with her unique, refreshing scent. He clicked his tongue, shaking off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, and lay back down on the bed. Meanwhile, the Blood Eagle convoy finally reached a small gas station at the border of Guangdong East and Guangxi West after relentless pursuit. The gas station was small and old, consisting of 2 dull gray low-rise houses and a faded re-roofed awning. On the ground beside the gas pump lay a few dark, hardened clumps of dirt, standing out oddly in the gas station, difficult to ignore. Strangely, standing on these black hard clumps, the soles of the shoes could still feel a residual warmth like asphalt that had just been extinguished. If Shen Ye were here, he would immediately recognize that this was the very gas station where he had fought for his life against the 4 oil shadow ghosts last night. Yang Feng filled up his Rolls Royce with fuel, tightened the fuel cap, and turned to wave his hand beside him. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and the dark circles beneath them were as pronounced as those of a panda. He exuded a sense of dishevelment from head to toe. He had hardly slept these past few days. Ever since encountering Cheng Shun, the invisible weapon he spoke of had become his obsession. In pursuit of that knife, he had followed the trail here with his crew. Yet after all this time, he hadn't even seen a ghost. A surge of unnamable anger suddenly welled up within Yang Feng. He spoke in an authoritative tone, "Bring Cheng Shun over." A bald, muscular man dressed in a black suit behind him immediately understood. He turned and walked to the back seat of a mud-streaked off-road vehicle, roughly yanking the door open. As the door swung open, a wave of mixed odors of sweat and foot odor rushed out. At that moment, Cheng Shun was sprawled in the back seat, sound asleep. His mouth was wide open, and his snores rose and fell in volume. Without a word, the bald man seized a handful of Cheng Shun's sparse hair and yanked him out. Ow! Cheng Shun jolted awake, the intense pain leading him to let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He was forcibly dragged out from the back seat. His back collided with the door frame, his shoulders slammed against the step, and ultimately, he collapsed to the cement ground like a puddle of mud. It was unclear how many strands of hair were yanked out. The torn scalp oozed bright red blood, trickling down his temple, across the corner of his eye, and over his mouth, dripping onto the cement floor below. The bald man remained unfazed. The other members of the convoy were also drawn to the scene, though their expressions showed no sign of disturbance, as if they were used to. Cheng Shun was dragged along by his hair. His legs flailed on the cement ground. One of his dress shoes was lost in the process, revealing a worn holy gray sock. The bald man's movements were practiced, as if dragging a sack of crops, bringing Cheng Shun right in front of Yang Feng before releasing his grip. At that moment, Cheng Shun's mind was blank. The intense pain felt like being struck by a board studded with iron nails. When he caught sight of Yang Feng's face, he had no time to ponder what was happening. An instinct for survival compelled him to kneel, crawling towards Yang Feng's legs. At this moment, Yang Feng appeared completely different from their first meeting. Back then, he always seemed calm and composed, exuding an air of confidence. Now, from any angle, he resembled a cornered wolf. Yang Feng lowered his head, gazing at the trembling Cheng Shun on the ground, his voice somewhat hoarse. Do you know why? His tone was as calm as still water. Yet Cheng Shun could sense it. Beneath that calm lay something suppressed, like a volcano ready to erupt. He instinctively shook his head, then frantically nodded. I know. His voice trembled, mixed with sobs and gasps. Yang Feng remained silent. He stared at Cheng Shun for a full 3 seconds, then let out a brief, almost imperceptible laugh. In the next moment, he kicked Cheng Shun in the abdomen. Cheng Shun flew several meters away like a shrimp in a hot pot. The sharp pain in his abdomen made him curl up into a ball, and the acidic bile surged uncontrollably up his throat, mixing with the remnants of his last meal. It splattered on the ground, releasing a pungent, sour odor. Spare me, Yang Zong, spare me. His words were slurred, and the intense pain rendered him unable to rise. Yang Feng took a step forward. He lifted his right foot, suspended in midair. Yet looking at the pained, contorted face on the ground, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to kick him to death. He withdrew his leg from midair, dragging his shoe across the cement ground. Seeing this, the bald man hurried over to help Cheng Shun up from the ground. As soon as he was steadied, Cheng Shun's legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Yang Feng stared at him, his eyes unusually cold. Do you have any idea how many people the Blood Eagle team has lost tracking this place since we got the information about that weapon from your mouth? Cheng Shun shivered all over, his lips moved a few times, but he dared not respond. Soon all the events that had unfolded during this journey flashed through Yang Feng. It turned out that after discovering Zhao Biao's corpse, they immediately encountered a mass of high-level anomalies shrouded in black mist. The entire convoy was frightened into immediately getting back on the road. In the process of being pursued by the gray mist, the entire convoy suffered unprecedented losses. 6 vehicles were directly engulfed by the mist, and the dozen or so people inside couldn't even let out a desperate cry. After shaking off the gray mist, the convoy arrived at a fork in the road. Based on the tire marks left at the junction, Cheng Shun confidently claimed that the young man had taken the small path. Thus the convoy set off again, following the small path. However, halfway through they found themselves surrounded by a swarm of first-tier tree spirits. Only by igniting the fuel tanks of several vehicles did the convoy manage to escape. As they delved deeper, they arrived at a village named Qinxing. Yang Feng initially planned to enter the village to replenish supplies and search for the RV's trail. But upon entering, he found the place had been completely ransacked, and in a villa they encountered several high-level anomalies. In an instant, the dozen or so people under his command turned into a pile of bones. Had it not been for a Sequence 9 member sacrificing his life, the entire Blood Eagle team would have perished in the village. After escaping from the village, the convoy followed the tire marks all the way to this place. Before we set out, there were over 130 people in our convoy, half of whom were my trusted aides. And now, my trusted aides are either dead or injured, and the entire Blood Eagle team only has over 50 left, he said. Should I be angry? Should I kill you? Cheng Shun trembled all over, frantically banging his head against the cement ground with a loud thud, each impact solidly hitting the hard surface. The skin on his forehead quickly broke, blood mixing with dust smeared across his face. Captain Yang, the information I provided is absolutely correct, absolute. When Zhao Biao took that RV and modified it, Cheng Shun was present and witnessed it all. He vividly remembered that time was tight, and a lot of steel plates were added during the reinforcement process, making the vehicle's weight nearly double its original amount. But they couldn't find matching tires, so Zhao Biao used the old ones for the time being. Consequently, that vehicle wore down its tires at a significantly faster rate than ordinary vehicles. Moreover, the tire marks left behind were particularly distinctive. Zhao Biao could recognize them at a glance. Thus, the fact that they had accurately tracked all the way here was almost entirely due to Cheng Shun's contribution. His only mistake was igniting Yang Feng's greed. Yang Feng himself was well aware that had it not been for the pursuit of that young man and the attempt to seize that knife, they would not have lost so many people. However, he was inherently proud and would never admit to his own faults. Moreover, having a weapon with a serial number appear in the hands of an ordinary person who had yet to awaken their own sequence was no different from a pie falling from the sky. It was a temptation that anyone would find hard to resist. That knife was regarded as a sure thing by Yang Feng from the very beginning. In order to obtain it sooner, he even compressed the daily rest time of the convoy from 6 hours to 4, forcing his subordinates to travel day and night. However, after chasing for so many days, the Blood Eagle convoy still could not see the shadow of the RV. His subordinates began to voice their complaints in private, and Yang Feng's prestige within the group gradually dwindled. Again and again, the cycle of hope and despair made him numb, anxious, angry, unwilling, and regretful. The various negative emotions that had taken root recently made it difficult for him to again and again. The cycle of hope and despair made him numb, anxious, angry, unwilling, and regretful. The various negative emotions that had taken root recently made it difficult for him to eat or sleep. He suddenly found himself not wanting to play this cat-and-mouse game anymore. Decapitating this scoundrel and turning back north with the remaining men to minimize losses seemed the most rational choice. Ultimately, he simply wanted to use Cheng Shun as a punching bag or a tool to re-establish his authority. He took a deep breath as if making a difficult decision. Just as he was about to draw his knife, a delighted voice reached his ears. Manager Yang. Manager Yang. A tall, thin man wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a receding hairline jogged over. He excitedly shouted, "We have a discovery. A significant discovery." Yang Feng frowned, his hand still on the knife handle, turning to look at the man. This bespectacled man was originally the technical director of one of his companies, named Zhou Xinghai. Before the apocalypse, he was involved in mechanical engineering and had knowledge of various machines. This man was usually taciturn, rarely communicating with others, and had almost never shown such an excited expression bordering on loss of composure. "Speak." Yang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and uttered a single word. Zhou Xinghai, panting as he approached, pushed up his misaligned glasses and pointed towards the fuel pump. "Just now, while fueling the vehicles, I casually checked the status of these fuel pumps. Guess what? The motor of the fuel pump is still warm. Moreover, the solenoid valve at the oil outlet was recently reset, and the circuit board of the digital display was also reconnected by someone." Yang Feng impatiently interrupted him. "Speak plainly. It means these machines were tampered with not long ago, and they likely left no more than 5 hours ago." Yang Feng's gaze suddenly changed. His bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly, and something deep within his pupils reignited. At that moment, shouts came from the other end of the convoy. "Manager Yang! Manager Yang! Over here, over here!" A loyal team member stood on the asphalt road at the gas station exit, pulling up his pants. Once the person came closer, he excitedly pointed to the spot where he had just urinated, saying, "There are tire tracks here too." Exactly like what Cheng Shun said. They were wide and deep, and the tread patterns matched. Then another subordinate pushed his glasses and analyzed, looking at the direction of the tire tracks. They went towards Wusher. Two pieces of news came crashing into Cheng Shun's ears, one after the other. He suddenly lifted his head. His face was covered in blood, and his snot and tears were mixed together, looking as wretched as possible. Yet those eyes shone with a frightening brightness, as if grasping at the last straw of hope. "Captain Yang, look. Look, I told you. I said my information is absolutely correct. The young man who drove away Zhao Biao's RV must be just ahead, and he definitely hasn't gone far. Didn't Director Zhou say they left less than 5 hours ago? They can't have traveled far in that time. We can still catch up, Captain Yang." Yang Feng stood in place, his expression somewhat hesitant. He looked down at Cheng Shun's bloodied face, then slowly raised his head to gaze in the direction the road stretched. His gaze pierced through the grayish horizon and fixed upon the ridge in the distance, distorted and blurred by the heat waves. The flame that had been extinguished before now flickered back to life in his eyes. Not a flame of anger, but of greed. The greed that had been nearly extinguished in his heart was reignited by these two good pieces of news. Good. He slowly withdrew his hand from the knife handle, his gaze falling on Cheng Shun's face, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. "He'll trust you one last time." Then he bent down and reached out a hand, patting Cheng Shun's bloodied cheek. The force was not heavy, but each pat made Cheng Shun shiver. "If we still can't find that person this time." His tone suddenly turned cold, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "He'll make you regret ever coming into this world." After saying that, he no longer glanced at Cheng Shun, straightened up and waved his hand towards the direction of the convoy. "Everyone listen up, break the rest, get on the vehicles, and advance at full speed. Chase in the direction of the tire tracks, follow them. If we catch up, everyone gets a..." Soon the roar of engines echoed at the gas station. One vehicle after another started up their wheels, grinding over the patches of black hard soil, all rushing towards Wushi. A convoy of more than 40 vehicles formed a winding long serpent on the road. This time Yang Feng did not sit in the back seat with Chen Na, but chose the passenger seat to see the RV at the first moment. He adjusted the seat upright, leaning forward, one hand bracing against the dashboard, staring intently at the road ahead. He had already sacrificed half the convoy and the lives of many brothers. This knife, he must have it. Inside the RV, Shen Ye turned over, burying his face deep into the pillow. Shortly after Song Xia got off the vehicle, he lay back down on the bed. The previous deep sleep did not cure all his fatigue. The temperature in the cabin gradually climbed without him noticing. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Ye suddenly opened his eyes wide. The blurry outline of the roof reflected in his pupils, his heartbeat steady, devoid of any panic from waking up. He was purely awakened by the heat. He sat up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His palms were clammy as if he had just been pulled out of water. His tank top was stuck to his back, soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin, impossible to peel off. He glanced out the window at the sky. The morning sky, once covered in dark clouds, now only had a sun radiating heat hanging above. The entire world was bathed in a blinding white light. Shen Ye looked at the thermometer hanging beside the window. 42 degrees. What a hellish weather. He muttered a curse, took a bottle of mineral water from the storage box, twisted the cap, and drank a few mouthfuls. The water was lukewarm, and drinking it did not relieve his heat, but rather made his throat drier. He shifted his gaze to the outside of the window. Vehicles were parked under the shade of trees by the roadside, as no one dared to linger outside in such scorching heat. Just as he was about to turn around to take a shower, the window began to tremble slightly, and the roar of engines echoed from afar. He turned to look, only able to see the shadow of a convoy at the end of the road. Seeing this scene, Shen Ye felt no joy at the sight of his kind. Instead, his brows furrowed. In the apocalypse, the hearts of men could sometimes be scarier than the bizarre. Cheng Shun sat in the passenger seat of a black SUV, gritting his teeth in pain from his wound. Despite this, his eyes remained wide open, staring intently ahead, fearful of missing anything. About a kilometer ahead, under the shade of trees on the right side of the road, a convoy was parked there. His gaze shifted past a few ordinary cars and a bus locking onto the RV at the very front. That's it. Cheng Shun nudged the suited strongman driving beside him, his voice filled with excitement. We found it. We found it. That's the one. The bald strongman driving frowned at Cheng Shun's sudden shout, but before he could scold him, Cheng Shun had already grabbed the walkie-talkie beside his seat, his fingers trembling as he pressed the talk button. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, did you see it? It's them. We found them. The voice traveled through the airwaves into the cockpit of the Rolls-Royce ahead. Yang Feng sat in the passenger seat, leaning slightly forward. His gaze was far sharper than Cheng Shun's. Earlier, when Cheng Shun couldn't see clearly, he had already scrutinized the convoy ahead. Yang Feng sat in the passenger seat, leaning slightly forward. His gaze was far sharper than Cheng Shun's. Earlier, when Cheng Shun couldn't, I see it. Yang Feng replied into the walkie-talkie, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The fatigue and anxiety that had filled his bloodshot eyes were replaced by a surge of excitement. But he did not give the order immediately. Last time in Xinqing village, he had seen hope like this only to dive in and lose over a dozen lives. So he pressed the talk button again, his tone low. Cheng Shun, are you sure it's that vehicle? Absolutely. 100% sure. Mr. Yang, even if that RV turned to ash, I would recognize it. Cheng Shun's voice was almost a shout, saliva spraying onto the car window, excitement causing him to forget the injury he bore. Long before Zhao Biao was still alive, he had dreamed of riding in that RV. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then picked up another walkie-talkie, switching to the team channel. Everyone listen up. The target is ahead. Large vehicles will encircle from both sides, blocking their escape. The remaining vehicles will follow and form a siege. Whoever dares to let one slip away, I will deal with them. The channel quickly echoed with brief confirmations from the vehicles. As the roar of engines rolled in from afar, most of the people in the dawn convoy were still asleep. The continuous escape journey had pushed everyone's nerves and bodies to the limit. Even now, with the sun baking the vehicle like a steamer, no one was willing to move. But the engine sounds grew closer. Not just one or two. Dozens of engines roared in unison, deep and dense. The first to react were a few people on the outskirts of the convoy keeping watch. They rose from their seats, rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking out through the car windows. Then they saw it at the end of the road. A dark convoy was rapidly approaching. The advance was fierce. A black Rolls-Royce and a muddy SUV driving side by side suddenly split to either side when they were less than 200 meters from the dawn convoy. Behind them, a few large modified vehicles that had been trailing at the back suddenly accelerated. These large vehicles rushed to the front of the dawn convoy's parking position in an almost reckless manner, abruptly turning sideways, blocking the road completely. Tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving behind dark marks. The smell of burnt rubber mixing with exhaust fumes filled the air. The people in the dawn convoy were now. Someone pushed open the car door and jumped out, but before they could understand what was happening, they were frozen in place by the row of large vehicles blocking the road ahead. What? What's going on? Why are there so many cars? Who are these people? Damn it, are we being robbed? However, the group that had previously been with Zhao Biao was not unfamiliar with such a scene. They were too familiar with it. This was Zhao Biao's standard routine for highway, yet they never expected that one day they themselves would become the ones being robbed. A few quick-reacting individuals without a word shrank back into their cars, slamming the doors shut, with a bang frantically pressing the central lock. Inside the RV, Shen Ye had already lowered the curtains the moment the engine sounds approached. He did not rush to get out, but instead took a glance through a gap in the curtains. Another encirclement. All routes were blocked. This newly appeared convoy had at least double the number of vehicles as theirs. His brow furrowed deeper. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on his car door. Shen Ye pulled open a corner of the curtain. Outside stood He Yunping. This man, who usually wore a smile, now wore a rare look of seriousness. A fine layer of sweat beaded on his forehead, his peripheral vision constantly darting towards the road. Shen Ye thought he was seeking shelter, so he did not open the door. Captain Shen, He Yunping whispered, his speech faster than usual. Let me in, I have news to report to you. Hearing this, Shen Ye finally opened the door to let him in. After He Yunping got into the car, the curtain was pulled back a little, just enough to see the position of that Rolls-Royce. Before he could speak, the door of the black Rolls-Royce opened. The first to step out was a foot clad in white pointed leather shoes. The tone of his voice changed as he uttered that name. Shen Ye followed his gaze. He saw the man in the floral shirt standing still casually. When the man in white pants took off his sunglasses, He Yunping clearly saw that face. Yang Feng. It really is him. The tone of his voice changed as he uttered that name. Shen Ye followed his gaze. He saw the man in the floral shirt standing still casually adjusting his cuffs. Then from the back of the Rolls-Royce, another woman stepped out. The woman wore a violet sleeveless body-hugging dress, her brown waves cascading over her shoulders. The hem of the dress barely covered her thighs, and she wore a pair of slender high heels. She walked with a graceful gait, elegantly circling around the front of the car and naturally linking arms with Yang Feng. Immediately after, the back door of a black SUV was yanked open violently. A bald strong man dragged someone out from inside. The person had lost most of his hair, covered in blood, and was as limp as a pile of mud. The bald strong man gripped the back of his collar, dragging him to a spot a few meters behind Yang Feng, and then let go. The person lay on the ground, gasping for breath, lacking even the strength to lift his head. He Yunping followed Shen Ye's gaze, and upon seeing the man's face, his eyes widened in shock. Cheng Shun. He spat out the name through gritted teeth. Seeing his expression, Shen Ye asked in confusion, "Do you have a grudge against him?" No, this guy was in charge of Zhao Biao's convoy. After Zhao Biao died, he ran away with his men. This group of people was probably brought here by him. Shen Ye displayed a look of realization, then pointed at Yang Feng. What about him? What do you know about him? He Yunping took a deep breath, lowering his voice to a level only Shen Ye could hear. His name is Yang Feng. Before the apocalypse, his family was one of the major families in Xiangjiang, and he himself ran an investment company and several casinos, also engaging in some loan sharking and collection activities straddling both the black and white realms. 2 days before Zhao Biao died, we encountered his Blood Eagle convoy and conducted a transaction. Transaction? Shen Ye immediately caught the key information. Is he a sequence? Not just him, there are 2 other sequence members in his convoy, but I don't know exactly who they are or what abilities they possess. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Feng had already taken a step forward. He pushed the brim of his cowboy hat upward, revealing a pair of hawk-like sharp eyes. Facing the RV, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Friends in the RV. I've been waiting here for so long, are you not coming down to chat? Inside the RV, Shen Ye did not respond immediately. Shen Ye first gripped the handle of the ghostly blade, immediately activating its invisible effect. The blade trembled slightly, then vanished into the air as if shrouded in mist. He was clearly holding a blade in his hand, but to anyone looking, they could only see his empty right hand. When the car door opened, a wave of heat rushed in. A tall, slender young man in his 20s with a stern appearance stood on the car's step, looking down at the man in the cowboy hat ahead. Shen Ye stepped off the RV stairs, walking 2 paces towards Yang Feng, before stopping 5 meters away. The heat haze rising from the asphalt road distorted the outlines of the distant ridges. The 2 men locked eyes. Shen Ye's gaze first fell on Yang Feng, dressed in a floral shirt, white trousers, and a beige cowboy hat, with hawk-like eyes scrutinizing him without concealment. Then he glanced at the more than 20 burly men behind Yang Feng. Unlike the people surrounding the convoy, these men all gripped iron rods or machetes, standing loosely, yet with fierce gazes reminiscent of gangsters from old movies. There was not a trace of fear on Shen Ye's face. He even smiled. I don't know you. There's nothing for us to talk about. Yang Feng also smiled. He took off his sunglasses and tucked them into his shirt pocket, revealing bloodshot eyes. Not knowing me is fine. As long as you know Zhao. His tone was light, as if discussing a trivial matter. It's enough to know Zhao Biao. Shen Ye remained silent. Yang Feng continued, speaking at a measured pace. Zhao Biao is my brother. Previously he wronged you by robbing you first. But you killed him and took his car, which is rather unreasonable. He paused to adjust his sleeve. If I don't get an explanation today, my mini brothers will not accept it. The burly men behind him stepped forward in coordination, iron rods hitting their palms, producing a dull thud. Zhao Biao is your brother. Shen Ye chuckled as if he had heard a joke, the corners of his mouth lifting again. He was no fool. From what He Yunping had described, these two had only met once. At most they had exchanged nods. He raised an eyebrow in rebuttal, eager to see what excuse the other would concoct. What kind of explanation do you want? Yang Feng slightly lowered his head. His gaze shifted from Shen Ye's face down to his right hand. That hand was half clenched as if gripping something, but the palm was— What you're holding should be a peculiar weapon, Yang Feng remarked. Shen Ye's pupils suddenly constricted. He indeed held the ghost head. The blade had activated invisibly, appearing to anyone else as merely a mass of transparent air. But Yang Feng saw through it. Or rather, the surprise lasted only a moment. Shen Ye quickly realized that Yang Feng had pursued him here not to seek justice for Zhao Biao. From the very beginning, Yang Feng's only target was his ghost head. He no longer concealed it. The ghost head materialized. The pitch-black blade gradually emerged from the air, the ghostly head on the hilt glinting dully in the sun. The entire knife was several centimeters longer than an ordinary broadsword, covered in a layer of faint dark red. Even from 5 meters away, Yang Feng could feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade. Yang Feng's eyes gleamed. The light was unmasked, greed, his gaze resembling that of a starving wolf cornered with nowhere to escape. But he quickly suppressed that greed, his expression relaxing once more. Young man, you're impressive. He stepped forward, suddenly adopting a cordial tone. I see you have talent. So if you obediently hand over that knife to me, I can invite you to join the Blood Eagle team. At that point we will be brothers, and we can let the matter with Zhao Biao pass. The RV you seized will still belong to you. What do you think? He spoke with a smile like a benevolent elder mentoring a junior. Shen Ye also smiled. Such words might have convinced someone else. Yet Shen Ye had seen too many people like Yang Feng. During his past life as a mercenary, he had taken on many similar jobs. Those who mingled in both the underworld and legitimate society, constantly talking about brotherhood, would turn on you faster than you could flip a page. Once he handed over the knife, all that awaited him was death. However, Yang Feng clearly could have directly seized it. Now he was saying all this just to establish a justified claim. This was his established style before the— Even now that order had long since collapsed. This habit was not something he could change overnight. This was also a difference between a true big shot and those nouveau riche. Shen Ye shook his head, a layer of sarcasm creeping into his smile. What if I refuse? Refuse? Yang Feng first froze, then laughed, as if hearing a tremendous joke, a flicker of irritation appearing in his eyes as he threw his head back and laughed twice. The burly men behind him began to laugh mockingly. In their eyes, this young man in his 20s appeared as a clown. Suddenly the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Yang Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. He suppressed all expressions, and a knife appeared in his hand out of thin air. The knife was half a foot shorter than the ghost head, with a silver-white blade gleaming coldly and fine ancient characters carved along the spine. This was his lifeblood knife, acquired at great cost, and it had never failed him in previous battles. Chun Na and the confidants behind her immediately retreated to create space upon seeing this movement. The surrounding members of the Blood Eagle team began whispering among themselves. This kid is finished. A mere ordinary person dares to challenge Yang. Youthful exuberance, perhaps. He doesn't even know Yang is a sequencer. If it were me, I would just hand it over. It's just a knife after all. What's more important than reputation? Even the former subordinates of Zhao Biao and the Dawn team began to avert their gazes. They had witnessed Shen Ye slay Zhao Biao, but Yang Feng was not Zhao Biao. The Blood Eagle team had 2 sequencers besides him. Faced with such absolute disparity in numbers and strength, they did not believe Shen Ye could turn the tables. Some even began to entertain thoughts of switching to the Blood Eagle team. Yang Feng gripped the knife and stepped forward. He intended to make this reckless young man understand what a sequencer truly was. But Shen Ye did not give him that opportunity. The ghost head vanished from his hand once again. At the same time, his pupils turned crimson. A dark red slaughter mark was simultaneously branded onto Yang Feng. In that instant, Yang Feng felt as if he had been locked onto by a terrifying gigantic— It was no metaphor. This was a genuine feeling emerging from deep within his body. His hand gripping the knife trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat trickled down his back, and even his teeth were slightly chattering. He saw Shen Ye's crimson eyes, as if gazing upon something indescribable. It was a humanoid figure, but surrounded by a presence far older and more murderous than that of any human. The intelligence was mistaken. Shen Ye was not an ordinary person, nor even an ordinary sequencer. This oppressive sensation was not something an ordinary— Yang Feng mentally cursed Cheng Shun's ancestors numerous times, making a vow that after finishing off this young man, he would certainly dismember Cheng Shun. He opened his mouth to say something. Shen Ye moved. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, the 5 meters vanishing in the blink of an eye. The ghost head cut through the air, invisibly aiming straight for Yang Feng's neck. Yang Feng could see nothing, but his combat instincts warned him that death was. He raised his lifeblood knife, barely managing to block the blow with sheer instinct. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. A peanut-sized notch was chipped out of the blade of Yang Feng's life knife. The sharp characteristic of the ghost head doubled its sharpness and hardness, making Yang Feng's proud life knife seem no different from an ordinary iron piece in comparison. A tremendous impact surged through the blade into his arm, causing Yang Feng's hands to go numb, his entire right arm trembling from fingertips to shoulder. He staggered back 3 or 4 steps before stabilizing himself, glancing down at the notch on the knife, cold sweat dripping down his back. The invisible blade still appeared too formidable in close combat. Yet the stronger the ghost head manifested, the more his uncontrollable greed surged from within. Likewise, Yang Feng was no soft persimmon. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the numbness in his arm as the power of the sequence surged within him, immediately activating his core skill. Slash contract. The silver-white blade was coated in a layer of golden sheen, the notch on the knife forcefully mended by this power, and the sharpness and destructive power of the entire blade doubled in an instant. At the same time, a line of ancient seal runes invisible to the naked eye appeared in his vision. It was the contract of knife debt. The debt incurred must be repaid with the enemy's life within a time limit, otherwise the backlash would be a price even he could not bear. Yang Feng no longer passively defended, but actively struck. The golden blade light exploded under the blazing sun, each slash faster and harsher than the last. Every strike in the state of the slash contract carried double destructive power. The air was ripped apart by the blade, emitting a pure. Shen Ye was not pushed back by this frenzied assault. He didn't even furrow his brow. The combined power of dual sequences granted him overwhelming speed and reflexes over others of the same tier. In the gray-white vision, Yang Feng's attacks resembled a raccoon cat, swinging its claws. The claws looked intimidating, but the trajectory of the movements was clear. At this moment, he finally understood how the debuff on his opponent's speed and strength from the butchery mark worked. It wasn't a direct reduction of attributes like in an online game, as he initially thought. Instead, under the enhancement of the butchery mark, his reaction speed and dynamic vision had significantly improved. Shen Ye effortlessly dodged Yang Feng's 3. During the intervals of the opponent's attacks, it was his time to counterattack. The ghost head twisted in his hand like a living thing, the invisible blade tracing an unseen arc in the air, striking from an angle Yang Feng had never anticipated. Yang Feng barely returned the knife to block, but the tip of the ghost head had already carved a half-foot-long cut across his chest. Blood droplets splattered out, quickly drying into dark red spots on the scorching ground. Yang Feng let out a muffled groan, tightening his grip on the knife. He did not receive a moment's respite. Shen Ye's second strike followed closely. This time the ghost head manifested for a brief moment, the dark red blade casting a shadow in the sunlight aimed directly at Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng's pupils constricted. Head-severing sentence. He silently screamed the name of this skill in his mind. The invisible power of the law instantly locked onto Shen Ye, ensuring the next strike would hit its vital point. This was his ultimate trump card. Once activated, there would be no turning back. The tremendous cost caused his body to sway slightly, but his blade was already. The trajectory traced by the blade was forcefully corrected by the head-severing sentence aimed straight at Shen Ye's heart. But Yang Feng had forgotten one thing. He was marked by the butchery mark. The dark red mark constantly burned his spirit. Facing Shen Ye, his instinctive fear weakened his power, slowed his actions, and even made his grip on the knife tremble. This fear was beyond what his will could overcome. It stemmed from the suppression of the sequence rules. In the split second before the head-severing sentence completed its lock, his fingers uncontrollably deviated by an inch. Just 1 inch. Yang Feng's life knife pierced into Shen Ye's left shoulder instead of his heart. The tip barely penetrated 2 fingers' depth before being firmly clamped by powerful muscles. Shen Ye glanced at him expressionlessly, then swung the knife back. The ghost head pierced through Yang Feng's right arm, and when the blade was withdrawn, a plume of blood mist followed. Yang Feng screamed in agony, nearly losing his grip on his life knife. Why was the gap so vast? What kind of sequence user was he? With the slash contract and the head-severing sentence, he had laid out all his trump cards. Yet before Shen Ye, he barely lasted 5 exchanges. If it weren't for the fact that he was just 1 step away from advancing to sequence 8, with physical attributes superior to an average 9th tier, he would have already been dead by the time Shen Ye swung his second knife. This even made Yang Feng feel a sense of delusion. He believed Shen Ye was a sequence 8 user. At this moment, he bore 4 or 5 knife wounds, some deep, and the deepest wound was on his right arm, nearly reaching the bone. The shallowest was on his chest, but it had also torn through skin and flesh, blood flowing down the fabric of his floral shirt, staining his white pants a mess. He knelt on the ground, not realizing when his cowboy hat had fallen, revealing the sparse hair on his head. The once imposing leader of the Blood Eagle convoy now looked as wretched as a wild dog stepped on by others. But he was not dead yet. Zhou Jiqiang, hurry up and take action, Yang Feng shouted hoarsely. Before his shout had even faded, a massive black shadow had already lunged out from the crowd. The bald and muscular Zhou Jiqiang transformed midair. His muscles swelled, as if inflated gray-brown beast skin patterns emerged on the surface of his skin. His hands turned into claws with sharp talons, and his entire body size surged nearly by half in an instant. Beastman Sequence 9th Tier. His sharp claws swept toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye withdrew his knife to block the ghost head colliding with the claws, sparks flying. Zhou Jiqiang's strength far surpassed Yang Feng's, yet even facing the dual sequence enhancement of Shen Ye, he was still knocked back 2 steps. The suppression effect of the second butchery mark erupted upon him simultaneously. Zhou Jiqiang's heart trembled violently. The fear of being locked onto by an ancient beast instantly engulfed him. His movements stiffened noticeably, and his breathing became heavy. In the few seconds, Zhou Jiqiang stubbornly approached. Yang Feng struggled to drag his injured body to Chun, now reaching out his right hand toward the gem necklace nestled between her chest and the valley, and yanked it off. Chun now winced a bit. The necklace was centered around a dark red gem the size of a fingernail, oval-shaped. Through the crystal surface, one could clearly see lines inside resembling blood vessels. On the surface it seemed like an accessory, but in reality, it was a sinister object Chen Na had scavenged from a dying sequence user after the apocalypse named Crimson. Yang Feng took a glance and immediately handed the gem to Chen Na, signaling her with his eyes. Chen Na looked hesitant. Do you really want to use this? Yes. Hurry. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his expression resolute. Seeing the other parties urging, Chun Na was no longer worried and directly pressed the crimson leech heart against Yang Feng's back. The strange object was immediately. The dark red stone surface cracked with countless tiny fissures from which countless blood-colored tentacles emerged, continuously burrowing into every inch of Yang Feng's skin. The sharp pain made his body arch suddenly, and he let out a muffled groan that was a mix of agony and exhilaration. Those tentacles frantically roamed within him, devouring the necrotic tissue at the edges of his wounds, while releasing a strange stimulating energy that urged new flesh to grow at a visible speed. In less than 3 breaths, the shallow knife wounds on Yang Feng's body began to close and heal. At the same time, his face, previously pale from blood loss, flushed with an abnormal redness, as if he had taken a powerful drug. His breathing became rapid, veins bulged on his arms, and his aura surged dramatically within a short time. The Crimson Leech Heart was not a healing artifact. Its ability was to overdraw the user's vitality, borrowing future strength in advance. However, in a life-and-death situation, Yang Feng could not care about that. He got up from the ground, gripping the broken blade of his life knife once more. He and Zhou Jiqiang glanced at Shen Ye simultaneously. The 2 9th-tier sequence warriors, one on the left and one on the right, launched another assault on Shen Ye. Yang Feng's death knife effect had not yet dissipated, and each strike aimed at vital points. Zhou Jiqiang's transformation into a beastman granted him immense strength, with each swipe of his claws slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. The one-sided scenario everyone anticipated did not materialize. Instead, Shen Ye grew more and more courageous in battle. The ghostly blade in his hands flew like lightning. Invisible and sharp, kept launching. The blade's presence was concealed in the air, making it difficult for opponents to gauge each attack. Under the fear of the slaughter mark, Yang Feng and Zhou Jiqiang's movements appeared slow in Shen Ye's eyes. The most lethal aspect was that Yang Feng and his companion had no idea that Shen Ye possessed a skill called Blood Feast. With each strike that hit them, he would siphon their attributes to replenish himself. This left Yang Feng increasingly alarmed and struggling. He could not understand why, despite both being 9th-tier sequence warriors, their battle against Shen Ye was so difficult, especially considering he was using the lethal Crimson Leech Heart. The longer the battle continued, the more he could distinctly feel his every strike slowing down, while Shen Ye's strikes grew heavier. Zhou Jiqiang fared even worse. His reaction in beast form was already slower than in human form. Faced with Shen Ye's invisible blade, he was almost relying on instinct to endure. In less than 2 minutes, he had accumulated 7 or 8 knife wounds, his gray-brown beast skin torn and blood staining half his body. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. It was supposed to be 2 against 1, yet they were now being overwhelmed. The members of the Blood Eagle team who had been mocking moments ago were now as quiet as a nest of quails. Some of the more astute among them had already gotten into their vehicles to ignite the engines, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. On the other side, the previously desperate members of the Dawn team felt a spark of hope reignite in their eyes. Boom bang. 2 muffled gunshots echoed. The noisy battlefield fell silent in an instant. Shen Ye looked down and saw 2 small holes appear in his lower abdomen and left arm. The dark muzzle was pointed directly at him, still emitting a wisp of smoke. Her finger was steady on the trigger. He looked in disbelief toward the direction of the gunfire. The woman in the purple dress stood beside a Rolls-Royce holding a handgun. The dark muzzle was pointed directly at him, still emitting a wisp of smoke. Her finger was steady on the trigger, showing no sign of trembling. After the gunshot rang out, the entire battlefield was enveloped in silence. The hope that had just ignited in the Dawn team was shattered by that single shot. Firearms once dubbed equalizers before the apocalypse proved that even if one awakened a sequence and possessed a powerful physique, they were still carbon-based life forms. Being shot would still cause bleeding and death. Shen Ye felt his body growing cold. The bullet did not remain lodged in his body, but passed straight through his lower back, taking with it a substantial amount of blood and vitality. He attempted to take a step forward to finish off Zhou Jiqiang, but his thigh felt as if weighed down by a boulder, rendering him utterly powerless to lift it. At that moment, a beam of white light fell upon him. The light was soft and gentle, like a thin film of water covering his wounds. The bullet wound began to slowly close under the influence of the white light, and the lost vitality was being replenished by a warm force. Though it was far from sufficient to heal the wounded, at least stopped the fatal bleeding. Shen Ye slightly turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Song Xia in the passenger seat of the Volvo, raising her right hand toward him. Her palm glowed with the same white light. Chen Na also noticed. From previous intelligence, she knew there was such a person. As Yangfeng's woman, her reaction was swift. The moment she confirmed that Shen Ye was receiving treatment, she made her judgment. She had to control that sequence warrior with healing abilities. She quickly rushed toward the Volvo in her high heels, yanked the car door open, and pulled Song Xia out of the passenger seat. The muzzle of the handgun pressed against Song Xia's temple. "Stop." Chen Na's voice was sharp and decisive. "Drop your knife, or it'll blow her brains out." Shen Ye halted in his tracks. He turned his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Chen Na. Chen Na's heart tightened under the gaze of those eyes, yet she did not shift the gun's aim. She knew Shen Ye cared for this woman. As long as he cared, she still had leverage. In this critical moment, a cloud of white mist descended upon Song Xia, enveloped. The mist arrived without warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The edges of the white mist shimmered with faint light, imparting a cool and gentle feeling. At that moment, in the back seat of the Volvo, and Ning, who had been asleep for several days, unknowingly opened her eyes. Her eyes now glimmered with a faint grayish white. "Big brother Shen." And Ning opened the car door and stepped out, looking in Shen Ye's direction. "Attack. Dr. Song will be fine." Although confused, Shen Ye, trusting her, hesitated no longer and immediately charged toward Chen Na with his knife raised. Chen Na's face changed dramatically. Even from several meters away, she could feel the murderous intent in Shen. In her panic, she unhesitatingly chose to empty the magazine. Bang, 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 bang. 5 bullets shot directly toward Song Xia's head. At such close range, no marksman could miss. Yet the scene of bullets penetrating a skull did not occur. Those bullets vanished the moment they touched the edge of the white. They were neither deflected nor blocked. They dissolved into the mist silently, like water droplets falling into the ocean. The white mist didn't even ripple. Chen Na's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. None had time to coalesce before Shen Ye stood before her. An overwhelming pressure enveloped her, nearly suffocating her. The black handgun slipped from her fingertips and clattered onto the ground with a hollow bounce. She met Shen Ye's icy gaze and forced a supplicating smile at the corners of her lips. "Please don't kill me. And I was forced by Yangfeng. And spare me, and I'll do anything you ask." As she spoke, she edged half a step closer, deliberately exposing the deep cleavage accentuated by her tight garment. She was certain all men craved this, especially a young man like him, brimming with virile vitality. With her beauty, she believed no man could resist her. Yet she gravely underestimated Shen Ye. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had seen every kind of woman imaginable. Her shallow calculation was laid bare to him. Song Xia, watching nearby, feared Shen Ye might be swayed, and was about to intervene when he beat her to it, his voice cold and unyielding. "Have you finished your final?" His right hand rose slowly. "No, don't kill." And the word "I" never left her lips, before an invisible blade sliced across her throat. Chen Na's body froze for a heartbeat. Then her head, brown hair cascading over her shoulders, slid from her neck and rolled to the roadside, landing face up. Her eyes remained open, still holding the bewilderment and bitter resentment of death. Her headless torso swayed twice, then collapsed limply to the ground. Shen Ye didn't spare her another glance. He turned his gaze, sweeping across the battlefield. Zhou Jiqiang lay sprawled on the asphalt, his body crisscrossed with countless knife wounds, too many to count. The grayish-brown beast hide had receded, revealing his human form, drenched head to toe in blood, as if dragged fresh from slaughter. Though his bestial transformation had dissolved raw will to survive, kept him clinging to life by a thread. But Yangfeng, who moments earlier had lain beside Zhou, was gone. Shen Ye's eyes snapped upward, just in time to see white exhaust puff from the tailpipe of a black Rolls-Royce. The engine's roar amplified unnaturally in the silent highway. Under Yangfeng's control, the Phantom executed a sharp U-turn, vanishing into the fleeing Blood Eagle convoy. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly and flicked his right wrist. The Guaisho launched from his grip like a crimson arrow, materializing midair, trailing a streak of scarlet light beneath the blazing sun. The rear window and back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom shattered like paper. Then the driver's seat back followed. Just as Yang Feng's face relaxed into a relieved grin, Guisho's tip erupted from his chest, pinning him upright, impaled to the seat. Preserve the mountain. Firewood will follow. And that was Yang Feng's final thought. He could not fathom how the very cursed weapon he'd hunted relentlessly for days had now claimed his own life. He stared down at the dark red blade protruding from his chest, the horror in his eyes frozen unspent as life fled his body. The car veered wildly and slammed into the roadside barrier. The hood crumpled inward, thin plumes of white smoke curled into the air. The remaining Blood Eagle members watched in stunned silence. Petrified, their minds went utterly blank. No comprehension, no reaction. They glanced first at Chun Na's headless corpse, then at Zhou Jiqiang drowning in his own blood, then at the mangled Rolls-Royce far away, until confusion bled slowly, inexorably into terror. A few quick-witted ones spun and fled. Shen Ye glanced back at the rest, his expression impassive, indifferent, as if they were already forgotten. He turned toward He Yunping and ordered, "Surround them. No one escapes." Without waiting for acknowledgement, he strode briskly toward the wrecked Rolls-Royce. Through the fractured windshield, Yang Feng slumped sideways in the driver's seat, lifeless. Shen Ye reached for the door handle, locked. Without hesitation, he drove his fist into the tempered glass. A web of cracks bloomed across its surface. Then on the second strike, the entire pane exploded. First, Shen Ye withdrew the Guisho from Yang Feng's chest, wiped the blade clean on the dead man's clothes, and set it aside. Then, gripping Yang Feng's arm, he hauled the corpse bodily through the narrow window and dropped it onto the pavement. Flipping the body over, he found what he sought: a crimson crystal adhered to Yang Feng's back, the very one Shen Na had affixed to him earlier. The crystal pulsed with eerie red light. Dozens of slender blood-colored tendrils remained embedded in Yang Feng's flesh, like leeches refusing to detach, even in death still siphoning the last traces of blood. Shen Ye wrenched the thing free with great effort, ripping away a large patch of flesh along with it. He felt no revulsion. Instead, he wiped it clean on the corpse's clothing and studied it intently. In the next instant, knowledge flooded his consciousness. And cursed artifact, crimson, leech heart type, cursed object designation, non-entrates in leech parasitism. Upon activation, the crystal releases dozens of blood-red tendrils that burrow into the user's body. The tendrils consume necrotic tissue around wounds, while releasing stimulatory anomalous energy to accelerate regeneration, effectively healing most external injuries within moments. Future loan at the cost of permanently draining the user's future vitality. The artifact grants a dramatic short-term surge in combat capability, enhancing strength, speed, and recovery, while severely dulling pain perception, inducing a near blood boil state of frenzied euphoria. Duration approximately 15 minutes. Upon blood boil termination, the user enters a mandatory debilitation phase lasting 5 to 7 natural days. In description, a crystallized fragment of a shattered heart belonging to an unknown anomalous entity. Shen Ye finished reading, and a flash of undisguised disdain crossed his eyes. Compared to the Guisho, this artifact was laughably inferior. Leaving aside the week-long collapse that followed, the irreversible depletion of vitality alone rendered it utterly undesirable. Yet disdain did not negate utility. In dire straits, even such a flawed artifact offered a sliver of salvation. So without hesitation, Shen Ye pocketed the crimson leech heart, retrieved the Guisho, and strode back toward the convoy. On the highway, He Yunping had already encircled the Blood Eagle convoy with his men. With Yang Feng and Shen Na dead, all resistance evaporated. Even those who'd glared with menace moments before now cowered, kneeling obediently on the asphalt, heads bowed silent. Shen Ye ignored them entirely. Sword in hand, he walked straight to Zhou Jiqiang, still breathing barely where he lay prostrate. Zhou strained to lift his eyelids, meeting Shen Ye's scarlet gaze looming above him. His lips parted, trembling, as if to speak. Shen Ye granted him no such. A single thrust pierced his heart, clean, decisive, devoid of mercy. Zhou's body convulsed once, then went utterly slack. Killing points 89 in blood nourishment, tier 1, strength, slightly enhanced. In the Blood Eagle members watched, hearts sinking deeper still. The shadow of death descended, and fear finally shattered reason. No one knew who started it, but suddenly several kneeling figures sprang up, shoving aside the Dawn Fleet members standing guard, and bolted madly toward their vehicles, desperate for escape. Shen Ye didn't turn. He simply uttered, voice glacial, "Kill them all. Leave none alive." Ni's words carried an uncanny weight, igniting every Dawn Fleet member like kindling. Weapons were seized, chaos erupted. He Human moved fastest, a man in his 40s, usually mild-mannered, yet now radiating terrifying force. He seized a burly man scrambling onto a vehicle and yanked him off the running board with brute strength. In the next breath, Shen Ye appeared beside them. Hand rose. Blade fell. The man's head flew clear. And so it repeated, again and again, along the length of the highway. Shen Ye wove between cars and bodies, each swing of the Guisho claiming another life. 37 Blood Eagle members, none escaped. No screams, no pleas. Each cut was swift, precise, so fast pain never registered. Within 5 minutes, silence reigned. Blood soaked the entire stretch of road, baking under the scorching sun into vast dark patches staining the asphalt black. The ground was stained with blood mixed with severed limbs, exuding a strong metallic scent under the scorching sun. The members of the Dawn team looked at Shen Ye with increasing respect, yet a hint of genuine fear lurked in each of their eyes. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, death had become an Al-Tukum sight, with people witnessing deaths every day. However, witnessing someone kill nearly 40 people without batting an eye was a first for them. Many were secretly relieved that they had not harbored ill intentions when Zhao Biao had robbed Shen Ye and his companions earlier. Otherwise, they would have already become victims of this murderous fiend. He Yumin kicked aside a half-severed corpse and approached Shen Ye, pointing at Cheng Shun, who was hiding beside a bus pretending to be dead, and asked Captain Shun, "How should we?" Shen Ye followed his finger and realized he had overlooked this escapee. After his confrontation with Yang Feng, Cheng Shun had stealthily slipped behind He Yumin's bus. It was when one of the passengers from He Yumin's bus got off to help block him that they discovered him. At this moment, Cheng Shun was already unrecognizable. Having already been injured, he was subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks upon being discovered. However, without Shen Ye's orders, no one dared to deliver a fatal blow. After venting their anger, they left him with a breath. It could be said that although Shen Ye held the title of vice captain in the Dawn team, his reputation far surpassed that of. Unlike in Ning, Shen Ye's reputation was entirely forged through his own kills. Many had privately given him a nickname, Shen the Demon. Shen Ye stepped forward to Cheng Shun, squatting down. Sensing someone approaching, Cheng Shun instinctively raised his hands to shield his head. When he caught a glimpse of Shen Ye's face out of the corner of his eye, his expression turned to one of utmost terror. "Please spare me. I really don't want to die." Shen Ye ignored his pleas and instead asked in a half-joking tone, "So, it was you who brought the bandits into the village?" Cheng Shun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the implication of the words, shaking his head vigorously. "Not me, not me." Without further ado, Shen Ye raised his knife and stabbed down towards his right foot. The blade pierced through the top of his foot, instantly staining the worn-out liberation shoes red with blood. The agonizing scream shattered the surrounding silence. Among the onlookers, many displayed fearful expressions. Lin Weiner's eyes were even covered, as this was too cruel for her. Shen Ye swiftly withdrew the knife, twisting the tip to aim at Cheng Shun's other foot. At this moment, Cheng Shun could no longer care about the pain. In his eyes, despite Shen Ye's youth, his methods were 10 times more ruthless than those of seasoned mafia bosses like Yang Feng. "Don't do it. He'll talk." His voice was already tinged with a clear sob. Under Shen Ye's cold gaze, Cheng Shun recounted everything that happened after encountering the Blood Eagle team, including how he led them there, and every detail of their pursuit. "I've said everything that needs to be said. Please let me go. It was all forced by that bastard Yang Feng." Before his words could finish, he felt a chill around his neck. Then his consciousness swiftly plunged into darkness. Watching the head roll to the ground, Shen Ye slowly stood up, giving his right hand a gentle shake. Blood droplets clung to the blade of the knife, fell to the ground, leaving a long, thin red line. From the beginning, Cheng Shun was seen by Shen Ye as a dead man. Even without the issue with Yang Feng, he still remembered the accounts from earlier when Zhao Biao had surrounded and robbed him. The only reason he escaped then was that he had no one to deal with. Today it was time to settle both new and old scores. Killing so many people, he felt no burden. According to He Yunping's previous description, the corpses lying on the ground had committed enough wrongdoings in life to warrant 100 deaths. But in the minds of others, it was a different story. Many still held on to the belief that killing was a crime before the collapse of order. Despite the respect in their eyes, much of it was that deep-rooted fear could not be hidden in Shen Ye's eyes. But Shen Ye did not care. In fact, he was quite pleased that they feared him so. Fear could save a lot of trouble. Seeing that the situation had completely calmed down, He Yumin spoke again. "Captain Shun, since everyone is dead, what about those vehicles and supplies?" He glanced at the vehicles belonging to the Blood Eagle team, a flash of greed passing through his eyes. Shen Ye looked around in the direction of his gaze. Logically, these vehicles and supplies should belong to him alone. After all, he was the one who killed all the people. But he was also aware that without the assistance of others to surround these remnants, he alone would not have been able to stop those fleeing. He then turned his head to look at He Yunping, who had remained silent. This action made He Yumin's heart skip a beat. From what he knew of Shen Ye, he was not the type to hoard spoils for himself. What he was about to say would definitely be related to the distribution. Given his reputation in the team and his performance during this time, this good opportunity should fall to him. However, Shen Ye's next words shattered his fantasies. "He Yunping, you take people to tally up these spoils. It would be best to take this opportunity to establish a new internal pricing system for our team. After tallying, excluding the vehicles, I will take 60%, and the rest you can divide among the others." He paused and added another sentence. "From now on, you will be in charge of the Dawn team. Personnel registration and miscellaneous duties will be under your management." Shen Ye spoke not in a tone of negotiation, but as if sealing a fate. Except for Captain Ning and the other Vice-Captain Song Xia, he did not need to discuss such matters with anyone, nor did he care to hear anyone's opinions. Similarly, no one dared to have any objections. No problem, this matter is on me. They'll have someone deliver the supplies to your vehicle shortly. Even though he had known from the start that the position would fall to him, He Yunping could not hide his joy. However, He Yumin's expression was far from pleasant. In his heart, he cursed He Yunping's ancestors for 18 generations. As for why he did not curse Shen Ye's family, it was purely because he lacked the courage. Although he was just an ordinary person, he had heard of the various miraculous abilities of the sequence holders. What if Shen Ye could hear his thoughts? As for the others, they were completely uninterested in who would take the position of responsibility. What they cared about were the vehicles and how much supplies they could get. Shen Ye waved his hand. There's no rush for the supply tallying. Let's distribute the vehicles first. We need to drive to a different place. The Dawn team had always faced the issue of having more people than vehicles. Many had to rely on other vehicle owners to survive. Especially He Yumin, who relying on his modified bus had taken in quite a few passengers, making his supplies the second most abundant after Shen Ye. However, starting today, this situation would improve significantly. As soon as Shen Ye spoke, the team members who could only rely on other drivers for transportation immediately showed joy on their faces. Just as they prepared to rush towards the vehicle they had been eyeing, He Yunping poured cold water over them. If you want a vehicle, you can have one. But let me be clear first. When we divide the supplies next, those who choose a vehicle will only be able to take the smaller portion. This statement made many hesitate on the spot, starting to silently calculate in their minds. Shen Ye said nothing and turned towards the Volvo. After walking just a couple of steps, he felt someone following him and turned around to look. It was Song Xia. Aren't you going to choose a vehicle? Shen Ye was somewhat surprised. Didn't you ask me to stay in your vehicle as your driver? I've thought it over, and I agreed to that request. Besides, those vehicles can't compare to your RV in terms of comfort. Song Xia paused for a moment, tilting her head to look at him. What's the matter? Are you having second thoughts? Her generosity caught Shen Ye a bit off guard. He had always thought that Song Xia was quite strong-willed, but he didn't expect her to actually agree. Nonetheless, he still replied defiantly. As long as you're not afraid of me, that's fine. He didn't specify what he was afraid of. Song Xia's face suddenly flushed, and she turned her head to mumble, Humph, what could you possibly be afraid of? Indeed, after tasting certain things, one would inevitably think of them. While talking, the two had already reached the side of the Volvo. Lin Wanqiu had long returned to the driver's seat, enjoying the cool air conditioning. She felt physically uncomfortable watching Shen Ye torment Cheng Shun, and she was too lazy to inquire about what happened afterward. Shen Ye first glanced at the back seat. And Ning was still quietly lying there sound asleep. When Lin Wanqiu voluntarily got out of the car, Shen Ye pointed to the back seat. Didn't she wake up just now? Why is she asleep again? No need. Let her sleep, it won't be too late to talk when she wakes up. After saying, Lin Wanqiu paused, then asked, Do you need me to help wake her up? Shen Ye looked at Ning's peaceful sleeping face and waved his hand. No need. Let her sleep, it won't be too late to talk when she wakes up. After saying that, Shen Ye turned and entered his RV. Song Xia also took her share of supplies from the Volvo's trunk and followed him. As the RV door closed, Shen Ye looked down and saw his clothes stained with blood and mixed with sweat, giving off a particularly unpleasant odor. He frowned and walked straight into the bathroom. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Shen Ye had just reached the middle of the vehicle when he saw Song Xia sitting on the sofa, organizing her supplies, while someone stood outside the door. It was He Yunping. Shen Ye opened the car door, and He Yunping immediately jumped in, holding a semi-transparent plastic bag. Captain Shen, this is some good stuff we found from the Blood Eagle team. Before Shen Ye could ask, He Yunping had already pulled out several black cubes from the bag. They turned out to be walkie-talkies. Although they were an older model and somewhat worn, they appeared to be fully functional. We found a total of 4, and all of them have been tested and work normally. Shen Ye picked one up and weighed it in his hand. This device was almost obsolete before the apocalypse, but in the current wasteland world without base stations or signals, it was undoubtedly a treasure. The 4 walkie-talkies were quickly distributed. Shen Ye took one, He Yunping took one, and Lin Wanqiu and her group definitely needed one as well. As for the last remaining one, after some discussion, they all agreed to give it to He Yumin. Once the walkie-talkies were distributed, He Yunping didn't rush to leave. He pulled something else out of his pants pocket. Captain Song, Captain Shun, take a look at this. Both their gazes were immediately drawn to a rhombus-shaped crystal. The crystal was about the size of a palm, completely azure, emitting a faint glow. The edges and facets were as smooth as if they had been artificially cut, feeling icy and smooth to the touch. This was found from the hidden compartment of Yang Feng's Rolls-Royce. It was hidden very deep, He Yunping added. Shen Ye took the crystal, and as soon as his fingertip touched the surface, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Mysterious object, spirit crystal. Type, mysterious item. Number, none. Characteristics, none. Description, a key to opening certain things. After reading it, Shen Ye finally understood why He Yunping chose to hand it over voluntarily instead of secretly keeping it. This item was utterly useless to ordinary people. It was just a glowing stone without any characteristics. Only in the hands of someone like him, a sequence holder, might it be useful in the future. However, Shen Ye still felt a bit puzzled. According to Chung Shun's previous testimony, the Blood Eagle team only had 2 mysterious items. One was in his possession, which was the Scarlet Leech Heart. The other had been left behind in Qinqing village when the Blood Eagle team passed through along with the sequence holder who died there. Now another one had unexpectedly surfaced. Yang Feng had hidden it quite well. He probably knew its usefulness. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to make the dead speak. Shen Ye unceremoniously put away the spirit crystal and patted He Yunping on the shoulder. Manager He, I didn't misjudge you, well done. After He Yunping got out of the car, the Dawn team set off once again. This time the scale of the entire convoy was drastically different from before. Including the seized vehicles, the convoy expanded to over 30 vehicles, almost giving everyone their own metal shell. The team members who were originally crowded into a bus now all had their own metal shelters. The convoy traveled west along the highway for about 2 hours and arrived at a grove. Beside the highway was a massive waterfall with white torrents cascading down from a rocky cliff over 10 meters high, creating a faint rainbow in the mist under the sun. This place was much cooler than the previous campsite. As soon as Shen Ye got out of the car, he felt a refreshing chill hit his face. The treetops cast a heavy shade, breaking the blazing noon sun into fragments of golden light on the ground. However, along with it came a thick humidity that clung to the skin, making one feel as if they were soaking in water. As soon as he got out of the car, a slight itch spread across his arms, and after a simple scratch, he didn't think much of it. He looked around, confirming that there were no signs of strange activities, and signaled for the convoy to rest. Before long, Ning woke up. According to their agreement, as soon as she woke up, she came directly to Shen Ye's RV. Lin Wanxiu also followed her. Ning opened the car door and found that besides Shen Ye, there was also Song Xia and He Yunping, who was preparing to report with a handwritten list. Seeing this, He Yunping immediately closed the list and stood up. Captain Shen, I'll go out first, you all talk. No need, stay and listen, oh, we're all on the same side. Shen Ye's words made He Yunping pause for a moment before he sat back down. Although the wording sounded polite based on He Yunping's understanding of Shen Ye was likely starting to accept him now. The phrase "we're all on the same side" was particularly gratifying to him, stirring a sense of a soldier would die for a confidant. And Ning sat down opposite the sofa, her expression somewhat reserved. It was also her first time coming to Shen Ye's RV, giving her the feeling of visiting someone else's home. Before Shen Ye could speak, Song Xia couldn't help but curiously ask, "Captain, and what was that white mist around me earlier?" Oh. And Ning was momentarily stunned, appearing quite adorable. Then with a hint of pride in her tone, she added, "That's the new skill I acquired after advancing." Upon hearing this, the carriage fell silent for a moment. Song Xia was the first to react, her eyes widening in disbelief. Sequence 8. Are you saying you just took a nap and advanced? Lin Wanxiu also looked incredulous. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Ye's eyes, but he quickly regained from the white mist. And Ning had previously displayed being immune to bullet damage was definitely not something a Sequence 9 could possess. In fact, he had suspected this before, but was not entirely certain until he received confirmation straight from her mouth just now. Can you tell us about your new ability? Shen Ye leaned back in his chair, his tone clearly filled with curiosity. And Ning nodded, revealing her new skill without hesitation. My Sequence 8 ability is called Spirit Mist Walker, and I awakened 2 new skills. The first is the Spirit Mist you saw earlier, that white mist. I can summon a patch of Spirit Mist to envelop a target, and the mist will move along with the target. Within the Spirit Mist, any incoming attacks, whether physical or mental, including toxins and curses, will be dissolved upon touching the mist's boundary. She paused for a moment and added deliberately, including instant death judgments. As long as one is within the Spirit Mist, even death can be kept at bay. Additionally, this skill can also mask one's presence, so as long as you hide within it, you can be immune to bizarre pursuits. This statement made everyone present gasp in astonishment. Instant death, an almost unsolvable rule, can actually be immune. Shen Ye knew better than anyone how perverse the instant death trait of the Ghost Head was. He had fought with the Ghost Head numerous times, and the instant death condition had only triggered once. Now Ning's ability could actually grant immunity to instant death. Doesn't that mean as long as you have this skill you are completely invincible? Song Xia blurted out. And Ning immediately shook her head. It's not like that at all. The Spirit Mist has a time limit once generated, depending on the strength of my mental energy. Moreover, the target wrapped in the mist when attacked will greatly consume my mental energy. The more times they are attacked, the greater the energy consumption. For example, when that woman shot at Dr. Song earlier, if she had fired one more bullet, the Spirit Mist would have dissipated. Mentioning this, a trace of regret inevitably appeared on Ning's face. When Shen Ye praised her earlier, she felt particularly proud, thinking she could finally contribute to the team like Dr. Song in battles. Shen Ye immediately noticed her disappointment and comforted her. Even so, Ning, your skill is still considered a divine technique. There's nothing to be sorry about. After a pause, he continued, Alright, let's talk about your second ability. And Ning looked around, and under the curious gazes of everyone spoke again. The new second ability I acquired is called the Hall of Guiding Paths. This is a mental space that only those of Sequence 8 or above can enter. To put it simply, it's a group chat on the conscious level. As long as individuals of the same sequence and rank are present, they can enter it regardless of where they are, enabling real-time communication. Shen Ye's expression changed. If the spirit mist is a divine technique on the battlefield, then the Hall of Guiding Paths is a strategic weapon. In the apocalypse, the flow of information is extremely difficult. If we could communicate with the guiders scattered across the country, the Dawn team would no longer be like blind men feeling an elephant. However, this skill has a limitation. Before the crowd could get excited, and Ning continued, there is not just one Hall of Guiding Paths, and once bound it cannot be changed. I haven't entered one yet, and wanted to hear your opinions first. No rush. Shen Ye thought for a moment. You can decide this based on your own feelings. After all, our sequences are different, and I can't provide any useful advice. And Ning nodded, and went on to discuss the enhancements brought by her promotion. For instance, her perception range had expanded to 20 kilometers, and her precision had improved significantly. Even the side effect of drowsiness had lessened considerably. Once she finished speaking, the carriage fell into a brief silence again, as everyone digested this information. Song Xia was the first to break the silence, looking at Ning with a tone half envious, half teasing. So our team now actually has a sequence 8. Speaking of this, Song Xia seemed to remember something and asked, do you know what the conditions are for advancing to sequence 8? Or do you know some secrets about the promotion? Facing this question, Shen Ye was equally curious, his eyes brightening. And Ning, who had originally been basking in pride, now showed a confused expression and shook her head. I'm not very clear either. After leaving Qinqing village, I fell into a deep sleep, and when I woke up, I had advanced without any understanding of how it happened. This statement sounded somewhat like bragging, though it was not her intention. It inevitably made those present feel embarrassed. What is this? Is it luck for a fool? Seeing that no one else was speaking, and Ning felt a bit guilty, and softly said, I'm sorry, Dr. Song. Song Xia smiled gently at her, reaching out to pat her head, comforting her. There's no need to apologize for that. Now that you have advanced to sequence 8, you can provide more support to the team, and I should be grateful instead. Shen Ye also chimed in. Xia is right, your promotion is a huge surprise for us. As for the conditions for promotion, perhaps you can use your new ability to investigate. Reminded by Shen Ye, and Ning's eyes sparkled again as she nodded vigorously. Lin Wanxiu and He Yunping had been listening attentively the whole time, their envy. The two of them were ordinary people before, and their understanding of sequences was basically superficial. Especially Lin Wanxiu, who only knew that sequencers were powerful, but she wasn't clear on the specifics. If she could also awaken such a miraculous power, she perhaps wouldn't have needed to live so humbly before. She wouldn't even need to trade away her only 2 strange items just to secure a meal and avoid being targeted by bad people. Perhaps attracted by such powerful abilities, she quietly asked a question that most ordinary people would want to know. Besides naturally awakening like you do, ordinary people like me have any other chances to become sequencers? As soon as this question was raised, everyone unconsciously turned to look at her. Their expressions varied. Especially when her gaze met Shen Ye's, she felt a shiver run down her spine and hurriedly waved her hand to explain softly. I was just saying this casually, consider it a joke. Am I that terrifying? Why such a big reaction? Shen Ye asked her half-jokingly. In response to this question, no one present dared to speak. In such situations, remaining silent is equivalent to acquiescence. It became a bit awkward. Shen Ye rubbed his nose, pondering for a moment, but decided to share this. In such situations, remaining silent is equivalent to acquiescence. It became a bit awkward. Shen Ye rubbed his nose, pondering for a moment, but decided to share this. Lin Wanxiu, who initially asked the question with a hint of luck, instantly brightened her eyes upon hearing Shen Ye's answer. Even Ning and Song Xia, both already sequence users, displayed a deep interest on their faces. At this moment, He Yunping felt like a clown. He thought to himself, I spent a great deal to obtain this information, yet you casually let it slip. This made him recall the earlier scene where he saw Lin Wanxiu coming down from the RV with a flushed face, and he suddenly found Shen Ye's actions to be reasonable. In fact, Shen Ye had not thought much about it. He believed that since the higher-ups intended for all the convoys to head to the northern survivor camp, the news about the sequence potion would inevitably spread among ordinary people. It was hardly a big secret. Just as Lin Wanxiu was about to press further, He Yunping's next words doused her with a bucket of cold water. This information was initially traded from a news dealer in another convoy. As for the specific method of obtaining the sequence potion, that news dealer was also unclear. Furthermore, Miss Lin, even if you obtain the potion, it does not guarantee a 100 awakening of the sequence path. If the awakening fails, the consequences are no different from death. Even with such grave words, Lin Wanxiu remained resolute. It doesn't matter. If you have any news about the sequence potion, please let me know. I am willing to pay any price for it. Thank you very much. After saying this, Lin Wanxiu deeply bowed to several people. Seeing that the important matters had been discussed, He Yunping got out of the car first under the pretext of needing to assess the value of the spoils. Then it was Lin Wanxiu's turn. Wait a moment. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Shen Ye called out to her. Lin Wanxiu turned her head back. Shen Ye looked at her and asked, do you really want to become a sequence user? Lin Wanxiu nodded. I don't want to be a useless person who can only rely on others. I want to survive in this apocalyptic world by my own abilities, just like you all. Sensing her determination to grow stronger, Shen Ye's cold heart was also touched. He had a bit of fondness for Lin Wanxiu. Perhaps it was because she initially chose to trade the ghost head to him. In that transaction, Lin Wanxiu was the one who ended up at a disadvantage. So even if she couldn't provide him with the same level of support as a Ning or Song Xia, he was still willing to assist her to some extent. For example, just now he answered her question about how ordinary people become sequence users. Shen Ye nodded at her, indicating he understood. Although Lin Wanxiu didn't understand why he asked that, she vaguely felt that Shen Ye seemed to have something he hadn't told her. But that didn't matter anymore. Having followed Ning onto the car today, she felt she had gained a lot. Moreover, even if Shen Ye knew something, he had no obligation to inform her for free. Soon only Ning, Shen Ye, and Song Xia remained in the RV. Do you have anything else to say? Noticing Ning's hesitant demeanor, Shen Ye took the initiative. Ever since Ning became the captain of the Dawn Convoy, especially after advancing to Sequence 8, Shen Ye could clearly sense her increased confidence. Yet in front of him, Ning still appeared somewhat shy. Brother Shen, I would like to try the ability of the Pathfinder Hall now. Having been protected by Shen Ye all along, Ning was eager to do something for him. Otherwise, she always felt indebted to him. This decision surprised Shen Ye. As he nodded, he asked her, "Is there anything you need me to do? After using this skill, my consciousness will leave my body. I hope that during this process, Brother Shen can protect me, okay?" And Ning looked at Shen Ye, her big eyes blinking adorably. "No problem. If you don't mind, just lie down over there." Shen Ye pointed to the double bed, and Ning naturally didn't mind and quickly lay down. She closed her eyes and activated her ability. Her consciousness slowly sank into a void. At first there was nothing around her, and she couldn't see her hands. After what felt like an eternity, countless light orbs suddenly appeared in the darkness, twinkling like stars in the universe. Her subconscious told her that each light orb represented a Pathfinder Hall. Once she made a choice, her consciousness would enter it and complete the soul binding with that path. From then on, every time she activated this skill, she would only enter the Pathfinder Hall that was connected to her soul. This was also the reason she hesitated and chose to ask others for their opinions before. And Ning's gaze wandered among the light orbs, ultimately landing on a purple orb. Purple was her lucky color. Moreover, among the many light orbs, this purple one was noticeably brighter and more eye-catching than the others. This one it is. The moment her consciousness touched it, all the surrounding light orbs dimmed, simultaneously vanishing into the void. The purple light orb suddenly exploded, and a powerful pull drew her consciousness entirely inside. And Ning felt as if she had passed through a layer of cold membrane. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing inside a church. The entire church gave her a feeling encapsulated in just 2 words. Magnificent. The dome was so high it seemed endless, merging into the deep darkness above under the dim yellow light. Several gigantic stone pillars rose from the ground so thick that probably 5 or 6 people couldn't wrap around them. The surfaces were adorned with unique medieval church carvings glowing with a bluish-gray sheen in the dim light. There were no candles, no candelabras, but the entire church was shrouded in an inexplicable halo of warm yellow light. That light was between candlelight and dusk, softly and solemnly outlining every stone brick as if it had encapsulated the very essence of twilight within this. And Ning walked slowly between the stone pillars. Her footsteps fell on the tiles without making any sound. In the empty corridor, she was alone, accompanied only by the enormous stained glass windows on either side. The patterns on the glass were obscure and difficult to discern, only vaguely recognizable as humanoid silhouettes silently gazing down at this tiny intruder. She walked along the central aisle, her gaze sweeping toward the altar. The cross above the altar was exceptionally large, silently hanging there. None of the church's windows were open. The air was filled with a glorious and ancient aura. And Ning reached the entrance and looked up. This door was absurdly tall, measuring at least 7 or 8 meters. The heavy oak door was embedded with iron decorations, tightly sealed without any trace of. She tried pushing it, but it did not budge at all. It seemed this door couldn't be opened. She turned around and inadvertently caught sight of a copper mirror standing beside the altar. However, at this moment her consciousness form was no longer like her real self, but rather the silhouette of an adult woman, wholly semi-transparent, grayish-white vague. However, at this moment her consciousness form was no longer like her real self, but rather the silhouette of an adult woman, wholly semi-transparent, grayish-white vague, and without facial features. She was somewhat surprised that this place could conceal her true appearance. This made her, who already struggled with social anxiety, feel a bit more at ease. She stared at her reflection in the mirror for a few seconds before turning back to look at the empty church. Rows of long benches stood in silence, and the stained glass figures on the high windows remained silent, as did the halo of dim yellow light beneath the dome. There was not a single person present. And Ning stood in place for a long time, but ultimately did not see a second figure appear in this church. The tiny glimmer of hope in her heart slowly began to fade. She closed her eyes in disappointment, allowing her consciousness to return to reality. Seeing Ning open her eyes, Shen Ye and Song Xia immediately leaned closer. "How are you?" Shen Ye eagerly asked, and Ning recounted everything she experienced after using her ability. When she mentioned that she had gone a long way without seeing a single person, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. "Brother Shen, am I particularly foolish for choosing a path in the guidance yard that has no one?" Shen Ye did not agree with her statement. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The apocalypse has only been here for less than a month. It's normal for few guides to have advanced to rank 8 or above by now. It's perfectly reasonable that you haven't encountered anyone else. There's no need to put such immense psychological pressure on yourself all the time." Song Xia chimed in, "That's right. I awakened as a rank 9 guide on the first day of the apocalypse, and have been stuck there ever since with no clue about advancing to I even envy you." After saying this, Song Xia reached out to pat Ning's head. "Wait a while, and try going in again, you might just reap some rewards." Encouraged by the two, Ning felt much better. "By the way," and Ning suddenly seemed to remember something, raising her head to look at Shen Ye. "I almost forgot to mention. When I woke up, I sensed with my ability that a convoy was heading in our direction." Upon hearing this, the smile on Song Xia's face froze. Shen Ye's breath caught in his throat. After all, not long ago, he had just annihilated the Blood Eagle convoy. While he wasn't sure if the convoy Ning mentioned would be the same as Zhao Biao or Yang Feng, it was enough to set off alarm bells in his mind. "Can you sense how many people are with them?" Shen Ye pressed further, and Ning shook her head. "It's too far away to detect specific information. I just know that their numbers are quite large." The carriage fell silent again. After about half a minute of silence, Song Xia finally raised her head to look at Shen Ye. "What do you think? Should we turn around to avoid them?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ning suddenly widened her eyes, panic creeping into her voice. "It might be too late. They're almost here, and there are so many of them." Shen Ye's expression made Ning's sense of guilt surge again. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Shen Ye's gaze. But Shen Ye's eyes fell on her small face, which made one want to protect her. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the complaints that rose to his lips and spoke first. "In that case, let's observe for a bit. What is a blessing is not a disaster, and what is a disaster cannot be avoided. Besides, I refuse to believe our luck could be so bad that every convoy we encounter is like Zhao Biao's gang." After saying this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He thought, if we do encounter them, it might not be us facing misfortune after all. If we run into trouble, he wouldn't mind increasing his kill points a little more. Song Xia nodded in agreement. "I think Shen Ye is right. What if they are a friendly convoy? Such a large convoy might even satisfy our trading needs or yield useful information." Before she finished speaking, a roar of engines mixed with the sound of rushing water from the waterfall filled everyone's ears. A large convoy was making its way down the road from the other side of the waterfall. At the head of the convoy was a modified red heavy truck, its front equipped with a thick collision. Members of the Dawn convoy who were originally resting outside saw this scene and immediately darted back into their vehicles, with some even resting their hands on the ignition. Strangely, this huge convoy, consisting of nearly 100 vehicles, was larger than any they had encountered before. However, peculiarly, as it was about to pass the waterfall, the leading red heavy truck suddenly slowed down and came to a complete stop by the roadside, showing no intent. The other vehicles following the heavy truck also came to a halt, forming an endless line. The waterfall acted as a natural boundary, separating the two convoys. In the RV, the three who were observing through the window finally felt their racing hearts calm down. About 10 minutes later, the passenger door of the red heavy truck was a middle-aged man with square-frame glasses was the first to step out of the vehicle. He appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a clean light gray shirt with the sleeves neatly rolled up to his forearms. Once he stood still, he first adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, then casually brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulders, his movements calm and unhurried, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Following that, a person jumped down from the driver's seat of the heavy truck. It was a brawny man in a black tank top, sporting a buzz cut with muscles rippling on his arm. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, he put his hands on his hips and scanned the surroundings, his eyes revealing an undeniable vigilance. Meanwhile, the door of a black Mercedes behind the heavy truck also swung open. A man and a woman exited the vehicle one after the other. The man was in his 20s, handsome, dressed in a white martial arts uniform with the cuffs and collar neatly. He held a sheathed long sword in his hands, the scabbard entirely black with no unnecessary decorations, only adorned with a dark silver metal ring at the mouth. The woman wore a pre-apocalypse law enforcement uniform with a deep blue shirt tucked into her pants and a shiny silver bracelet hanging from her waist. She was very beautiful, her features sharp, and her expression carried an air of authority, even without anger. When her gaze swept over the direction of the Dawn convoy, her brow furrowed slightly. After the four gathered, the bespectacled man whispered something before taking the lead and walking toward the Dawn convoy. The other three naturally followed behind him, maintaining a distance of about 2 steps. As they approached and noticed that no one from the Dawn convoy had come out to greet them, the bespectacled man did not get angry. Instead, he displayed a friendly smile and raised his voice to call out to the convoy. May I ask who the captain of your convoy is? Is it convenient for him to come out and chat? I mean no harm, I just want to make a friend. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, carrying a natural warmth. In the RV, and Ning glanced at Shen Ye and Song Xia, wanting to gauge their thoughts first. Let's go down. If there's a situation, you two hide behind me immediately. The bespectacled man examined the three of them, pausing his gaze on Shen Ye for a second longer before voluntarily. The bespectacled man examined the three of them, pausing his gaze on Shen Ye for a second longer before voluntarily extending his hand with a smile, introducing himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Yao Mingyuan. I am a rank 9 guide and my pathway is that of the guide. Before the apocalypse, I taught at a university for over a decade, and now, thanks to my brother's support, I hold the position of captain in the peaceful convoy. Yao Mingyuan's way of speaking is just like the feeling he gives off, gentle and unhurried, with each word seemingly weighed before being spoken. Yet the more he acted this way, the more Shen Ye felt that he was not as simple as he appeared. Captain Yao, you are too modest. And Ning proactively extended her hand to shake his, saying no more. Yao Mingyuan turned to point at the muscular man in a tank top. This is Chun Xiong, Old Chun, our team's main combat force. And Ning nodded, acknowledging him. Then he pointed at the young man holding a sword, Lin Yihong, formerly a top student at a May Martial Arts Academy, exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship. Lin Yihong nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Shen Ye, an unmistakable fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. This is Si Yuning. Yao Mingyuan finally pointed at the woman in uniform. Before the apocalypse, she was an enforcer, and now she is responsible for maintaining order with. Si Yuning nodded at the three of them. When her gaze landed on Shen Ye, her expression sharpened noticeably, her lips moved slightly, but in the end she said nothing. Shen Ye's expression was calm, but his heart was secretly astonished. This was the first team he encountered led by a guide aside from the Dawn team. Moreover, even if Yao Mingyuan did not state it explicitly, he could sense that the three individuals behind him were not simple. They were likely also in the ranks. Especially the woman named Si Yuning. The aura emanating from her was very special. The butcher sequence within Shen Ye reacted the moment she approached, as if it had been activated by something. The feeling was strange. There was an instinctual fear urging him to retreat, yet an uncontrollable fighting spirit surged within him. These two conflicting emotions swirled in his chest, causing his fingers to tighten unconsciously. As for the sword Lin Yihong was holding, Shen Ye almost immediately deduced that it was an eerie weapon. It felt akin to the first time he encountered the ghost head. That sword was shrouded in an elusive and strange aura sealed within its scabbard, yet it could not escape the notice of one who also wielded an eerie weapon. When it was Ning's turn to introduce herself, she appeared noticeably nervous, her voice much lighter than usual. I am Ning, the captain of the Dawn team. Yao Mingyuan and the others were taken aback when they learned that this seemingly timid girl was actually the captain of the Dawn team. What shocked them even more was Ning's next statement. I am also at Sequence 8, a spirit mistwalker. When those words left her mouth, Yao Mingyuan's expression visibly changed. First it was surprise, then it shifted to shock, and finally a glint of eagerness flashed in his eyes, one he himself was unaware of. Spirit Mistwalker. He murmured, repeating the title, his brows slightly furrowing. This sequence title evoked a strange familiarity in him, as if he had heard it somewhere before, or perhaps it was inscribed in some deep-seated instinct. Yet reason told him this was the first time he had heard that term. He raised his head, his tone involuntarily becoming more urgent. Captain, and may I ask what your sequence pathway? And Ning instinctively looked at Shen Ye. Shen Ye nodded slightly. My sequence pathway is also that of a guide. Yao Mingyuan's breath noticeably caught for a moment. The surprise came too suddenly. He almost could not control his expression. What, you are also a guide? Then, how did you advance to sequence 8? What are the promotion requirements? And Ning was an honest child, and her mouth was about to open. But at that moment Shen Ye placed his hand on her shoulder, not forcing, but making his intention unmistakably clear. Do not speak. This action immediately drew the discontent of the few individuals behind Yao Mingyuan. Chun Xiong was the first to lose his patience, stepping forward, his chest puffing up, the sense of oppression hitting them instantly. Kid, what the hell do you mean? Just as he was about to take action against Shen Ye, Yao Mingyuan was quicker, placing a hand in front of him to block him. Chun Xiong stepped back. The muscular man gritted his teeth, but ultimately retreated to his original position. Yao Mingyuan took a deep breath, putting back on that friendly smile, and apologized to Shen Ye. I apologize if old Chun has this bad habit and tends to be a bit hot-headed. Brother Shen, please do not take offense. He had indeed been overwhelmed by surprise. Promotion conditions are core secrets for any sequence holder or team, so how could they casually reveal such information to a stranger they had known for less than 5? Were it him, he would never disclose it. I also apologize on my part for being abrupt. To be frank, Captain and Vice Captain Shen, we have no ulterior motives in coming here. We simply found this area near the waterfall cooler than elsewhere and wanted to take a break here. If your team has any need for material exchange or wants to share intelligence, we are also open to that. Both teams will occupy their sides without disturbing each other. What do you all think? Shen Ye glanced at Ning. And Ning caught his meaning and nodded at Yao Mingyuan. That works, Captain Yao, you are too kind. Yao Mingyuan thanked her with a smile, and then turned with the other three to walk back into the peace team's camping area. Shen Ye stood in place watching their backs with his vigilance not diminishing in the slightest. Back at their camp, Lin Yihong spoke first. He switched the sword to his other hand, his voice lowered. Teacher Yao, that person named Shen Ye exudes a heavy killing intent. The number of people who have died at his hands is probably considerable. He is a dangerous individual. Si Yuning nodded as well, her expression even graver than before. My enforcer sequence is extremely sensitive to evil auras. The aura of evil on Shen Ye is denser than any sequence holder I have encountered before. I can also assert that he must have killed many people since the apocalypse began. Once this statement was made, everyone was taken aback. No one expected such a young-looking Shen Ye to carry such a heavy killing intent. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that had Chen Xiong truly clashed with him earlier, it would have been difficult to handle the aftermath. Si Yuning paused, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. But strangely, I do not find his aura of evil repulsive. This has never happened before. Yao Mingyuan was silent for a few seconds, then took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with his shirt hem, and put them back on. You both are correct. That Shen Ye does not seem to be a simple person. He might even be at Sequence 8. As for Captain N, his eyes once again flashed with that eager. She is a Sequence 8 spirit mistwalker. Her sequence pathway is the same as mine. This means she knows how to advance from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8. This information is crucial for us. He looked at Si Yuning, his tone becoming serious. Yuning, I know you have a strong sense of justice, but you must not provoke that Shen. Firstly, that man is too dangerous. Secondly, the opposing side has at least one Sequence 8 overseeing them, and their overall strength cannot be underestimated. And thirdly, he paused, his gaze shifting back to the Dawn team across the waterfall. I need to obtain information about promoting to Spirit Mistwalker from Captain N. The two teams absolutely must not come into conflict. Si Yuning remained silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. Lin Yihong hugged the sword back into his arms, not saying anything more, but the fighting spirit in his eyes still soared. Seeing that Chen Xiong still looked aggrieved, Yao Mingyuan patted his shoulder. Old Chen, I understand that you meant well for me. But do you know what the sequence path of that Shen Ye is? What? Everyone asked in unison. The butcher. Yao Mingyuan lightly uttered two words, his expression somewhat complex. These two words seemed to carry a certain magic, causing the others to involuntarily gasp. No wonder he carries such a heavy killing intent. Lin Yihong showed a look of sudden realization. Butcher sequence practitioners are inherently bloodthirsty. Those who awaken this sequence path are all ruthless individuals. If we were to clash with them, it would surely result in a life-or-death situation. Our peaceful caravan's philosophy is to be kind to others, aiming for more people to survive in the apocalypse. That kind of situation is something I do not wish to see. Chen Xiong showed a remorseful expression, saying to Yao Mingyuan, All right, Teacher Yao, you don't need to say anymore. I definitely won't cause them trouble in the future, you can rest assured. After receiving Chen Xiong's assurance, Yao Mingyuan finally felt relieved. It was precisely because he understood Chen Xiong's temperament so well that he had said so much. On the other side, after Shen Ye and the others returned to their RV, Shen Ye eagerly looked towards Ning. So did you discover anything else? Ning nodded. The 4 people we saw earlier are all 9th-tier sequence practitioners. That Shen Xiong is also a giant sequence, just like Xiao Biao we encountered. The one holding a sword, Lin Yihong, belongs to the rare Swordmaster sequence. Shen Ye showed a puzzled expression. What does rare mean? Ning thought for a moment and replied, Let's take the Swordmaster sequence as an example. In addition to the randomness of awakening itself, awakening this sequence requires a necessary condition. The necessary condition for the Swordmaster sequence is that the practitioner must possess an exceptionally strong comprehension of swordsmanship, and they must also have Chinese bloodline. Shen Ye pondered and replied, So even if a foreigner has superb swordsmanship, they cannot awaken this sequence. Ning nodded yes. After a pause, she continued, And this is just one of the characteristics of rare sequences. Aside from awakening having specific conditions, if the sequence path itself possesses extreme uniqueness, it will also be classified as a rare sequence. Take the lucky sequence path, for example. Awakening has no special requirements, but this sequence itself cannot grow and has no side effects. After hearing this description, Shen Ye immediately thought of ASURA sequence. He suddenly felt nervous, as if a secret was about to be exposed. He gazed intently at Ning. Can you tell what sequence I am? Ning nodded. I couldn't see it before I advanced, but now I can. Song Shi's eyes lit up. She had been curious about what Shen Ye's sequence path was, but since Shen Ye didn't say, she didn't dare to ask. Just when she thought Shen Ye wouldn't let Ning reveal it, Shen Ye took the initiative to speak. Then tell me, what is my sequence path? Ning was taken aback for a moment, then honestly said, Brother Shen, your sequence path is the butcher. Shen Ye was not surprised by this answer. Instead, he frowned. His worries only increased. Just as he thought Ning would reveal his Shura sequence, as well, Ning showed a puzzled expression. Brother Shen, did I say something wrong? This time Shen Ye was the one taken aback, then he nodded. You didn't say anything wrong. My sequence is indeed the butcher. And then, what do you mean by, and then? And Ning's confusion deepened. Shen Ye was not foolish and quickly realized. And Ning did not see through his ASURA sequence. As for why she could see the butcher sequence, it was not because she gained a new ability after her advancement, but because Shen Ye's butcher sequence awakened while Ning was in a deep slumber after consuming blood crystals. She had no knowledge of it from the start. After Song Xia learned that Shen Ye's sequence was the butcher, she finally understood why he would take lives at the slightest disagreement. Perhaps in his eyes killing a person was no different from killing an animal. She silently thought to herself, but did not dare to voice it. It's nothing, you can continue. Shen Ye nodded towards Ning. And Ning nodded and did not dwell on Shen Ye's earlier abnormality. As for that woman named Si Yuning, she is a 9th-tier enforcer. The characteristic of her sequence is that she possesses extreme sensitivity to those burdened with sins, and she has certain restrictions and constraints on such targets. Hearing Ning say this, Shen Ye immediately understood why his butcher sequence would resonate with her. He had killed so many people, but wasn't he a deeply sinful person? No wonder that even in their first meeting she exhibited such hostility towards him, as if she wished to tear him apart. At this moment, he suddenly remembered a question he had wanted to ask earlier, but hadn't had the chance to. By the way, why didn't you mention your bizarre investigative ability when you introduced yourself before? Bizarre sounds a bit vulgar, but Ning took it as Shen Ye complimenting her little face blushing slightly as she quietly explained, because this isn't exactly a skill, it's an innate ability that comes with the sequence path. It's somewhat similar to the enforcer path's sense of evil existing in the genetic database of our guiders. This ability did not have any clear description when I awakened, nor does it consume any resources to use. However, I can only probe sequences of the same tier. Additionally, there are limitations to the probing results. For example, I can only know the general characteristics of the sequence, but cannot probe specific skills and abilities. If the sequence is not recorded in the genetic database, I naturally cannot probe it. After her explanation, Shen Ye immediately understood. This means that the probing ability of the guider sequence is not limited to the bizarre, it is also effective against sequence practitioners. In amazement, Shen Ye couldn't help but marvel at his ASURA sequence in secret. What kind of origin does this sequence path have that it is not even recorded in the guider's genetic database? But it must be a good thing. The more mysterious something is, the more powerful it tends to be. After witnessing the might of blood crystals, he became increasingly curious about the effects of the remaining 2 treasures in the ASURA treasury. Shen Ye instinctively imitated Song Xia rubbing in Ning's little head and complimenting her. The functionality of your guider sequence is so strong that it's not as amazing as you say. And Ning blushed, muttering softly, but her heart was already overjoyed. For some reason, she felt particularly pleased whenever Shen Ye praised her. Song Xia watched this scene from the side, realizing that this little girl in front of her was no longer as shy as when she had just joined the rock-solid caravan after the apocalypse. For some reason, she felt a strange pang in her heart. Shen Ye was about to ask Ning a few more questions about the details of the peace convoy and its members when a sudden commotion arose from outside the car window. He turned to glance outside and saw that the once quiet highway had unexpectedly come alive. Many people had gotten off their vehicles at the peace convoy and were setting up stalls by the roadside in small groups. Some spread tattered cloth on the ground, while others simply opened their trunks to use as shelves. From a distance, it resembled a makeshift market. Song Xia also leaned over to peek out the window, surprised. What's going on over there? Yao Mingyuan just mentioned wanting to rest around here. Shen Ye withdrew his gaze. It seems they plan to stay for a while. Stay? Aren't they afraid of strange occurrences at night? Not sure. Before he could finish, there was a knock on the car door 3 times. Shen Ye stood up and opened the door, looking down at He Yumin standing outside. Captain Shun, those over there. The peace convoy, it seems like they're setting up camp here. I see. He Yumin swallowed nervously and cautiously continued. The brothers sent me to ask if we could go over and take a look. You see, they don't seem to have any intention of robbing us, and everyone is curious since it's so lively over there. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice, many people have received some supplies from the Blood Eagle side, and they might have a bit to trade. If we could do some business with them. Shen Ye looked at him expressionlessly, but was contemplating another matter in his mind. The peace convoy was much larger than the Dawn convoy, with at least 100 vehicles. Such a scale would definitely mean a richer variety of supplies than they had. The solar panels he had been thinking about might very well be found over there. Go ahead, Shen Ye waved his hand, ill-approved this on behalf of Timin. However, he changed his tone, his voice cooling a bit. You can go, but don't cause any trouble. The peace convoy has remained friendly so far. If anyone offends them, I will personally deal with it without them having to lift a finger. The human was so startled by this statement that he broke out in a cold sweat, quickly nodding and bowing. Captain Shen, look at what you're saying. There are so many of them, we might have the intention, but we certainly don't have the courage. After sending He Yumin away, Shen Ye turned back into the car and glanced at Ning and Song Xia. I'm going to take a look over there. Are you two coming? And Ning shook her head, her voice carrying a noticeable weariness. I'm too tired. I haven't recovered from the mental energy drained by the road guide court, and want to sleep a little longer. Shen Ye didn't press her, and looked towards Song Xia. Song Xia yawned widely, a tear welling up in the corner of her eye. I haven't slept all night, and have only had less than 2 hours of sleep since this morning, plus treating gunshot wounds has taken a toll on me. You go ahead, or I need to catch up on sleep. Shen Ye helplessly picked up the ghost head broadsword from beside his seat. With a thought, an invisible effect quietly activated. The dark blade shimmered with a barely perceptible ripple, and the entire sword vanished into the air once more. After preparing, he pushed open the car door and walked alone towards the peace convoy's camp. It was only upon getting closer that he realized the peace convoy was much larger than he had imagined. Various vehicles lined both sides of the highway, stretching endlessly. The stalls were diverse and colorful. Some sold dry rations, others offered bottled water, a few had change of clothes, and there were even people selling cigarettes and lighters from unknown sources. As Shen Ye walked and observed, he quickly noticed a detail. Most of the items being sold were specialties from the Sichuan and Chongqing regions. Things like Pixian Dubon hot pot base and Pailan pickled vegetables. The conversations around him were also heavily laced with the Sichuan Chongqing accent. It seemed this convoy had traveled all the way from the Sichuan and Chongqing areas. The mere fact that they could cover such a long distance indicated something significant, especially with so many people. Shen Ye's assessment of the peace convoy's strength was raised a notch. The atmosphere in the camp was unexpectedly relaxed. Not only had people from the Dawn convoy been drawn over, but many individuals from within the peace convoy were also strolling leisurely in groups around the various stalls. The sounds of haggling rose and fell occasionally, mixed with cheerful laughter. If it weren't for the modified vehicles with iron plates and welded steel bars around, this scene could almost resemble a town market from before the apocalypse. Shen Ye walked through the gaps between the stalls, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the goods on each stall. His target was clear: the solar panels. Everything else was second. At this point, the car's battery was already drained, unable to even boil water, let alone run the air conditioning. Just then a pink camper appeared in his line of sight. The vehicle was not large, but its color was incredibly eye-catching. A large piece of cardboard was propped up behind the windshield with 2 big characters written on it, in a foot therapy. On either side of the car door stood 2 middle-aged women, both appearing to be in their 40s. Their heavy makeup made it nearly impossible to see their original skin tone, and they wore ill-fitting tight skirts, the fabric stretched to its limits. At this moment, it was the hottest part of the afternoon, and their makeup was slightly smudged from perspiration, their eyeliner running a bit, making them look somewhat ludicrous. Shen Ye's brow twitched slightly. Before he could sidestep them, one of the women had already spotted him. She immediately put on a beaming smile and strutted over in her high heels. "Hey handsome, want to get a foot massage?" She leaned in close to Shen Ye, extending a finger and gesturing. "It's super cheap. Just a pound of dry rations, or half a pound of meat, for half an hour. It'll be quite pleasant." Shen Ye shook his head expressionlessly, preparing to walk away, when the woman suddenly wrapped her arm around his. "Wait a minute." She leaned in to whisper in his ear, her tone laden with a deliberate flirtation. "You're so handsome, I can throw in a special service for you for free. I guarantee you'll feel completely relaxed." Shen Ye glanced down at her, and then at her companion behind her, who was also winking at him. For some reason, Lin Wanqia's face suddenly flashed through his mind. Both were trying to make a living in the apocalypse, yet the gap was painfully stark. The 2 women in front of him were like a world apart from Lin Wanqia. Even if he were starving, he certainly couldn't bring himself to indulge in such company. No need. He expressionlessly pulled his arm from the woman's embrace, his movements decisive and devoid of lingering feelings. The woman was taken aback for a moment, her smile freezing for half a second before she pouted and turned to seek her next target. Shen Ye walked forward without looking back. But just after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly froze in place, doubting his own eyes. About 10 meters away, a burly man weighing at least 200 pounds was leisurely sitting on top of a gourd. The gourd was the size of a small car, its surface gleaming with a faint yellow-green sheen, floating in midair about a meter above the ground. The fat man sat cross-legged on the thickest part of the gourd, one hand propping up his chin, while the other casually patted his belly, resembling a statue of Buddha. In front of the gourd was a shabby cloth stall scattered with various odds and ends. A radio, 2 bundles of wires, an inverter that looked like it had been used for many years, and Shen Ye's gaze was firmly fixed on the far right of the stall, where 3 solar panels were neatly stacked. Although the surface bore some scratches and the frame had a few dents, the main body was intact. Based on his experience working with military equipment as a mercenary in his past life, this type of panel would be more than enough for a camper's battery. However, even the solar panels couldn't completely capture his attention at this moment. His gaze uncontrollably shifted back to the gourd floating in midair. That thing was just hovering there without any support or the sound of any mechanical operation. The fat man remained perfectly still on top of it, as if his bottom were resting on a giant magnet while the ground was a magnet of the same polarity. It resembled a magical artifact used for flying in cultivation novels. Shen Ye squinted and stepped forward toward that stall. "Boss, how much do you sell this gourd for?" The stout man opened his eyes at the sound, looking at the young man standing in front of the stall, and then nimbly jumped down from the gourd. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the gourd began to shrink at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye it had shrunk to the size of a regular wine gourd, which the stout man casually tucked at his waist. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and graceful. After finishing all this, the stout man rubbed his hands and smiled at Shen Ye. This gourd is my lifeblood, it's not for sale. However, you can take a look at the other treasures in my stall. Oh, I'm sure there's something that will interest you. Shen Ye, having personally witnessed the gourd's ability to change size, at will felt his desire intensify and boldly stated, I want that gourd. Name your price. The smile on the stout man's face instantly froze and his entire demeanor darkened. He scrutinized the young man before him as if reassessing a brash rookie who didn't know his place. I've told you this gourd is not for sale. His tone grew cold. If you're not interested in buying anything, please leave and don't obstruct my business. With that, he made a gesture to usher Shen Ye away. However, Shen Ye did not move. His earlier words were merely a test. He didn't expect to easily acquire the gourd. From the gourd's performance, it was clear without guessing that it was definitely a bizarre item. Moreover, it was likely to be a numbered one, ranking no lower than the ghost head he possessed. For a moment, Shen Ye indeed felt a surge of impulsiveness to seize it by force. But reason quickly quelled that urge. No matter how he looked at it, this stout man was no simple character. The fluidity of his movements when jumping down from the gourd, despite weighing over 200 pounds, indicated that he was quite capable. Plus, he had a numbered bizarre item prominently hanging at his waist. Such a person who dared to flaunt his treasures either had solid strength or strong backing. Either way, he was not someone to be trifled with. It seemed he had previously underestimated the peace caravan. In addition to the 4 openly displayed by Yao Mingyuan, there were hidden figures like this stout man with. Unfortunately, Ning hadn't come along, otherwise he could at least probe into this stout man's background. Seeing Shen Ye hesitate, the stout man somewhat guessed his. He instinctively took half a step back, his eyes growing wary. I advise you not to entertain that thought. He lowered his voice, his tone laced with warning. If I shout, Captain Yao can bring people over. The wrath of 7 or 8 sequenters is not something you can withstand. Shen Ye couldn't help but twitch his mouth at 7 or 8 sequenters. Did he really think sequenters were cabbages? However, he didn't show it on his face, instead adopting an indifferent expression. Boss, why are you so nervous? If the gourd isn't for sale, then it isn't. I'll just look at something else. With that, he squatted down and picked up a solar panel to inspect it. The stout man was stunned for half a second, then quickly resumed his previous cheerful expression. The speed of his expression change rivaled that of He Yunping. Handsome, your taste is really good. Although this solar panel looks a bit old and has some minor dents, it works perfectly and has excellent power generation efficiency. How much? Shen Ye interrupted his sales pitch directly. 10 boxes of drinking water or 20 boxes of canned meat. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye placed the solar panel back and stood up to leave. However, his steps were not quick, certain that the other party would lower the price. Sure enough, just 2 steps after turning around, the stout man called out to him, Hey, handsome, if the price isn't right, we can negotiate. Shen Ye halted, turned his head, and held up 3 fingers. The stout man's eyes lit up, but before he could feel pleased. 3 boxes of Farmer Sanchuan, I'll take all 3 solar panels. The stout man's expression instantly fell. This was not haggling, it was a fatal slash to a major artery. Handsome, your price is really too low. I have old and young to support, can you add a bit more? In the end, after some back and forth, Shen Ye left with 3 solar panels, having traded half a box of instant noodles and 3 boxes of mineral water. After the Blood Eagle team was wiped out, various spoils filled his RV. Just these supplies, as long as there are no bizarre threats, would be enough for him to eat and drink without worry for a year. But now he was no longer satisfied with just being full. After securing the solar panels, Shen Ye used a pile of nearly expired dry rations to trade for some fine tobacco, alcohol, a few pieces of cured meat, and several packs of hot pot base at the Peace Caravan's market. To be fair, the variety of supplies in the Peace Caravan was indeed abundant, but the good stuff was basically in the hands of a very few people. The vast majority still remained at a level of barely having enough to eat. As Shen Ye carried the exchanged items back, he was calculating how he would connect the solar panels later, so he could finally enjoy air conditioning at night. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind descended from above without warning. The wind swept up sand and stones, toppling several stalls by the roadside, and sending pots and pans clattering to the ground. Many people were blown off balance, and screams echoed everywhere. Shen Ye instinctively steadied himself and looked up. Then he froze in place. A gigantic wing blocked half the sky. That wing was densely covered with deep purple feathers, each reflecting an eerie metallic sheen in the sunlight. With every flap of the wing, the surrounding air burst with blinding electric light, crackling, as if the entire sky was trembling along with it. Just the airflow generated by the flapping wings pressed the people on the ground down, making it hard for them to stand upright. The market was in complete chaos. Some screamed as they scrambled under vehicles, others curled up on the ground, trembling, while a few timid ones simply collapsed on the spot, wetting their pants. Shen Ye did not dodge. He stood still, staring up at the massive creature in the sky. It wasn't that he wanted to act tough. It was simply that he knew very well that if this giant bird had them in its sights, there was nowhere to hide. To it, the people and vehicles on the ground were no different from ants. The giant bird soared higher, its shadow finally lifting from the treetops. Shen Ye finally got a clear view of its full form. It was a giant bird resembling an eagle entirely covered in purple feathers with a wingspan so vast it was beyond estimation. But it was no ordinary raptor. It had 3 heads protruding from its neck. 3 vulture-like heads, their skin dry and grayish-blue, formed a bizarre contrast to the resplendent purple feathers. What was most unsettling were the 6 eyes. All were dull and lifeless, their pupils unfocused, devoid of any breath of life. The 3 heads resembled cadavers hanging on a living creature. Suddenly Shen Ye's pupils began to tremble violently, as if he had seen something even more horrifying. At the very moment when the giant bird was about to disappear into the distance, Shen Ye's extraordinary eyesight caught a detail. Not just one. Several figures stood straight on the bird's head, their forms blurred by the light reflected off the purple feathers. But it was certain that those figures showed no signs of panic, appearing as calm as if they were enjoying the scenery from their own balcony. The giant bird, which had made it hard for Shen Ye to breathe just from its distant aura, was actually tamed by someone. This discovery shocked him even more than the giant. He could hardly imagine how strong a person would have to be to control such a monster. Sequence 6. Sequence 5. Or even higher. He dared not think further, realizing that those figures might be beyond his comprehension. Shen Ye suddenly realized that he was likely unaware of the changes in this world. The giant bird with the figures on its back flew further and further away, eventually becoming a barely noticeable black, disappearing at the edge of the sky. The strong winds ceased. The sky returned to a dead silence of gray-blue, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. Shen Ye withdrew his gaze, discovering that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He took a deep breath, bent down to pick up the package of dried meat that had fallen on the ground, dusted it off, and continued on his way back. Shen Ye opened the car door and casually tossed the exchanged items into the storage area. Song Xia had already woken up, sitting in the driver's seat and rubbing her eyes. Hearing the commotion, she turned to Shen Ye and asked, "What happened outside just now?" It felt like an earthquake in the car. Shen Ye thought for a moment and shared what he had seen and heard. After listening, Song Xia fell silent for a while before quietly saying, "Could that giant bird be an anomaly?" "No way." Shen Ye shook his head firmly. "If it were really an anomaly, we would already be dead. Just the aura it emitted from afar was enough to make the ground tremble. If it were targeting humans, not just their 2 convoys, but probably nothing alive would remain within a few kilometers. But if it's not an anomaly," Song Xia frowned, "then what exactly is it?" Shen Ye did not respond because he too wanted to know the answer. Time passed slowly in the quiet. The sky grew dimmer and nightfall was approaching. Members of the Dawn convoy gradually returned to their vehicles, preparing for that night's routine escape. Since the apocalypse began, night had meant the arrival of death. Gradually, they had become accustomed to the rhythm of life that flipped day and night. Rest during the day and travel at night. Before long, Ning woke up. She sat up from the back seat, rubbed her sleepy eyes, her messy hair sticking to her cheeks. "What time is it?" Her voice was still hoarse from just waking up. "It's almost night," Lin Wanxiu replied. And Ning nodded and instinctively activated her perception eye. Then her expression changed. First it was confusion, then surprise, and finally it turned into unmistakable delight. "There's actually no anomaly aura nearby." Then she looked toward the end of the highway. The gray mist, which was like a fixed NPC, had not appeared. Ever since they entered the territory of Guishi, that shadowy gray mist seemed to have completely vanished. In any case, this was undoubtedly good news. Soon she jumped down from the Volvo and shared the news with Shen Ye and the others. "So are we not going tonight?" Song Xia asked. "We're not going since the area is safe and no anomalies are chasing us. We should rest here for a little longer to save some fuel," Shen Ye suggested. And Ning nodded and conveyed the news to the others in the convoy. After getting out of the car, Shen Ye noticed that the peace convoy seemed to have sensed this too. The entire convoy showed no signs of leaving, and several bonfires were even lit beside the waterfall, the orange-eared flames dancing in the night and illuminating a large area around. And Ning announced to the members of the convoy that they would rest here for the night as the captain. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Mingyuan walked over from the opposite camp alone. He had changed into a clean shirt, and the glasses on his nose glinted in the firelight, making him appear even more refined than during the day. "Captain," and he approached Ning and politely shook hands with her. "Fate has brought us together. We cooked hot pot over there and would like to invite a few of you to join us for a meal and some conversation." And Ning did not immediately agree, but instinctively turned to look at Shen Ye and Song Xia. Shen Ye knew, without guessing, that Yao Ming was here for the promotion conditions of the Lingwu walkers. He had wanted to ask during the day, but Shen Ye had stopped him. Now he was just using a more tactful approach. However, this was exactly what Shen Ye wanted. He also had a lot of questions he wanted to pry out of the other party. "Go ahead," he nodded to Ning. Soon the 3 of them followed Yao Mingyuan to the bonfire of the peace. A large iron pot was set over the bonfire, the red oil inside bubbling and steaming, the spicy aroma wafting in the night breeze. The pot mainly contained some dried vegetables and a few thinly sliced pieces of cured meat. Even the luncheon meat was freshly opened from supplies exchange. There were not many people sitting around the bonfire, all of whom were core members of the peace convoy. Besides the 4 that Shen Ye had seen during the day, he noticed the plump man who had sold him solar panels was also present. The plump man was currently sitting cross-legged by the bonfire, holding an enamel bowl in one hand, using the other hand with chopsticks to scoop meat from the pot, eating with great enjoyment. Yao Mingyuan noticed Shen Ye's gaze and took the initiative to introduce, "This is Zhao Gang, our vice-captain of the peace convoy." Shen Ye nodded slightly. Zhao Gang looked up, grinned at Shen Ye, revealing 2 prominent front teeth. "Hey handsome guy, we meet again." After Ning sat down beside him, she leaned closer to whisper, "This Zhao Gang is also a sequence 9, a blacksmith." Shen Ye's expression tightened. Another sequence path he had never heard of. The group settled around the bonfire, exchanging a few bland pleasantries as they ate. Yao Mingyuan went all out, directly taking out a bottle of treasured Maotai and pouring a few cups for everyone. After some casual chatting, he could no longer hold back and directly got to the point. "Captain," and he set down his cup and spoke more seriously, "With the apocalypse upon us, the human factions must unite to survive in this world. I believe everyone has experienced this deeply. So," and Ning, not good at socializing, was directly followed by Shen Ye, who replied in a bland tone. Yao Mingyuan adjusted his glasses and continued, "So I believe that sequence holders should share the sequence information they have with each other. This is not only for oneself, but also to preserve more sparks for the entire human faction. Vice Captain Shen, what do you think?" The words were nice, but Shen Ye picked up on the underlying tone in an instant. "Isn't this just a moral coercion?" "Captain Yao makes a valid point." Shen Ye feigned agreement with a nod. "However, since it's mutual sharing, shouldn't you all show some sincerity first? Relying on just a few cups of wine to extract information from the Lingwu walkers seems a bit unrealistic, doesn't it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around the bonfire turned a little colder. From the beginning, Shen Ye had no intention of giving the other party any face. It was simple, the advantage was on my side. Chen Xiong's face changed instantly. He slammed the enamel bowl onto the ground, stood up, and pointed at Shen Ye, shouting, "Shen, don't think you're impressive just because you're part of the butcher sequence. We have 5 sequencers here, and we shouldn't be afraid of just one of you." Before he could finish, the remaining words caught in his throat. A cold, sharp metallic sensation pressed against his neck without warning. Chen Xiong could feel that at this moment an invisible knife was firmly positioned against his Adam's apple. Chen Xiong froze, not daring to move even a little, his anger dissipating significantly. "If you move again, your head will roll." Shen Ye's gaze was one of unmasked coldness, looking at Chen Xiong as if he were a corpse. He didn't even stand up, his right hand merely flicked casually, yet the motion was so swift that everyone present struggled to catch it with their eyes. Everyone by the campfire changed their expressions. No one expected the conflict to arise so suddenly. Lin Yihang's hand was already on the hilt of his sword, and Si Yuning's left hand had reached for the silver handcuffs at her waist. Just as an unavoidable clash was about to erupt, Yao Ming's movements were faster than anyone else's. He suddenly stood up and took a step to block between Shen Ye and Chen Xiong, first shouting at Chen Xiong, "Chen Xiong, sit down." He then turned to Shen Ye and slightly bowed, his tone exceedingly sincere. "Deputy Captain Shen, I sincerely apologize. Old Shen is just a simpleton. Under the influence of the giant sequence, his emotions can easily spiral out of control, especially when provoked. Rest assured, this is absolutely not his intention. I apologize on his behalf." Shen Ye did not retract the deadly intent, but merely raised his gaze to Yao Ming, waiting for him to continue. "To show my sincerity." Yao Ming took a deep breath. "I can provide you with an additional piece of valuable information as a form of amends." Shen Ye stared at him for 2 seconds, then slightly raised his right hand. The chilling, killing intent pressing against Chen Xiong's neck silently dissipated. Chen Xiong felt a sudden lightness on his neck, as if he had lost all strength, taking a step back with cold sweat on his back. "Old Shen, you head back to the vehicle first." Yao Ming patted his shoulder, his tone leaving no room for argument. Chen Xiong gritted his teeth, ultimately saying nothing, and turned to leave without looking back. Once he was far away, Yao Ming sat back down, poured himself a drink in self-punishment, and wore that friendly smile again. "All right, everyone present can consider this a non-violent introduction. Since Deputy Captain Shen says my sincerity is lacking, let me go first." He set down his cup, shifted the topic, and gazed over the campfire toward the night sky. "That giant bird that flew overhead this afternoon, did you all see it?" Shen Ye's eyes lit up as he tentatively asked, "Captain Yao, do you know what that was?" "If I'm not mistaken, that should be an anomaly." This deduction made Shen Ye pause, slightly thinking, how could there be such a large anomaly? He calmly continued to inquire, "Captain Yao, do you have any evidence?" Yao Ming did not respond directly, but pointed at the gourd at Zhao Gang's waist. "Old Zhao's gourd is also an anomaly." He paused. "Besides being able to change sizes at will, it can also serve as a vehicle and store items." Our team has traveled from Chuanyu to Guishi, and this gourd has contributed significantly. He added, so I suspect that the purple giant bird is a type of flying vehicle anomaly, and its anomaly number ranks quite high. This is not just me talking nonsense. He adjusted his glasses and continued, we previously encountered a team from the northwest. Their captain mentioned something to me. In the northwest desert, someone has seen a turtle larger than a mountain. It is said that there are people living on its back. A giant turtle capable of housing people, a purple-feathered giant bird soaring through the skies, and old Zhao's gourd, which can also change size and even carry people to fly. There are many commonalities among these three. Shen Ye and Song Xia exchanged a glance, both reflecting a hint of realization. While this explanation was merely speculation, it was indeed reasonable. This piece of information is a little extra gift for you as an apology for Chun Xiong's earlier offense. Yao Ming smiled, then became serious, proceeding to relay several concrete pieces of intelligence. If you plan to continue westward, there are 3 roads you absolutely cannot take, such as National Route G323, the Hechi to Bay section of the Shankuan Expressway, and the provincial roads surrounding Longlin Jilantazu Autonomous County. Those routes are infested with numerous bandit teams, usually composed entirely of sequencers, making them quite powerful. They survive by robbing passing survivors. The reason we detoured to this place to rest was to avoid them. Additionally, absolutely do not head towards Sichuan province. After the apocalypse struck, the daily temperatures in the Sichuan area soared above 50 degrees, completely turning into a no man's land. As for your province, it rained almost every day while we passed through, and the rainwater would coalesce into anomalies, killing silently. Shen Ye nodded. The value of this information was high and quite practical. If he had not learned about the concept of anomaly vehicles from Yao Ming, he would have likely found it hard to discover later. The subsequent intelligence regarding bandit teams and changes in neighboring provinces could significantly reduce the troubles for the Dawn team. When Yao Ming had finished speaking, Shen Ye suddenly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the deep blue spirit crystal, laying it in the palm of his hand. Captain Yao, since you're knowledgeable, do you recognize this? Yao Ming adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a closer look. Before he could speak, Zhao Gang, who was already half drunk and about to tumble headfirst into his bowl, suddenly raised his head, as if jolted by something. His eyes, which had been hazy with intoxication, shone brightly upon seeing the spirit crystal in Shen Ye's palm. Spirit crystal? You actually have this thing. He sprang up from the ground, his 200-plus pound weight surprisingly agile at that moment. He leaned in close, wanting to touch it, but was slapped back by Shen Ye. It's real, a genuine spirit crystal. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your possession. As Zhao Gang expressed his amazement, Yao Ming explained, Deputy Captain Shen may not know this, but spirit crystals are incredibly important to old Zhao, almost more than life itself. This spirit crystal is the core material needed by the blacksmith sequence to create anomalies. Moreover, Yao Ming adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious. The spirit crystal has an even more critical function. It is also the key to unlocking treasure chests. A treasure chest. Shen Ye's gaze shifted. This term felt jarringly out of place in their current predicament. Weren't such things confined solely to video game? Indeed, Yao Mingyuan nodded, then countered with a question. Since the apocalypse descended, you haven't returned to any city, have you? Shen Ye nodded, his expression subtly unsettled. Cities had long since become grotesque paradises. Returning there was tantamount to suicide. He'd have to be utterly deranged to go back. You may not know this, having never gone, Yao Ming explained. On the second night after the apocalypse descended, countless treasure chests materialized out of thin air in urban corners. Just like in game spawn mechanics, they appeared in every hue and variety, scattered across streets and alleyways. These chests yield an astonishing array of food, daily necessities, tools, and occasionally anomalous entities. I've even heard rumors that some people unearthed sequence serums from them. Sequence serum. Those 4 words silenced everyone present. This was an artifact capable of driving both ordinary humans and sequence awakeners to frenzied obsession. And yet, it could be drawn from treasure chests. The campfire crackled fiercely, a red oil bubbled violently in the pot, but no one reached for their chops. Yao Mingyuan paused, then continued, however, spirit crystals are exceedingly rare. Only higher tier anomalies, tier 2 or above, drop them, and even then only with slim probability. Moreover, treasure chests spawn exclusively within city limits. I've never heard of them appearing elsewhere. At this stage, only a handful truly understand the crystal's true purpose. Most sequence awakeners who acquire spirit crystals mistake them for mere fragments of worthless stone. Shen Ye remained silent for several seconds, then calmly slipped the very crystal head once dismissed as rubble back into his pocket. Zhao Gang's gaze remained locked on that pocket, eyes burning with fervent desire. Hey boss, would you sell that spirit crystal? Want it? Shen Ye glanced at him. Zhao Gang's face lit up instantly. He nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Fine. Shen Ye replied, voice level and uninflected. Trade me your gourd. Zhao Gang's grin froze mid-face, then his cheeks flushed crimson. You're dreaming. Sure, spirit crystals are scarce now, but they're nowhere near as precious as my. Perhaps emboldened by drink, Zhao Gang wore a smug grin as he patted the gourd at his waist and taunted, "Kid, do you know its anomalous designation number?" "What is it?" Shen Ye asked, playing along. 3214. Zhao Gang blurted it out without hesitation. The critical identifier of his anomalous artifact laid bare. Yao Mingyuan listened, brow furrowed in silent dismay. Yet unwilling to publicly undermine his deputy captain's dignity, he simply raised his cup and drank. Shen Ye's expression remained impassive, but inwardly, he drew a sharp breath. He'd long suspected the gourd was an anomalous artifact, but never imagined its designation ranked so high. 3214. That number far surpassed even the ranking of his own blood-forged ghost head. His gaze upon the gourd grew markedly hotter. Zhao Gang, oblivious to the shift in that gaze, continued, gloating. "So, you think a single spirit crystal could ever buy my treasured gourd? Delusional. Even 10 crystals wouldn't sway me." Shen Ye said nothing more, merely lifted his cup and sipped. In truth, when Shen Xiong had spoken insolently moments earlier, Shen Ye had indeed considered seizing the pretext to strike, not at Shen Xiong, but at the gourd hanging at Zhao Gang's waist. He hadn't anticipated Yao Mingyuan's extraordinary restraint, suppressing what might have erupted into open conflict. But it didn't matter. There would be other chances. As for this corpulent fool, Shen Ye etched his name onto a mental ledger. Zhao Gang, elated by Shen Ye's apparent defeat, savored his triumph. Ladling 2 generous portions of meat into his bowl, wholly unaware he'd just drawn the attention of someone he ought never to provoke. Once Yao Mingyuan had finished sharing intelligence, Shen Ye glanced sideways at Ning and gave a slight nod. She understood, and recounted in meticulous detail her entire ascension to Mistwalker. From awakening her perception eye and path of survival, through accumulating protection and reconnaissance milestones to the metamorphosis at ascension, the invincible sanctuary and sentinelification of Mist, the spiritual communion hall's psychic group channel, and the dramatic alleviation of post-ascension lethargy. She withheld nothing. Every detail she possessed she delivered. Upon hearing her account, Yao Mingyuan's eyes visibly kindled with intensity. As a fellow Pathfinder sequence awakener, he grasped better than anyone present what these abilities truly signified. The Mist's invincibility was self-evident, but even the spiritual communion hall alone stirred profound excitement within him. As for the precise ascension conditions, Ning lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. "I'm honestly unsure. It happened spontaneously, no clear criteria." This answer wasn't flawless, but Yao Mingyuan read sincerity in her expression. He showed no trace of disappointment. On the contrary, his eyes deepened with quiet contemplation. "That's sufficient," he murmured with a faint smile, raising his cup again. "From Captain An's experience, I've already deduced much of value. The logic behind Pathfinder Ascension may align closely with my own hypothesis. Perhaps before long I too shall become a Mistwalker." Conversation lingered briefly, until the pot lay scraped clean, yielding not even a shred of meat. Only then did they rise and depart. The campfire dimmed, night deepened. Once Shen Ye and his companions returned to the dawn convoy, Lin Yihong, who had remained utterly silent throughout, finally broke his silence. "Teacher Yao, I believe Uncle Chun was right earlier. With so many sequence awakeners on our side, why fear a single butcher sequence like Shen Ye? I know you're concerned about their level 8 sequence awakener." He didn't wait for Yao Mingyuan to respond. "But you heard it yourself. Though the Mistwalker surpasses the Pathfinder functionally, its raw combat power still falls short of battle-oriented sequences. And the other, a healer sequence. We could simply neutralize her at the outset." Hearing Lin Yihong's analysis, Yao Mingyuan offered the faintest of smiles. "And the other, a healer sequence. We could simply neutralize her at the outset." Hearing Lin Yihong's analysis, Lin Yihong stiffened. Instinctively, he replayed the moment in his mind. Shen Ye had merely raised his right hand, a motion so swift it nearly escaped the naked eye. In the next instant, Shen Xiong stood frozen, speechless and bewildered. Seeing Lin Yihong's silence, Yao Mingyuan continued, "He wields an anomalous weapon, one invisible to us. And his speed exceeds what any level 9 sequence awakener should possess. Furthermore," his voice dropped lower, "I suspect his provocation was deliberate. His true target wasn't old Chun, it was Zhao Gang's gourd." Lin Yihong's pupils contracted sharply. Though young Shen Ye's mind runs far deeper than either of ours, such individuals aren't merely intelligent, they're calculating. And calculators leave no gaps in their designs. If we hold hidden advantages, so too must they. Even if we gambled everything and slew him, the risk would vastly outweigh any gain. Stepping back then was the optimal choice. Lin Yihong fell silent for a long while, then slowly nodded. To discern so much from a single exchange, he acknowledged, inwardly humbled that he fell far short. No wonder. From Sichuan Chongqing to western Guangxi, through relentless peril, the peace convoy maintained remarkably low casualties sustained solely by Yao Mingyuan's sequence ability and uncanny strategic acumen. Yao Mingyuan clapped his shoulder, his tone warm with the quiet authority of hard-won experience. "Xiao Hang, remember, in this world survival isn't measured by who strikes, but by who endures longest. As the two prepared to part, a figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest. Ding dong, ding dong. A figure slowly stepped out from the shadows of the forest. With each step, an eerie sound of bells resonated. Even amidst the tremendous roar of the waterfall crashing against the surface of the water nearby, the clear, yet strangely ominous sound of the bells remained crisp. This commotion immediately captured the attention of Yao Mingyuan and Lin Yihong. Even Shen Ye, who was about to open the door to get into the car, instinctively turned towards the sound upon hearing it. The pale blue moonlight filtered through the sparse canopy, cascading layers of light onto the figure. As he fully emerged from the forest, his entire appearance was finally illuminated. He was a man clad in a red theatrical costume. The base color of the costume was a dark red reminiscent of blood dried in the wind, adorned with faded golden. The cuffs and collar were lined with a ring of grayish-white mink fur, the tips stained with unknown black spots that could be either mud or dried bodily fluids. The hem of the costume trailed on the ground, rustling among the fallen leaves with his footsteps. What sent chills down one's spine was his face. It was as pale as paper, the skin as smooth as porcelain, devoid of pores or texture. His cheeks were painted with two circular patches of rouge, and his eyes were entirely black, lacking any whites, resembling two glass beads soaked in ink. Yet when one gazed into those eyes, it gave an unsettling impression that he was constantly watching you. Yao Mingyuan's heart sank, instinctively causing him to take a Lin Yihong had already placed his hand on the sword hilt. At that moment, the man in the red costume seemed to sense something, slowly turning his neck at an angle impossible for a living person, ultimately facing Shen Ye. Then the eerie curve at the corner of his mouth, sewn shut with thread, bizarrely lifted a little more, as if he were smiling. Shen Ye locked eyes with those entirely black pupils. In an instant, his spine turned cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. That expressionless gaze, filled with scrutiny, felt both familiar and foreign. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Outside the villa in Qinqing village, that high-ranking entity stood before the second-floor window, looking down at him through the glass with the same gaze. The resemblance between the two stares was uncanny. Shen Ye was almost certain that this was the same high-ranking skin entity he encountered in Qinqing village. He was unclear how it had tracked him here, nor did he understand why it had taken on this appearance. But none of that mattered now. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Run. Without hesitation, Shen Ye yanked open the car door and jumped into the driver's seat. He wasn't sure how many people in the convoy could hear this message, but he had already stomped on the accelerator and the RV sped down the asphalt road. He wasn't sure how many people in the convoy could hear this message, but he had already stomped on the accelerator and the RV sped down the asphalt road. Following closely behind were Ning and Lin Wonqi's Volvo, as well as He Yunping's newly acquired black Mercedes. The tail lights of the three vehicles created three trails of red light in the night. As for the others in the dawn convoy, they were completely unaware that danger had descended, still asleep in their vehicles as soundly as dead pigs. Even Yao Mingyuan, despite his dullness, had started to react. The man in the theatrical costume was undoubtedly a high-ranking entity whose presence he couldn't even sense. No wonder he felt no eerie presence tonight. In a belated realization, he instinctively began waking the others in the peace convoy. However, the peace convoy had over 100 people, and the incident was so sudden that it was impossible to complete the evacuation in just a few seconds. From the moment Shen Ye started the vehicle and drove away, the red-clad entity had been fixated on the direction in which the RV had vanished, remaining utterly still. Following that, a dark red mist began to emanate from its body. The mist spread like a tide in all directions, silently engulfing the road, trees, vehicles, and the people still asleep inside. In just a few seconds, the entire camp was surrounded by a massive circle of red mist. Wang Peng from the peace convoy awoke, gasping for breath. He suddenly opened his eyes to find himself still in the driver's seat, but outside the car, everything was shrouded in red mist, rendering everything invisible. Before he could even process what was happening, a figure in red appeared in the depths of the mist in an instant. Wang Peng was startled, his scream caught in his throat. The man in red reached out his right hand, ignoring the tightly closed car window, and directly passed through the glass, grabbing Wang Peng's entire face. That hand was unnaturally pale, with long fingers adorned with chipped red nail polish. The moment his fingertips made contact with Wang Peng's skin, it was as if strong acid had been poured over his face. Starting from the point of contact, his flesh rapidly dissolving into blood. His flesh and hair were gradually dissolved, transforming into viscous blood that continuously flowed into the body of the man in red. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Wang Peng became a pile of bones sprawled in the driver's seat. Not far away, Yao Mingyuan witnessed the entire scene unfold. He froze, cold sweat soaking his back. This entity was something their convoy could not contend with, but there was nothing he could do. He could only take advantage of the fact that the entity had not noticed him, urging Chen Xiong to start the engine and drive away in the opposite direction from where Shen Ye had left. In this dire situation, every life counted. Yet the red-clad entity didn't even glance at the escaping heavy truck. It wore that eerie sewn-shut smile, leisurely moving towards the next vehicle, harvesting one sleeping life after another. Shen Ye had no idea how long he had been driving. His eyes continuously darted between the rearview mirror and the road ahead, his palms slick with sweat on the steering. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, a mass of red mist suddenly appeared ahead of the RV. He didn't even have time to hit the brakes before the entire vehicle plunged into it. The following Volvo and Mercedes were also engulfed by the red mist. A few seconds later, the RV surged out from the mist. Then Shen Ye heard the familiar sound of the waterfall. At the moment his vision cleared, that waterfall reappeared before him. Alongside the road by the waterfall, those vehicles still stood, but unlike before, there were no living souls inside. In the driver's seat, in the back seat, and in the bus seats, there were nothing but white bones. A chill raced down Shen Ye's back once again. How had he returned here? Just then the eerie sound of bells reached his ears once more. He instinctively turned towards the direction of the forest, his pupils constricting. The man in red was standing in a clearing among the trees, his entirely black eyes fixed on him. At this moment he could distinctly feel that the black pupils held a hint of mockery, one only a living person would possess. The man in red suddenly moved his tightly sealed lips, as if saying, "Welcome back." Shen Ye was cursing inwardly at that moment. Suddenly 3 blue flames rose behind the man in red. He slightly raised his hand, pointing towards Shen Ye's RV. One of the blue flames shot out instantaneously, trailing a ghostly blue tail, flying towards the RV at an incredible speed. Shen Ye almost simultaneously slammed the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. The RV barely swerved half its body when the blue flame brushed past the rear of the vehicle, crashing onto the road. As the asphalt was instantly burned into a large pit, the white SUV behind him collided directly into it. The blue flame struck the front of the vehicle, enveloping the entire car in a ghostly blue fireball in an instant. The people inside could only let out a scream before being reduced to ashes along with the vehicle. This time the man in red did not pursue. He simply stood in place, watching the RV disappear once again into the crimson mist. Soon another mass of red fog appeared ahead. Shen Ye gripped the steering wheel tightly, a flash of what was said during the interrogation of Chengshan in Qinqing Village rushing through his mind. When the Blood Eagle team chased him to Qinqing Village, they encountered the same thing. A blanket of red mist shrouded the entire village, making it impossible to drive out, akin to the ghost wall described in tomb raiding novels. In the end, the Blood Eagle team sacrificed one of their members and lost an object specifically designed to counter such red mist, barely managing to swap out 2 second-tier skin ghouls and escape the village. But where would he find such an object now? The odds were grim. Just then Song Xia in the passenger seat woke up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she glanced at the rapidly retreating red mist outside the window, and then at Shen Ye's tense profile, asking, "Why did we suddenly set off?" Shen Ye frowned briefly, replying, "The high-tier skin ghoul we encountered in Qinqing Village is after us. It has created a ghost wall-like domain. We might not be able to." Song Xia instantly sobered up, her face pale. What should we do?" Shen Ye's gaze sharpened, but his tone was surprisingly calm. "In this case, we either get played to death by it, or end up as its prey. Tonight, only one of us can survive against it." Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came through the intercom. "Brother Shen, just go ahead boldly, I will help you." Shen Ye was slightly taken aback. He never expected the once timid and cowardly Ning to say such words. But now was not the time for sentiment. Regardless of whether Song Xia agreed or not, he took a deep breath, pressed the accelerator, and plunged into the red mist ahead. The longer he delayed, the more people the skin ghoul would kill, and it would only grow stronger. There was no time to wait. As the RV once again emerged from the red mist, several vehicles appeared on the road by the waterfall. A red heavy truck, a black SUV, and a van that had undergone full modifications. The occupants of these vehicles were precisely the members of the peace team. Clearly, they had also encountered the same ghost wall forced back here by the red mist. At that moment, the red-skinned skin ghoul was leisurely harvesting lives on the other end. In the driver's seat of the red heavy truck, Chen Xiong stared intently in that direction, his eyes bloodshot. Among those dying, many were his neighbors he had lived with for over a decade before the apocalypse. If it weren't for Yao Mingyuan holding him back, he would have jumped out of the car to tear that ghoul apart. But Si Yuning did not hold back. She was the first to jump out of the car. Lin Yihong, who was in the same vehicle, tried to grab her, but she shook him off with a single palm, leaving him no choice but to jump out. As Si Yuning walked straight towards the red-skinned skin ghoul, her steps showing no hesitation. She took out a black badge from her waist, held it up towards the red-skinned skin ghoul, and spoke with a resonant voice, "You have committed the crime of intentional homicide, and are hereby under arrest." This scene left Shen Ye dumbfounded. Was this woman insane, trying to invoke the law against the ghoul? But just as Si Yuning finished speaking, an invisible force of law descended from the sky, heavily pressing down on the red-skinned skin ghoul. Its body visibly stiffened for a moment, and its raised arm froze in midair, forcibly pushed back by that power. Si Yuning did not hesitate, and continued walking towards it with handcuffs in hand. Just as she was within 3 steps of the red-skinned skin ghoul, its body suddenly trembled. Crack! The invisible force of law shattered like a broken mirror, making a sound in the air. It broke free. The red-skinned skin ghoul turned around, its pitch-black eyes expressionless as they fixed on Si Yuning, seemingly enraged. Meanwhile, Lin Yihong held the black scabbard sword tightly in his hands, already drawn. Seeing his companion in danger, he did not hesitate, pushing off the ground and charging towards the red-skinned skin ghoul like a released arrow. The sword thrust forward. When the tip was still 3 feet from the target, the red-skinned skin ghoul did not even lift its head, merely raising a hand and casually flicked. An invisible shockwave sent Lin Yihong flying, crashing directly into the forest by the roadside, breaking several trees in the process. Lin Yihong lay on the ground, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, a hint of despair in his eyes. The gap was too vast. At the same time, Chun Xiong in the heavy truck could no longer sit still, jumping out of the vehicle and unleashing his sequence power. His body rapidly expanded as he ran, his clothes tearing apart, his skin taking on a grayish-white stone-like sheen. Once close enough, he leaped and swung his fist down towards the head of the red-skinned skin ghoul like a massive rock. But the red-skinned skin ghoul merely stepped forward. In the next second, it vanished from its spot, and Chun Xiong's attack missed completely. Then it ignored the attacker and appeared before Si Yuning. That eerily pale right hand was already raised, fingers spread wide as it reached for her face. Si Yuning's pupils reflected that increasingly closer palm, and her body had no time to react at all. Just at that critical moment, an invisible sword energy flew in from the side, precisely slicing at the wrist of the red-skinned skin ghoul's right hand. The hand was severed at the wrist, flipping twice in the air before falling to the ground. The red-skinned skin ghoul's body stiffened for half a second. Its head mechanically turned halfway, its pitch-black eyes staring in the direction from which the sword energy had come. Lin Yihong had already stood back up. He knelt on the ground, the long sword embedded in the dirt before him, struggling to support his severely injured body. The previous sword strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. At that moment, another figure appeared behind the red-skinned skin ghoul. No one saw how Shen Ye had approached. His figure was like a ghost, silently arriving behind the red-skinned skin ghoul. The blade of the ghost head knife sliced through the night horizontally, striking towards the neck of the red-skinned skin ghoul at an untraceable. In the next second, the head of the red-skinned skin ghoul rolled off its shoulder, colliding with the severed hand on the ground. Just as everyone thought this ghoul had been killed by Shen Ye and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Ye's expression, however, showed no signs of relaxation, because unlike before, there was no increase in his kill points in his mind. Only a faint attribute was being extracted from the corpse of the foe through the slaughter mark. In his grayish-white vision, the slaughter mark on the body of the red-skinned skin ghoul still glowed with a red light. Shen Ye's heart raced with alarm as he prepared to raise his blade once more. "Be careful," Si Yuning shouted loudly from a short distance away. Fortunately, Shen Ye had anticipated this, and with the little speed attribute he had just stolen, he narrowly dodged to the side. The 3 fireballs grazed the edge of his clothing and struck a nearby car, instantly engulfing it in ghostly blue flames, transforming it into a massive blue. Immediately, Shen Ye leaped back to further distance himself from the opponent. Then everyone witnessed a scene that sent chills down their spines. The head on the ground, and the severed hand suddenly began to melt, turning into 2 pools of viscous blood that seeped into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Next, dark red blood gushed from the neck of the headless corpse, the blood climbing upward like living vines, intertwining and solidifying. In less than 2 breaths, a pristine head and a brand new right hand reappeared before everyone's eyes. However, this time the corners of the mouth on that face were no longer curled up, but bore a calm expression. He seemed to truly possess emotions, making it feel as if he was in the calm before a volcanic eruption. In that instant, a sliver of despair arose in everyone. The gap in strength was already overwhelming. Moreover, this red-clad skin creature could not be killed. Yet everyone knew that taking one more step back would mean falling in. No one spoke, but their actions were in perfect sync, and almost simultaneously they used their abilities to launch a second wave of attacks. Chun Xiong stood at the forefront of the battlefield, each punch he delivered creating a deep crater in the ground. Si Yuning continuously employed the power of the enforcer sequence from the side, interrupting the attack rhythm of the red-clad skin creature. Even though Lin Yihang was dragging an injured body, he still managed to pierce the creature's body multiple times with his refined sword techniques. Shen Ye's figure moved like lightning, weaving between the red mist and flames. With his ever-increasing strength and speed coupled with the sharp effect of the ghost head, he repeatedly severed the head, arms, and even the body of the red-clad skin creature. With each strike, he was able to steal a hint of attributes from the creature's wounds, and his speed and strength gradually increased without him even realizing it. Yet despite the creature's human-like form, no matter how severe the wounds inflicted, not a drop of blood would be shed, and it could restore itself to full form in no time without any cost. A deeper despair continually enveloped everyone's hearts. And Ning, hiding behind a car, gazed intently at the red-clad skin creature in the center of the battlefield, trying to discern its weakness. But she saw nothing in her view. The red-clad skin creature was merely a grotesquely inflated piece of human skin, exuding an eerie aura that enveloped everyone. This scene shattered all the confidence she had rebuilt after being promoted to Sequence 8. Suddenly, after the red-clad skin creature restored itself, it took advantage of Si Yuning's momentary distraction and appeared in front of Chen Xiong, its right hand plunging directly through his chest. The petrified skin of the giant Sequence was as fragile as paper before that hand. Blood instantly stained that hand, which was as white as porcelain. Chen Xiong glanced down at the bull's-eyed hole in his chest, then turned to look in the direction of the others, opening his mouth to speak, but unable to utter a sound as his body collapsed to the ground. Chen Xiong was dead. Lin Yihang and Yao Ming Yuan shouted in unison, "Uncle Chen! Old Chen!" There was no time for tears on the battlefield. After killing Chen Xiong, the skin creature turned its attention to Si Yuning. A blue ghost fire struck at Si Yuning before Si Yuning couldn't dodge in time and was grazed by the edge of the fireball. Half of her body burned and mangled. She fell to the ground unconscious, her life hanging in the balance. Zhao Gang rushed over, risking being targeted, and swiftly grabbed her, taking her away from the battlefield on his gourd. In just a few breaths, the team had lost 2 key combatants, and Shen Ye's breathing grew heavier. With the attributes continuously stolen from the blood food, he could barely match the speed of the red-clad skin creature. However, the stamina consumed with each swing of his blade was substantial, while the creature's recovery ability seemed endless. As time passed, his movements began to show signs of fatigue. Another blue flame flew toward him. Shen Ye tried to evade, but the muscles in his legs were completely stiff, making it impossible to exert any force. The fireball rapidly enlarged in his pupils. At that moment, a layer of grayish-white spiritual mist suddenly surged around his body. The mist silently enveloped him. The blue fireball collided with the boundary of the spiritual mist, dissipating into nothingness like a drop of water hitting a hot iron plate. However, the spiritual mist trembled violently from the impact and could no longer maintain its form, dispersing into wisps of residual smoke. That was Ning's spiritual mist skill. Shen Ye did not look back, nor did he feel despair. Instead, he became increasingly fierce. Taking advantage of the fireball being blocked, he pushed off the ground, launching himself toward the red-clad skin creature like a cannonball. The black blade of the ghost head pierced the skin creature's chest once more. Such an attack was no different from seeking death. Yet Shen Ye could only do so much. The black blade of the ghost head pierced the skin creature's chest once more. Such an attack was no different from seeking death. Yet Shen Ye could only do so much. Shen Ye attempted to withdraw his blade, but this time the ghost head was lodged within the skin creature's body, immovable, no matter how much strength he used. The creature slowly raised its right hand, reaching toward Shen Ye. Just when everyone thought Shen Ye would be instantly drained like the pile of dead bones, he did not let go or evade, but instead broke into a smile. Just as that porcelain white hand was a mere centimeter from touching him, the ghost head within the creature's abdomen began to tremble violently. It was not Shen Ye's hand that shook, but the blade itself. Then a buzzing sound emanated from the depths of the blade, as if some terrifying entity that had slept for ages had finally opened its eyes. The red-clad skin creature was instantly rendered immobile. That invisible force of rules was thousands of times stronger than Si Yuning's. Then from the chest where the ghost head had pierced, wisps of black threads began to crawl out, enveloping the entire body of the red-clad skin creature. Its grotesque face contorted into an expression of extreme terror. Shen Ye stopped laughing and quietly said, "Sorry, the goddess of fortune is once again on." Its grotesque face contorted into an expression of extreme terror. Shen Ye stopped laughing and quietly said, "Sorry, the goddess of fortune is once again on." The instant death effect has been activated. The black lines spread to the end, resembling countless tiny tentacles weaving into a black web, suddenly tightening. In an instant, the body of the skin monster was sliced into countless fragments of human skin scattered across the ground. Those fragments of skin continued to disintegrate upon hitting the ground, transforming into grayish-white powder, which was blown away by the night wind, leaving only a stone radiating a dark green glow in its place. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Meanwhile, a long-forgotten notification finally echoed in Shen Ye's mind. Kill points 2577, blood food, 1 damn so much. Shen Ye couldn't help but be astonished. This was the first time he had obtained 4-digit kill points. Not only that, after the red-clothed skin monster was slain, a scarlet thread that only Shen Ye could see instantly entered his body. Shen Ye felt his strength had increased several times compared to before the battle. He clenched his fist, feeling the newly enhanced power. Now, even against a Sequence 8 from the giant path, he was confident he could kill them with a single strike. Just how powerful was this skin monster? It was one thing to provide so many kill points, but even the slight attributes gained after death had such a significant impact on his improvement. Watching this scene, Yao Ming Yuan was also left dumbfounded. What just happened? That mysterious entity, which their entire peaceful convoy could not handle, was killed by Shen Ye just like that. As the strange red mist dissipated, the others snapped back to reality. Shen Ye, big brother Shen. Song Xia and Ning both jumped down from the vehicle, rushing to Shen Ye's side, their eyes filled with concern. Shen Ye patted Ning's head. If it weren't for her crucial intervention, he estimated he would have already reported to the underworld by now. Are you okay? Are you okay? Song Xia asked softly. I'm fine. Shen Ye shook his head, just a bit fatigued. I just need to rest for a while. Song Xia looked Shen Ye up and down, confirming that he indeed was not hurt at all, which relieved her internally. At this moment, Shen Ye seemed to remember something and looked around, finally focusing his gaze back on Ning. Ning, help me find out where that fat guy has gone. Ning, although somewhat puzzled, still activated her ability, despite her fatigue. After some investigation, she pointed in the direction they had come from Big Brother Shun, that Zhao Gang has already ridden off on his gourd. What? Shen Ye frowned and couldn't help but curse. Damn, this fat guy is really cunning. Zhao Gang had been hiding on the gourd, watching the fight from above since it started. Although he couldn't escape, that gourd moved at incredible speed, and the red-clothed skin monster couldn't hit him. Seeing that the battle had ended, Shen Ye was still thinking about grabbing Zhao Gang's gourd, but unexpectedly the other party anticipated his thoughts and directly fled. He bent down to pick up the stone, emitting green light from the ground. Before he could investigate it, Yao Mingyuan arrived with the burned half of Si Yuning supported by him, followed by the injured Lin Yihong. Seeing Si Yuning, whose life was uncertain, Shen Ye already guessed their intention. Miss Song, I know you are a healer of the sequence. Please help save Yuning. She is about to call. Yao Mingyuan's eyes were bloodshot and his tone was filled with urgency. Just as Song Xia, kind-hearted, was about to step forward to use the holy healing light, Shen Ye placed his hand on her shoulder, smiling as he looked at Yao Mingyuan. Yes, while Song Xia couldn't bear to watch, he could play the villain here. Captain Yao, you know that using abilities as a sequent comes at a cost. Before the apocalypse, you had to pay to see a doctor. Coming here empty-handed. It seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Yao Mingyuan felt a surge of anger rise within him, completely discarding his previous rationality. What do you mean? We are all part of the human faction, and each sequent is invaluable. Moreover, during the battle, we did not remain idle. Shen Ye dug at his ear, putting on a nonchalant expression, and directly interrupted. What time is it now? Don't play the moral high ground with me. Your lives have nothing to do with me. Besides, I was the one who killed this entity. Otherwise, with people like you, you would all be dead here. Yao Mingyuan was directly choked by this. He forgot that Shen Ye was a killer, and discussing logic with him was like playing the lute to a cow. Looking at Si Yuning, who was on the brink of death, Yao Mingyuan felt the anger in his chest turn into a suffocating frustration, nowhere to vent. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally relented. Fine, you say it, and I will have someone send the supplies over later. Shen Ye shook his head at this. I do not currently. Then what do you want? I have already told you everything I know. No, you misunderstood. Shen Ye spoke calmly. I only want that fat guy's gourd. That's impossible. Yao Mingyuan flatly refused. That gourd is Zhao Gang's lifeline. He would never give it to you. Besides, he has already run away. You can't get it even. Seeing this, Shen Ye no longer wasted words, grabbing Song Xia's wrist, and regardless of her willingness, turned and walked toward his vehicle. Yao Mingyuan did not expect Shen Ye to be so ruthless and resolute. Clearly they had fought side by side moments ago, yet afterward, he could turn a blind eye to others' suffering. Thud. Suddenly Lin Yihong, who had been trying to criticize Shen Ye, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. This commotion made Shen Ye and the others turn back to look. Even so, there was still not a trace of compassion in Shen Ye's eyes. But Yao Mingyuan was completely panicked. Shen Xiong was already dead, and if anything happened to Lin Yihong, his peaceful convoy would lose all combat power. Apart from that gourd, you can name any condition. As long as it allows Miss Song to take action, I will agree to anything, Yao Mingyuan said eagerly. Oh. Shen Ye's eyes flickered as if he was intrigued, his gaze playfully fixed on Yao Mingyuan's eyes, confirming once again, you are sure, any condition. Yao Mingyuan felt a bit uneasy under Shen Ye's stare, but still nodded. If that's the case. Shen Ye raised his hand and pointed at Si Yuning, then let her. This was an idea that suddenly popped into his mind. Si Yuning's auxiliary ability had been quite impressive during the battle. Bringing her into his convoy might prove to be a formidable force later on. Yao Mingyuan was startled, instinctively wanting to refuse. But Shen Ye added directly, this is your last chance. Yao Mingyuan swallowed his words again, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Now he faced a dilemma of choosing between two options. He had harbored a slight crush on Si Yuning before, but she had always been indifferent toward him. Moreover, she was a sequent herself, parting with her would certainly leave him reluctant. But Lin Yihong was the only remaining combat power in the convoy, and as a rare swordsman sequent his potential was limitless. He absolutely could not die. While Yao Mingyuan was in turmoil, Si Yuning beside him suddenly moved, whispering softly, agree to him. Hearing those 3 words, Yao Mingyuan froze in place, unable to believe his ears. But as a sequence user, his senses were far beyond ordinary. He could not have missed. The name Si Yuning seemed to echo in his ears, replaying over and over. He was already wavering. Lin Yihang's life was in the hands of another. If this continued, both of them might not survive. If he handed over Si Yuning, at least he could exchange her for Lin Yihong. This was a sacrifice he had to make as the leader of the convoy, despite the pain it caused him. But if Si Yuning spoke up voluntarily, the situation would change entirely. This meant she was willing to leave. Yet the more he thought about it, the less he wanted to let her go to the Captain Shen. Yao Mingyuan struggled to speak, an unrecognized plea creeping into his voice. Could we change the terms? The peace convoy cannot be without Miss Si, he said, unable to meet Si Yuning's gaze as he spoke. Shen Ye ignored his words, merely repeating the phrase he had said earlier in a flat tone. I said this is your last chance. After saying that, he turned to leave. Although Si Yuning's consciousness was hazy, she could still feel the footsteps moving away from her. The icy sensation of impending death was creeping from the charred half of her body towards her heart. She had grown numb to pain, but what truly tormented her was the agony of teetering between life and death. She understood better than anyone that her time was truly running out, so she struggled to lift her head. Just this action nearly exhausted all her remaining strength. Her vision was blurred as if seen through frosted glass, and she could barely make out the two figures walking away. One tall, one short, a man and a woman were heading towards the RV. She summoned the last of her strength and once again uttered those three words. I agree. Her voice was soft, but this time Shen Ye heard her clearly. His footsteps halted immediately. He slowly turned around, a faint smile appearing on his lips, which looked particularly striking under the pale blue moonlight. His gaze passed over the collapsed Si Yuning and landed on Yao Mingyuan's face, his tone laced with unhidden mockery. It seems your relationship isn't as strong as you are trying so hard to argue for her, yet she doesn't seem to appreciate it. Yao Mingyuan's expression shifted from pale to flushed and back again. This statement struck him precisely at his most painful spot. He couldn't understand. He completely failed to comprehend why Si Yuning would agree to such a demand. If she fell into the hands of someone like Shen Ye, the outcome was predictable. He was doing his best to protect her. He was even prepared to give up everything. But why did she still reject his goodwill? Shen Ye's words made him imagine a scenario of betrayal. The more he thought about it, the more his chest felt constricted, and the more he felt a surge of nameless anger raging within him, yet he found no outlet for it. In contrast, Shen Ye found this amusing, even feeling a thrill. What was going on? Meanwhile, Si Yuning's thoughts were strikingly simple at that moment. She just wanted to survive. The closer one got to the brink of death, the stronger the desire to live became, overpowering reason, dignity, and all constructed morals and emotions. At this moment, Si Yuning was not a sequence user of the peace convoy, nor a law enforcer with power over rules. She was merely an animal cornered, using the last bit of her strength to fight for survival. Shen Ye saw that instinct for survival in her eyes. He had seen it too many times. In his past life on the battlefield, in the eyes of enemies crawling on the ground with their lungs pierced by bullets, and in the eyes of comrades whose legs had been blown off, yet still desperately trying to move behind cover. When the shadow of death completely envelopes a person, the desire to live erupts in the most primal, ugliest, yet most genuine way. So he believed she was serious. This time Shen Ye did not waste words with Yao Mingyuan. He strode back towards him, bent down, and with a swift motion lifted Si Yuning. Yao Mingyuan instinctively tried to reach out to stop him, but as his hand lifted halfway, it met Shen Ye's cold, unfeeling gaze. His hand hung in the air, frozen for 2 full seconds before finally drooping down helplessly. At the moment Si Yuning felt herself being pulled away from Yao Mingyuan, her instincts urged her to struggle. Her waist was firmly encircled by a strong arm, which was not gentle at all, securing her in place, as if she were just a piece of cargo. She tried to push against Shen Ye's chest with her hands, but the strength of that hand was almost negligible. At this moment, even her life was at stake. How could she have the strength to resist a man capable of easily taking down high-level anomalies? Shen Ye naturally knew that this woman was not compliant, but he did not care at all. He glanced down at her, as if examining a newly acquired item, then looked up at Song Xia, who stood beside the RV. Keep her alive, he said in an extremely flat tone, and then go treat that Lin guy. Song Xia stood still, watching the scene unfold. While one hand of Shen Ye embraced another woman, he spoke to her in a tone that was almost commanding, as if everything was completely justified. As for her, she had been driving all night, and had been on edge in the car during the recent battle. After waiting for the fight to end, she rushed out to check if he was injured, only to be met with this scene. A vague sense of bitterness surged from her heart. But she was a smart woman. She knew that Shen Ye was not the kind of man who would change his decision based on a woman's expression. Her emotions and attitude were of no importance at all. In fact, they would only lower her standing in Shen Ye's eyes. After experiencing so much together, she had unknowingly formed a certain bond with him. Her dependence on Shen Ye had reached a point where she felt she would die without him. This was not an exaggeration. Once she left Shen Ye, she would definitely not survive for 2 days. So she said nothing. She stepped forward, squatting beside Si Yuning, her hands hovering over the charred skin, and activated the holy healing light. A warm white light spilled from her palms like a thin veil, covering Si Yuning's wounds. The charred flesh ceased to spread further, and at the edges transparent tissue fluid began to slowly ooze out, while new granulation tissue struggled to emerge under the light stimulus. However, Song Xia only stopped the spread of the injury. She did not expend any effort to accelerate the healing. According to Shen Ye, just keeping her alive was enough, but she did not do any extra work, nor dared to. Then she stood up and walked towards Lin Yihang, who was collapsed on the other side. In contrast, Lin Yihang's condition was not much better than Si Yuning's. He had few external injuries, but his internal injuries were extremely severe. He was still alive purely due to the physical resilience of a 9th-tier sequence user. Song Xia squatted down, placing her palm on his chest, and the holy healing light lit up once more. The broken bones within Lin Yihang's body realigned and healed under the light's guidance. Fragments embedded in his lungs were slowly pushed back into place, and internal bleeding gradually stopped under the illumination. In just 3 minutes, Lin Yihang's breathing steadied from chaos to calm, and his previously ashen complexion regained some color. He opened his eyes. The broken bones within Lin Yihang's body realigned and healed under the light's guidance. Fragments embedded in his lungs were slowly pushed back into place, and internal bleeding gradually. Shen Ye. Lin Yihang's eyes instantly reddened. His right hand almost simultaneously gripped the sword hilt. He sprang to his feet, and his wounds tore open due to the sudden movement, but he felt no pain. All he could think of was one thing: to kill this man. This cold-blooded, ruthless man who even used his life to coerce Teacher Yao and Miss Si. Xiaoheng. Yao Mingyuan was faster than him. He took a swift step, blocking the space between Shen Ye and Lin Yihang, gripping Lin Yihang's wrist firmly. Teacher Yao, let me go. Shut up. Yao Mingyuan's voice was not loud, but it contained something Lin Yihang had never heard before. It was not anger or reproach, but a kind of weary plea. After knowing Yao Mingyuan for so long, it was the first time he had seen such an expression on the face of that eternally calm, always smiling man. Lin Yihang froze. Seeing that he no longer struggled, Yao Mingyuan released his grip, turned, and cupped his hands towards Shen Ye and Song Xia. The gesture was stiff, the smile on his face clearly fake. Deputy Captain Shen, Miss Song, thank you both for your assistance. After speaking, he pulled Lin Yihang's arm and walked away towards the peace convoy's camp without looking back. Back at the convoy, Lin Yihang could no longer hold back. He violently shook off Yao Mingyuan's hand, his voice trembling with anger. Teacher Yao, why did you stop me? You actually thank someone like him. I was just about to. His anger left him somewhat incoherent. Enough. Yao Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose, his hands resting on Lin Yihang's shoulders, and he forcibly suppressed the surging emotions. Xiaoheng, do you think I wanted to end up in this situation? Do you think I didn't want to keep Si Yuning in the convoy? Do you think I didn't want to fight Shen Ye when he looked at me like that? He paused, his throat rolling. But I can't. If I hadn't stopped you just now, the moment you drew your sword, Shen Ye would already have had a reason to kill you. Don't forget, you're the only one in the entire peace convoy capable of facing anomalies hidden. If you die, how will the rest survive? Lin Yihang opened his mouth, but found no words. In the heat of the moment, he had indeed overlooked many things. For instance, the gap in strength between him and Shen Ye, that he had a group of people he needed to protect behind him, and that he needed to survive to find his lost family. Lin Yihang fell completely silent. Even if he fought Shen Ye to the death, what would be the point? I'm sorry, Teacher Yao. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I was too impulsive. Yao Mingyuan patted his shoulder. It's all right, young man, passion is good, but remember not to let anger cloud your judgment again. After saying this, Yao Mingyuan turned and boarded the heavy truck. He needed some time alone. On the other side, Song Xia continued her healing treatment for Si Yuning with a blank expression. Treating 2 severely wounded sequence users was still too strenuous for her. Sweat dripped continuously from her fair neck. While Shen Ye quietly observed, He Yunping jogged over from a distance. Captain Shen, Captain N. He stopped at the RV door, catching his breath before reporting, in the recent battle our convoy was fortunate. We only lost 3 people. And they were all veterans from Zhao Biao's side. He paused for a moment, wiped sweat from his brow, and lowered his voice slightly. The peace convoy wasn't so lucky. Their camp was too close to the anomaly, and the first ones killed were their people. I roughly calculated, and about a third of the peace personnel have likely perished, with at least 30 to 40 dead. Shen Ye listened, remaining silent for several seconds, his face showing no emotion. He did not feel much for the 3 who died. The people he cared about were Song Xia and An Ning in the vehicle. One could provide him with healing and immunity to pain, while the other could help him avoid clusters of anomalies. He Yunping. Shen Ye thought for a moment, and then spoke up. Take some people over and collect the supplies of those who died in the peace convoy. Do it quickly, if they might be leaving soon. He Yunping's expression showed some difficulty. He instinctively rubbed his hands together, considering his words. Captain Shen, this might not be good. After all, so many people just died. Going to collect things now might seem. He struggled to suppress the word immoral. In this apocalypse, who still cared about morality? The anomaly was killed by me, Shen Ye explained in a flat tone, understanding his thoughts. Those things are naturally my spoils of war. If they try to stop us, just say it was my order. If they don't accept it, let them come find me. With this assurance, He Yunping felt completely relieved. He even showed a hint of eagerness, turning around to gather a few team members he had a good relationship with, each carrying a few empty bags, as they strode towards the peace convoy's parking area. Among them was a young man in his 20s looking worried. "Brother, if we act so brazenly, what if the peace convoy's people come to beat us?" He zipping grinned. "What are you scared of? This is Deputy Captain Shen's order. If they dare to act, they should first ask if Deputy Captain Shen's sword agrees." Just as they pried open the first vehicle's door, Yao Mingyuan and his group surrounded them. There were quite a few of them, around a dozen, each face bearing lingering fear. They were submissive in front of Shen Ye, but still dared to speak loudly in front of He Yunping. "What are you doing?" Yao Mingyuan stepped out from the crowd, his tone icy. He had just recovered from the matter with Si Yuning, and his emotions were at a dangerously unstable. Seeing someone trying to pry open the deceased car door was like adding fuel to the fire. He Yunping held 2 potatoes that he had just dug out from the car, wearing his signature fake smile, as he explained leisurely, "Captain, Yao, don't misunderstand, I'm just here to collect some spoils of war." Spoils of war. The moment those words left his mouth, the members of the peace team immediately erupted in outrage. To them, this was nothing short of provocation. "What do you mean, spoils of war? These cars belong to our peace team. The owner is dead, but the things still belong to us. Oh, why should you take them? Aren't you taking advantage of the situation? What a bunch of beasts." Facing the barrage of insults, He Yunping turned a deaf ear, continuing his search without slowing down. An elderly man with gray hair squeezed out from the crowd, pointing a trembling finger at He Yunping and cursing, "Do you people have no conscience? My son just died in there, and his body hasn't even been taken care of, and you come to rummage through his car. Are you even human?" He Yunping remained unfazed, his hands still moving. After tossing 2 more potatoes into the sack, he rummaged through the glove compartment of the driver's seat and found an unopened pack of cigarettes and half a bag of compressed biscuits, adding them to his haul. Only after finishing all of this did he raise his head and put on a half-hearted smile, saying, "Sir, we don't want your son's belongings. We only collect supplies. As for your son himself, if you want to recover his corpse, we won't stop you." The old man was so furious he trembled, but was held back by those. Seeing there was nothing of value to gain, He Yunping dusted off his hands, reluctantly straightened up, and said, "The bizarre creature was killed by our Captain Shen from the Dawn team. If he hadn't acted, what would have happened to you people? I shouldn't need to elaborate. Our Dawn team doesn't act for free. We are entitled to take these items. I advise you not to be ungrateful." Hearing this, even with all his restraint, Yao Mingyuan could no longer hold back. His face turned ashen, his eyes filled with anger behind his glasses. He shouted, "Your actions are no different from those of a bandit gang." "Of course there's a difference." A voice suddenly chimed in from behind the encirclement. The voice made everyone present instinctively fall silent. Everyone turned in unison to look, and then instinctively parted to make way. No one directed them, it was purely a reflex of their bodies. The earlier encounter that had nearly wiped them all out replayed in their minds, the image of that man slicing through the danger, in an instant still fresh. Shen Ye walked leisurely through the gap in the crowd, a faint smile on his face. He moved slowly like a lion surveying its territory. He knew these people were afraid of him, and he was completely pleased with that. "I didn't kill anyone actively." He stopped in front of Yao Mingyuan, shrugged his shoulders casually, and spoke in an easy tone. "How can you compare yourself to a bandit gang? You can't change the concept, Captain Yao." He paused, his smile unwavering, but the warmth in his eyes visibly cooling. "Of course, if you insist on obstructing us." His right hand hung loosely by his side, and the ghostly blade concealed in the air revealed itself. The faint aura of menace surrounding the knife made the nearest few people unconsciously take a half step back. "I wouldn't mind momentarily abandoning my moral compass and acting like a bandit." The moment those words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone from the peace team dared not voice their anger. The old man who had been cursing He Yunping just moments ago had now retreated to the back of the crowd, not daring to make a sound. No one doubted the truth of Shen Ye's words. You. Isn't this a bit too much bullying?" Yao Mingyuan pointed at Shen Ye, the words barely squeezed out between his teeth, filled with resentment. He stared into Shen Ye's eyes, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't get any words out. Shen Ye sneered coldly. "The principle of the survival of the fittest, Captain Yao. You can't have just realized it today, right?" Facing such mockery, Yao Mingyuan felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He knew that saying more to this man was futile and would only trigger an explosion. He suddenly turned around and shouted at the members of the peace team, "Everyone get in the vehicles, we leave immediately." His voice was somewhat hoarse, a result of excessive anger. No one dared to question this order. The crowd quickly dispersed, each rushing to their own vehicles. The roar of engines soon erupted all around. Before Yao Mingyuan climbed onto the red heavy truck, he turned back for one last look. Shen Ye still stood in place, his smile faded, replaced by a calmness that sent chills down his spine. Yao Mingyuan finally realized why Shen Ye had said he lacked supplies during the negotiation earlier. It turned out that this bastard had long been eyeing these unclaimed items. From the moment he killed that bizarre creature, he had already counted all the belongings of the fallen members of the peace team into his own account. And he had been foolishly discussing terms with him, still thinking of using supplies in exchange for Si Yuning and Lin Yihang's lives. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. But what could he do even if he understood? All he could do now was sit in the passenger seat watching the increasingly distant figure in the rearview mirror, cursing the other party's ancestors in his heart. The red heavy truck drove about 40 to 50 miles through the night. Outside the window was the unchanging darkness of the Guishi mountainous area. There were no streetlights and the moon was obscured by clouds, leaving only a faint halo struggling between the gaps. Yao Mingyuan sat in the passenger seat, not uttering a word. Chun Xiong had died, and the truck driver squeezed into the cab with him didn't dare to breathe, silently gripping the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the expression of their captain. The atmosphere in the cab was no longer as relaxed as before. Suddenly Yao Mingyuan's purple eyes flashed, and his brows furrowed sharply. He picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button, saying, "All units stop." The convoy gradually came to a halt. Yao Mingyuan opened the door and jumped out, tilting his head to look at the night sky to the north. A small black dot was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. It was getting closer, clearer. When it got close enough to distinguish its outline, everyone realized it was a gourd. The yellowish-green gourd glowed softly in the night, and sitting cross-legged on it was a burly man weighing over 200 pounds, Zhao Gang, who had fled immediately after Pai Gui's death. The gourd silently descended in front of Yao Mingyuan, stopping about half a meter from the ground. Zhao Gang nimbly hopped down from the gourd. "Old Yao." Zhao Gang strode over his face, showing a hint of relief from surviving a disaster, but when he saw Yao Mingyuan's ashen face, the smile quickly vanished. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping around the team, then making another round. After searching the crowd 3 times, he still couldn't find that figure in uniform. Old Yao, his voice dropped a few tones. "Where is Officer C?" Yao Mingyuan remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. He recounted everything that had happened after Shen Ye killed Pai Gui. After listening, Zhao Gang's expression changed 3 times in a matter of seconds. First shock, then anger, and finally a complex mixture of relief and, "I knew it." He slapped his thigh hard, relief evident in his voice. "I could tell during the transaction earlier that Shen Ye was full of malice. He is definitely not a... I thought during the battle with that Pai Gui the Dawn team must have suffered heavy losses, and Shen Ye would definitely come for me first once he had the chance. To be on the safe side, I slipped away. But I didn't go far while I've been lurking nearby. See, your team moved far enough away, and when I confirmed it was safe, I dared to return to..." While speaking, Zhao Gang secretly observed Yao Mingyuan's expression. Though he voiced support, he was acutely aware that if he were to exchange his precious gourd for Si Yuning, he would never agree. A sequence 9 blacksmith and a numbered 3214 bizarre gourd. He believed Yao Mingyuan could certainly do the math on which was more important. Seeing Yao Mingyuan's troubled expression, Zhao Gang also felt a bit uncomfortable. He wasn't unaware of Yao Mingyuan's feelings for Si Yuning. From Sichuan and Chongqing all the way to Guishi, every time they held a meeting, Yao Mingyuan would always steal a few more glances at Si Yuning. He had never said it out loud, but that kind of gaze was understood by anyone who had been there. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Gang reached out and patted Yao Mingyuan's shoulder from behind, using quite a bit of force, nearly causing Yao Mingyuan to stumble. "Old Yao, I know you like Officer C. You might not say it, but I understand." Yao Mingyuan did not deny or confirm, silently looking at him. "But old Yao, let's be realistic. She's only in her early 20s, at the prime of her youth. And what about you? You're already over 40. Yao Mingyuan clearly was not pleased, retorting, "I may be older, but I awakened my sequence path. My lifespan will increase with continuous advancement. Look, my gray hair has turned black again. What does age matter?" Zhao Gang scoffed. "Don't kid yourself. Don't think I don't know you have been trying to curry favor with Officer C, but she doesn't appreciate it at all. No matter what you do, it's just one-sided love." Once splashed with cold water again, Yao Mingyuan calmed down considerably and realized that Zhao Gang was looking out for him. Zhao Gang noticed this and withdrew his hand, lowering his tone. "Besides, you know very well that you are a sequence holder now. Times have changed. Being a sequence holder means something in this world. You know it better than I do. As long as you're willing, what kind of women can't you find in the future? Why hang yourself on a single tree? If worst comes to worst, you could have one of each type. I would not only support you, but even help you gather. Get lost, I'm not that kind of person." Yao Mingyuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly pushed him away. "Hey." Zhao Gang shook his head and sighed. "I know you have real feelings for Officer C, and I also don't want to lose her. Now that she's with the Dawn team, it might not be a bad thing. Although that Shen Ye is a bastard, his strength is there. Following him, at most she will lose her virtue, but at least she won't die easily at the hands of the Bazaar. Don't you think so?" Yao Mingyuan was left with a dark expression. "What do you mean, at most she will lose her virtue? Is that how you comfort people?" Seeing Yao Mingyuan still silent, Zhao Gang sighed, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice even more. "Old Yao, let's put aside Officer C for now. I want to discuss something serious with you." Saying this, Zhao Gang looked around to confirm that no one was nearby before continuing, "Actually, I've already found a way to advance to Sequence 8. Yao Mingjuan's face changed in shock. "Really?" Zhao Gang replied seriously, "Do you think I would joke about this kind of thing? Moreover, I know that after advancing to Sequence 8 my efficiency in creating bizarre objects will greatly increase. At that time we can equip the ordinary members of the team in bulk, and our overall combat power will definitely increase significantly." He paused, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "And we can also recruit enough sequence holders through this. When we meet Shen Ye again, we can settle old scores and new grudges together." What's that saying? A gentleman takes revenge, it's never too late to wait 10 years. Yao Mingyuan corrected him with irritation. "It's a gentleman's revenge, it's never too late to wait 10 years. Zhao Gang nodded. Yes, that's the one. When we rescue Officer C, you can have your way with her as you wish." Hearing the last sentence, Yao Mingyuan's eyes suddenly lit up as images of Si Yuning bound, and at his mercy flooded his mind. His original belief was that humanity should help each other and unite, and once they gathered enough strength, they would collectively fight against the bizarre and restore peace. But after today's events, unbeknownst to himself, his heart had already begun to twist quietly. On the other side, after treating 2 near-death sequence holders, Song Xia felt completely drained, barely able to stand without nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Shen Ye was quick to react and supported her. "Are you okay?" he asked instinctively. Song Xia looked up at him, feeling warmth in her heart as she noticed his concern, replying softly, "I'm fine. She's healing well, her injuries are almost fully recovered, and she should wake up soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Si Yuning's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Staring at the ceiling of the RV, she suddenly felt as if she had traveled through time. Earlier, she had been on the brink of death, feeling as if she would not survive. The fear and helplessness from that moment had yet to fade. Si Yuning slowly sat up, and the first person her gaze fell upon was Song Xia, her tone filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Miss Song." Song Xia nodded without saying anything. Then Si Yuning turned her attention to Shen Ye. As a member of the Enforcer sequence, she could distinctly sense the evil aura emanating from him. That aura instinctively repulsed her. "What exactly do you want from me?" Facing his scrutinizing gaze, her tone carried a hint of hostility and wariness. Shen Ye did not rush to answer her. He first helped Song Xia to a nearby sofa. Her face was pale as the effort of saving 2 near-death enforcers had nearly exhausted her. Shen Ye glanced at her to confirm that she wouldn't collapse, then turned around and walked in front of Si Yuning. He stood while she sat. The sense of oppression from his elevated stance caused Si Yuning's heart to tremble. "It seems you still haven't grasped the current situation." Shen Ye's expression was calm, but his eyes held mockery. "Your life was saved because I allowed Song Xia to do so. If I hadn't given my consent, you would already be a half-burnt corpse." Si Yuning's pupils slightly constricted. "So?" Shen Ye leaned slightly closer, his cold, emotionless gaze fixed on her. "If you continue to speak to me with that attitude, I won't hesitate to let you experience what true death feels like." Si Yuning felt a chill run down her spine. But the next moment, she met Shen Ye's gaze. Those eyes were devoid of warmth, lacking the murderous intent she had sensed during battle. A thought flashed through her mind. If this person truly wanted her dead, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to take her from Yao Mingyuan, nor would he have had Song Xia expend her energy. Having realized this, she felt a newfound confidence, though her tone was still significantly more subdued than before. "What do you want me to do?" Shen Ye straightened up and said in an authoritative tone, "Explain your abilities in detail." Si Yuning was taken aback. Whether before the apocalypse or after joining the peace team, she had always been accustomed to equal exchanges. The feeling of being ordered around like a subordinate made her instinctively uncomfortable. Moreover, she could tell from Shen Ye's words that he intended to use her, just as he had with Song Xia. A surge of rebellious thoughts arose from deep within her. "If you want me to join you, shouldn't you first explain your abilities?" Facing Shen Ye's gaze, she held her head high and said defiantly. This statement was partly to assert her right to speak, and partly out of genuine curiosity about what specific abilities he possessed to have killed that high-level anomaly. Shen Ye's gaze turned cold for a moment. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Si Yuning felt a shiver run down her spine under his stare. Yet even in the face of such a threat, she forced herself to maintain an appearance of defiance, raising her chin and extending her neck. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. I will never become a tool for your evil doings." Shen Ye looked at her pure and resolute demeanor, momentarily feeling at a loss. Killing her would render all his previous efforts in saving her useless. Not killing her. When had he, Shen Ye, ever been so restrained? But reason told him that killing her would yield no benefits beyond venting his frustration. He wasn't a child who would throw a tantrum over a matter of pride. Forget it. He retracted his intimidating demeanor, softening his tone a bit. "First, tell me your ability. If you are qualified to stay in my team, I will naturally inform you." "And who said I want you to commit evil, Comrade JC?" Si Yuning remained silent for a few seconds. She could tell that this was Shen Ye's bottom line. Pushing further might truly cause him to turn against her. "Fine." She took a deep breath and began to speak. I am a 9th tier enforcer. This sequence is extremely sensitive to evil auras. From the moment I first met you, I could sense the concentration of murderous energy on you, but I don't know why your evil aura is somewhat different from others. I don't know the exact reason either. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Additionally, I have 2 skills. The first is called Verdict. Explain its specific function, Shen Ye interrupted. Si Yuning gritted her teeth and continued, as the name suggests, I state the sins committed by my target. If I am correct, a verdict magnetic field will form. Within the range of this field, the target will be forcibly restrained and unable to move. Is there a time limit? Yes, it lasts between 3 to 60 seconds, depending on the target's strength and evil value. The higher the target's evil value, the longer the binding time. The stronger the target, the shorter the binding time. It's a comprehensive assessment of both factors. Shen Ye immediately recalled the scene from his previous battle with Pai Gui. At that time, he found it somewhat amusing, but the actual effect far exceeded his expectation. Continue. If the crime I state is not something the target has committed, I will suffer backlash. Moreover, using Verdict consumes a significant amount of energy, I can only use it 3 times in a single battle. Shen Ye nodded. This limitation was quite reasonable, otherwise it would be too overpowered. The second skill is Cuffs of Evil. Si Yuning raised her right hand, a faint golden light appearing on her wrist, forming a translucent cuff-like silhouette. During the activation of the Verdict magnetic field, I can use it to restrain the target. Once cuffed, the target cannot use any abilities. However, at present, I can only manifest 1 cuff, and after using it, I need time to reconstitute it. Shen Ye remained silent for 3 seconds. Yet he quickly thought of a critical question. What if the anomaly has no hands? Si Yuning was taken aback for a moment, then replied, if placed over the head or body, it will have the same effect. The cuffs can resize according to the target's body shape. This made Shen Ye involuntarily gasp. Both skills were highly controlling and had synergy. He even had reason to suspect that the Cuffs of Evil were specifically designed to counter enforcers. At that moment, he imagined a scenario if Pai Gui had appeared earlier, and he had clashed with the peace team, and Si Yuning had used Verdict on him. With his concentration of murderous energy, the binding time would certainly exceed 10 seconds. 10 seconds at such a close distance would be enough for Si Yuning to put At that point, what difference would there be between him and fish on a chopping board? This thought sent a shiver of fear through him. He was relieved that there had been a mutual wariness during their earlier probing. I finished speaking. Si Yuning retracted the cuff's silhouette and fixed her burning gaze on Shen Ye. Now it's your turn. Song Xia and Ning instinctively perked up their ears and leaned closer to the two. They had always been curious about Shen Ye's specific abilities, but since he had not spoken, they did not dare to ask. They were surprised by Si Yuning's boldness, daring to dance on Shen Ye's landmine, without being blown up, even managing to clear the challenge. Shen Ye was not a man of empty promises. Once he made a commitment, he would not go back on it, and he directly recited the 2 skills of the Butcher sequence. After he finished speaking, the entire caravan fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Song Xia and Ning were hearing Shen Ye speak of his abilities for the Though they had their suspicions, the feeling of confirmation by hearing it directly was completely different. And Si Yuning's expression was the most remarkable. She had always thought her enforcer sequence was strong enough. During their time with the peace caravan, both Chen Xiong and Lin Yihong had praised her abilities greatly. But compared to Shen Ye's Butcher sequence, her skills seemed trivial. A sequence that grows stronger by killing and can absorb the attributes of its opponents during battle. No wonder he could hold his own against a high-tier anomaly. They were nearly beaten to death, yet he bore not a single scratch. Si Yuning's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she blurted out, since your sequence grows stronger with each kill, why not hunt low-tier anomalies? As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Ye shot her a look that said she was being foolish. Do you think you're the only clever one? Si Yuning was momentarily taken aback, confused. What's wrong with that suggestion? Shen Ye was in good spirits today. After killing a high-tier anomaly, he had gained a significant amount of slaughter points and blood food, and had additionally picked up a woman. If trained properly, she might become a valuable asset in the future. Therefore, he unusually had a bit more patience. You rarely encountered anomalies when you were with the peace caravan, right? Si Yuning nodded. After escaping from Yusher, I was invited to join the peace caravan. Captain Yao is very cautious and has the guide sequence. Besides the gray mist chasing us and that skin anomaly from last night, we really didn't encounter any major dangers on the way. Shen Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon hearing this. Why was there such a vast difference in luck between people? After he established the Dawn Caravan, he had only brought along dozens of people constantly facing dangers or being on roads leading to danger. But then again, it made sense. If the Peace Caravan had been chased around by anomalies like his Dawn Caravan, those hundreds of ordinary people wouldn't have survived until now. Seeing the blank expressions on the faces of the three, Si Yuning felt puzzled. What does this have to do with my previous suggestion? This time before Shen Ye could respond, Song Xia's voice carried over from the sofa. Of course it does. Her tone was not loud, but it was particularly serious. Because you rarely encounter anomalies, you know almost nothing about them. and Ning is a guide and can indeed investigate the distribution of anomalies. But when high-tier anomalies deliberately conceal their presence, she cannot detect them, especially those anomalies that have gained intelligence. They might use this tactic. Moreover, each time she uses her ability, it consumes a significant amount of energy, and she must sleep for a long time afterward to recover. This means we can't just go wherever we please at any time. When the red moon is shrouded, the combat power of anomalies doubles. Taking the initiative to attack is tantamount to seeking death. During the day it's somewhat safer, but we need to rest, and Ning also needs to recover her strength. Furthermore, the anomalies that can be found by the roadside during the day are pitifully few. Therefore, if we want to hunt anomalies, we can only enter villages or towns. In such places, anomalies tend to gather in groups. Where anomalies gather, high-tier anomalies will undoubtedly be stationed. We have done this before. The result nearly cost the lives of the entire caravan. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but recall her brother who had died because of it, and the others from the rock-solid caravan. Do you think? She stared directly into Si Yuning's eyes. Sending Shen Ye alone to such places to hunt low-tier anomalies is no different from sending him to his death. Si Yuning's face was filled with shock. While with the peace caravan, Shen Xiong and Yao Mingyuan had protected her too well, she had learned far too little about the cruel truths regarding anomalies. So upon hearing about Shen Ye's abilities, she had entertained that naive thought of grinding experience, as if it were a game. Shen Ye suddenly let out a cold laugh. He was well aware of Si Yuning's thoughts. She just wanted him to kill more anomalies and fewer humans. In fact, he already knew this without her mentioning it. As a member of the Butcher sequence, indiscriminate killing would only turn him into a soulless monster and deepen the side effects. Thus he had been restraining himself. If the opponent was seeking death, he wouldn't intervene. Si Yuning instinctively asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Your question reminded me of something interesting." The three pairs of eyes all turned to look at him. "That red-clad skin anomaly from yesterday," Shen Ye's voice was flat and devoid of emotion, "is actually an old acquaintance of mine." Song Shia's expression changed instantly, as if she had recalled something. "We previously visited a village called Qinqing Village." Shen Ye did not look at her, but this statement was clearly directed at her. That red-clad skin anomaly was encountered in that villa in Qinqing Village. Had Ning not stopped me at the time, I would have walked right in and turned into a pile of bones. For some unknown reason, it had its eyes on me. It followed me all the way from Qinqing Village to here. Once he finished speaking, the entire caravan fell into a dead silence. Song Shia's eyes trembled slightly. She had seen Shen Ye's knife and knew how the skin anomaly had died from the instant death effect. But if their luck had been off by even a little bit at that time, the combined strength of the two caravans would not have been enough to deal with that skin anomaly. Si Yuning's expression was, her face first showed a dazed look, then fear, and finally settled into anger. "What you mean is?" Her voice trembled. "That anomaly was caused by you. Uncle Chun was killed because of you. And those innocent, ordinary people." Shen Ye's smile instantly turned cold. "It must be said that women can really stir up trouble." "Don't put the blame on me," he shouted angrily. "As long as you follow that route, your peace caravan will eventually run into that skin anomaly too. By that time, you Yao Ming, Yuan Lin Yihong, and all those ordinary people you speak of, none will survive. Besides, it was your peace caravan that brought this upon itself from the start. Isn't all of this your own doing?" Seeing the other party rendered speechless, Shen Ye added, "Also, please recognize your current position. You are my prisoner. If you continue to speak to me in that tone, I don't mind letting you taste some hardship first." Si Yuning felt a shiver run through her body under his gaze. This time Shen Ye was not joking. If she dared to utter another word, he would truly do something that she couldn't dare to imagine. Before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, in an instant Shen Ye felt a violent dizziness surge from within him. That sensation of having his bodily autonomy seized was all too familiar to him. His eyes rapidly filled with bloodshot veins, and one hand moved uncontrollably, grabbing Si Yuning by her swan-like neck. Si Yuning struggled violently, desperately trying to pry his fingers away, but those 5 fingers were as unyielding as steel. She felt as if her neck would snap at any moment. Shen Ye, Song Shia, and Anning simultaneously leapt from their seats. Each seized one of Shen Ye's arms, attempting to drag him away. With a sudden forceful sweep of his other hand, Shen Ye hurled them both backward. Song Shia crashed against the armrest of the sofa, while Anning staggered several steps before regaining her balance. Si Yuning's vision began to blur. Just as she believed death was imminent, the hand clamped around her throat abruptly loosened. She collapsed onto the bed, gasping violently, air flooding into her lungs with desperate urgency. After 20-odd years of life, she experienced for the first time the sheer luxury of breathing. Instinctively, she shrank toward the corner of the bed. In that moment, she lifted her gaze and saw Shen Ye's eyes blazing crimson, his face contorted as if locked in silent, agonizing combat. She was terrified, yet more than fear, she felt profound bewilderment. Slowly, the scarlet veins receded from the whites of Shen Ye's eyes. He drew a deep breath and turned to Song Shia. "Take her and Anning to rest at the Volvo first. And summon Lin Wanqiu." Song Shia hesitated briefly, then grasped his meaning. Biting her lip, she murmured softly, If it absolutely must be done, I can do it myself. First time unfamiliar, second time familiar. Though still unaccustomed to intimacy with Shen Ye, resistance no longer stirred within her. Rather, the thought of him with another woman unsettled her deeply. Shen Ye waved his hand dismissively. They had already expended themselves once that day. Song Xia, having slept scarcely at all, had just treated 2 gravely wounded sequence cultivators. Her body was utterly spent. He was no sadistic monster who took pleasure in others' suffering. Do as I say. Reading concern in his eyes, Song Xia said nothing further. She steadied the dazed Si Yuning and left the vehicle with Anning. Moments later, Lin Wanqiu approached. She had come immediately upon Song Xia's summons, though no details had been given. She lingered outside the vehicle for a long while, then steeled herself and pushed open the door, just as Shen Ye emerged from the bathroom. He had taken a cold shower, his hair remained damp, in an attempt to suppress the surging bloodlust within, and to prepare himself for what lay ahead. Sit. He gestured toward the sofa, and casually retrieved a beverage from the box, handing it to her. Lin Wanqiu accepted it with flustered gratitude, placed it on the table, folded her hands neatly over her knees, and asked nervously, "What did you wish to speak with me about? Do you recall our last transaction?" Lin Wanqiu nodded shyly. "I remember. I wish to make that transaction again." Off. His bluntness stunned her completely. Given their relationship, scarcely even friends, such directness left her uneasy and deeply uncomfortable. Even though Shen Ye's appearance perfectly matched her ideal, she remained silent for a long time. "I am not that kind of person," she whispered, softly yet unmistakably resolute. Shen Ye showed no surprise. He had anticipated her refusal. After all, their entire relationship had been founded upon mutual exchange, not affection. The first time had been born of necessity. She lacked the strength to safeguard that anomalous artifact. Keeping it would only invite calamity, so trading it for supplies had been the wisest choice. The second time she had initiated it herself. Now she possessed her own Volvo. No shortage of supplies, no lack of protection. No reason remained to repeat. So he spoke his next words: "What if I could awaken your sequence?" That sentence struck Lin Wanqiu's mind like thunder. Truly, she wondered if she had imagined it. "I hold no need to deceive you with such means," Shen Ye replied, his tone calm and unwavering. Lin Wanqiu flushed with embarrassment. She'd reacted too intensely moments before. Extending her slender porcelain white hand, she asked, "May I see it first?" "See what?" "The sequence serum." Shen Ye's expression softened into realization. Then he shook his head. "Who told you I intended to use serum for your awakening?" Disappointment began to rise. But the moment she grasped the implication behind his words, her eyes lit up with sudden brilliance. Yet before elation could settle, Shen Ye doused her hopes with cold reality. "I cannot reveal the method yet, and the key item required for awakening has not yet. All I can promise now is that once it is secured, I will facilitate your awakening. But the price is this: you shall become my woman, and pledge absolute, unconditional loyalty to me." Such audacious, unvarnished words sent Lin Wanqiu's emotions soaring and plummeting like a roller coaster. Yet that very volatility sharpened her composure, compelling her to parse every syllable of Shen Ye's statement with meticulous care. The first half of his proposition, if uttered by anyone else, would have struck her as mere empty promises. But she knew Shen Ye, a man bound by unshakable covenant, whose word was law. What he pledged he fulfilled. In every transaction, he had never allowed her to suffer loss. Yet, hadn't it been implied before that merely sleeping together would— why had the terms suddenly escalated to becoming his woman? At the thought, Lin Wanqiu's cheeks burned, her heart fluttering wildly. He had raised the stakes, but should she accept, she would gain not only his protection but also security in sustenance and shelter. From Anning and Song Xia alone, it was clear Shen Ye spared nothing for those under his care, and his appearance aligned perfectly with her deepest aesthetic ideals. Aside from his propensity to kill without warning, she could find no flaw in this man. A formidable, striking figure radiating unwavering safety. Such a man would have been fiercely coveted even in the pre-apocalyptic world. Realizing this, Lin Wanqiu knew hesitation would betray her own sanity. Yes. Uttering that single word brought her an unexpected surge of relief, and even quiet joy. An unspoken accord crystallized between them. A faint smile curved Shen Ye's lips. Lin Wanqiu too found herself smiling. Warm, genuine, unrestrained. He sensed the murderous impulse rising beyond containment. Without delay, he withdrew a dress and an unopened pair of stockings from the bag on the table, and handed them to Lin Wanqiu. Gazing at the delicate fabric and its subtly suggestive hue, Lin Wanqiu hesitated only a moment before accepting it. Her swift immersion into roles startled. She did not keep him waiting long. 5 minutes later, the shower ceased. Then the bathroom door slid open, and first to emerge were those legendary snow-white statuettes. Unlike before, they were sheathed in sheer pearlescent thigh-highs, tight at the upper thighs, gently compressing soft curves into elegant definition. Far from diminishing their allure, this subtle refinement lent them an altogether singular, intoxicating grace. When Lin Wanqiu stepped fully out of the bathroom, Shen Ye's gaze froze for a fleeting moment. She had slipped into the violet off-shoulder bodycon dress he had carefully selected. Her voluptuous curves were fully enveloped by the fabric, yet the form-fitting cut rendered every lush contour with breathtaking clarity. The mystery born of concealment stirred the imagination far more powerfully than outright exposure. The dress clung to her like liquid silk, revealing her slender waist-defining silhouette and the full sculpted sweep of her hips without reserve. Physique Shen Ye had previously seen only in digitally perfected online images. He knew those images were painstakingly enhanced, each curve subtly airbrushed, each angle meticulously curated. Yet here before him stood a woman whose impossible proportions were utterly real, breathing alive. Under Shen Ye's unwavering, smoldering gaze, Lin Wanxiu, who was already flustered, grew even more tenderly bashful. A delicate flush bloomed across her cheeks and crept down to her earlobes. Just as she stood flustered and uncertain, Shen Ye produced seemingly from nowhere a pair of crimson-soled stiletto heels and offered them to her. Put them on. She accepted the shoes, glanced down at the slender needle-thin heels with mild curiosity, but asked no questions, simply bent to slip them on. After neutralizing the side effect once earlier that day with Song Xia, Shen Ye had discerned a pattern. This so-called fulfillment of primal desire was intrinsically tied to his own pleasure threshold. Once that threshold was met, the side effect dissolved automatically. His earlier attempt, eating food, had failed because he held no genuine fondness for it. Moreover, post-apocalyptic fare was tasteless at best, offering zero sensory gratification. Dressing Lin Wanxiu thus had been a deliberate, calculated measure to elevate his pleasure threshold. Moments later, the motorhome rolled to a halt some distance away from the convoy's campsite. No sooner had it settled than the vehicle began rocking with rhythmic, intimate undulations. When stillness returned, dawn's pale light had already begun to seep across the sky. Shen Ye sat half-reclined against the headboard, bare-chested, while beside him Lin Wanxiu slept deeply exhausted. Her breath rose and fell in slow, steady cadence. A faint blush still lingered on her cheeks. He gently withdrew his arm, numb from serving as her pillow, dressed in silence, then tiptoed back to the driver's seat. In the rearview mirror, the convoy's camp remained hushed and motionless. After last night's events, most had fallen asleep only in the late hours. Few would stir this early. Still, for safety's sake, Shen Ye started the engine and guided the vehicle onto a narrow forest trail branching beside the road. After several winding turns, ensuring the camp lay completely out of sight, he brought the vehicle to a stop. Closing his eyes, he sank his consciousness inward. Slaughter points, 3372. As anticipated, his slaughter points had surged past the 3,000 threshold once again. This rapid accumulation owed chiefly to the crimson-robed skin specter slain the previous night. 3,000 points, more than enough to enact meaningful change. Shen Ye opened his eyes and let his gaze slowly traverse the interior of the motorhome. This motorhome had carried him all the way from Yueguang to Yueshi. Had he not urgently sought combat enhancement earlier, he would have prioritized blood refining this victory. Now that his personal combat prowess was barely sufficient, he hesitated no longer. With a mere thought, the ASURA sequence energy within him surged forth, spilling from his palm as pulsating crimson glyphs that crawled like living veins across every interior surface. Blood refinement. This time the target was none other than the motorhome beneath his feet. The crimson radiance intensified, swallowing the entire cabin in its luminous embrace. Shen Ye felt his slaughter points burning away at a visible rate. Then the cabin trembled violently, not with metallic clangor, but with a deep, resonant hum emanating from the materials themselves. It was as though every steel plate, every inch of interior trim was being rewoven at the molecular level by an unseen sovereign law. The crimson light endured for precisely 1 minute. When the final ember faded into the chassis, a new set of data materialized in Shen Ye's mind. Phantom Artifact Night Reaver. Type Phantom Vehicle. Designation 9473. Traits. Mansion Cena Mustard Seed Cabin interior space expanded to triple its original volume. Functional zones comprehensively reorganized. Kitchen, restroom, sleeping quarters, and storage compartments now existed as fully independent upgraded modules. A sliding partition separated the cockpit from the octo-steel chassis. Exterior redesigned, lengthened, and widened. Chassis upgraded to 8-wheel drive, frame reinforced to Phantom Tier resilience. Capable of withstanding direct impact from Tier 2 Phantoms without deformation. Top speed increased to 300 km/h. Annihilation Crush frontal rule-based impact field. While in motion inflicts fatal crushing damage upon Tier 1 and lower Phantoms, it forces Tier 2 Phantoms backward with temporary paralysis. Solar Eclipse energy absorption. Integrated photovoltaic panels fused into the outer shell transformed into a dark crimson energy-absorbing coating. Continuously replenishes propulsion energy under sunlight, reducing fuel dependency. In exchange, fuel consumption doubles. Side effect: vehicle operates on slaughter points as its core power source. 1 point is automatically deducted daily as maintenance cost. If slaughter points deplete entirely, the vehicle forcibly ejects all occupants and enters dormancy until reactivated by injecting additional slaughter points. Description: a once-ordinary motorhome reforged by arcane forces into a mobile fortress, no longer merely transport, but sanctuary on the desolate highways of the apocalypse. The information dissolved gradually from his consciousness. Shen Ye opened his eyes, swung open the door, and leapt down, then turned gazing upon this old companion that had journeyed with him all the way. The transformation was staggering. Its length nearly doubled, its height soared dramatically. The original white paint had vanished, replaced by a deep, lustrous obsidian metallic sheen. The front bumper now bristled with steel-tipped spikes, each as large as a bull's head, enhancing both defensive fortitude and offensive lethality. Wheels had multiplied from 4 to 8, 4 front 4 rear, and the rubber tires had given way to high-speed steel treads. These treads possessed extraordinary hardness, comparable in quality to the chassis itself, rendering them impervious to any Tier 2 or lower phantom. Such resilience would grant him immunity to countless terrain constraints during future escapes. The windows, too, had changed. Transparent glass now yielded to deep black panes, opaque from outside, yet crystal clear from within. Circling the newly forged vehicle, Shen Ye's lips lifted in an involuntary quiet smile. Though mentally prepared, the returns from those 3,000 slaughter points surpassed even his highest expectations. Before, he needed to disembark or lead others to clear obstacles. Now he need only sit behind the wheel, floor the accelerator, and let Night Reaver charge forward unstoppable. He climbed back into the driver's seat and placed his hands upon the steering wheel. A subtle living pulse thrummed upward from the wheel into his palms, as if the vehicle responded to his touch. It no longer felt like cold machinery. It felt sentient. Could this be what cultivation novels called a spiritual vessel essence? At that thought, he pressed lightly on the accelerator. The engine roared, a deep, resonant, primordial bellow, richer and more powerful than ever before, like a slumbering beast roused from eons of rest. Daylight had fully broken. Golden morning light filtered through the longan leaves, striking Night Reaver's dark hull, only to be silently devoured by its energy-absorbing coating, leaving behind a faint, ethereal crimson halo. Shen Ye engaged reverse gear, but first he placed the azure spirit crystal dropped by last night's crimson-robed skin specter into a concealed compartment embedded in the door. This compartment was small, newly manifested after the upgrade, and accessible only to him, the sole ASURA sequence inheritor. Upon returning the vehicle to camp, Shen Ye felt no fatigue. Instead, his mind raced, frantically devising how to explain this radical transformation to the other. Where did this big guy come from? What is this thing? It doesn't look like a car or a tank. Tisk, I must say this design is truly imposing. Look, there's even a car door. Could there be someone inside? As it approached noon, the Night Shroud was already surrounded by ordinary members of the Dawn team, each one marveling, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Some even had the audacity to kick the vehicle. The result was that the person felt as if the bones in their toes were about to shatter, while the Night Shroud showed no signs of damage apart from a dust imprint. What happened? Amidst the noise, Song Xia and Ning and the recently captured Si Yuning pushed through the crowd to join. Upon seeing the full appearance of the Night Shroud, the expressions of the three mirrored those of the others, all showing astonishment. What on earth is this thing? Where did it? And Ning was the first to regain her senses, turning to look at He Human. This middle-aged man, who once considered himself the second-in-command of the Dawn team aside from the leadership, had already lost his former grandeur. After Shen Ye eliminated the Blood Eagle team, he had obtained a large number of unmanned vehicles. These vehicles were originally Shen Ye's spoils, but since he already possessed a motorhome, he had no use for these vehicles and simply distributed them to others. Of course, it wasn't a freebie. Those who took the vehicles would receive half as much in supplies during distribution. The remaining half naturally ended up in Shen Ye's hand. Many of He Human's former passengers thus obtained their own vehicles, no longer needing to rely on him. Now, seeing a Ning ask him, he immediately put on a smile, responding flatteringly, "Captain, and I was the first to discover this thing. When I saw it, it was already parked here, but I don't know exactly what it is." "What about Shen Ye? Has anyone seen him?" As soon as He Human finished speaking, Song Xia asked, looking around. Upon hearing this question, many were equally bewildered. They had all been captivated by this big guy upon waking, who had the mind to care about where that killer was. Some even thought it would be better if that killer had left on his own or was mysteriously killed. After all, being in the same team as such a person made one feel constantly on edge, fearing that a wrong word or action could lead to disaster. At that moment, the steel behemoth behind them suddenly emitted a faint mechanical sound. Everyone turned around in unison. They saw the side door of the Night Shroud slide open silently, and a refreshing cool breeze wafted out from inside the vehicle, brushing against everyone's faces. After so many days of the apocalypse, air conditioning had become a luxury for ordinary people. Suddenly enveloped by this coolness, several faces involuntarily displayed expressions of enjoyment. As the door fully opened, a figure stepped out. Dressed in a casual t-shirt and cargo pants, he wore a pair of flip-flops. Who else could it be but Shen Ye? Those who had just been hoping he would be mysteriously killed turned pale at that moment. Shen Ye scanned the crowd, pausing for less than half a second on the faces of those who were pale, saying nothing before turning away. Awake. He looked at Song Xia and the others, his tone still flat. This vehicle. Song Xia's gaze passed over him, landing on the night shroud behind him, hesitating to speak. Come in and talk. Shen Ye stepped aside to clear the passage, tilting his head slightly towards the three. They exchanged glances, and ultimately it was Song Xia who took the lead, followed closely by Ning, while Si Yuning hesitated for a moment before following. The moment the door closed behind them, the outside noise was completely shut out. Inside the vehicle, the only sound left was the faint hum of the air conditioning. And Ning was the first to raise her head and survey the surroundings. Then she found she couldn't lower her head again. From the outside, the vehicle seemed only slightly larger than an ordinary motorhome, but it still fell within the category of vehicles. But upon stepping inside, she even began to doubt her eyesight. The ceiling was absurdly high. She tiptoed and stretched her hand upwards, her fingertips still a good few centimeters from the ceiling. This was not the ceiling height one would expect in a motorhome. Even ordinary houses might not have such height. The floor beneath her feet felt hard, yet resilient, featuring a dark wooden texture, but the surface was much smoother than wood, resembling a composite material treated by some process. She looked down for several seconds, yet couldn't find a single seam. To her right was an entire wall of cabinets. The countertop was made of dark gray stone. When she reached out to touch it, it was icy cold, not plastic. The sink was made of steel with a brushed surface. Above the sink was a sealed glass window, beyond which lay a woodland sunlight, filtering through the dark glass and softening the light. She opened the nearest drawer, but it was empty. Yet the drawer slid smoothly, as if oiled, closing automatically, with a gentle push, providing a pleasant tactile experience. Before long, she turned and spotted a built-in refrigerator. As soon as she pulled open the door, a blast of cold air rushed out. Inside the fridge were neatly arranged bottles of mineral water and drinks, the bottles covered with a thin layer of frost, making her mouth water just by looking. And Ning stared at the Asamu bottle for a long time, unable to look away. This bottled milk tea before the apocalypse, she might not have given a second glance. But now to her, it was like a celestial brew. Women are like this. When it comes to sweet things such as milk tea and cakes, they have an innate fondness. Shen Ye knew what she was thinking, directly saying to her, "Take one if you want a drink." "Brother Shen, is it really okay?" Seeing her almost in tears from excitement, Shen Ye couldn't help but laugh. However, it must be said that after tidying herself up, the adorable aura around Ning truly intensified. This was also why she was so likable to Shen Ye. After Ning took a bottle of milk tea, she quietly grabbed a bottle of green tea and handed it to Song Xia. After Song Xia received it, she twisted off the cap, and as the cold, sweet milk tea slid down her throat, Ning shivered slightly, revealing a look of complete satisfaction. "It feels like a dream." Song Xia didn't answer her, also twisting off the cap and taking small sips while glancing around. Her shock rarely showed on her face, and this time was no different. But her silence spoke volumes. Her gaze fell upon the bathroom door, which gave her a feeling both familiar and strange. The door was half ajar, revealing a separated wet and dry area, a ceramic toilet, and a reasonably sized sink. Above the sink was a mirror, the edges of which were embedded with a simple wooden grain. She cautiously pushed the door open and turned on the faucet at the sink. It was not the intermittent trickle she had experienced when washing up before. Instead, it was like the steady flow of water back home before the apocalypse, and the water was even warm. But immediately thinking of the water in the tank coming from those bottles of drinking water, Song Xia quickly turned off the faucet. She lifted her head and saw her own face in the mirror. The woman in the mirror looked a bit haggard, but her features appeared more harmonious and beautiful than before the apocalypse. This was one of the benefits of the awakening sequence. After an ordinary person awakens, not only do they gain extraordinary strength and vitality, but their genes also continuously optimize, making them increasingly handsome or beautiful. Even an ugly woman, once she awakens to a certain level, will transform into a beauty. Just when Song Xia was admiring her beauty, Si Yuning remained on. From the moment she stepped through the vehicle's door, she had not moved from her spot. Her expression was the most complex among the three. She had been forcibly integrated into this team for less than 24 hours. In her perception, Shen Ye was a merciless killer. She feared she might face inhumane treatment or even violent violation from him. Yet she had encountered none of that, and instead witnessed this incredible scene. This killer was living more comfortably than a 5-star hotel suite before the apocalypse. In that moment, she inexplicably felt the urge to think, if only I could live here. However, upon seeing Shen Ye, she immediately dismissed this unrealistic fantasy from her mind. Shen Ye leaned against the sliding door frame of the cockpit, arms crossed, taking in the reactions of the three. How did this car come to be? After the tour, Song Xia finally asked the question that had been on the minds of all three. Shen Ye did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a bottle of red wine from the fridge, sat down, and poured himself half a glass. After taking a sip, he spoke. The moment that blue stone touched the car body, it melted into it. Then the entire vehicle began to transform. By the time I realized what was happening, the RV had already changed into what you see now. It is now called Nightshade. It is a cursed vehicle. That blue gemstone, is it the one that dropped from the red-clad creature we killed last night? Song Xia pressed on. Yes. Can the gemstone automatically turn ordinary vehicles into cursed ones? Si Yuning couldn't help, but before losing consciousness, she clearly remembered that the stone looked just like the spirit crystal Zhao Gang mentioned, albeit in a different color. If it were truly a spirit crystal, how could it possess such a powerful function? Shen Ye did not answer this question. He merely shrugged. The meaning was clear. He also did not know what was going on, yet the results were right there. Song Xia stared at him for 2 seconds without pressing further. She wasn't foolish and certainly wouldn't believe everything. A stone that fell from a cursed being inexplicably upgrading an RV to such a level of cursed vehicle. It just felt wrong. But since Shen Ye had provided this explanation, it meant he did not intend to say more. Song Xia understood the nuances, the secrets he wanted to share would naturally. When Ning came out of the bathroom, her face was still fresh from just washing her hands. She hadn't heard the previous conversation and did not ask questions, simply sitting quietly. Si Yuning had not sat down at all, her eyes retaining their original vigilance. Just then the door at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. All four turned their heads in unison. Lin Wanqiu walked out from inside. She had changed back into her own clothes, a plain shirt paired with dark pants, and her hair was neatly arranged. However, she clearly did not expect to see so many people outside, her steps noticeably faltering, and Ning's gaze immediately fell on her neck. Above her collarbone, near her shoulder, there was a small dark red mark. It was small but particularly conspicuous against her fair skin. And Ning's face flushed instantly. Although she looked young, it did not mean she was naive. The words Shen Ye had said when he lost control last night, along with Lin Wanqiu emerging from Shen Ye's room early in the morning, clashed in her mind, causing some images to uncontrollably surface. The protagonists in those images were Shen Ye and Lin Wanqiu. Then she embarrassingly realized that the woman in the images had somehow turned into herself. Lin Wanqiu opened her mouth. She was a woman who cared about her reputation, and at that moment she was being stared at by 3 pairs of eyes with completely different, and Ning's pretty face was flushed. Song Xia appeared calm, yet her eyes clearly concealed something. Even Si Yuning's gaze lingered on her neck for less than a second before moving away, the corners of her mouth curving ever so slightly. Lin Wanqiu felt her ears burning. I think I'll head back to my own car first. She lowered her head and spoke to Shen Ye as if seeking permission. Shen Ye thought for a moment and nodded. Once Lin Wanqiu almost fled the vehicle in a panic, the atmosphere in the cabin became subtly awkward. And Ning lowered her head, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes, nervously twisting it. Her ears were as red as ripe fruit. Shen Ye noticed her unusual Captain, what's wrong? The question carried a hint of teasing, clearly a rhetorical inquiry. It's nothing. And Ning quickly shook her head, then, as if afraid he would continue to question her, she suddenly looked up. Brother Shen, I've rested enough and would like to go into the path guidance hall. She just wanted to change the subject and ease her embarrassment. You can go ahead. They'll keep watch outside for you. He stood up and walked to the cockpit door, fully pulling it open to reveal a spacious driver's seat. While still in the cabin, the view through the front windshield allowed her to see the outside situation. And Ning lay down on the soft sofa, closed her eyes, and activated. Her consciousness sank into the void, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in that magnificent cathedral. The same dim yellow light, the same high ceiling that seemed endless, and the same silent giant stained glass windows. Everything was just as it had been yesterday. And Ning walked down the central aisle, her initial anticipation starting to wane. Still there was no one there. She sighed, her gaze instinctively scanning the first row of benches. Then she froze entirely. In the leftmost seat of the first row there sat. The figure seemed to sense her gaze and slowly turned its head. It had no facial features. Its entire form was a semi-transparent grayish-white, just like her, a consciousness entity. But this consciousness entity had long golden hair, cascading down to its waist, draped in a white gown with distinctly feminine features. And Ning instinctively took a step back. The other party stood up and walked toward her at a steady pace, their footsteps equally silent. There's no need to be afraid. The voice was extremely pleasant, warm, and gentle. This place cannot be attacked. Saying this, she extended her hand in a gesture of handshake. And Ning hesitated for a moment, instinctively extending her hand as well. But her fingertips passed through the other's palm, touching nothing. Between the two consciousness entities, there was only emptiness. The woman chuckled lightly. See, here we are, both formless existences. And Ning withdrew her hand, her guard slightly lowered. Who are you? You can call me Anna. The woman tilted her head. Although her face was shrouded in obscurity, and Ning inexplicably felt she was smiling. You must be new here, right? And Ning nodded. I came here once yesterday, but I couldn't see anyone, so I left. Yesterday? Anna murmured, then feigned realization. Then you certainly didn't come in the morning yesterday. Without waiting for Ning to speak, she continued, many people have actually come into this path guidance hall. The first guide who entered here called it the Dusk Hall, and formed a Dusk Mutual Aid Society with those who entered afterwards, symbolizing the hope that everyone can help each other in times of human life and death. We hold meetings every morning at 8 o'clock. The content of the meetings is to share information obtained by each team and recount the events of the previous day. And Ning was taken aback. So it wasn't that no one was there, rather she had come at the wrong time. What do you think? Anna took a step forward. Although her expression was invisible, her tone carried obvious goodwill. Do you want to join the Dusk Mutual Aid Society? Anning paused, visibly taken aback by the question. Joining meant they were no longer alone in confronting this apocalyptic world. It also meant she could now receive intelligence from guides arriving from all directions. The Dawn Convoy's information network would no longer rely solely on Shen Ye's reconnaissance or her own perception. Moreover, refusing to join would amount to disabling one of her own abilities outright. The Road Charter Court, once bound, could never be altered. Thus the answer seemed all but inevitable. I wish to join. Anning nodded, then asked, however, are there any requirements or thresholds for joining the Dusk Mutual Aid Association? None whatsoever, Anna shook her head. So long as you're not affiliated with those bandit convoys. She paused, her tone growing solemn. Should you conceal your identity and later be exposed as belonging to a bandit convoy, the entire Dusk Mutual Aid Association will unite to hunt you down. You understand well enough. One person here represents an entire convoy. Anning nodded gravely. I am not affiliated with any bandit convoy. Then there's no issue, Anna's voice lightened again. But before formal induction, you'll need to choose a code name. Almost no one reveals their true identity here. Like me, Anna isn't my real name, merely my alias within this realm. Anning pondered briefly. Then I shall be called Dawn. She lifted her gaze toward Anna's featureless face. Dawn. Anna repeated the name, savoring its weight, then nodded. Welcome aboard, Miss Dawn. With that, her astral form began to dissolve into translucence, and her voice grew faint, distant as if carried across vast, echoing emptiness. See you tomorrow. As the final syllable faded, her figure vanished entirely within the amber-hued glow. Anning remained rooted in place, gazing silently at the spot where Anna had stood. Then she closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to return to reality. When she opened them again, warm cabin light bathed the interior of the Nightfall carriage, and Shen Ye's profile sat beside the cockpit doorway. How did it go? Without turning, Shen Ye spoke, clearly aware she'd awakened. Anning rose from the sofa and massaged her temples, heavy with lingering fatigue. Drowsiness was rising, but far milder than before, only a gentle lethargy easily borne. I met someone. Her voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement. Shen Ye turned, arching a brow. Anning recounted everything she'd witnessed within the Road Charter Court. The Dusk Mutual Aid Association daily 8 o'clock assemblies, Anna, and the codename she'd chosen for herself. Every detail faithfully relayed. Shen Ye fell silent for several seconds. This Mutual Aid Association, he murmured at last, appears intriguing indeed. His tone held genuine fascination, even a flicker of eagerness to see it for himself. Anning nodded emphatically. She knew he was right. In this apocalypse of profound information asymmetry, whoever commanded more intelligence held dominion over survival itself. I'd like to attend again tomorrow morning at 8. Shen Ye watched her, then reached out instinctively to ruffle her hair. Agreed. They spent the following hours discussing questions to raise tomorrow and potential contingencies until afternoon arrived. Gurgle. A sudden, unmistakable stomach rumble pierced the quiet. Eyes met, then shifted, before Song Xia finally flushed with embarrassment. Whether Anning, Song Xia, or Si Yuning, they'd all awoken directly inside Shen Ye's newly upgraded RV and had eaten nothing since. Such hunger was unsurprising. Today's major RV upgrade, and the prospect of vital intelligence from the Dusk Mutual Aid Association, had left Shen Ye in unusually high spirits. Let's celebrate. Lunch today will be served aboard my vehicle, Shen Ye declared, smiling warmly. His generosity wasn't born of extravagant spoils seized from the Blood Eagle convoy, already filled his storage compartments. Last night, He Yunping had delivered yet another batch, plunder from the peace convoy. Though slightly inferior in quality, this haul was substantial, far more than one man could possibly consume. While others struggled desperately to survive, Shen Ye seemed already immersed in apocalyptic leisure. Hearing Shen Ye's offer, the three women reacted differently. In Anning's mind, when people fought tooth and nail for scraps, accepting charity felt deeply uncomfortable. She was the first to wave it off. Song Xia, having joined the RV as driver and provisional medic, accepted without hesitation. Her contribution justified. Si Yuning faced the greatest dilemma, forcibly recruited into the Dawn Convoy. Just last night, she'd brought nothing. Not even a single contribution, making free meals feel profoundly unseemly to a woman whose pre-apocalypse principles demanded strict reciprocity. Shen Ye first looked at Anning. You're the convoy captain. Your contributions equal mine. A meal is hardly worth mentioning. Then he turned to Si Yuning, voice teasing. As for you, if we've invited you to join our convoy, we certainly won't let you starve before battle. Otherwise, rumors might spread that the Dawn Convoy mistreats prisoners of war. At the word prisoner, Anning and Song Xia nearly burst into laughter, struggling hard to keep composure. Si Yuning, furious, raised a finger toward Shen Ye, yet choked on her retort, words trapped in her throat. In the peace convoy, no one had ever dared speak to her so. Shen Ye was right, she couldn't flee, nor could she fight him. What truly distinguished her from a prisoner? Watching her flustered indignation, and recalling her haughty demeanor during their first encounter, Shen Ye felt an intense, almost intoxicating contrast. Before his transmigration, this very archetype had captivated him deeply. For him, the art of taming held a sharper thrill than mere physical release. Ignoring her, Shen Ye rose and strode to the refrigerator, pulling open the chilled compartment to retrieve a slab of marbled pork, roughly 2 jin in weight. He'd found it in Yang Feng's Rolls-Royce freezer, frozen for nearly half a month, yet still retaining admirable texture and appearance. Freshness, of course, was a luxury beyond reach in this apocalypse. Such a cut, traded openly, would likely spark fierce bidding among convoys, perhaps even for a cursed artifact. Yet he could wait no longer. He craved it too fiercely. The other 3 women, seeing what he held, could not help widening their eyes. Even Song Xia, usually indifferent to fine food, found herself swallowing at the sight of the raw chunk of meat in Shen Ye's hand. That was meat. Since the apocalypse began, she had scarcely seen any, let alone tasted it. Shen Ye turned to the 3 women and asked, "Which of you can cook?" The abrupt question left the 3 women momentarily stunned. After the others failed to respond for a while, Si Yuning finally murmured 2 words, "I can." Before the end of the world, aside from apprehending criminals, she had loved tinkering with all manner of culinary creations at home. "Fine, then the cooking is yours," he said. Having said that, Shen Ye went to the storage area, rummaged out some eggs, sausages, and seasonings, and hauled them all into the kitchen. The eggs were all from before the end of the world. If they were not eaten soon, they might hatch into chicks. Unfortunately, there was not a leaf of greens, or a single fruit or vegetable. Such things had become truly rare since the collapse. About half an hour later, the carriage filled with wafts of aroma. Shen Ye, unable to remain seated, rose and went to peek into the kitchen. Si Yuning was frying sausages with cured pork, a clay pot beside her, sending up a steady stream of fragrance. The moment the lid was lifted, a richer scent burst forth. Inside, braised pork and potatoes churned in the meat broth. Unmindful of the heat, Shen Ye reached and grabbed a piece and put it into his mouth. It was heavenly. The braised pork had been stewed until meltingly tender, dissolving on the tongue. Rich without greasiness, tasting even better than the dishes Shen Ye had once sampled in upscale restaurants in his former life. "Tisk tisk, Officer C, I did not expect you to be so skilled at taking you from the Hepping convoy was evidently my wisest move. There your talent would be like a pearl hidden in the dust." The remark sounded like praise, but Si Yuning felt a strange discomfort. Sure enough, when Shen Ye's next sentence came, she understood why the compliment had felt off. "Why don't you stay on my vehicle as a cook? When there is nothing to do, you could warm my bed too. I will guarantee you 3 meals a day." At those words, Si Yuning's stirring faltered. She spun to glare at Shen Ye, who was pilfering a bite, her face a mixture of shame and fluster. "I would never serve as cook for someone like you, and don't even think about warming your bed. Out, get out now." And with that, Shen Ye was brusquely sent out. Though Si Yuning knew he had only been teasing to provoke her, her heart thudded strangely hard, almost making her forget to turn off. When the meal was ready, Shen Ye had a Ning call for Lin Wanqiu. The 4 women sat together, each with her own style, sharing only one common trait: they were all striking. Set against such company, the food on the table seemed all the more appetizing. The scene stirred fresh thoughts in the recesses of Shen Ye's mind. They dined from afternoon into dusk, leaving not a single drop of gravy in the dishes. As the sun began to sink, Shen Ye turned to Ning, who sat on the sofa digesting. With a single look, Ning understood what Shen Ye wanted her to do. Her large, charming eyes gave off a faint purple gleam as she scanned the surroundings. The contented expression from being full was replaced by a grave look. "Brother Shen, we must leave tonight. Those things are coming again." Shen Ye nodded. He naturally understood what she meant. He summoned He Yunping and told everyone to prepare. They would depart at once. At the news of leaving, many expressed their reluctance. A waterfall here made the place noticeably cooler than the surrounding areas. Once they left, their vehicle would soon become an oven again. Even though they were loath to go, none dared disobey the captain's orders. A little heat was surely preferable to becoming food for the eerie entities. As night fell, the gray mist that had vanished the previous evening returned as expected. After driving more than 2 hours, a fine drizzle began to fall. Before Shen Ye could reach out the window to savor the long mist coolness, the radio beside him crackled with a fizzing static. Then Ning's voice came through. "Brother Shen, it's bad. I sense a dozen or so eerie presences on the road ahead. What's worse, the gray mist behind us is excel." Upon hearing this, Song Xia in the passenger seat showed a look of alarm. Before they could have detoured to avoid danger, now the right side fell away into a cliff, and the left rose into sheer rock hundreds of meters high. There was literally no path but forward. If they stopped to let Shen Ye handle the entities ahead, the pause would allow the mist behind to close in and consume them instantly. Faced with danger ahead and peril behind, nearly everyone wore terror on their faces. "Shen Ye, what should we do?" Shen Ye did not answer directly. Instead, he grabbed the radio and said, Lin Wanxiu, pull your vehicle slightly to the right. Let me take the... Though puzzled, Lin Wanxiu trusted him and complied. She edged the wheel to the right, nudging the vehicle close to the guardrail, just enough to free a sliver of space for Shen. There was no helping it. Yisha's body was enormous, nearly twice the width of their old RV. By the time Shen Ye managed the overtake, they were drawing ever closer to the entities blocking the road, while the gray mist behind continued to quicken. There was not the slightest hint of panic on his face. If anything, he seemed excited. He had not expected that the RV he had upgraded earlier that day would be put to use so soon. For the moment, he might still need to keep the mist at bay. Only the roadblock entities ahead were detected by a Ning, and they were certainly no higher than first or second tier. If so, there was nothing to fear. At that thought, his lips could no longer contain a smile. They curved up into an expression that bordered on madness. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine's explosive roar tore through the night like a beast's howl. He watched the speedometer leap from the 90s to over 260, and still climbing. Song Xia guessed what Shen Ye intended. Ramming an entity Hedon. She had seen it before in the Pantsir convoy, and the driver then had been in control of a 100-ton behemoth laden with cargo. When that truck struck a first-tier entity, it was like colliding with a mountain. The creature merely staggered back a few steps, but the 100-ton vehicle's nose had been mangled and deformed. Shen Ye had been present at that scene too, as she could not believe he would be unaware of the consequences. Don't. She began, but before she could finish, the headlights revealed a grotesque figure ahead. With Yisha already barreling at 300, she could not even make out what the thing was before the vehicle's nose slammed into it. Bang! The expected sensation of a dizzying collision did not come. Instead, there was a mixed sound of bone cracking and muscle tissue being shredded. Moreover, the vibration from the car body was absurdly light, even less than what she had felt while driving over a rough patch of gravel in her RV. She opened her eyes. Within the beam of the high beams, the sky was filled with black debris, swirling like burnt paper ash in the rain. The bizarre figure that had been in front of the car had vanished. Not even a trace remained. No, something was wrong. The windshield was smeared with several patches of black organic fluid mechanically wiped to the sides by the wipers, leaving shallow dark streaks that were soon washed away by falling raindrops, leaving no trace. It was as if nothing had happened. It was merely a speed bump. This. Song Xia's mouth opened slightly, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Kill points 86. Shen Ye did not look at her. His hands held the steering wheel steadily, and the curve of his lips stretched to the roots of his ears. Indeed, running over the bazaar to kill it also granted kill points. This was as he had anticipated, but the lack of health recovery layers was beyond his expectations. For a moment, he was a little unclear about the criteria for determining the two. However, it was no longer important. Gaining kill points without having to exit the car to fight was no different from getting them for free. What more could he want? Hold on. With a successful case under his belt, Shen Ye's tone grew increasingly steady and confident. Ahead, more figures emerged from the curtain of rain. 1, 2, 5, 10. They initially stood in the middle of the road like some sort of silent welcoming ceremony. Yet at the moment the high beams illuminated their silhouettes, Song Xia distinctly saw a few of them take a step back. The bazaar were retreating. This was the first time she had seen them retreat in the face of a man-made object. The engine of the night Sha let out a roar akin to a brutal beast, its 8 steel tracks grinding over the slick road, maintaining its maximum speed without a hint of reduction. The second one. Kill points 91. The collision-proof steel spike on the left side of the car precisely penetrated the bazaar's chest, while the annihilation force field spread out, tearing the entire torso apart from the point of penetration. Dark red light flickered at the front of the car, and the bazaar had no chance to scream before it disintegrated into a cloud of gray mist. Bang bang. 3 muffled sounds followed in quick succession, almost without any interval. At this moment the night Sha was like a steamroller, mercilessly crushing all obstacles in its path. This is impossible. Song Xia murmured, recalling the scene of her brother fighting desperately against a low-tier bazaar, nearly losing his life. In stark contrast, now Shen Ye simply pressed the accelerator, flattening them like roadblocks in a line. This overwhelming disparity made her feel both absurd and dreamlike. A knock came from behind the cockpit. Si Yuning's voice came through the sliding door, tinged with obvious unease. What happened? Why is it so noisy outside? No one answered her. Ahead, a figure appeared that was 2 circles larger than all the previous bazaar. It occupied almost half of the lane. Its form resembled a hybrid of a humanoid and a reptile, 6 stout legs embedded deep into the asphalt, while its upper body was a twisted humanoid torso with a faceless mass where its head should be. When the high beams illuminated it, the surface of the mass cracked open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Brother Shen, be careful, you are facing a tier 2. At this moment a calm voice came through the intercom again. Though she was far behind, the night Sha remained within her skill coverage. Tier 2. Song Xia did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief before fear returned to her face. She had a psychological shadow regarding this tier. Because her brother Song Lei had died at the hands of a tier 2 green scale serpent demon. The sense of oppression and helplessness was something she would never forget in her life. Shen Ye's expression also turned serious, but he did not turn the steering wheel. Instead, he reminded her again, hold on tight. His right foot pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speedometer jumped to 320, and the needle slammed against the maximum scale, emitting a rapid beeping along 20 meters away. The 6 legs of the Tier 2 Bazaar exerted force simultaneously, the ground exploding with 6 clusters of gravel, and its entire body charged towards the car. 10 meters. Song Xia gripped the armrest tightly, her nails digging into the leather. 5 meters. Bang. This time Song Xia felt the vibration. It was not the previous faint muffled sound, but a deafening metallic crash like 2 high-speed trains colliding. Her body was tightly restrained by the seatbelt, lurching forward before being yanked back. But that was all. No rolling over. No deformation. The windshield was not shattered. She lifted her head and saw the Tier 2 Bazaar flying backward. Its 6 legs carved out 6 deep furrows on the road, debris and mud exploding to the sides, and the cracks on the mast reached their maximum, letting out a piercing roar. The night Shah pushed it as if it were a massive stone, the speed dropping from 321 to 260, then swiftly to 180. Yet the Tier 2 Bazaar still could not stop. Its legs were breaking one after another, cracks began to appear on its torso, and the dark red annihilation force field was shattering its shell inch by inch. Shen Ye suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left. The front of the night Shah shifted at a slight angle, colliding with the Tier 2 Bazaar from the side, sending it rolling through the guardrail on the right side of the road, disappearing into the darkness below the cliff. A dull crashing sound came from behind. It probably hit the bottom of the cliff. The cabin fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Shen Ye let out a long breath, but there was no joy of having survived a disaster on his face. Instead, there was a hint of disappointment. This was because there was no prompt in his mind indicating he had gained kill points. This meant the Tier 2 Bazaar was not dead yet. Shen Ye leaned out of the window to glance behind. At such high speed, the other vehicles in the convoy along with the gray mist had been left far behind. At this moment, the intercom once again transmitted in Ning's voice, "Brother Shen, are you okay?" Within her sensing range, Shen Ye's signal suddenly overlapped tightly with that of the Tier 2 Bazaar. Then the signal of the Tier 2 Bazaar suddenly vanished. This made her even more worried about Shen Ye. Shen Ye picked up the intercom, his voice returned to its usual coldness. "I'm fine, I've taken care of these Bazaar, you all speed up and catch up." After saying this, he tossed the intercom onto the dashboard and casually picked up a nearby water bottle, twisting it open to take a sip. Elsewhere, the gray mist had closed in to within less than 200 meters of the rear of the convoy. Upon hearing that the eerie creatures had been dealt with by Shen Ye, the last few vehicles finally dared to floor the accelerator and catch up with the others ahead. After those vehicles caught up, Song Xia gradually recovered from the earlier shock and glanced down at her trembling hand. Her fingers still quivered faintly, clearly unsettled by the ordeal. This effect absolutely cannot be caused by that green gem. She spoke, her voice steadier than expected. Shen Ye did not deny it, evidently unable to conceal anything from this woman. Song Xia was just like this. When faced with danger, her mind raced swiftly. As expected, you were spinning tales to deceive me again. Shen Ye watched her sulky yet powerless expression and could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. Still he gave no reply, feigning seriousness as he continued. Before long, under the lead of Yesha, the dawn convoy finally passed through the last area blocked by eerie beings. The highway stretched straight ahead into darkness with only thin range streaks and an empty road visible within the high beams. The gray mist behind was left far behind as the convoy sped forward at full throttle. He Yunping's voice crackled over the radio, breathless. "Brother Shen, we've shaken off that thing." His tone was excited, for in moments like those, ordinary people like them were the most terrified. Simply put, ordinary folk were utterly powerless against eerie creatures and gray mist. Then came in Ning's voice. "Brother Shen, we are safe for now, no eerie presence detected within the next 10 kilometers. Only then did Shen Ye slowly release the accelerator, gradually reducing the vehicle's speed. Leaning back in her seat, Song Xia closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths. When she opened them again, Shen Ye had already pulled the car over to the roadside. He unfastened his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and jumped out. The rain continued to fall. Fine raindrops pelted his hair and shoulders, but he paid no mind. Instead, he circled to the front of the car, crouched down, and wiped the black residue off the bumper. Beneath the residue, the dark metallic car body remained intact without a single scratch. Shen Ye stood up and gazed at the row of steel spikes, as large as bull heads on the front of Yesha. Each spike was coated with eerie fragments that dripped black liquid onto the road as rain washed them off. 3,000 killing points, he murmured to himself in a low voice. Truly worth it. At the same time, he pondered that Yesha was still an eerie vehicle numbered in the 9,000s. How much higher could the rankings be for the 3-headed monstrous bird and the giant turtle mentioned by Yao Mingyuan they had encountered earlier? Moreover, that dead fat man's gourd, which Yao Mingyuan said was numbered in the 3,000s. Either that was a lie or the gourd possessed some astonishing hidden effect unknown. Inside the cabin, Yuning finally opened the sliding door and leaned halfway out. She glanced at the cockpit, seeing Song Xia slumped in the passenger seat pale-faced, and noticed the chaotic black residue on the windshield scraped by the wipers. What did you encounter just now, eh? Song Xia opened her eyes, glanced at her, and replied in 4 words, eerie roadblock. Yuning's face drained of color upon hearing this, clearly having faced such situations before in the peace convoy with considerable losses. Quickly she looked out the window. Where are those eerie creatures? They were all run over by this thing driven by Shen Ye in the dead of night, Song Xia said, patting the edge of the bed and mimicking Shen Ye's tone. How is that possible? She knew Yesha was indeed an eerie vehicle. Previously Zhao Gang and their team had one too. But she had never seen an eerie vehicle kill eerie creatures. It was beyond her comprehension. Even though she looked skeptical, Song Xia did not wish to explain much to her. She did not like this newly joined woman in the convoy one bit. Before this, she already had enough rivals. Now there was one more. She sighed silently and looked up at Shen Ye's back, unsure of what thoughts crossed her mind. Meanwhile, Shen Ye's mood did not last long. Towards the end of his inspection, he realized that the fuel tank he had just filled recently was already nearly empty again. Then, after pouring in the last 2 barrels of fuel from the storage room, he found it was still less than half the tank's capacity. He realized that this Yesha was indeed formidable, but also had a huge appetite, not only consuming much, but digesting quickly. However, with his current strength, handling a gas station mini-dungeon would be far easier than before. Refueling would no longer be a troublesome task. Back in the car, he checked the time and saw it was only midnight. After having he zipping assigned several people to take turns on watch, Shen Ye lay down on the bed. No denying it, the upgraded large bed was far more comfortable than before. Not only was it significantly softer, but also spacious enough to fit 4 or 5 people comfortably at once. Unfortunately, he had yet to find a suitable maid to warm the bed. Lost in such thoughts, Shen Ye gradually fell asleep. When he awoke again, dawn had already broken. Outside the window, the world was still shrouded in gloom. The light rain from last night persisted. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his arm and scratched it subconsciously, but the itch grew more intense. His right forearm quickly developed a red rash covered with dense raised blisters. Noticing something was wrong, Shen Ye furrowed his brow. Could a sequencer contract a skin disease? Before he could ponder further, a violent knocking sounded beside him. Shen Ye approached and found that Song Xia had already. Outside stood a woman in her 30s of average appearance, wearing glasses, a patterned blouse on top, and ill-fitting men's dress pants below. Song Xia recalled her name was Li Wenhui, a former high school teacher before the apocalypse. Initially, during the escape, lacking a vehicle, she had to rely on He-Human. The couple were law-abiding, and during the siege of the Blood Eagle convoy they contributed significantly, earning a small car as spoils. Li Wenhui's face was originally filled with anxiety, but upon seeing Shen Ye she could not help but show a look of terror. Although she had never spoken to Shen Ye, she had witnessed and heard many tales of this demon leader's bravery. But now she had no choice and knelt before Song Xia, allowing the yellow muddy water on the ground to stain her trouser legs. "Captain Song, please save my husband." Her voice trembled with sobs, tears mingling with the rain as they streamed down. If not for the urgency of the situation, she truly would not dare to have Song Xia act before Shen Ye. Song Xia did not look at Shen Ye. She stepped forward and bent down to support Li Wenhui's shoulder, saying, "Sisterly, let's talk. Where is your husband?" Li Wenhui was momentarily stunned. She thought she would have to kneel for a long time, and was even prepared for rejection. After spending these days in the convoy, she was acutely aware of the gap between the sequence beings and ordinary people. As an ordinary person who had not awakened with a husband who was also an ordinary person, what could she possibly use to ask a sequence being for help? Moreover, Shen Ye was standing right beside her. She knew better than anyone the reputation of that man within the convoy. In my car. Right in that silver-gray sedan." Song Xia nodded and glanced back at Shen Ye. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and followed. He had no impression of Li Wenhui, a low-ranking team member, but it was clear that the woman had hesitated for a long time before speaking, evidently intimidated by him. He had long since grown accustomed to such things. The rain continued to fall. The fine rain drummed on the muddy ground, splattering yellow mud everywhere. The air was thick with a damp, earthy smell mixed with lingering diesel fumes from the convoy's camp. The two followed Li Wenhui, stepping carefully until they reached the silver-gray sedan. As the car door swung open, a mixed stench of blood and decay rushed out. Shen Ye frowned slightly. The smell was wrong. It wasn't the typical stench of an ordinary wound, but rather a more repulsive, sweet odor mixed in. In the back seat lay a man dressed only in a pair of shorts with the rest of his body exposed. The skin on his upper body and thighs was bright red, as if scalded by boiling water, covered with numerous bumps and blisters of varying sizes, nearly no intact skin to be found. Some blisters were filled with murky yellow fluid, while others had turned dark red, as if capillaries had burst. The places where the skin was scratched were even worse. Blood mixed with a yellowish pus formed a viscous film on the surface of the skin. In several spots, the underlying tissue could be faintly seen with red and white muscle fibers exposed, and in the most severely damaged areas, Shen Ye noticed small white things wriggling. They were still alive. Song Xia gasped and instinctively took a half-step back, her back bumping against Shen Ye's chest. Shen Ye steadied her by holding her shoulder. What did he do last night? Song Xia's voice remained calm, but the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her anxiety. Li Wenhui, while wiping her tears, spoke in a choppy manner. Her husband Lu Dahai had been assigned to the first round of watch by He Yunping last night. It had drizzled a little in the early morning, but the rain wasn't heavy, so he didn't pay much attention and stood through his shift in the rain. Upon returning to the car and lying down, he complained of itching. Li Wenhui thought it was a minor issue, perhaps a mosquito bite or skin allergy, and told him to endure it. If she had known it would turn out this way. If she had known. Lu Dahai had scratched all night long. Li Wenhui in a daze heard him scratching continuously, the sound of his nails scraping against his skin echoing through the night. By morning, when she fully woke up, he had already become like this. His mind was still clear, but he was so weak that he could barely speak, only managing to choke out words like itchy. So itchy. Can't take it anymore. Song Xia took a deep breath and raised her right hand. A milky white light glowed in her palm, warm and gentle. The light detached from her hand, slowly floating above Lu Dahai's body, then spread out like water, enveloping his entire upper body. Holy healing light. Li Wenhui anxiously watched from the side. Shen Ye also involuntarily held his breath. The light flowed over Lu Dahai's skin, and the torn wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The split skin closed up again, and the pus-filled wounds quickly scabbed over. Even the deep wounds that exposed flesh slowly began to heal. Lu Dahai's previously contorted face eased slightly, and a muffled groan escaped his throat. It was working. Li Wenhui's eyes turned red, her hands clasped together, her lips trembling as she murmured something. But Shen Ye's gaze did not leave those blisters. The wounds had healed, but the blisters remained. Those countless protruding bumps showed no signs of retreat under the holy healing light. Instead, they seemed to be stimulated by something beginning to tremble slightly. It was as if something inside the blisters had heard the commotion outside and was eager to break free. Some of the blisters were even more swollen than before, their thin surface stretched, nearly transparent, faintly revealing something wriggling inside. Not enough. Song Xia gritted her teeth and increased the output. The milky white light became more intense, enveloping Lu Dahai entirely in a cocoon. Her arm began to tremble slightly, and fine beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Song Xia's forehead started to sweat, her face visibly paling. Her body swayed slightly, and Shen Ye rushed forward, reaching out to steady her shoulder from behind. You need to stop for a moment. Song Xia did not push herself. As she withdrew her hand, the holy healing light dissipated, and her legs buckled, leaning against Shen Ye. Lu Dahai's wounds had mostly healed. However, not a single blister was gone, and some continued to ooze a transparent fluid. Worse still, next to the first few blisters that had been scratched open, new protrusions had emerged. This is definitely not an ordinary skin disease. Song Xia gasped for breath and spoke in an absolutely professional tone. Her gaze fixated on the tiny wriggling white buds at the wound, continuing to explain, he must have been infected by a strange fungus. She took a breath and elaborated on the nature of this fungus. Once infected, a person would feel an unbearable itch. Itchiness that cannot be compared to an ordinary skin disease, as if something were crawling beneath the skin, like something was wriggling in your blood vessels. Even the strongest will cannot withstand it. Eventually one will succumb to scratching. Once the blisters are broken, blood comes into contact with the air, awakening the fungus from its dormant state, which then begins to voraciously absorb the nutrients of the living. Once the nutrients are drained, the entire body will be completely parasitized by the fungus. By that time, she did not finish her sentence, but Shen Ye understood. It will become a walking corpse. Just like the zombies in apocalyptic movies. Shen Ye suddenly looked down at his right forearm. Since earlier there had been a faint itch on the inner side of his forearm. He thought it was psychological, but now the itch had become increasingly pronounced and specific. He rolled up his sleeve, and to his shock, there was a fist-sized red patch on the inner side of his forearm with a blurred edge, and several protruding blisters had already formed in the center, identical to those on Lu Dahai. This caused his pupils to dilate sharply. Song Xia followed his gaze, and her expression changed instantly. I had it since this morning. Shen Ye lowered his sleeve, his tone calm, but betraying an inner turmoil. Yet Song Xia could see his right fingers unconsciously flexing. He was trying to restrain himself from scratching. His gaze fell on Lu Dahai, a fleeting coldness flashing in his eyes. Song Xia was all too familiar with that expression. It was the look he had when contemplating killing. If keeping someone alive poses a risk to the entire convoy, he wouldn't hesitate to turn that person into a corpse even if they were innocent. Moreover, now that he himself was infected, keeping Lu Dahai alive served no purpose. No, she said, grabbing Shen Ye's wrist tightly. Killing him won't help. She whispered in his ear, once a person dies, the fungus in their body will parasitize at an even faster rate. At that time the corpse will be harder to deal with than when they were alive. Shen Ye stared into her eyes for 2 seconds, the coldness within gradually receding. He ultimately just pulled down his sleeve to cover the red mark. At that moment a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside. A young man stumbled, over his face a mix of rain and sweat. He ran to the side of the car, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Before he could complete his sentence, Captain Song, He Human is in trouble. Then he saw Lu Dehai lying on the bed and pointed, saying, He Human has that thing on him too. And Wang Xuedong, he does as well. They all developed those red spots and blisters. Song Xia and Shen Ye exchanged glances. He Human, Wang Xuedong, Lu Dehai. 3 individuals. All were part of the first round of watch last night. And Shen Ye. Shen Ye shifted his gaze to the rain still falling outside the car window, the rain sliding down the glass, leaving behind winding streaks. Those raindrops appeared no different than usual, clear, harmless, and taken for granted. But now he knew there was something within them. Something has happened. Brother Shen, I might have a way. And Ning's voice came from behind. She didn't know when she had come over, standing on the outskirts of the crowd, her small face still showing remnants of sleep, yet her gaze was already clear. I can go to the road guide court. The people from the Dusk Mutual Aid Association might have a solution. Shen Ye glanced at her. It was nearly 8 in the morning, precisely the time Anna mentioned for the meeting. Let's return to the car first. He pulled Song Xia up and shouted towards He Yunping. Get a few people to lift the injured together, isolate them first, and don't let others. Also, everyone must avoid the rain. There's something wrong with it. He Yunping nodded quickly and turned to make arrangements. Hearing about the rain, a few people who had been soaked that morning turned pale. In the Night Fiend's car, and Ning had already settled on the couch. Song Xia leaned on the other side, her face still somewhat pale. The holy healing light from earlier had nearly drained her energy. Shen Ye fully opened the sliding door, sitting on the edge of the driver's cabin in exactly the same posture as last time. Go ahead. And Ning closed her eyes. As her consciousness sank into darkness, when she opened her eyes again, the grand dome of the cathedral still loomed above, bathed in a warm yellow glow that spilled down from an unknown source. Anna stood beside the altar as if she had anticipated her arrival. Dawn, you're here. And Ning hurried over. Anna, I have something urgent to discuss with everyone. Then follow me. Anna turned and walked toward the side of the cathedral, the hem of her long dress dragging on the stone floor without making a sound. The president has gathered. Everyone, we are just waiting for you. There was a small door on the side of the cathedral that Ning had never noticed before. The door was small, just enough for 2 people to pass side by side. Beyond the doorway was a not particularly long corridor, and at the end of the corridor was a room. The room was modest, with a round table placed in the center. The tabletop was made of dark old wood, polished smooth and shiny with no visible seams. Around the round table sat 6 figures, and with Anna and Ning there were exactly 8 people. The 6 consciousnesses turned their heads simultaneously, and Ning instinctively took a half step back, and Anna gently patted her shoulder. Don't be nervous. The figure sitting directly opposite the round table stood up. He wore a hooded cloak, taller than the others, and his consciousness was more solid than though he had no features, and Ning could feel his gaze upon her. Everyone, this is the new member Anna encountered yesterday. His voice was steady and magnetic, as if accustomed to speaking before a crowd. Dawn. The sound of sparse applause arose around the round table. It was not perfunctory, each clap was earnest. And Ning felt her face flush, even though she had no face here. Welcome to the Dusk Mutual Aid Association, Miss Dawn. The hooded man slightly bowed. I am the doctor, the first guide to enter this road guide court, and also the founder of the Dusk Mutual Aid Association. He gestured to the left, where a slender male consciousness stood up, Polaris. Then to the right, where a similarly slender, but clearly female consciousness. The remaining 3 figures stood up in turn. Gray Falcon, Iron Bear, Cigar. Together with Anna and Ning there were 3 women and 5 men. The doctor sat down again, his hands clasped on the table. Though his consciousness was semi-transparent gray-white like the others, and Ning felt that his movements were more tangible than the rest, as if he was closer to this world than. According to the rules of the Dusk Mutual Aid Association, new members must share a piece of useful information or detailed intelligence about height-ear anomalies in order to qualify for subsequent meetings. His voice was neither fast nor slow. Whether this information is valid, I will verify personally. Of course, if other members have more accurate information, they can And Ning nodded. This was a topic she had discussed with Shen Ye the previous afternoon. What to say and what not to say, all agreed upon in advance. The information I share is about a height-ear skin anomaly. She recounted in detail everything about Xinxing Village, the pursuit of the red-clothed skin anomaly, and the terrifying abilities exhibited by the anomaly during the battle. From its ability to create red mist that traps people to its terrifying regenerative power after decapitation and dismemberment, and all abilities that result in being turned into a dry corpse if captured, she shared it all. At the end she added, that skin anomaly has already been killed by a member of our team. A moment of silence enveloped the round table. Then the doctor leaned slightly forward, his voice carrying obvious surprise. You killed a 3rd-tier skin anomaly. It wasn't me. And Ning corrected, It was a member of my team. The doctor remained silent for about 6 or 7 seconds before scanning the faces of everyone present. Let me add a key piece of information. You should not have known that only a 7th tier or higher sequence member can kill an anomaly that has reached the 3rd tier. Everyone was stunned once more. Anomalies evolve once they reach the 3rd tier. Additionally, I previously mentioned that the known anomalies are divided into 3 types: one that invades through spatial rifts, one that is born from being contaminated by anomalies, and one that retains part of human consciousness, but whose body has become an anomaly. Skin anomalies belong to the type formed from human death and contamination by anomalies. Their combat power is much weaker than other anomalies, and their ascension is also more difficult than the other 2 types. Yet even so, once they ascend to the 3rd tier, their life forms will still evolve. Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 members, regardless of the type of attack they use, cannot cause effective damage to such life forms. It's like ordinary people facing 1st tier anomalies. Even with heavy firepower, they cannot kill it. He pondered for a moment and continued. It's somewhat similar to high-dimensional striking low-dimensional. Not long after the doctor finished speaking, Polaris, sitting to Anning's right, suddenly spoke up. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Do those below the 7th rank have to wait for death when encountering anomalies of the 3rd rank or above? The despair in his words was palpable, and even without seeing their expressions, those present could feel it. The doctor thought for a moment and nodded. Either use special anomalous items to counteract with higher rules, or run, or die. There is no 4th option. Anning's heart skipped a beat. The other party even knew about using anomalous items to counteract. The information this doctor possessed far exceeded what they could currently. All right, Miss Dawn has passed the assessment. The doctor gestured towards Anning. According to the rules, new members can prioritize their questions after passing the test. Everyone present must answer the questions free of charge if they know the answers. Similarly, when others ask questions later, if you know the answer, you must contribute the information. Anning hesitated little. Our convoy encountered a strange illness, and even the healers in the team were at a loss. She then briefly recounted the events. After she finished speaking, it was not the doctor who first responded, but the elf. The slender female consciousness spoke with an unexpectedly clear and pleasant voice. Isn't your convoy currently in Wushi Guishi province? Anning was a bit surprised, but soon nodded. Our convoy passed through there a few days ago. The elf explained. At that time we encountered anomalies blocking the road, and the entire team was fighting the anomalies while getting caught in the rain, with almost 80% of the people contracting that strange illness. Likewise, our convoy also had a healer sequence, but we were also very troubled by that illness. What happened next? Anning pressed for further details as the other party had opened the conversation, indicating they must have a solution. Later we were forced to the outskirts of the city and found a blue treasure chest in a civilian house, which we opened using spirit crystals and obtained an antidote from it. That antidote can almost cure any virus or illness below the 7th rank. Anning had no time to rejoice and was about to ask something when the doctor interjected. In addition to the antidote obtained from the treasure chest, healers at the 8th sequence and above will also gain detoxification abilities. This provided another avenue for a solution. Anning firmly committed these keywords to memory, then looked at the doctor and asked eagerly, so do you know how healers advance to the 8th sequence? Upon hearing this question, others aside from Anning did not seem very interested. Actually, I already mentioned the answer to this question yesterday. Hearing this, Anning's heart immediately raced to her throat. Just as she was about to feel disappointed, the doctor continued. However, since you asked, let's delve deeper into this question today. The doctor paused and said, in fact, the method for a 9th sequence to advance to the 8th is hidden within the name of the sequence. With this reminder, Anning vaguely recalled something, but did not speak and waited for the doctor to continue. For example, in our guide sequence to promote, one must lead their kind away from danger and on his safe paths. The more places we guide our kind through, or the more times we lead them out of danger, the more experience we accumulate. It's similar to leveling up in a game. One must continuously gain experience points, and only when the experience bar is full can one level up. Our sequence members are the same. Once this so-called experience bar is full, we will trigger the conditions for promotion, which I refer to as the promotion ceremony. A few days ago, after a discussion within our entire Twilight Mutual Aid Association, we successfully deduced the promotion ceremony for becoming a Mistwalker. The ceremony essentially requires the guide to lead the convoy members out of a high-level anomaly's danger successfully. Furthermore, during the escape, the number of casualties must not exceed 80% of the total convoy members. If it exceeds this limit, it is deemed a failure. Each 9th sequence guide only has 3 chances to promote. Failing all 3 times results in an inability to advance to the 8th sequence. Moreover, our guide sequence is relatively special compared to other sequences. To gain this so-called experience, one must become the leader of the convoy. Only after half of the convoy members have faith in you can you be considered bound to this convoy. Those who are not bound to a convoy or lone wolf guides cannot gain experience. Upon hearing this, Anning finally appeared enlightened. Previously, when Shen Ye made her the leader of the Dawn Convoy, it inadvertently bound her to the Dawn Convoy. The reason she suddenly advanced to the 8th sequence was probably because during the Qianxing village incident, she successfully led the convoy members to escape from the village where there happened to be several high-level skin anomalies, thus creating an accidental opportunity for advancement. Thinking of this, she finally understood and asked, "So according to what you said, the way healers gain promotion is just like doctors by treating the injured or ill?" Anning's address to the doctor immediately became more respectful. She now genuinely respected the organizer of the Twilight Mutual Aid Association from the bottom. Not only did he selflessly share such important information, but he also knew quite a lot. Such individuals, even before the apocalypse, would undoubtedly be revered. After all, selfishness is the inherent flaw of the majority, and especially in the wake of an apocalypse, this flaw can be infinitely magnified due to the deterioration of the environment. Someone like the doctor would be incredibly rare in the apocalypse, and ordinary people could only survive longer by following someone like him. The doctor nodded in response. "In theory, that's correct. I tentatively call this method of gaining experience the acting method. This method is effective for the vast majority of sequences and applies across virtually any stage. However, the acting method is secondary for the promotion of sequences. The primary focus remains on the promotion method of each pathway." Hearing this, everyone held their breath, waiting for the doctor to continue. The acting method had indeed been shared with them yesterday, but the promotion method was being introduced for the first time today. After yesterday's meeting, I asked several members of the 8th sequence in my convoy and reviewed the available promotion ceremonies for advancing from 9th to 8th sequence. I found that each promotion ceremony for a 9th sequence basically involves confronting an anomaly or sequence that is one rank higher. After the doctor finished speaking, a hush fell over the round table. But this hush was different from before. Previously, they had been absorbing information, now they were No one's attention lingered on the doctor's conjectures about the promotion rites. It was the 5 casual words he had let slip that pinned everyone in place. A few sequence 8s. A few. The apocalypse had not even lasted a month yet. Most survivors were still running for their lives. Even sequence holders were rarities. Many convoys lacked a single sequence 9 and were still feeding anomalies with human lives. Yet the doctor's convoy already had more than one sequence 8. And Na was the first to react. Her voice remained relatively steady, though a half-beat faster than usual. "Doctor, how many sequence holders are in your convoy now?" The doctor did not seem to expect this question to overshadow his earlier remarks. He tilted his head slightly as if weighing something, and then replied, "The exact number is inconvenient to disclose. But what I can say is that the proportion of sequence holders in the convoy has already surpassed that of ordinary people." Surpassed ordinary people. A low hiss escaped. Hui Sun and Tai Xiong exchanged a look. Even without faces, the tremor in their silence could not be concealed. Yet no one dared press the matter. In their minds, the doctor was clearly more than a founder. His authority needed no volume to sustain it. When he stopped, they waited. When he spoke, they listened. The doctor did not linger on that topic and returned to his analysis of the promotion rites. Combining the Beastman sequence I mentioned earlier with the promotion conditions of the Pathfinder sequence, you should be able to see a pattern. He paused, offering time for others to think. For every sequence holder advancing from one stage to the next almost always hinges on confronting an existence one tier above their current stage. Whether that higher existence is an anomaly or another sequence holder. This time realization dawned on their faces. That pattern had always been there. Nobody had ever placed the promotion conditions of all sequences side by side for comparison. The Pathfinder must guide the convoy out of the range of high-tier anomalies. The Beastman must defeat a second-tier anomaly in beastified form. Two sequences that seemed utterly different share the same underlying logic. After the epiphany came anxiety. "Doctor." Shueqie spoke up. His codename matched his presence in the meeting, sunk in a corner, seldom speaking, but every time he spoke it was a question. "If what you say is true, wouldn't the vast majority of sequence holders be stuck at sequence 9 for their entire lives?" His voice carried a magnetic timbre reminiscent of the so-called Qingshou tone that is popular on end times forums. The difference between first-tier and second-tier anomalies is only one rank on paper, but everyone present knew how vast the gap in actual combat power could be. Many sequence 9s are already frozen with fear merely by the aura a second-tier anomaly unleashes. Sending them to fight, let alone kill a second-tier anomaly, would be tantamount to a death sentence. The atmosphere around the table fell heavy, and his words met with unanimous assent. Shuejiao was not wrong. Each of the 8 at the table was a Pathfinder. Pathfinders are not suited to combat. They understood better than anyone that facing high-tier anomalies awakens a primal terror. That is not a thing courage can overcome. It is the crushing of life's very tier. The doctor let out a soft laugh, neither derisive nor condescending. That laugh held a faint resignation and pity. "You are right. This is in truth a form of selection. Before the apocalypse, and now the jungle law of the strong devouring the weak has always prevailed. Selection." The moment the doctor uttered that word, several bodies around the table stiffened noticeably. I read some information on a piece of parchment earlier, and combined with my own judgment, there is one matter you all need to know. The doctor's tone grew more solemn than before. The anomalous invasion we are enduring is not accidental. Before launching, other worlds had encountered the same thing. Other worlds. Tai Xiong lurched forward, the silhouette of his consciousness blurring for an instant from the motion. Other worlds. Doctor, do you mean? The universe is vast. How could Lanxing be the only planet with life? Humanity already speculated this before the apocalypse. I only speak to what I know. The doctor placed his hands flat on the table and continued. According to the parchment's description, planets like Lanxing that have given birth to life generally possess a kind. You can think of it as the heavenly Tao often mentioned in fantasy, or as a planetary consciousness. This will sleeps in ordinary times and is only awakened when a planet faces an existential crisis or an invasion by external forces. The birth of sequence holders among humanity, the gradual expansion of Lanxing's habitable regions, and those chests that can only be opened with spirit crystals. Unlikely as it is, these appear to be the works of the planetary will after awakening. Tai Xiong pondered for a few seconds. So the selection mechanism you mentioned is deliberately set by the planetary will. The parchment does not state that explicitly. The doctor shook his head. But I speculate it is a means by which Lanxing seeks to save itself. After Lanxing awakens, it begins channeling limited resources toward those with the greatest potential. From sequence 9 upward, each tier is an elimination. Those eliminated are not without value. Their failures at least prove a path is impassable. Those who succeed gain more resources, grow stronger, and push upward to be filtered again. Resources are never infinite under any circumstance. Shuijia finished the last sentence for him. If finite resources were really divided equally among everyone, then none of us could hope to reach the end. The doctor nodded. Silence stretched several seconds in the meeting room. Only the dim halo on the table moved soundlessly. Then Jingling spoke up. Her voice remained clear, but was unusually grave. Doctor, where do those anomalies actually come from? Why do they invade our planet? The doctor was silent for a long moment, longer than any previous pause. After a while he shook his head. The parchment contains no answer to that question. It records only the fact of the anomalous invasions and the general circumstances of worlds invaded before us. As for the origin of the anomalies, the purpose of the invasion, and the identity of the parchment's author, it says nothing. Jingling nodded and did not press further. Yet the question hung over everyone like the painted figures on a cathedral dome, faceless, silent, gazing down upon them. Time slipped quickly between questions and answers. They discussed more details of the role-playing method, speculated on the rites of promotion for various sequences, examined the respawn patterns and distribution of chests, and considered the possible nature of the gray mist and countermeasures. The doctor poured out all the information he had brought today, and the others in turn shared the new situations their convoys had encountered during the opening. No one hoarded knowledge, at least not outwardly. Perhaps they all understood that keeping secrets in this meeting room would be pointless. The circulation of information would not weaken any convoy, rather it would strengthen the entire Huanghun mutual aid. A stronger mutual aid means more intelligence, more resources, and greater chances of survival. Those who had risen to sequence 8 or above in such a short time were no fools. They could not be unaware of this. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. And Na watched the consciousnesses around her begin to disperse, and said softly, "Time's nearly up." The doctor nodded, planted his hands on the table, and rose to his feet. Today's meeting is adjourned. If you have other questions or discoveries, bring them up at tomorrow's meeting. And Ning, though she still had many questions, was the first to stand and bowed deeply to the doctor. The doctor inclined his body slightly and did not return the full salute. The other 6 figures rose one after another. No farewells, no small talk. One by one their consciousnesses quietly dispersed into the air, like candles being snuffed out by the wind. Experience. Role-playing. Upon hearing that Ning had acquired crucial information regarding sequence promotion from the Tao Guidance Pavilion, the other members of the Dawn team displayed thoughtful expressions. It seemed everyone had gained different insights. The one who felt the most was undoubtedly Shen Ye. If the method of gaining experience corresponds to role-playing the job title of Sequence 9, then his butcher role undoubtedly relates to slaughter. Especially last night while he was driving the night demon and slaughtering the layers of blood, food didn't increase, but he could distinctly feel something unclear and indescribable filling his body. If his body were to be compared to a container, then it had already been filled by the time he killed the last strange creature that blocked his path. However, once this container was full, a lid was placed on top. No other things could enter, and what was inside couldn't spill out. To lift this lid, he needed a crucial and this opportunity was undoubtedly the promotion ritual mentioned by the doctor. Song Xia also felt similarly. After her awakening, every time she used her ability to heal her brother or assist in combat, she would experience a sense of fullness. Having healed the wounds inflicted by the oil shadow ghost on Shen Ye, her sense of fullness reached its peak, but afterward, regardless of whom she healed, she could no longer attain a similar sensation. Immediately, Ning spoke up about the question they most wanted to ask and were most concerned about. What exactly is this so-called promotion ritual? However, when they heard that almost all promotion rituals for sequences involved higher-tier abnormalities or sequence holders, Shen Ye and the others displayed varying degrees of difficulty on their faces. Shen Ye was fine, with his current strength facing a second-tier abnormality. To say he only had the power to fight would be an insult to dual sequence holders. He had absolute confidence that as long as the opponent lacked supermodel skills or characteristics, a second-tier abnormality could not withstand a strike from him. In contrast, the expressions of Si Yuning and Song Xia were not pleasant. Both of them, strictly speaking, belonged to supportive sequences. How could they kill second-tier abnormalities or sequence holders above 8th tier? And Ning seemed to sense their concerns, feeling just as unfair or impossible as when she heard the doctor speak about this in the Dao Guidance Pavilion. Then she looked into Song Xia's eyes, revealing a faint smile, and continued in a comforting tone, "Sister Song, don't worry. The doctor told me later that for teams like ours that lean towards support sequences, the conditions for the promotion ritual are not as stringent as those for combat sequences. Although our promotion also cannot escape high-tier sequence holders or abnormalities, we do not need to face them directly. We only need to perform our functions to the utmost to meet the promotion conditions." Hearing Ning say this, Song Xia suddenly felt a realization, as if a lock in her mind had quietly been unlocked, allowing her to know how to promote to Sequence A. Just as she was about to feel joy, her expression froze again after comprehending the specific conditions. To promote, she must assist one or more second-tier sequence holders to defeat second-tier or higher abnormalities and fully heal the wounds they suffered in that battle. If that's the case, where can she find a second-tier combat sequence? In the next moment, her gaze turned to Shen Ye, her eyes burning with intensity, as if she wanted to. Shen Ye was startled by this demeanor, leaning back slightly. "What are you doing?" Song Xia also realized her loss of composure and hurriedly adjusted back to her original demeanor, speaking in a very soft voice. After Ning finished speaking, the requirements for promoting to healer sequence 8 were automatically unlocked in my mind. Shen Ye and Si Yuning were immediately taken aback by this revelation. In contrast, Ning remained calm, as the doctor had said during the meeting that as long as she articulated this point, her teammates would naturally understand the specific conditions. If they didn't know, it would prove that her experience had not yet reached the promotion standard. Is it possible to do this? Why can't I? Shen Ye was bewildered, then turned to look at Si Yuning. Si Yuning stood stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't have it either." Among the three, she was the most confused after learning this news. She neither knew her method of gaining experience, nor had any clue about the conditions for her promotion. Law enforcer. Now that order had collapsed, where could she enforce the law? But she was very clear about her current situation. It was already a great trust for Shen Ye and the others to allow her. It would be inappropriate for her to ask. Seeing someone like herself, Shen Ye felt much more balanced inside. As for being able to automatically acquire the specific conditions for promotion like Song Xia, he was not disappointed. After all, based on the information obtained and his own feelings, he could also guess the conditions for promotion roughly. Then Ning began to relay all the information she had received from the doctor regarding the parchment. World-will invasion of strange objects and filtering, she conveyed it almost word for word. However, Shen Ye did not show much interest in this. On the contrary, upon learning that the doctor's team was already in the pioneering phase, he expressed great shock. While others were still scurrying for their lives, they were already in the stage of counteroffensive against the city. It's no wonder the doctor was so interested in specific information about abnormalities and even high-tier abnormalities. However, at this stage, counteroffensive against the city seemed impossible. Of course, they couldn't possibly lie about such matters, otherwise how would they have so much information? Likewise, Shen Ye respected such individuals greatly. They were selfless and shared such important information so casually in a meeting. For the sake of all humanity, Shen Ye asked himself, he couldn't do that. Want information? Then let's exchange it equally, otherwise it would be impossible. Not directly robbing was already his moral bottom line. Song Xia glanced at the strange fungi that were about to cover Shen Ye's entire arm and couldn't help but ask the question she was most concerned about. "Ning, did you find out about the treatment methods for these strange diseases?" The car door opened, revealing He Yunping standing outside. He was drenched in rain, his hair plastered to his forehead, his face pale, and his eyes filled with panic. "Captain, something has happened." Shen Ye remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "Aside from the brothers on duty last night, I've just checked again, and now over a dozen people have developed those red spots. I went to take a look, and they just appeared. The blisters haven't burst yet, but they itch terribly. They can't help but scratch at them." He took a breath and added, "Some of these people haven't even been caught in the rain. They've been in the car all day." The cabin fell silent for a moment. Even those who haven't been in the rain are infected. Song Xia was the first to react. Airborne transmission. He Yunping nodded, his expression growing even graver. Before he came to find Shen Ye, he first sought out Song Xia, but she was not there, so he had asked his way to Nightshade. "What do we do now?" His gaze bounced back and forth between Shen Ye and Song Xia. "Those with red spots are asking if this continues the entire convoy." "I know." Shen Ye interrupted him. His tone was not heavy, but He Yunping immediately fell silent. Shen Ye rolled up his sleeve, revealing a patch of red spots on his arm. The blisters had nearly doubled since this morning, spreading from the inner wrist to near the elbow joint, their edges blurred, with a few larger ones already swollen to a translucent state, faintly revealing something moving inside. He pulled down his sleeve and looked at Song Xia. The resistance of the sequence holders is stronger than that of ordinary people, but at most they can hold on for another 2 days. After 2 days I will be just like Lu Dahai. Song Xia's eyes instantly revealed a hint of panic. Whether due to the team, her personal feelings, or the entire convoy, Shen Ye occupied an extremely important. The two methods Ning mentioned earlier. Song Xia spoke up, her voice noticeably faster than usual. It's not feasible for me to advance to sequence 8 for now. For treatment, we can only rely on finding the antidote in the treasure chest. Just write that blue spirit crystal in your hand can unlock the blue treasure chest. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on Shen Ye. The spirit crystal belonged to him. Whether to go or not was his decision. Shen Ye stood up. He walked to the storage area and rummaged through a storage box to find a It was black, covered in a layer of non-slip rubber found earlier in the trunk of Yang Feng's Rolls Royce. I'm going out for a while. He opened the car door and the warm rain hit him. Nightshade was parked several hundred meters from the convoy's camp. The nearby hill wasn't tall, but it was the most prominent high point in the hilly area. Shen Ye took less than 10 minutes to climb to the top of the hill, found a protruding rock to steady himself, and raised the telescope. The rain had decreased significantly and visibility was decent. The national highway beneath his feet stretched west like a gray-white ribbon, passing through several already abandoned farmland areas, winding around 2 low hills, and then intersecting with another provincial road beside a river bend. The national highway beneath his feet stretched west like a gray-white ribbon, passing through several already abandoned farmland areas, winding around 2 low hills, because that outline was too large. Tall and short buildings were crammed together, with several clearly exceeding 20 stories appearing like silent tombstones in the gray rain curtain. On the edge of the city, a few towering office buildings and residential buildings could still be seen, the unique standards of the urban area. Shen Ye lowered the telescope and raised it again for another look. He confirmed that the city was not large. After descending the hill, he called over He Yunping. There's a city 20 miles ahead. Oh, does anyone know about it? He Yunping thought for a moment and mentioned that during a previous trade with the peace convoy he had encountered someone who had escaped from that direction. That city was called Xiqing, with a pre-apocalypse population of nearly 1 million, a small county under Wuxi. That person also said that Ziqing's Sanhuang chicken is especially famous. He came all the way from another province just to have a taste of authentic Sanhuang chicken. In the end, he didn't get to eat the chicken. The apocalypse came first. He Yunping found the ending absurd, chuckling awkwardly, but quickly restrained himself. Because Shen Ye did not laugh. A city with 1 million people. Shen Ye's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. However, standing beside him, Song Xia noticed that frown and her heart sank. Everyone present understood what a city of 1 million people meant. Based on the mortality rate after the apocalypse, at least 1,000 anomalies would arise from 1 million people. With 1,000 anomalies gathering in the same area, there could not be a lack of high-level ones. Level 3 was the baseline, and there might even be level 4 or higher. Previously, a level 3 red-skinned anomaly had almost taken Shen Ye's life. That was when it pursued him outside the village when he was alone. Now they were about to actively enter a city that might be filled with several anomalies of that level. Brother Shen, should we find another place? He Yunping also realized the severity of the situation and tentatively asked, if we move forward there might be other cities. Do you know how far the next city is? He Yunping was choked. He had previously overlooked one thing. Now it was the apocalypse, and the distance between cities had extended indefinitely. He had no idea how far they would have to walk to reach the next city. Shen Ye put away the telescope and walked towards Nightshade. Not knowing where the next city is one thing, but the danger there might be greater than Xiqing. The situation has already deteriorated to the extreme. I want to take a chance. Having said that, he opened the car door, jumped into the driver's seat, and tossed the telescope onto the passenger seat. Song Xia decisively followed him. I'll go with you. Shen Ye glanced at her and said nothing. And you? Shen Ye's gaze passed over Song Xia and landed on Si Yuning, who was standing behind. Si Yuning was taken aback for a moment, then reflexively took a step back. Me? I'm not infected. I don't want to follow you to die. I'll go with you. Shen Ye glanced at her and said nothing. And you? Shen Ye's gaze passed over Song Xia and landed on Si Yuning, who was standing behind. She could tell that Shen Ye was not seeking her opinion. If Shen Ye couldn't survive, she had no doubt that this demon would end her life first. Just the 3 of us. Si Yuning still wanted to struggle. However, after asking this question, she realized how foolish she was. As for the others in the convoy, aside from Ning, they were all ordinary people, and bringing them along would only be a burden. Moreover, the more people there were, the more likely it was to attract Anomaly's attention. Bringing them along would harm both them and themselves. And Ning was already asleep in the back seat of the Volvo due to the effects of the side effects. After Shen Ye made the arrangements, he started Nightshade again. Time was of the essence. He had to get out of the city before dark. In less than 20 minutes, Nightshade stopped on the outskirts of Xiqing. Shen Ye did not turn off the engine. He simply released the accelerator, letting the engine idle. He looked through the windshield, and the two people in the cabin simultaneously held their breath. Xiqing was unlike any place they had passed before. Those small towns, villages, and gas stations, though also ground down by the apocalypse, still retained traces of a human having just left feel. But Xiqing was different. The main road into the city was lined on both sides with buildings whose external walls were covered in a layer of gray-black substance, continuously corroding the walls' glass and doors. The vegetation in the green belts was almost entirely withered. The road surface was scattered with a large number of vehicle wrecks. Many car seats had been ripped out and thrown several meters away. The seat belts still buckled, but there was nothing on the seats. In a city that originally had a population of 1 million, there were surprisingly no visible corpses. Not even a single human bone could be seen. There was no direct evidence to prove that people had died here. But precisely because of this, it felt even more chilling. Are there still any living people here? Song Shia's voice was very soft, a mix of various emotions. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Shen Ye also dared not draw a conclusion. Creak, creak. From deep within the originally silent city came a few eerie cries that startled both women. Are we really going in? Si Yuning's voice trembled slightly. Merely a sound made her feel such fear, and she couldn't bear to think of what could be its source. But Shen Ye ignored her and started the car again, slowly driving forward. As the Nightshade car passed the first building on the outskirts, it felt as though it had crossed an invisible magnetic field. Suddenly, Song Shia in the passenger seat was struck by a wave of nausea accompanied by fear and oppression. The same sensation was experienced by Si Yuning in the back seat. Seeing Song Shia covering her mouth and nose looking distressed, Shen Ye asked in confusion, "It's nothing, I just feel that this place is very oppressive and nauseating, and there's even a stench that makes me feel physically uncomfortable." Stench. Shen Ye looked past Song Shia towards the window. This time the window was closed, and the glass was made of upgraded special materials, so it was impossible for any smell to seep through. Shen Ye tried to sniff the air, but could only detect the fragrant scent emanating from the girl. "Why can't I smell anything?" Song Shia, seeing this, slowly lowered her hand and said, "It's nothing, it's probably just that I feel physically uncomfortable upon seeing this kind of scene." Shen Ye nodded, not saying more. After entering the outskirts, Nightshade did not venture further in, but instead began to circle around the perimeter. Suddenly Shen Ye felt a jolt in his heart and instinctively raised his head to look through the windshield at the rooftop of a residential building. He distinctly felt someone was watching him, yet when he looked up he could only see the dark clouds above and the empty eaves. Before long, Nightshade stopped in front of a convenience store. After the apocalypse, the sign in front of the store was shattered, barely revealing the character Bien. As soon as the car door opened, an extremely unpleasant odor assaulted him, a stench that mixed rotting flesh and various fumes, nearly causing him to vomit the bread he had eaten that morning. Once he recovered, Si Yuning had already exited the vehicle, standing behind him and surveying the surrounding devastation. Just as Song Shia was about to get out, Shen Ye spoke up to stop her. "You stay in the car." After saying this, he took out a black handgun from the large pocket of his pants and handed it to her. This gun was seized from Yang Feng's woman, who had emptied the magazine during the ambush. Later, he had to exert considerable effort to exchange for 2 compatible bullets from a thin man in the peaceful caravan. Song Shia instinctively wanted to refuse. "I don't know how to use this." "Take it. Here the threats are not just strange, hold it for self-defense." "What about you?" Shen Ye's lips curled slightly as the ghostly blade in his right hand revealed its true form, which he lightly flicked in the air. "That thing is less useful to me than this knife in my hand." At this moment, Si Yuning's eyes sparkled. "If she doesn't want it, just give it to me. I'm good with guns. I even won first place in a shooting competition back in the team. Dream on. You are a captive now, there are no demands to be made." After being splashed with cold water, Si Yuning's smile abruptly vanished, and she glared at Shen Ye in anger. Shen Ye had no intention of continuing to engage with her. His arm was becoming increasingly itchy, and he needed to find an antidote quickly. He took 2 steps to the store entrance, but instead of rushing inside, he took out the vitality disc from his pocket and activated it with a drop of blood. Once activated, the beads on the vitality disc glowed a bright red, as crimson as blood. At the same time, the nauseating stench also vanished. Seeing the detection results from the vitality disc, Shen Ye was not the least bit surprised. The reason for doing this was to block out that odor, ensuring he wouldn't be distracted during unexpected situations. Then both of them stepped into the convenience store simultaneously. The store's entrance had long been damaged and dismantled, and most of the items inside had already been looted. But Shen Ye was not here to look for supplies this time. They thoroughly searched the first floor, but found no treasure chests or anything of value. "Let's check upstairs," Shen Ye whispered. Looking at the dark stairwell, Si Yuning instinctively recoiled a bit. However, Shen Ye had already stepped up the stairs, and she had no choice but to follow. They quickly arrived on the second floor, which appeared to be the owner's living quarters. There were 2 intact doors on either side of the stairwell, but none were locked, all were ajar. Shen Ye did not rush to push open the door, but instead looked down for a moment. With the somewhat dim light, he could barely see many chaotic footprints on the ground. From the outlines, they seemed to be human footprints with some grayish-white viscous substance resembling thick water on them. This discovery made both of their hearts race to their throats, and Si Yuning unconsciously moved a couple of steps closer to Shen Ye. Shen Ye raised his knife, aiming the tip at the door lock, and gently pushed the door open. The room appeared spacious, equipped with a sofa, coffee table, and color television, seemingly a living room. Just then Shen Ye felt a sudden poke in his back. He turned sharply to find Si Yuning, who looked terrified, poking him with her little finger. Before he could show his anger, he saw her other hand pointing towards a small door. Following her direction, Shen Ye looked and saw a piece of glass above the small door with a shadow that resembled a person. A person? How could there be someone here? Just as he was about to take a step forward, Si Yuning grabbed his hand and shook her head at him. Shen Ye thought she was just afraid and lightly shook her hand off. What he did not know was that Si Yuning sensed the evil value emanating from that shadow, which was why she wanted it. But she knew that the thing was alive, and Si Yuning dared not speak. Just as she was about to reach out again, the door moved first. The glass door slowly opened inward as if blown by the wind. The shadow inside quickly revealed its true form. It was a standing figure with its head down, hair sparse, dressed in a tattered men's suit. He was barefoot with his feet exposed. His skin was grayish-white, and every patch of flesh on his body was either skin over bone or covered in blisters. Pus from the burst blisters dripped continuously. Shen Ye warily watched the figure in the suit from the bathroom. Once the door was fully open, the figure's head slowly lifted. To be precise, this thing could no longer be. He had two ping-pong ball-sized blisters on his forehead, and his eyeballs bulged out with no hint of life in them. The most disgusting part was his right cheek, which was missing a chunk of flesh from which dark green liquid continuously flowed. Isn't this just a zombie from the movies? That was Shen Ye's reaction. But in the blink of an eye, the zombie left a shadow for less than half a second, and then completely vanished. Shen Ye's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. While Si Yuning was still in a daze, he had already turned around, raising his knife in a defensive posture. Clang! Just as he completed this motion, a grayish-white skeletal hand came crashing down onto Shen Ye's head, but was narrowly blocked by the blade, emitting a... Watching the skeletal hand fall less than 5 centimeters from his head, dark red bloodstains still visible on the sharp finger bones. If he had reacted half a second slower, those 5 bony fingers would have mercilessly pierced through his skull. Shen Ye was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In the next second, the zombie's other hand was already clawing toward Shen Ye's chest, and he narrowly evaded it. In contrast, the combat suit he wore on the outside was not so fortunate, having been torn apart in a large area, exposing Shen Ye's solid abdominal muscles. Beside him, Si Yuning did not remain foolishly admiring the scene, as she immediately retreated to create distance from Shen Ye, giving him enough space to After narrowly dodging those 2 attacks, Shen Ye realized something. The creature before him was nothing like the zombies in movies. Its speed was far too rapid, and its bones exceptionally hard. Conversely, the strange entity that had ambushed him had its hand severed by the blade of the ghost's head. Shen Ye was not idle either. After dodging the attack, he swiftly drew his knife to slash at the zombie's neck. He struck with extreme speed, but even with the enhancement from the ample blood and flesh, the slash still missed. The reason was simple: that zombie was even faster. While dodging the attack, it instantly appeared in front of Si Yuning, its sharp, bony claws stabbing toward her head. Si Yuning did not possess Shen Ye's speed or reflexes and was unable to evade. Just when she thought she was going to die, Shen Ye anticipated its attack. In the half-second before his knife missed, he turned and delivered a side kick, striking the zombie right in its side. The zombie's ambush not only missed again, but Shen Ye's kick also sent it flying. It crashed into the television, leaving a human-shaped dent in the wall. "Why are you still dazed? Come here." Taking advantage of the moment, Shen Ye shouted at Si Yuning, who was still immersed in the aftermath of survival. The shout completely jolted Si Yuning awake. This could not be blamed on her. Compared to Shen Ye's battle experience, she was undoubtedly a rookie. The zombie was already absent from its original position. "Be careful." Si Yuning's voice came from behind. Shen Ye's scalp tightened, and he instinctively The zombie was already absent from its original position. "Be careful." Si Yuning's voice came from behind. Shen Ye's scalp tightened, and he instinctively tilted his head to the right. A grayish-white bony claw brushed past his ear. The wind it generated causing his eardrum to throb painfully. Here it comes again. This time Shen Ye did not rely entirely on the blade of the ghost's head to withstand it. Using the momentum of his sidestep, he angled the blade upward sharply, precisely catching it in the trajectory of the zombie's retracted arm. The blade sliced through the grayish-white skin of its forearm, splattering a few drops of dark green liquid onto the floor, producing a faint sizzling sound. Effective. But in the next second, the blade of the ghost's head struck the bone beneath the skin. Clang! Another wave of metallic resonance echoed. The recoil from the blade surged up through his thumb and into his shoulder, causing Shen Ye's entire right arm to go numb. It felt as if he were trying to chop steel bars with a kitchen knife. The knife remained intact, but his wrist nearly felt like it would snap. Just at that moment, a sudden intense itch surged from the inside of his right forearm. The sensation was fierce and urgent, as if something had exploded within his veins. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, but that half-second distraction was already enough. The zombie opened its mouth and lunged at him. Inside that mouth, there was no tongue, no saliva, only 2 rows of yellowed teeth and a lump of dark green pus. The distance was too close. Shen Ye had no time to raise his knife to block, let alone retreat. At that moment, a clear and urgent female voice echoed in the room. Having slaughtered numerous innocent civilians with the intent to continue committing crimes, the charges are, now I will arrest you according to the law. Boom. An invisible force descended like an unseen giant hand from above. The zombie's teeth stopped just 2 centimeters from Shen Ye's neck. Its mouth agape, its entire body seemed encased in amber, completely motionless. Shen Ye was also unable to move. His body remained in a leaning back position, his right hand still raised in the air and his left hand pressing against the ground. He could feel his muscles straining, but the force in the air rendered them all immobilized. This was Si Yuning's judgment. He had previously only known that judgment could strongly control a target, but he had never realized it was an area skill. Shen Ye struggled to turn his eyes, catching a glimpse of Si Yuning's direction. She stood in the center of the living room, her right hand still outstretched. She had beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly indicating that maintaining this magnetic field was quite taxing for her. Yet the corners of her mouth were slightly curled upwards, revealing a rare hint of a smile on her usually cold and composed face. She was smiling. Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. In the next second, Si Yuning unfastened a pair of shiny silver handcuffs from her waist and approached them. She wasn't foolish, she probably wouldn't do that. But Shen Ye still felt anxious because he was well aware of what he had done to Si Yuning, forcibly taking her from the peace convoy, treating her as a cap. If Si Yuning intended to take this opportunity to take revenge on him, handcuffing him with the evil restraining cuffs, then neither of them would be able to leave this room alive. She wasn't foolish, she probably wouldn't do that. But Shen Ye still felt anxious because he was well aware of what he had done to Si Yuning, forcibly taking her from the peace convoy, treating her as a captive, making her cook, and even intending to share a bed with her. Although he had claimed at the time that it was a joke, he couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't take it seriously. Si Yuning walked up to them and stopped. Her gaze lingered on Shen Ye's face for a second before glancing at the zombie, which was frozen with its mouth agape in midair. To be honest, she had indeed hesitated for a brief moment. Just for that brief moment. Handcuffing Shen Ye here, letting him be immobilized alongside the zombie, and then escaping downstairs to drive away wouldn't be a bad choice. But she quickly suppressed this thought. There was only one pair of evil restraining cuffs. Handcuffing Shen Ye, and once the magnetic field dissipated, that zombie would break free and both she and Song Xia would perish here. Si Yuning directly slapped the handcuffs onto the zombie's wrist. A stronger rule of power emanated from the handcuffs. The zombie's grayish-white arms were forcibly manipulated by an invisible force, bending, straightening, and closing, as if being restrained by an unseen prison guard. The silver handcuffs flew through the air, securely locking onto the zombie's wrists. Snap! The handcuffs closed. At the same instant, the invisible magnetic field abruptly vanished. Shen Ye's body lurched forward violently, nearly crashing to the ground. He braced himself on the floor, gasping for breath, then turned to look at Si Yuning. What were you laughing at just now? Si Yuning's smile had long vanished, her expression flat, as she stared at him. You saw wrong. At the same time, the zombie regained its ability to move. It instinctively attempted to activate that teleporting ability again, but its body merely stiffly swayed in place, and nothing happened. It looked down at its handcuffed hands, realizing that no matter how much it struggled, it could not break free. It could only emit a furious roar from its throat. Stop looking. The handcuffs have sealed his abilities, Si Yuning said to the still vigilant Shen Ye. Just then another figure appeared at the doorway. Shen Ye and Si Yuning turned their heads simultaneously. At the door stood a female zombie dressed in a tattered floral dress. One side of her face was sunken in, and as she walked, her left leg dragged on the ground, leaving a... Unlike the suited zombie, her movements were stiff and slow, her eyes devoid of any spark of intelligence, only pure hunger. The moment she appeared in the room, the slaughter mark completely locked onto her. Si Yuning immediately showed a look of panic and glanced at Shen Ye. They had not fully dealt with the suited zombie when another one showed up. They were still on the outskirts of Xiqing, and it was already this dangerous. If they ventured deeper... She dared not think any further. Once the female zombie locked onto her target, she opened her mouth and charged towards Shen Ye, who was closest to the door. Though it was called running, it was more of a twisted, fast walk, her speed comparable to that of an adult, running far slower than the suited zombie. In Shen Ye's grayish-white vision, her speed seemed even slower. Impatient, he took the initiative to meet her, swinging his blade in a horizontal strike. The blade cut into the left side of her neck and exited from the right side, as if slicing through tofu. The female zombie's head flew off, rolling twice on the ground before stopping against the leg of the coffee table. Her body took 2 more steps forward before crashing to slaughter. 32. A warm stream surged into his body, slightly alleviating the itch in his arm, but it soon returned. Shen Ye glanced down at the black blood on the blade. It was surprisingly weak. It was on a completely different level from the suited zombie. He turned to look at the suited zombie, still struggling with the handcuffs. After being cuffed, its ghostly teleportation ability was indeed rendered useless, but its body remained astonishingly sturdy. Shen Ye walked up to it and raised his hand for another strike. Clang! It still felt like cutting through steel. The blade left only a shallow white mark on its shoulder blade, not even fully cutting through the skin. Suddenly a message from a Ning in the morning flashed through Shen Ye's mind. Abnormalities above the 3rd level will undergo evolution. No matter how they attacked, the sequencers of Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 could not inflict effective damage on abnormalities above the 3rd level. From this perspective, the previously encountered red-clothed skin anomaly was continuously regenerating. The suited zombie before him was impervious to blades and bullets. 2 different evolutionary paths, but essentially the same. Attacks from the 1st and 2nd levels were ineffective against it. But could it truly not be killed? A glint of light flashed in Shen Ye's eyes, and a wicked smile. He lifted his foot and kicked the zombie to the ground. The zombie fell on its back, its cuffed hands pinned beneath it, struggling to turn over, but pressed down by Shen Ye's knee. Then he raised the ghostly head and began to chop down repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense metallic clanking sounds echoed in the room, the rhythm fast, like the hammer striking an anvil in a blacksmith shop. With each strike of the blade, sparks erupted from the zombie's bones, and dark green liquids splattered from the cracks in its skin, staining the gaps between the floor tiles. Si Yuning stood aside, completely bewildered. She did not understand what Shen Ye was doing. If the blade couldn't cut, he should change his approach or retreat. There was no need to contend with an unyielding bone. Yet he kept chopping down repeatedly, as if venting his frustrations on the zombie. She opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it. Shen Ye's expression was unusual. His gaze was focused and calm as he chopped, devoid of the madness of bloodlust, ruling out the possibility of him merely venting. But what was he truly trying to achieve by doing this? She couldn't fathom it, and could only silently watch. The place was fraught with danger, and she didn't dare to explore. He himself didn't know how many times he had struck. His arm had turned from sore to numb, the web of his hand cracked, and healed, and cracked again, the handle of the ghostly head stained with blood seeping from his palm. Yet every time he struck, he hit the same spot, consistently biting into the white mark on the shoulder blade, chipping away like a nail being hammered in. Si Yuning finally couldn't hold back. She took a step forward, preparing to advise him. Just then an unexpected change occurred. Countless red threads suddenly emerged from the blade of the ghostly head. These red threads, as thin as hair, densely packed, spread out from the handle, resembling a woven fishing net, quickly enveloping the entire body of the suited. The zombie's formerly lifeless eyes suddenly contracted. It was afraid. This was the first time Shen Ye had seen an expression on this zombie's face. The red threads began to constrict, each one digging into its impervious skin as if a heated wire were sinking into ice. Dark green bodily fluids gushed out wildly from the gaps in the net. The zombie opened its mouth to scream, but the red threads had already tightened around its throat. The massive red net suddenly tightened. The zombie's body was neatly shattered within the net, cut into countless pieces the size of mahjong tiles, the cuts perfectly even, as if machine sliced. The ghostly head's special ability. The instant death effect had finally been triggered. Shen Ye displayed a look of relief. Can I deal with you? Slaughter point 5341 blood food 1 before Shen Ye could digest this number, he felt something within him snap. It was a restraint. The lid he had previously sensed vaguely shattered, as a violent force erupted from his heart, scattering the lid. Countless scorching currents surged through his veins towards his limbs, like lava being unleashed within his body. In the next second, Shen Ye's consciousness was dragged into a red space. Scenes began to play before his eyes. In the supermarket, he cut off Lu Bing's neck with a single strike. At the gas station, Zhao Biao's head rolled at his feet. In Qinqing village, the red-clothed skin anomaly kept regenerating under his blade, only to be chopped apart again. On the national highway, the nightshade crushed one weird creature after another, debris flying in the rain. Every frame depicted lives he had taken in the apocalypse. Each moment of slaughter was frozen, magnified, and played in a loop. That pure thrill of slaughter kept accumulating, with the repetition of the images crashing against his consciousness like waves. It felt exhilarating. Too exhilarating. The desire for slaughter was continuously magnified, immersing him in it. From Si Yuning's perspective, Shen Ye's skin was visibly turning red. Not the shallow red of shyness or blood flow, but a deep red as blood seeped out from beneath his skin. His eyes had also turned a crimson hue, resembling the state he was in that night in the RV when he nearly choked her to death. What was even more alarming was his aura. That oppressive feeling was like a massive stone pressing down inch by inch from above his head. Si Yuning instinctively wanted to retreat, to distance herself from him as far away as possible. But she was completely unable to move, not even able to breathe. The entire room felt as if the pause button had been pressed, with even the air unable to flow. About 5 seconds later, the surging momentum finally halted. However, before Si Yuning could let out a sigh of relief, that force exploded from Shen Ye like an expanding balloon, sending her flying. Her back collided with the armrest of the sofa, letting out a muffled groan, and a wave of nausea surged in her chest. In the red illusion, Shen Ye struggled to break free from the killing desire with his formidable will and self-control. If he had been a second late, he might have completely lost control and become a killing machine. His consciousness slowly returned from the crimson surroundings. His skin began to fade. Deep red turned to light red, and light red reverted to normal skin tone. The crimson in his eyes receded like a tide, and his breathing returned to steadiness. The moment his consciousness regained clarity, before he could feel grateful, a stream of information surged into his mind. Sequence 8 Executioner. Skill 1 Death Sentence Active Skill. Effect: actively mark a target for execution. The marked target will show a dark red death mark visible only to you. Your next attack on the marked target will definitely deal double damage up to 8 times, with the multiplier being random. If this attack kills the target, the death sentence will refresh immediately. If not killed, the death sentence enters a 15-minute cooldown and forces the declared target into a bleeding state. A target in a bleeding state suffers a 20% reduction in damage from your attacks. Any target in a bleeding state will have their self-healing abilities rendered completely ineffective and cannot be treated. Skill 2 Blood Scent Tracking Passive Skill. Effect: can sense all injured, bleeding, or fearful life forms within an 800 meter radius, accurately determining their location and general condition. Damage to targets in a bleeding state is increased by 10%. Track targets even if they leave the sensing range will have their location vaguely perceived. The skill becomes completely ineffective beyond 2 kilometers. Executioner Additional Effect Enhancement Slaughtermark can exist simultaneously in 3 instances. The stacking effect of blood food is increased by 20%. Shen Ye was momentarily stunned. Then the corners of his mouth began to rise, unable to be suppressed. He had advanced to Sequence 8 just like that. He looked down at his hands. The red spots on his skin remained, and the strange fungus had not disappeared with the promotion, but the itchiness was no longer unbearable. The power within him had multiplied many times over. Every muscle fiber was filled with explosive energy, giving him the illusion that he could split a mountain with. Of course he knew that was an illusion. He wasn't that arrogant. However, splitting the entire building should be well within his capabilities. And this death sentence skill was just guaranteed critical hits kills. Refreshing the skill, or wasn't this just 1 strike per child? This skill gave him the feeling of playing an online game. Blood scent tracking was even more outrageous. As long as a target within 800 meters was injured or felt even the slightest fear towards him, he would precisely sense their location and state. And it was a passive skill with no cost or limitations. Whether for hunting or chasing strange creatures, it was a divine skill. You have advanced. Si Yuning's voice came from the sofa. She stood up, supporting herself on the armrest, her tone filled with disbelief. The residual force of that earlier gust of wind still lingered in the air, causing her voice to tremble. Shen Ye did not answer, but the uncontainable smile at the corners of his mouth had already conveyed everything. Just as Si Yuning wanted to ask something further, the remnants of the zombie on the floor began to dissolve into powder. Gray-white dust silently dispersed in the air, leaving behind a finger bone glistening with a dark golden hue and a piece of green spirit crystal on the floor. The surface of the spirit crystal was as smooth as a mirror, with green light flowing slowly within the crystal. Meanwhile, the silver handcuffs on the ground transformed into a silver stream flying towards Si Yuning's forehead. The evil restraining handcuffs returned. At the moment the handcuffs reappeared, Si Yuning's body trembled slightly. She could distinctly feel a fullness rising within her, mirroring the experience accumulation the doctor had described. She was taken aback for a moment, then an uncontrollable joy surged within her. Previously, during her time with the peace convoy, she had basically only used the skill of conviction, hardly ever utilizing the evil restraining handcuffs. This led her to be unclear about how to gain experience. It turned out that the role of the law enforcer was to successfully subdue a target before passing judgment on them. It wasn't about capturing or hunting, it was about the enforcement itself. Only after subduing and concluding the judgment could it be considered a complete law enforcement. In Shen Ye's view, Si Yuning's fear of him had not completely dissipated. That fear appeared as a faint red mist in the perception of blood scent tracking hovering around her body, clear as a candle flame in the night. At such close proximity, none of her states could escape his perception. Including the moment the evil restraining handcuffs returned, her aura had surged significantly. She had also grown stronger. Shen Ye withdrew his gaze and bent down to pick up the finger bone and spirit crystal from the ground. The finger bone felt cold to the touch, almost twice as heavy as steel of the same volume, with faint dark golden patterns on its surface, suggesting it was not naturally formed. Strange item: dark golden finger bone. Type: strange material. ID: none. Description: a drop from a tier 3 strange zombie. The material is hard and sharp, suitable for crafting strange items. Another strange material: the previous green serpent scale was still in his hand, which he intended to trade, but had yet to find a buyer. However, as the number of members in the vehicle increased, this thought gradually began to change. Shen Ye even considered how nice it would be if his convoy had a blacksmith sequence, preferably a beautiful one. Compared to the initial struggle for survival, his mindset had shifted as he grew stronger. Looking at the beautiful women around him, Shen Ye even entertained the idea of creating a beautiful convoy. The other drop was a green spirit crystal which had fallen from the red-skinned creature, but it was slightly larger than the previous one. In comparing the slaughter points obtained, Shen Ye could basically confirm that the color and size of the spirit crystal were completely related to the tier and strength of the He put the two items into his pocket and turned to look at Si Yuning. At this moment, Si Yuning was no longer in place, but had run into the bathroom, where the suited strange creature. Shen Ye, come here quickly, I found something. Hearing her voice, Shen Ye immediately turned and walked towards the bathroom. As soon as he entered, following the direction Si Yuning pointed, he saw an iron box surrounded by green light. Shen Ye stepped forward and crouched down to examine the iron chest. It was compact, roughly the size of a shoebox, and its surface gleamed with an alloy he had never seen before. He reached out to lift it, but the chest weighed as much as 1,000 jin, utterly immovable. At the center of its lid lay a recessed groove perfectly sized to accommodate a spirit crystal. He withdrew the newly acquired green spirit crystal and held it against the groove. It fit flawlessly. The moment the crystal settled into place, a surge of emerald light flared, brief yet blinding, before the entire lid dissolved silently into countless shimmering motes dispersing into the air. Inside rested only a single ring. It was silver-gray, broad-faced, and utterly devoid of engravings or ornamentation, so plain it almost appeared cheap. Yet when Shen Ye lifted it, its weight and tactile sensation matched those of an ordinary ring. Artifact: Shumi ring. Type: cursed artifact. Classification: storage artifact. Feature: contains 100 cubic meters of independent storage space. Time within remains absolutely frozen. All living beings cannot be stored. Side effect: 5 jin of food is automatically consumed daily to sustain its function. Should provisions fall short, the ring seals itself until sufficient nourishment is replenished. Shen Ye spun the ring between his fingers. 100 cubic meters. Equivalent to a small warehouse. All the supplies seized from the Blood Eagle convoy, the spoils gifted by He Yunping, and today's freshly harvested provisions could easily fit inside. Room to absolute temporal stasis meant nothing stored within would ever decay. Yet 5 jin of food per day. He made a rough calculation. Before the apocalypse, 5 jin was negligible, but now most in the convoy received only half a jin of dried rations daily. 5 jin could feed 10 people for an entire day. What is that? Si Yuning, noticing Shen Ye staring silently at the ring, leaned in for a closer look. Shen Ye slipped it into his pocket. I'll explain later. He rose and scanned the bathroom once more. Aside from the chest, nothing else remained. The antidote serum was not here. Let's try another room. They exited the bathroom and turned toward the door on the opposite side of the hallway. This room was far smaller than the previous living area, containing only a single bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Every drawer had been yanked open and rifled through. The wardrobe doors hung ajar, clothes strewn across the floor. Black stains spattered the floor, identical to the marks they'd seen on the highway outside. This had been the female zombie's lair. Moreover, survivors had clearly been here before. The place had been thoroughly ransacked. Shen Ye circled the room, even lifting the mattress to inspect beneath it. Nothing. The third floor yielded the same result: 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Every nook and cranny searched. One cabinet still held half a sack of moldy rice, proof that whoever had looted this place hadn't even taken all the food before fleeing. Either they'd left in haste, or failed to leave at all. As Shen Ye pushed open the stairwell door to the 4th floor, the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled to life. Shen Ye, are you alright? Song Shia's voice. Her tone was sharper than usual. Something had happened. Come down. Someone's arrived beside the vehicle. Shen Ye's brow furrowed. Someone. Instinctively he glanced back at Si Yuning, who looked equally bewildered. How could there possibly be others here? Who is it? A 2-second pause echoed over the radio. A woman. She walked up on her own, hands raised, carrying a sniper rifle. She says she's looking for you. For me, eh? Shen Ye blinked in genuine surprise, then swiftly regained composure. Stay cautious. I'm coming down now. She says she's looking for you. For me, eh? Shen Ye blinked in genuine surprise, then swiftly regained composure. Stay cautious. I'm coming down now. Pushing open the convenience store's door, drizzle continued to fall. The night slaughter remained parked where it had been, its body glistening under the rain. Song Shia stood beside the vehicle, one hand holding an umbrella, the other gripping the handgun Shen Ye had given her, its barrel pointed downward at the ground. Crouching on the pavement was a woman. Her combat uniform was so grimed it had lost all trace of its original color. The sleeves and knees were worn threadbare. A jagged tear ran across her left shoulder, crudely sealed with adhesive tape. Her hair hung in tangled clumps, obscuring most of her face. Only a sharp chin and parched, cracked lips remained visible. Her hands were raised high above her head, palms open and empty. Beside her feet lay a sniper rifle, longer than standard models, jet black in hue, its barrel etched with irregular shadowed patterns. Raindrops slid effortlessly along those grooves, repelled as if by unseen currents. A cursed artifact. Shen Ye recognized it instantly. He approached and gazed down at her. She lifted her eyes, meeting his through the veil of disheveled strands. Her gaze burned with an intensity rarely seen in the ruins of the world. "Who are you?" "Qing Wan," she rasped, her voice hoarse from prolonged thirst. "Rogue Sequence 8th Tier. Night Shadow Hunter. Former deputy captain of the Longting Convoy." She succinctly declared her identity. At the name, Longting Convoy, Shen Ye's brows subtly tightened. He knew that name. "You're the ones who spread word of the official shelter established in He City northward." "Yes." Qing Wan nodded, then shook her head. "Not just us. All officially assembled convoys received orders from above to disseminate that message along their routes, to gather survivors and guide them northward. But I've lost contact with command for nearly a week, and we never reached the north. I have no knowledge of conditions there." Shen Ye remained silent, shifting his gaze from her face to the sniper rifle at her feet, and back again. "How did you find me?" Qing Wan met his stare without flinching. "I've been stationed nearby for 2 days, using my ability to remain concealed, waiting for passing convoys. Yet few dared approach this zone. Just as I prepared to abandon hope, your vehicle entered." She paused. "Through my scope, I saw you decapitate a zombie on the second-floor window. I don't know how you sensed it, but slaying a third-tier zombie speaks volumes about your strength. So you kept your rifle trained on me the whole time." A chill prickled Shen Ye's spine. "No." Qing Wan's voice remained calm. "Had I intended harm, you would already be dead, felled by my bullet the moment you stepped from the vehicle to the store's entrance. At that distance, that angle, with no cover, you offered zero margin for error." She paused, her eyes drifting to the rifle beside her. "I came in good faith. I asked only passage with your convoy. Until I encounter an official unit, I'll depart without burden. Rest assured, I won't trouble you." Shen Ye studied her for several seconds, then broke into a wry smile. Wasn't this precisely the opportunity he'd been waiting? "My convoy accepts only full members, not temporary passengers. I have no interest in serving as anyone's laborer, even if you're affiliated with the..." Qing Wan's expression shifted. Her fingers clenched faintly, then relaxed. "I can offer compensation. I possess rare, cursed materials and a spirit crystal. Both are yours to claim. I require no materials, and spirit crystals are useless without treasure chests." Shen Ye took a single step forward. The slaughter mark descended upon Qing Wan, silent, imperceptible. Her pupils contracted sharply. In her perception, the man before her had transformed into something indescribable beyond mere horror. Not an aberration, yet infinitely more suffocating. It felt like a blade pressed against her throat, its tip already piercing her skin. Another millimeter and her windpipe would sever. She harbored no doubt should Shen Ye choose to kill her, she wouldn't even raise her rifle, let alone fire. She was an 8th-tier sequence holder. In the Longting Convoy, only one person had ever evoked such dread in her, a being nearing 7th tier, and only when unleashing full pressure. Yet Shen Ye had moved just one step. "My convoy is called Dawn." His smile vanished, replaced by crisp professionalism. "I am Shen Ye, deputy captain. Once you join, you answer solely to my command. Your past rank means nothing here. Within Dawn, there is only one identity. Can you abide by that?" Qing Wan fell silent, weighing consequence against necessity. After half a minute, she lowered her proud head. "Yes." Shen Ye smiled faintly, the slaughter mark dissolving from her form. "She attend to her wounds first." Song Xia holstered her pistol and knelt beside Qing Wan. As the white radiance of holy healing light bloomed, Qing Wan's shoulders trembled, whether from the soothing energy seeping into her wound or from the long-forgotten sensation of being treated as kin remained uncertain. While she was tended, Shen Ye retrieved the sniper rifle from the ground. It was heavier than anticipated, the dark patterns along its barrel pulsed faintly beneath his fingertips, as though something stirred deep within its metal heart. Artifact Soul Chaser. Type Cursed Firearms. Designation 8956. Properties. Night Hunter in darkness or low-light conditions. Bullet velocity doubles, impacts affix a tracking sigil upon targets. Sniper mode expands field of vision threefold. Hunt pursuit bullets ignore wind resistance. Within 5 kilometers trajectory remains perfectly straight and unattenuated. Absolute precision, though range beyond that renders it inert. Upon impact, rounds detonate violently. Side effect, each shot consumes 10% of the user's physical stamina. After 3 consecutive shots, the wielder enters a mandatory 30-second debilitation state, incapable of running. He returned the rifle to Qing Wan. Though exceptional, it belonged to her, and a gentleman does not seize another's weapon. Moreover, having now learned its nature, Shen Ye knew he could evade it, if forewarned. As Qing Wan accepted it, she cast him a glance tinged with surprise, perhaps expecting him to retain it. "This rifle was issued by the convoy, registered under official designation," she murmured. "Though perhaps registration matters little anymore. Follow me. This place is unsafe. We'll discuss details en route." Qing Wan suddenly raised a hand to halt him. Those crimson patches on your arms, they're fungal infection, correct? Shen Ye paused and turned. Correct. I seek antitoxin serum. Do you know where zombies congregate most densely? Or where treasure chests remain unopened? Qing Wan pointed toward a cluster of high-rises in the distance. Uneven in height, their exteriors draped in grayish-black membranes, windows, shattered black voids merging into a seamless tapestry beneath the rain. Even from afar, movement flickered within several windows. That was a residential complex before the collapse, Jinhua New City. Zombies swarmed there. In just 2 days, I observed over 20 second-tier specimens, at least 2 third-tier, and countless first-tier. I guarantee most treasure chests there remain untouched. She gestured toward another direction, a low-slung industrial zone. That factory district hosts mostly first-tier zombies, less concentrated. Yet 2 days ago, I watched a convoy emerge from within, meaning it has likely been scoured clean. We go to Jinhua New City. The decision was immediate. Qing Wan faltered, then frowned. Did you not hear what I just said? Over 20 second-tier, at least 2 third-tier, 4 of us entering. Precisely why we go, Shen Ye interrupted. For him at this stage, first-tier kills yielded negligible slaughter points and marginal attribute gains. Moreover, his earlier deduction held firm higher-tier chests bore greater odds of yielding antitoxin serum. The factory held no second-tier. Wasting time, there was futile. He glanced at the crimson rash creeping up his forearm, blisters now spreading to his wrist, some already migrating toward the back of his hand. I have little time left. Qing Wan fell silent. Shen Ye turned to see Yuning, whose face had paled. She had heard every word Qing Wan spoke. 20+ second-tier, at least 2 third-tier. She couldn't even defeat a first-tier. What awaited her there but certain death? I won't. Before she could finish, Shen Ye seized her wrist and pulled her toward the complex. His grip was iron-tight. She tugged twice, unyielding. Let go. Shen Ye, do you hear me? I refuse to go. What do you fear? I'll hold the front line. We felled that third-tier suit-wearing zombie. Another is merely fresh prey. Then he turned, flashing a mischievous grin. Or, do you wish to ascend no longer? Those words held uncanny power, evoking the visceral rush she'd felt moments after the suited zombie fell slain by his 2 swift strikes. But she wasn't naive. Clarity returned instantly. That doesn't mean I should march to my death. Who said you die? When have I ever betrayed a comrade? Song Xia, trailing behind, couldn't suppress a quiet chuckle. Truth be told, Shen Ye could indeed be ruthlessly violent, but since becoming allies, he had never abandoned her in Ning or anyone else. Such fidelity was vanishingly rare. After all, in this apocalypse, selfishness ensured survival. Si Yuning tried to protest again, but Shen Ye moved too fast, dragging her forward. Rain stung her cheeks, mingling with tears or something else entirely. Song Xia kept pace, silent, always half a step behind Shen Ye. Her hand gripped tightly around the handgun. Only 2 bullets remaining. You. Qing Wan stared at their retreating backs, gritted her teeth. Wait. She hurried forward, falling into stride beside Shen Ye on his other flank. I accompany you. Having pledged allegiance to your convoy, I cannot stand idle while you walk into oblivion. Shen Ye glanced at her, his lips curling almost imperceptibly. Beyond her 8th-tier status, he valued the uncorrupted discipline she embodied, the kind of military integrity that rarely survived the apocalypse intact. Pausing beside the night slaughter, Shen Ye halted. He glanced back at the steel Leviathan parked before the convenience store, then toward Jinhua New City's hollow, rain-drenched, leaving it here risked scavenging by nearby zombies before their return. He clenched his jaw and withdrew the Shumi ring from his pocket, sliding it onto his left, and the moment the ring settled, its band tightened, confirming his identity. Then a wave of icy energy surged from its surface, flooding his palm. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the night slaughter's door. In less than a second, the vehicle vanished, leaving only 8 parallel tread marks gouged into the asphalt. Si Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Xia's umbrella tilted slightly. Qing Wan reacted least, merely raising one eyebrow. Spatial class cursed artifact. You're fortunate. Shen Ye glanced down at the ring on his finger. A faint pang of hunger emanated from its surface, as though something dormant within demanded feeding. Let's go. He turned toward Jinhua New City. Less than 100 meters and 3 zombies lunged from behind an overturned bus at the roadside. The sky remained overcast, sun obscured by thick cloud. Without the crimson moon's blessing, their speed lagged noticeably behind last night's highway horde. One staggered mid-lunge, its left leg bent, unnaturally bone-fractured, and poorly healed. Shen Ye advanced, ghost head cleaving 3 arcs through the 3 strokes. 3 heads rolled. Slaughter points 28, slaughter points 31, slaughter points 26. Suddenly, bizarre zombies surged from all directions, but fortunately, they were all first tier. Shen Ye maintained his pace, dispatching one after another with his blade, as if entering an uninhabited realm, leaving the 3 women behind in a daze. As they approached the entrance of the community, the blood scent tracking was suddenly triggered. In his perception, the building ahead was dotted with over a dozen red light spots, each representing an injured anomaly. They seemed to be pinned on an invisible map with their locations, injuries, and postures all clearly visible. On the 5th and 7th floors there were 2 light spots that shone brighter than the others, indicating severe blood loss, yet they were still moving. They were likely second-tier anomalies. The unit door had long been damaged, and Shen Ye walked straight in. Alo. It seemed they sensed the presence of a living person as 6 grayish-white figures pounced from different directions simultaneously. These zombies appeared to have been waiting for a long time. They did not rush in immediately, but waited until Shen Ye entered before launching their simultaneous attack. However, Shen Ye, who had ascended to the 8th tier as an executioner, was unafraid of these first-tier anomalies' little tricks, even curling his lips into an extremely confident smile. He sidestepped the nearest one, slicing his blade upward through its armpit diagonally, removing half of its shoulder. Before the first zombie could fall, he had already used the momentum to turn around, smashing the back of his blade into the second one's temple, driving its entire head into the wall. The third one was silently pierced in the eye by Qing Wan's dagger, going limp without a sound. The 4th and 5th ones were startled by Song Shia's gunfire, and that half-second hesitation was enough for Shen Ye to slice through both. When the 6th one lunged at Si Yuning, she didn't even have time to react before Shen Ye's blade pierced through the back of the zombie's neck, the tip stopping less than 3 centimeters from her nose. The entire process of all the attacks was incredibly clean and swift. However, Si Yuning's legs still went soft in fear as her back pressed against the wall. Couldn't you have said something in advance? If I had told you in advance, would you have dared to stand as bait for me? Si Yuning was too angry to speak. After the hallway fell quiet again, Shen Ye noticed a box placed next to the distribution box. It was about the same size as the one in the bathroom earlier, but the box was blue, its blue light particularly eye-catching in the dim hallway. He took out the blue spirit crystal he had previously obtained from the Blood Eagle team and inserted it into the slot. The box opened and a cluster of blue light flew out, landing on the ground and scattering into a large pile of items. Chicken, duck, fish, and pork belly, carrots, eggplants, green peppers, and cabbage. The plastic bag even contained 2 bunches of leafy greens with water droplets still on the leaves, as if they had just been pulled from the ground. The various ingredients piled together, weighing at least 20 pounds. Wow, fresh ingredients! Song Shia exclaimed in surprise. Shen Ye was somewhat dumbfounded, but he squatted down to rummage and found 2 potatoes and a piece of ginger at the bottom. Still, there was no detox potion. Shen Ye felt a bit disappointed. It's normal for a blue treasure chest to yield such things. Qing Wan leaned against the wall nearby, wiping the dagger she had taken from the zombie with a piece of tattered cloth, her tone calm. Anomalies and detox potions have only a small probability of appearing in blue treasure chests. Moreover, beneath blue, there are purple treasure chests which typically yield ordinary ingredients and daily necessities and can be opened using the lowest grade purple spirit crystals. The lowest grade is purple. Isn't it second-tier anomalies that drop blue spirit crystals? Qing Wan replied lightly, partly right. Purple spirit crystals are only dropped by first-tier anomalies from outside. Shen Ye was somewhat surprised. First-tier anomalies can drop spirit crystals. The probability isn't high, about 1 in 10. But it does happen. Didn't you know before? Shen Ye fell silent for a second. The information Ning received from Yao Mingyuan only mentioned using spirit crystals to open treasure chests, but never mentioned the correspondence between different colored spirit crystals and treasure chests. This kind of information gap is probably known only to someone like Qing Wan, who comes from official or large teams. He gathered all the ingredients on the ground into his shumi ring. No matter how one looked at these fresh ingredients, they were scarce resources outside. Even he, who had previously not worried about food, couldn't say he could have meat for every meal, let alone this fresh meat. There's nothing left here, let's go upstairs. As they reached the stairway, a second-tier zombie happened to come down from above. Its size was a whole circle larger than those first-tier ones, with a decayed collarbone hanging from its shoulder, making a cracking sound as it walked. It seemed to have sensed Shen Ye and the others early on. Upon seeing 4 living people, it directly leaped up and pounced over. While still in midair, the slaughter mark, Shen Ye raised his hand and delivered a horizontal slash. The blade cut into its left flank and exited from its right shoulder. The entire zombie was cleaved into 2 halves, and as the upper body fell, its mouth was still open, yellow teeth biting onto an unknown person's finger. Kill points 472. After the corpse dissipated, a blue spirit crystal was left on the floor. Shen Ye picked up the spirit crystal, said nothing, and continued leading the group upwards. The second floor was slightly more dangerous, with 5 first-tier anomalies and 2 second-tier ones. Shen Ye, being the strongest, took the lead, while the newly joined Qing Wan voluntarily stayed at the back to cover. The 5 first-tier anomalies were cleared within 3 minutes, while the 2 second-tier ones took a bit more effort. One of them had exceptionally hard ribs, and Shen Ye had to strike it twice before breaking through. After clearing the area, Shen Ye found a purple treasure chest at the corner of the hallway. It was smaller than the blue and green chests seen before, with purple light slowly swirling on the inner walls. He took a glance and turned to leave. Without a purple spirit crystal, it was pointless to look. Si Yuning discovered a blue treasure chest in another corner at the end. This time it opened to reveal several vacuum-packed cured meats and a large piece of smoked ham adding up to around 20 pounds. After clearing the second floor, the group's confidence noticeably increased, especially Si Yuning, whose legs were no longer trembling, and she even dared to search for treasure chests alone. However, Shen Ye was a bit frustrated as his ring was already stuffed with nearly 50 pounds of food, a small mountain of various meats, vegetables, and dry rations. Yet he still hadn't seen a single bottle of detox potion. Before long, they ascended to the fourth floor. This level had only 6 first-tier and 1 second-tier anomalies. It was cleared by Shen Ye alone in 2 minutes. He obtained a blue treasure chest which opened to reveal some fancy clothing with styles for both men and women, old and young. Shen Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at the clothes. Good grief, aside from detox potions, it seems anything can be opened from a blue treasure chest, right? For a moment, Shen Ye even doubted whether he had exhausted his luck after opening the Shumi ring. Otherwise, how could he be so unfortunate? Seeing these fashionable and beautiful clothes, Song Xia and Si Yuning were rather pleased. Everyone has a love for beauty, especially women who naturally have little resistance to such delightful things. Particularly after the apocalypse, they hadn't even worn clean clothes, let alone new ones. As the two chose carefully, Shen Ye glanced at Qing Wan, who was still wearing that tattered combat uniform, and asked, "Aren't you going to pick a set?" This question surprised Qing Wan slightly. "Can I choose too?" "Of course, you're a member of my team. Besides, if you don't take the extra ones, they'll just be discarded." Hearing this, Qing Wan finally walked over, selected 2 sets of fitting casual wear, and handed them to Shen Ye to be temporarily stored in the storage ring. As the 4 of them reached the 5th floor's corridor, Shen Ye suddenly stopped. He felt that the stairs beneath his feet seemed to be shaking. Again and again, a rhythmic vibration came down from above. Dust fell from the gaps in the stair railing, landing on the hair and shoulders of the few people. With each tremor, the bulbs in the corridor swayed slightly, the tungsten filaments emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Suddenly, a massive silhouette appeared at the platform around the corner of the stairs. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of bare feet, each as large as a basin, with short, thick toes, and the gaps beneath the nails filled with mud and blood. Moving up, there were legs devoid of any skin, the exposed muscle fibers resembling those of a skinned bullfrog, dark red blood vessels writhing on the surface like worms. The upper body was bare with massive muscle masses clearly defined, exuding a sense of power. This zombie had shoulders nearly 2 meters wide, blocking the entire corridor with its body. Its head was lowered, preventing Shen Ye from seeing its face. He could only see the muscles at the back of its neck contracting and relaxing as if it were breathing. In the next moment, unlike the previous zombies that attacked upon encounter, it raised its head and revealed a smile. The skin on this zombie's face was intact, resembling a living person more than the ordinary zombies he had encountered before. Suddenly, an oppressive aura burst forth from its body, making the 4 of them feel slightly breathless. It was a tier 3. Qing Wan's body tensed up abruptly, her hands starting to tremble uncontrollably. "That's it." These 3 words were soft, but they clearly conveyed the anger and mingled fear to anyone who heard them. Qing Wan fixed her gaze on this tier 3 zombie, which stood like a small iron tower in front of her. Just 2 days ago, she had witnessed her 2 closest comrades being torn apart by this monster, unable to do anything. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon, aiming the muzzle of her gun at the zombie's head. "No way," Shen Ye said, reaching out to press down on the barrel. "The sound of your gun is too loud. It will attract zombies from this building and even other buildings." Qing Wan gritted her teeth, but chose to obey, lowering her gun. The muscular zombie suddenly tilted its head. The movement was slow, like a curious child teasing a bug. But soon its expression turned incredibly ferocious, and its body began to move. Its speed was far beyond that of the suit zombie. In Shen Ye's pupils, that 2-meter-tall figure instantly filled his entire field of vision. A fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down the wind from the punch, making his scalp tingle before the fist even arrived. He barely managed to block it with the ghost head blade held horizontally in front of him. Bang! Shen Ye felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. His feet left the ground, and he was sent flying, crashing through the wall between the corridor and the adjacent room. Bricks and cement fragments exploded. His body pierced through that wall, shattering a coffee table in the room, and finally slammed into the opposite wall, leaving a large crack in the plaster. "Shen Ye!" Song Xia exclaimed, rushing first into the gaping hole. As the dust settled, Shen Ye was half kneeling in the debris, the ghost head, sword embedded in the floor, struggling to support himself. His clothes were torn at the back, dust and blood smeared on his skin, every inch of his flesh burning with pain. In the next moment, Song Xia crouched in front of him, the white light of holy healing enveloping his upper body. The wounds carved out by the brick sealed and scabbed over within seconds. At the same time, a faint golden glow spread from her palm, covering Shen Ye's shoulder. With the inspire buff in effect, Shen Ye's pain eased significantly. "Fortunately, the ribs aren't broken," Song Xia said lightly, her tone filled, "but there is a slight fracture in the left shoulder which has already begun to heal. The muscle strain in the right forearm is quite severe, Full recovery will take another But as soon as she finished speaking, Shen Ye stood up. Real combat was not a turn-based game. The enemy would not wait for you for 10 seconds. Through the hole in the wall, he saw that muscular zombie, standing in the corridor, tilting its head as it looked at the human-shaped hole it had left in the wall, as if admiring its It did not pursue, it seemed to relish in the thrill of tormenting the weak. Shen Ye had seen that expression before. When he was a mercenary in his past life, true experts wore the same expression after eliminating a rookie. It was not contempt, but rather a sense of normalcy. This zombie's strength was far greater than any oddity he had encountered. Even its intelligence was nearly on par with that of a human. It did not pursue, it seemed to relish in the thrill of tormenting the weak. Shen Ye had seen that expression before. When he was a mercenary in his past life, true experts, those eyes held no anger, no fear, only a calm focus. Just like when he fought the red-cloaked oddity by the waterfall. Slaughter mark. Death sentence. 2 uneven dark red marks landed on the muscular zombie's body. In the same second, Shen Ye's figure vanished from the spot. His speed reached its peak. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his speed since advancing to Tier 8. His body left a gray afterimage as he dashed through the wall hole, the blade slicing horizontally, targeting the thinnest part of the zombie's waist. The zombie's reaction was much faster than the suit zombie. It sidestepped just as the blade was less than 5 centimeters from its skin, pressing its arm down and hardening its elbow to intercept the ghost head's blade. Clang! The metallic ringing exploded. Shen Ye felt a numbness in his palm, but this time it was different from when he had struck the suit zombie. The blade was not empowered by the death sentence. The blade embedded nearly 2 millimeters into the bone, dark green liquid oozing from the wound. The zombie looked down at the wound on its arm, then raised its head to look at Shen Ye. The smile vanished. It threw a punch, but this time Shen Ye did not take it heed. Using the recoil of the blade, he stepped back, the wind from the punch brushing past his nose. 8 times. The red number flashed in his vision, like some form of judgment from another dimension. Shen Ye did not hesitate. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, the tiles shattering, propelling himself forward as the blade struck toward the same spot for the second time. The zombie raised its sizzle. This time the blade did not emit a metallic ringing. Instead it sliced straight in. First the skin, then the muscle, and finally the bone. In the face of the 8-fold critical strike, that invulnerable layer of defense was torn apart, like paper. The ghost head sliced into the zombie's left waist, perfectly hitting the spot Shen Ye had aimed for horizontally, penetrating the entire abdominal cavity and exiting from the right waist. The cut was as smooth as if it had been finely machined. The upper and lower halves of the zombie's body slid apart. Its massive form crashed to the ground, dark green bodily fluid gushing out from the severed surface, splattering against half the wall. The 2 severed legs stood in place for nearly a second before bending at the knees and collapsing. A pool of an indescribable foul odor quickly gathered on. Qingwan stood at the corridor's entrance, her mouth agape in shock. Even her hands holding the gun trembled slightly. Is he really only an 8th tier sequence? Previously, Qingwan had observed Shen Ye cutting a 3rd-tier suit zombie through a scope, but at that time, she was nearly 900 meters away and couldn't see the detail. This time she was merely 10 meters away, witnessing Shen Ye slice a 3rd-tier zombie in half with a single blow. When she was with the Longting convoy, the strongest strike she had seen was when the captain used all his strength to cleave a 2nd-tier eerie zombie's skull. At that time, her captain was quite different from Shen Ye. He was just one advancement ritual away from becoming a 7th-tier sequence. And what about Shen Ye? If she hadn't misjudged, he was still merely a newly initiated 8th-tier sequence. That strike, just now, was incomparably stronger than her captain's. At that moment, their entire convoy had barely managed to leave a few shallow cuts less than a centimeter deep on that muscular zombie. Not done yet. Shen Ye's voice pulled her back from her shock. The 2 severed body parts on the ground did not disintegrate into ashes like the 1st and 2nd-tier zombies they had previously encountered. Instead, after a few seconds of stillness, they began to move again. It was not a death struggle, but rather a purposeful motion. The upper body clawed at the ground with both hands, crawling toward the broken waist. The lower body's legs kicked, aimlessly drawing closer to the upper half. From the severed muscle tissue, numerous fine strands of flesh reached out, as if countless worms were peeking out from the cut, wriggling in the air, searching for the other half. This was identical to the regeneration method of the red-clad Eerie. However, it was not as fast. It was as if the instant death effect of the ghost head had not been triggered before reaching the 7th tier. No matter how strong his strike was, it couldn't kill this Eerie. Thinking of this, she suddenly turned to look at the still shocked Si Yuning. Officer Si. Si Yuning jumped in shock, but in the next moment, she already knew what she had to do. She ran over from the corridor, her steps steadier than before. As she passed by Shen Ye, she glanced at him, but said nothing. She squatted next to the 2 severed body parts of the zombie, pointing her right hand at the regenerating severed section. You have killed multiple law enforcement officers and harmed numerous innocent civilians. The charges are established, and I will apprehend you in the name of law enforcement. With that, the judgment magnetosphere descended. The 2 severed body parts of the zombie were fixed in place less than half a meter apart. Those strands of flesh hung in midair as if frozen in water. The fingers of the upper body remained in the position of digging into the ground, their tips wedged into the crevices of the floor tiles. Si Yuning did not hesitate, unbuckling the manifested handcuffs from her waist and slamming them onto the zombie's wrist on the upper body. Crack. The handcuffs closed. The magnetosphere dissipated. The upper body of the zombie shook violently, attempting to crawl toward the broken waist, but its handcuffed arms were completely powerless, only able to scrape against the ground. The lower bodice legs kicked a couple of times, losing the guidance of the upper body, aimlessly dragging across the floor. Shen Ye approached it, raising his knife. Qingluan, the zombies upstairs and downstairs have heard the commotion and are heading this way. Help me block the stairway. Qingluan asked no further questions, drawing her dagger and heading toward the stairway. She had previously witnessed Shen Ye kill a 3rd-tier Eerie with his 9th-tier strength, so she had some guess about the blade he wielded. Seeing that there were no more concerns, Shen Ye took a deep breath and swung down with his knife. Clang! It still had that feeling of cutting through steel. However, this time was different. Having absorbed some attributes of the muscular zombie, and after advancing to 8th tier, he could feel the blade leaving deeper marks on the bones than before against the suit zombie. Moreover, now the gap between him and the 3rd-tier Eerie had narrowed. The probability of triggering instant death would theoretically be higher. Clang! The 2nd strike. A visible crack appeared on the zombie's shoulder. Clang! The 3rd strike. The crack continued to widen, extending toward the chest. At that moment, the muscular zombie seemed to be enduring torture. With each strike, a piercing howl escaped its head. There was no longer any contempt for this weak human in its eyes. Yet no matter how it screamed, the frequency of Shen Ye's strikes would not change at all. A hint of madness even appeared on Shen Ye's face, influenced by the side effects of the sequence. He seemed to enjoy this feeling of tormenting a defeated opponent. Soon the sound of Qingluan pulling the trigger echoed from the corridor. Whether it was the increasing number of zombies rushing up from upstairs and downstairs, or the unbearable pressure, she couldn't help but use that sniper rifle. The sound of the Soul Pursuer firing was very soft, unlike the explosive roar of an ordinary sniper rifle, more akin to a suppressed murmur. The black bullets consecutively penetrated the chests of 5 zombies, and just as it pierced through the waist of the 6th zombie, it suddenly exploded. After the bullet exploded, flames mingled with the blue electric orbs contained within. These orbs clung to the zombies, continuously roaming and wreaking havoc, turning several into charred remains on the spot. With just one shot, over 10 zombies were taken down. Of course, this was not solely due to the Soul Pursuer. Part of it was also attributed to Qingluan's sequence ability. Shen Ye. Song Xia shouted from the other end of the corridor, "Not good, 3 zombies are coming my way." Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out in succession. The 2 bullets from the pistol were instantly fired off. However, the bullets hitting the zombies only splattered 2 sprays of blood, failing to halt the zombies' advance. Seeing the 3 zombies drawing closer, Song Xia had no choice but to draw her knife and prepare for close combat. Get back. The voice of Qingluan came. Song Xia instinctively stepped aside toward the wall. Bang! The sound of the sinful soul echoed again. The black bullets emitted a black light and directly penetrated the 3 zombies in the corridor. Before the few could catch their breath, the commotion throughout the entire building grew louder. More footsteps echoed as they approached their floor. At this moment, they were completely surrounded. After Qingluan fired 3 shots with the Soul Pursuer, it entered cooldown. Helplessly, she picked up the dagger again, glanced in Shen Ye's direction, and then moved forward. By the time Shen Ye delivered the 7th strike, the zombie's neck had been severed halfway, its grotesque head tilted to one side, but those murky gray-white eyes were still. Si Yuning stood to the side, somewhat at a loss. It was her first time facing so many Eeris. However, before resolving this muscular zombie, her ability could not be used, and merely watching without causing a disturbance was already her greatest help to Shen Ye. Rip! At the stairway, Qingluan was caught off guard and scratched on her back by a zombie behind her, tearing a large hole in her combat suit, revealing her snow-white back along with a crimson scratch. This caused her pain and a chill in her heart. Is it not done yet? I can barely hold on. After dealing with the ambushing zombie, she gasped towards Shen Ye's direction. As soon as her words fell, Shen Ye's 8th slash landed precisely. Immediately, countless red lines suddenly surged from the blade of the ghostly head. Those red lines exploded from the hilt, spreading like crimson lightning along the zombie's skeletal pattern, and in the blink of an eye, they covered its entire torso. As before, the red net tightened, constricting between flesh and bone. This time, the muscle zombie's white eyes finally revealed a hint of fear. With his final roar, the red net suddenly constricted violently. The entire upper body of the zombie was cut into countless fragments, along with the 2 severed legs still twitching, turning to dust within the net. Gray-white dust floated in the air, leaving only a pale, gleaming azure spirit crystal on the floor. Killing points 8,164. Blood food 1. As a warm current entered his body, Shen Ye glanced at his own hands. The increase in strength and speed could be felt with just a gentle grip. Every muscle fiber in his body was trembling with satisfaction at this moment. This muscle zombie provided attributes far superior to the suited zombie. Based on the ratio of killing points, it was only a step away from reaching the 4th tier. Shen Ye. At that moment Song Shia's voice rang out again in surprise. Shen Ye turned his head. He saw a golden pillar of light descending from the ceiling directly above Song Shia, enveloping her entirely. The golden light was soft yet bright, making her long dark brown curls seem as if they were ignited, each strand shimmering with an amber glow. Qing Wan turned back from the stairs, and upon seeing the light pillar her expression showed no surprise. She is currently in the promotion stage, come help me first. Hearing that Song Shia was being promoted, Shen Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief, not even picking up the azure spirit crystal on the ground, and rushed towards the stairs with his sword drawn. His presence was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These ordinary zombies were bizarre, none could withstand a single blow from him. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he got close, any 3rd-tier anomaly would be obliterated by him, and even if another 3rd-tier anomaly appeared, as long as it had no special means, he could handle it alone. Meanwhile, on Song Shia's side, the golden light lasted nearly 10 seconds before slowly retracting, finally condensing into a thin line that entered Song. When she opened her eyes, a faint golden light flashed deep within her pupils. As that light completely dissipated, her entire demeanor underwent an indescribable change. Next, a stream of information unfolded in her mind. Sequence 8: Holy Healing Priest. Holy Healing Baptism active consumes 30 points of life force to summon a golden beam of light to descend vertically from above, enveloping the target's entire body. During the duration of the light, negative statuses not exceeding the caster's own tier will be forcibly removed from the target, including but not limited to viruses, fungal infections, toxins, curses, mental pollution, low-tier, anomalous parasitism. After purification, the light will leave a faint golden halo of blessing on the target's surface for 24 hours. During the blessing period, the target will automatically be immune to a portion of curses and poisoning effects of the same tier. Life Aura active consumes 50 of life force to expand a circular area with a radius of 20 meters centered on oneself, lasting only. Within this area, the caster can actively mark up to 5 targets, including oneself. The marked targets will recover from injuries at an extremely fast pace. Furthermore, as long as the marked targets remain within the aura, they will continuously receive nourishment from life energy, even without any healing actions. The healing effect is evenly distributed and will not be diluted by an increase in the number of people. During the aura's duration, the caster cannot move. Once they move, the aura will immediately be interrupted, and any consumed life force will not be returned. This skill can only be used once per day. Side effect: Life Bottle passive can store up to 100 points of life force, increasing to 300 points, automatically restoring 100 points of life force each day up to 300 points. After the life force is exhausted, continued use of the skill will proportionally deduct from the user's lifespan. After receiving the information, Song Shia looked down at her hands. The white light of the holy healing light shone in her palms, but this time the white light had a faint golden pattern like the veins of light. At this moment, Shen Ye had just killed the last approaching zombie. The entire corridor fell silent in an instant. Without hesitation, Song Shia stepped in front of Shen Ye, her lips moved, and a beam of golden light fell upon Shen Ye. As a gentle and sacred glow illuminated him, the blisters on Shen Ye's arm began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace. The protruding surface also began to flatten gradually, the translucent skin drying and shedding, revealing the newly grown light pink skin beneath. That piercing itch transformed from burning to pinpricks within seconds, then from pinpricks to a tickling sensation, and finally vanished completely. Shen Ye looked. All the blisters and red spots had disappeared, and his skin returned to its original state. Song Shia withdrew her hand and placed her palm on Shen Ye's. The wounds previously inflicted by the bricks vanished under the light of the upgraded holy healing light, leaving no scars behind. In just 3 seconds, Shen Ye's entire right arm was restored to its former state. Is this the effect after the promotion? Shen Ye asked. Yes. Song Shia's tone carried a hint of pride, her eyes shining with confidence. Seeing that she was about to say something else, Shen Ye interrupted. We can discuss the details when we return to the convoy. First, help Qing Wan and Si Yuning with their healing. Song Shia nodded and turned to Si Yuning. Si Yuning rolled up her sleeves. Although her red spots were far fewer than Shen Ye's, she also had 5 or 6 blisters that had started to bulge. Another beam of golden light fell, and within just 2 seconds the blisters and red spots on her hands completely disappeared. Lastly was Qing Wan. Qing Wan didn't suffer from a fungal infection, but previously a zombie had clawed a gash across her back, which was now bleeding profusely. After the holy healing light enveloped her, the wound healed completely within a few seconds. Thank you. Qing Wan's voice was very low, her tone somewhat awkward, as if it had been a long time since she had said those 2 words. At this moment, footsteps of zombies echoed from downstairs again. This time they were more densely packed than any previous wave, and just by listening one could judge that their numbers exceeded 10. It was likely attracted by the muscle zombie's roar before it died. Shen Ye picked up the azure spirit crystal from the ground. Go downstairs first, we can't wait for them to come up. Shen Ye felt confident now, not arrogant. Ordinary zombies were indeed not enough to pose a threat to him. But don't forget, this is a city. If he provokes the greater horrors lurking within, even having 10 lives would not be enough. If there were no flooding, the best decision now would be to take the opportunity and retreat quickly. The corridor was already filled with zombies, and he had to break through the encirclement as soon as possible. The longer he delayed, the more strange creatures would surround him. The fastest way to leave now was certainly not through the usual routes. Shen Ye turned around and approached the bed, glancing at the distance from the ground that would make ordinary people tremble. Then, without hesitation, he jumped down. With his current physical fitness, a height of 5 stories was nothing. Even upon landing, he left 2 small dents in the concrete floor. Seeing Shen Ye jump down, Qing Wan also jumped out of the window without hesitation. Instead, Song Xia and Si Yuning hesitated. Hurry and jump. Shen Ye looked up at Song Xia. Out of trust, she closed her eyes and jumped down, landing in Shen Ye's embrace. It's too high, I can't do it. Si Yuning was still hesitating. On one hand, she feared Shen Ye would not catch her, and on the other, she had acrophobia. Her legs were trembling, and if it were any higher she might faint. Seeing the zombies rushing in, she finally steeled her heart, closed her eyes, and jumped down. However, it was Qing Wan who caught her. Just as Si Yuning let out a sigh of relief, Song Xia pointed at a dark figure at the end of the road, exclaiming, "Look." Everyone turned their heads simultaneously, and upon seeing that scene, their eyes widened. It was not just a shadow, it was countless zombies surging towards them like a tide. Bang, 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 the sound of countless glasses shattering echoed as many zombies crashed through the surrounding buildings, breaking the glass and jumping down, converging towards them. Run, it's a zombie tide, Qing Wan exclaimed in shock. Shen Ye immediately regained his composure, pressing the Shumi ring to the ground. With a flash of silvery gray light, the night Sha reappeared on the road. Get in the car. The group dared not hesitate, scrambling into the vehicle. This is a strange vehicle. Qing Wan sat in the passenger seat and began to observe continuously, especially when she heard the roar of the engine from night Sha. She voiced her curiosity. Have you seen one before? Shen Ye countered. This woman was more knowledgeable than he expected. I saw one once. Qing Wan nodded, explaining, before the Longting team evacuated from Yangqing, I saw a vehicle that was even larger than yours. But the owner of that vehicle died in front of us, crushed by a 4th-tier anomaly with a single slap. She paused, recalling the details. At that time, it seemed a family of 6 was inside, and none survived. Shen Ye was startled by her words and couldn't help but ask how strong was that 4th-tier anomaly. Qing Wan fell silent for a few seconds, as if searching her memory for a scene she was reluctant to revisit. That was the first day of the apocalypse. I only caught a glimpse through binoculars from a distance. I clearly remember that the 4th-tier anomaly was shrouded in a layer of gray mist, making it impossible to see its true form. Every time it moved, it would take hundreds of lives. It didn't bite with its mouth or tear with its hands. When it passed by, people just fell over without any wounds, turning into piles of dry bones. Her voice was very low. At that time, I was already a 9th-tier sequence user, yet its pressure from nearly a kilometer away almost suffocated me in less than half. That sense of oppression is not comparable to a 3rd-tier anomaly, and the attack methods of 4th-tier anomalies are much more unpredictable, making them far stronger than even a dozen times. At least with a 3rd-tier anomaly, you can still see its shadow. But with a 4th-tier anomaly, you won't even see how it strikes before you die. Her voice carried despair, which infected the others, and even after she finished speaking, no one in the vehicle made a sound. Outside the car window, a dense mass of zombies had surged to within 10 meters of Night Sha. The foremost ones even reached out their hands, their gray-white fingertips scraping against the car window, creating a grating noise. Shen Ye released the handbrake and floored the accelerator. The engine of Night Sha let out a deep roar, and the 8 steel tracks rolled over the ground, the entire vehicle resembling a steel beast that had broken free from its chains, charging straight into the tide of zombies. Bang! Bang bang! The crushing field was fully activated. The row of steel spikes the size of bullheads at the front of the vehicle plowed a straight path through the horde of zombies. First-tier zombies crashing into the front of the vehicle were like tofu hitting an iron hammer, instantly shattering into pieces and black blood. The dark red patterns of the crushing field flickered across the vehicle's surface, with each flicker coinciding with dozens of zombies being ground into powder. Kill points: 31 kill points, 28 kill points, 35 kill points, 29 kill points, 33. The notifications of kill points flooded Shen Ye's mind, and he grew too lazy to look. In less than 2 minutes, Night Sha broke through the encirclement of zombies and turned onto the national highway they had come from. In the rearview mirror, the zombies were still chasing, but they were unable to keep up, quickly fading into a blurry gray shadow. Shen Ye did not smile. He held the steering wheel with one hand while using the other to pull out several spirit crystals from the Shumi ring, placing them one by one on the dash. First was the green spirit crystal that had dropped from the muscle zombie. Its deep color and luminous flow within the crystal were captivating. Next was another green spirit crystal taken from the hidden compartment of the car, door noticeably lighter in color, dropped by the skin anomaly. Then with a flash of the ring's light, 4 blue spirit crystals appeared on the dashboard, all harvested from the second-tier zombies he had defeated today. The 6 spirit crystals lined up, radiating a mix of blue and green light on the dashboard. There were too few treasure chests encountered today, Shen Ye said, his tone revealing unmasked regret. I didn't even have a chance to use these spirit crystals. Qing Wan, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at the row of spirit crystals, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Just 2 days ago, when her team was still around, they had managed to open less than 5 treasure chests in total over 2 days. 3 of those were even purple. Shen Ye alone had gathered 6 in half a day, starting with blue and 2 green, yet he still complained it was too few. What kind of monster had she gotten into the car with? She wanted to say something, but hesitated. But in the next moment, the images of those 2 third-tier zombies being strangled to death by his knife flashed back in her mind. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly spoke. Shen Ye. Her tone was somewhat hesitant, as if making a difficult decision. I know a place with many unopened treasure chests. Just from where I can see, there are 2 green treasure chests. However, that place is guarded by a powerful anomaly. Its strength is nearly at the 4th tier. It has a bloodthirsty nature and a strong territorial instinct. Any life that approaches its territory will be indiscriminately eliminated. Even its kind are not spared. Oh, when I explored before, all life within a kilometer was wiped clean. She paused, as if confirming her wording. If we can kill it, that place will definitely meet your current needs. Shen Ye did not respond immediately. He slightly reduced the car's speed, lowering the engine's noise to a level where they could hear each other speak. That anomaly is the other one that wiped out your team, right? Qing Wan's expression shifted slightly. She instinctively wanted to deny it, but ultimately nodded. Her voice was somewhat dry. I admit I have selfish motives, but I assure you every word I say is true. Shen Ye gazed at the road ahead, silent for a few seconds, and then a smile crept onto his lips. Lead the way. Qing Wan was taken aback, thinking she misheard you. I said lead the way. Shen Ye interjected, his tone even more resolute this time. Qing Wan stared at his profile for 2 seconds, then turned her head and pointed towards the eastern direction. We need to enter from the eastern city entrance, and first take the small path outside the city. That area is an old-school district, half of which was demolished before the apocalypse, leaving behind buildings from the 70s and 80s. Shen Ye turned the steering wheel, and the night shroud veered into a small path mostly concealed by weeds. He agreed to this matter, certainly not out of kindness. Qing Wan was an exceptionally talented individual. An 8th-tier ranger, additionally from an official team, she possessed a wealth of information that their ragtag crew could know. Just the tier system of treasure chests and spirit crystals. If she hadn't mentioned it today, he might still be using blue spirit crystals to open purple chests. Moreover, this woman exuded a unique military aura. Once someone like her genuinely recognized a person, her loyalty was more reliable than any binding. The best way to win her complete trust was to help her seek revenge. There was no other option. Additionally, the first green treasure chest today had given him a shumi ring, raising his expectations for green treasure chests to the maximum. If he didn't use the 2 green spirit crystals in his hand today, he would have trouble sleeping for several days. There was an opportunity right here, if missed, who knew when he would encounter. Of course, he also understood the principle that opportunities and dangers coexist. Qing Wan had just mentioned that the strange entity was merely infinitely close to tier 4, without truly stepping over the threshold. With his current strength combined with Si Yuning's strong control, he was confident in defeating any tier 3 anomaly. Even if he couldn't kill it, he was still sure he could escape with his companions. Most importantly, that anomaly was a lone wolf. As long as it didn't trigger a corpse tide like before, and Si Yuning didn't make a mistake in controlling it, he could dictate how to deal with it. Night Shroud wound through the narrow path for nearly half an hour, finally stopping at the eastern city entrance. The scene here was even more dilapidated than in the southern. On both sides of the main road into the city were old buildings half demolished, rebar jutted out from broken concrete slabs like bones exposed from a rotting. There were no vehicle wrecks on the road, and the black marks on the ground were far fewer than in the southern city. It was deathly silent. Not the quiet of a place devoid of people, but a silence that felt as if something had emptied it. Not even zombies were present. Shen Ye stored Night Shroud into the shumi ring, and blood scent tracking automatically activated. Within an 800-meter radius, there was only a red dot. It was right at the 7th floor window of the old building straight ahead. He looked up and locked eyes with a pair of gray-green eyes. Those eyes were set in a gaunt face, watching him through the cracked window. There was no expression, no anger, no curiosity. Just watching. The other party had surprisingly detected their presence so quickly. Shen Ye's fingers instinctively tightened around the hilt of the ghost head knife, a chill running down his spine. Fortunately, the other party was injured, detected by blood scent tracking, otherwise he might have been running around like a headless fly for a while. Soon that pair of eyes silently disappeared. Behind the window there was only a dark, empty room left. The wind blew in from the dilapidated corridor, carrying a faint scent of rust. It has detected us. Qing Wan's voice was soft, trembling slightly with fear. Shen Ye drew the ghost head, the blade reflecting a hint of cold light in the dim illumination. That's even better, it saves us the trouble of finding it. Shen Ye forced himself to sound calm. The four did not rush to enter the building. Shen Ye compressed the sensing range of blood scent tracking to the vertical area of this building. The red dot was still on the 7th floor. It was motionless like a bloodstain nailed to the wall. It hadn't moved or disappeared, just lingering there waiting. Do you know its specific abilities? Shen Ye asked. Qing Wan swallowed, speaking rapidly. It can become invisible, not the optical camouflage kind of pseudo-invisibility, but it truly disappears. Once it enters invisibility, its scent, sound, aura, even the footprints on the ground, are erased. Ordinary perception skills can't detect its presence at all. My team suffered greatly from this ability before. Shen Ye frowned slightly. The fact that blood scent tracking could sense it indicated that its invisibility couldn't evade passive tracking. However, if it had some means to temporarily block this perception, that would be troublesome. What else? Also its claws. Qing Wan instinctively touched the torn area on her left shoulder where the tape was stuck. Its claws can tear through the armor of military. Our Longting team once had 2 military armored vehicles, and it took them down one by one, tearing straight from the roof to the chassis. Nothing was left unbroken. Additionally, when it opens its mouth, it emits a very low-frequency sound that can plunge people into hallucinations. At that time, one teammate mistook another teammate for a zombie in a hallucination and shot through the other's head. Shen Ye fell silent for 2 seconds. What were the contents of the hallucinations? Or did it simply make one person imagine another as a zombie? It varies from person to person. Some see their greatest fears while others see their deepest desires. What about you? Qing Wan did not answer. She merely moved her hand away from the tear on her shoulder and gripped the gun handle of the soul chaser tightly. Shen Ye did not press further. Si Yuning, how many times do you have left for your judgment? Oh. Si Yuning was startled by his abrupt question. There's just one last time left for today. Good. Once we go and don't rush to act. This anomaly can become invisible. Your judgment must be used when it reveals itself, and is close enough. Otherwise, if we waste it, well, lose a trump card. Qing Wan, keep watch for us using your dagger. Sure, you just stay behind me, ready to heal at any moment. The three nodded in agreement. After Shen Ye finished deploying the strategy, he pushed open the unit door and was the first to step into the corridor. This building was older than the one in Jinhua New City. The walls were of the old-style cement plaster, the surface already darkened, and the corners were covered with grayish mold. The lights in the corridor had long been out, and only the daylight seeping through the broken windows could barely illuminate the ground. The air was filled with a mix of the smell of disinfectant and rotten flesh, as if someone had been repeatedly wiping something with disinfectant in a room. The red dot in blood scent tracking began to move. It descended from the 7th floor, not fast, but each step was steady. It was not the staggering gait of a zombie. It walked down the stairs, alternating its legs one step at a time. The rhythm was identical to that of a living person. Shen Ye tightened his grip on the ghost head. The dot reached the 6th floor and stopped. Then it disappeared from blood. It's gone invisible. Shen Ye lowered his voice. I can't see it now. Everyone fall back to back. Clearly this anomaly was more cunning than they had anticipated. The four quickly gathered, each focusing in one direction. In the corridor, only the sound of their breathing and the wind whistling through the broken glass could be heard. It was quiet for about 10 seconds. Then suddenly Shen Ye felt a chill run down the back of his neck. It wasn't that blood scent tracking had detected anything. It was the instinct he had honed during his time as a mercenary regarding danger. He didn't look back, he lunged forward. As easy, a sharp cold wind grazed the back of his head, striking the spot where he had just stood. 3 parallel cuts appeared on the concrete wall, each nearly 2 centimeters deep, the edges smooth, as if sliced by a cutting machine. Shen Ye rolled on the ground and crouched up to look. That creature was standing where he had just been, about 2 meters away. It had revealed itself, though it was unclear whether it had done so voluntarily or was forced to reveal itself in the moment of attack. It was much smaller than the muscular zombie, roughly around 1.70 meters with a slender build. Its limbs were proportioned oddly, with arms significantly longer than a normal person's fingertips, nearly reaching its knees when hanging down. Its hands were not hands but claws. Each phalanx had elongated by nearly 20 centimeters, sharp and curved, covered with a dark green keratinous layer with a few drops of viscous liquid hanging from the tips. Its face was gaunt, the skin tightly pressed against the cheekbones and jawbone, as if moisture had been drawn out from within. Those gray-green eyes were embedded in sunken eye sockets, staring at Shen Ye. Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat from the shock of that strike. But the next second it suddenly tilted its head, mimicking the exact gesture of the muscular zombie, and then it left no trace behind, as if it had never existed. It jumps back and forth between the 3rd and 4th floors. The blood scent tracker has reacquired the glimmer, but its position is flashing frantically. The corridor on the 3rd floor, the staircase on the 4th floor, and the window between the 2 floors, each flash occurs in less than half a second, moving so quickly that Shen Ye's naked eyes cannot keep up. Qing Wan. To your left. Qing Wan reacted quickly, but it was still a moment too late. A claw suddenly reached out from the air to her left, aiming for her neck. She sidestepped and used her dagger to block. The blade clashed against the claw, producing a shower of sparks. The force of the blow pushed her back 2 steps, her back hitting the wall. The claw did not pursue. After missing its strike, it vanished immediately. It shows no inclination to battle. Ooh, what strong combat awareness. Shen Ye couldn't help but marvel as he stared at the wildly flickering glimmer in the blood scent tracker. It's testing our reaction speed and attack range. Once it figures it out, it will strike with lethal force. What should we do? Let it probe. Shen Ye positioned the ghost's head in front of him and closed his eyes. He no longer chased the flickering glimmer with his gaze. Visual perception was a burden at this speed. He slowed his breathing, using the blood scent tracker to lock onto each landing point of the glimmer. 3rd floor, 4th floor, the end of the corridor, the window, the ceiling. The glimmer stopped directly above him. Shen Ye opened his eyes and slashed upward with his blade. The blade collided with the claw. This time it was not sparks, but a piercing metallic cutting sound. Shen Ye felt a warmth in his tiger's mouth as something broke. He glanced down at the ghost's head in his hand. The tip of the blade chipped off slightly. A whole piece of metal fragment detached from the blade, flipping twice in the air before landing with a clang. The ghost's head actually broke. The cursed object number 8763 had its tip severed by this strange claw. Since acquiring this blade from Lin Wanxiu, it had become a nemesis to any cursed object in his hands. Even when facing the steel bones of the suit-wearing cursed, it had never even made a dent. Moreover, he had been using sharp throughout. Was this the terrifying aspect of being infinitely close to the 4th tier? However, with this strike blocked, the strange entity revealed itself. Its claw was deflected, a gash opened at the base of its claw, dark green liquid dripping down its fingers. It lowered its head to glance at its claw, tilting its head. There was no anger in that action, no emotion at all, just pure observation, like a child looking at a broken toy. Then it opened its mouth. Not a roar. A very low sound, so low that Shen Ye could barely hear it, only feeling the air vibrating. His vision began to blur. The walls of the corridor seemed to melt down, and the ceiling and floor started to invert. He saw Lu Bing's face, Zhao Biao's head rolling on the ground, the moment when Song Lei was ripped apart by the snake demon, and Lin Wanxiu emerging from the bathroom. No, it was an illusion. Lin Wanxiu wasn't in this scene. She should be at the camp waiting for him to return beside He Yunping. Shen Ye bit down on his tongue. The rusty taste of blood surged into his mouth. The pain splashed over him like a cold bucket of water. His vision shook slightly and refocused. He found himself kneeling on the ground, the ghost's head having dropped beside him, the blade stained with the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Shen Ye. Song Xia was calling him. But she didn't dare approach as the strange entity was still less than 3 meters away watching him. I'm fine. Shen Ye picked up the ghost's head and stood up. The tip was broken by less than 5 centimeters, and the blade had no cracks, unaffected for use. It's testing. First speed, then strength, now mental resilience. Shen Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It wants to know how much I can endure. If I'm correct, it will strike with lethal force next round. Qing Luan straightened up beside the wall, her fingers holding the dagger completely numb. She knew Shen Ye was right. 2 days ago her teammate had died just like this. First tested, then his weaknesses exposed, and finally pierced through the heart by a claw. Shen Ye stood up. He rotated the broken ghost's head in his hand, gripping it tightly again, the blood from his tongue still fresh on the blade. Officer C. Well, what's wrong? The next target of its attack is most likely you. Shen Ye's voice was low, his speech rapid. It has already tested my speed, strength, and resilience. If I were it, the next target would be the one who looks the weakest. And you look very weak. Si Yuning's face turned pale, but this time she did not. What should I do? Expose its form. Shen Ye calmly laid out the next tactics. It will reveal itself as it attacks. That moment will be enough for your judgment lock to capture it. As long as it is immobilized, even if only for a second, I can mark it with the imprint. Then it will be my turn. How do you know it will attack me? What if? There are no what ifs because it possesses intelligence higher than any cursed entity we've encountered. It is cautious and observant, which is both its strength and weakness. Shen Ye glanced at Qing Luan, then at Song Xia. Qing Luan had already crossed swords with it, while Song Xia stood at the back the entire time without revealing any abilities. Only Si Yuning had quietly stood in the corner doing nothing. In the perspective of this strange entity, she appeared the weakest and posed the least threat. Predators will always prioritize attacking the weakest member of the team. Si Yuning took a deep breath, then took 2 steps to the side, stepping out of the protective circle of the others. Her back pressed against the cold wall, her lips pressed into a line, her fingers trembling slightly, but she did not run. It was quiet for about 5 seconds. Then a sharp wind sound exploded in the air. The claw shot out from the air to Si Yuning's right, directly targeting her neck. It moved so fast that her eyes couldn't turn in time. But she heard the sound of the wind and Shen Ye's earlier words. She did not dodge. Instead, at the moment the claw revealed itself, she reached out toward it. You have slaughtered numerous innocent civilians and attacked law enforcers. The charges are established. I am now lawfully apprehending you. The judgment magnetic field crashed down. The claw stopped less than 5 centimeters from Si Yuning's neck. The strange entity fully manifested held in midair, its claws still poised to strike. At that moment, its grayish-green eyes finally lost their tranquility. It turned its gaze, seeing its claw frozen in the air, then looked at Si Yuning's pale, yet unyielding face. Shen Ye's death sentence had already been pronounced upon its chest. The dark red death mark pulsed on its gaunt skin like a heartbeat. So close, Si Yuning did not give it a chance to break free, directly slamming the evil restraint handcuffs onto its wrist. With a crack, the claw capable of tearing apart an armored vehicle was shackled together. In the moment the magnetic field dissipated, it attempted to become invisible again, but its body merely swayed, and nothing happened. Now is the time. Shen Ye swung his knife horizontally. This was a strike with all his might. The slaughter mark's lock, combined with the execution declaration's multiplier, caused the blade to carve a dark red trajectory in the air. The broken tip of the ghost head knife struck firmly against its waist. There was no metallic humming. The blade penetrated deep. 6 times critical hit. However, this multiplier was not enough to cut it in half. It could only carve a wound several centimeters deep at its waist. Dark green bodily fluid gushed from the wound, splattering Shen Ye's arm. The creature let out a sharp, piercing scream. It was not the low-frequency sound waves from before, but a true wail emitted from its vocal cords. Its shackled arms struggled desperately, claws digging deep grooves into the ground. Its invisibility flickered repeatedly, each flicker leaving a blurred afterimage in the air like a malfunctioning projector. Shen Ye did not give it a chance to struggle. The second strike landed in the same spot. The residual effect of 6 times damage was still active, and this blow directly expanded the wound to the point of piercing through the entire abdomen. With the third strike, its spine shattered. With the fourth strike, its neck. The ghost head seemed enraged by the severing red lines surged forth from the blade. The red threads began to split continuously, countless fine lines burrowing into every inch of its skin. Xing Wan's hand holding the dagger trembled. Even knowing this creature was doomed, she still exerted herself to plunge the dagger into its forehead, even if the tip only sank less than a centimeter. But that was enough. As the red lines enveloped the creature, it suddenly laughed, unlike any being that had been killed by an instant death effect before. There was no fear, no anger. Instead, it appeared to be liberated. Just as its smile fully blossomed, the red lines abruptly contracted. Kill points 93-51 blood feast 1 no spirit crystals. No materials. Nothing remained. It was as if its eerie invisibility had created the illusion that it had never existed. Kill points 93-51 blood feast 1 no spirit crystals. No materials. Nothing remained. It was as if its eerie invisibility had created. Kill points 93-51 blood feast 1 no spirit crystals. No materials. Nothing remained. It was as if its eerie invisibility had created. If nothing dropped, then so be it, but such a bounty of kill points was truly a pleasant surprise. With nearly 10,000 points added along with numerous attributes, this excursion was definitely not a loss. Search the building. He stowed the ghost head away. Let's find all the boxes before it gets dark. The room on the 7th floor was clearly its lair, and in such a high-level eerie guardian's domain, there must be treasures. The door to the room was open, and in the corner lay some torn clothing and backpacks left behind by the survivors who had perished at its hands. In the window-side position sat a blue treasure chest. Upon opening it, there were several cases of drinks and a pile of snacks with biscuits, chips, and chocolates stacked together, weighing at least 30 pounds. Shen Ye stored everything in his sumi ring. Si Yuning found a green treasure chest in the adjacent room. Shen Ye took out the green spirit crystal dropped by the flesh zombie and embedded it, and the chest opened to reveal a piece of clothing inside. It was neatly folded, made of a deep gray fabric, and felt like a blend between silk and metal. Eerie item 1000 faces type Eerie armor ID 7841 traits adaptive form can change appearance including color, style, and size according to the users, while it possesses extremely strong defense, unable to be penetrated by attacks below 3rd tier. Lethal protection can automatically block 1 lethal damage at a critical moment. Once triggered, cracks will appear on the surface of the armor. Using a spirit crystal of green or higher can repair the cracks and reset the blocking count. Self-cleaning automatically removes stains. Side effect: after each battle, the armor must be soaked in ice water for at least 10 minutes. Otherwise, the armor will generate intense heat reaching up to 300 degrees and cannot be removed during the period of the side effect. Description: a battle garment with self-awareness. It chooses its master to be a battle-hardened warrior. It remembers every location of lethal wounds and every master's name. Shen Ye picked up the 1000 faces, flipped it over twice, and handed it to Songxi. This is for you. You have the weakest defense in the team. What? For me? Songxi thought she must have misheard. When did Shen Ye become so generous? Just take it. Saying this, Shen Ye directly stuffed it into her arms. There was certainly a calculation behind his actions. With the enhancement of so many blood feast layers, his physical attributes, both defense and speed, were at the level of 3rd tier eerie beings. The benefit this 1000 faces gave him was not as great as giving it to Songxi. Moreover, as long as she was behind him, even if he sustained heavy injuries, she could exert herself to help him recover. This was evident when she rushed to him after he was struck by the flesh zombie's punch. As Song Xia took it, her fingers brushed against the fabric and her eyes lit up. It wasn't joy from seeing new clothing, but rather she felt Shen Ye's trust in her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you." After saying this, she immediately infused her thoughts into it, and the surface of the thousand faces rippled the deep gray, fading to off-white, and the cut changed from a male style to a female fit that hugged her figure. Seeing this scene, Si Yuning was left speechless with envy. But this action also significantly altered her impression of Shen Ye. It turned out he was not a selfish monster who only knew how to kill. At that moment, Qing Luan walked up from the corridor holding a fire axe she had taken from the wall, its blades still stained with black blood. Her complexion had improved considerably, and at least her hands were no longer trembling. "There's another chest on the rooftop." Soon they arrived at the rooftop. The wind was strong on the rooftop and light rain fell. Clearly the eerie corpse had also lingered on the rooftop. Deep claw marks were everywhere on the ground, with some even cutting through the waterproof layer, exposing the steel reinforcements beneath. Next to the water tank in the center of the rooftop sat a treasure chest similar in color to the one on the 7th floor, but deeper in hue. Shen Ye embedded the spirit crystal dropped by the flesh zombie, and as the chest opened, a musty odor wafted out. Inside there were no eerie items, no ingredients, only a rolled-up piece of parchment. It was yellowed with charred edges tied with a dark red string. Shen Ye untied the string and unfolded the parchment. It was filled with densely packed characters, but it was neither Chinese nor any language he had ever seen. The characters resembled some variant of cuneiform, sharp and dense strokes, as if carved with a fingernail. "What kind of script is this?" Shen Ye handed the parchment to Qing Luan, who had the most knowledge. Qing Luan took a glance and shook her head. "I don't recognize it. This is not any script system documented in the official database." She returned the parchment to Shen Ye. "However, I heard a piece of news before. It may be related to this item." "What?" "This kind of foreign script system seems to be translatable only by scholars who are sequence holders. Moreover, I heard last week that a scholar from a convoy obtained core information about a sequence path from a piece of parchment." Other people fell silent upon hearing this. Shen Ye, who had been slightly disappointed, immediately took on a serious expression. He carefully rolled the parchment back up and stored it in his sumi ring. Scholar path. There were no such people in his convoy, but perhaps there were in the Dusk Mutual Aid Society. He could ask the doctor during the next Ning meeting. He looked up at the sky. The clouds were still hanging low, but the western skyline was a bit brighter than before. Dusk was approaching. They must exit the city before dark. The night version of Creek City was a completely different concept from the daytime. On the way down the stairs, several people took the opportunity to briefly search through each empty room they passed, hoping to find any overlooked treasure chests. However, apart from finding a blue treasure chest in a room on the 2nd floor that contained some food seeds, the entire building yielded nothing else. Shen Ye was not disheartened. Today he had accumulated an unimaginable number of kill points, unlocking the Shumi ring and the 1,000 faces, and even obtained a piece. Such gains were something he could never have imagined before entering Xiqing. Of course, the greatest contributor to this success was undoubtedly Si Yuning. Without her strong control, he wouldn't have even passed the first suit zombie encounter. Looking back now, how wise his decision was to forcibly bring this woman from. As he pushed open the unit door, the rain outside had already stopped. The sky had darkened considerably, with clouds hanging low as if ready to unleash another downpour. As the four of them reached the main road, they almost simultaneously halted. Everyone felt a sense of being watched at the same moment. That gaze did not come from a specific direction, it bore down on them from all sides simultaneously. Hair stood on end and the back of their necks tightened with no reason behind it, yet every living being instinctively wanted to flee at that moment. Shen Ye turned around. In the distance towards the center of Xiqing, a gray mist was spreading along the streets. The mist moved quickly, as if alive, branching, advancing, and covering every road. Wherever the mist passed, the outlines of buildings were completely swallowed, not even casting a shadow. "It's a high-level anomaly." Qing Luan's voice was low and hurried. "The gray mist is a harbinger of their appearance. We are being targeted." Shen Ye gazed at the gray mist from a distance, and despite being several kilometers away, Bloodsniff showed no reaction. But his instincts were screaming alarms and nearly primal alertness. He said nothing and pressed the Shumi ring to the ground. The nightshade emerged from the silver-gray glow, the engine not yet fully revved, and he had already pulled open the car door. "Get in. Hurry." The four of them scrambled into the car. Shen Ye floored the accelerator, and Nightshade's 8 treads left behind 8 black scorch marks on the road as the entire vehicle shot forward. In the rearview mirror, the gray mist was still in pursuit. Its speed was consistently slower than Nightshade's, but it never fell entirely behind. Only when Nightshade burst out of the eastern city limits did the mist gradually slow down, eventually coming to a halt. It paused for a few seconds, then began to slowly retreat, converging back towards the city center. No one spoke in the cabin. Si Yuning slumped in the back seat, her clothes soaked with cold sweat. Qingwan held Zhaohun tightly, breathing heavily. The oppressive aura emitted by the things wrapped in that gray mist was something she had felt on the first day of the— If possible, she never wanted to feel it again for the rest of her life. Shen Ye did not slow down. He took a small road he turned onto when he approached Nightshade, circling around the old highway outside the city for nearly 20 minutes before finally turning back onto the national road heading south. Returning to the temporary camp of the Dawn team from here would take at least another half an hour. The East City and South City were separated by a vast hilly area, and the only highway traced a giant arc along the base of the mountain. The sky grew darker and strange wails began to emerge from the woods, a harbinger of the anomalies. After about half an hour of driving, some vehicle wreckage appeared on the— These were not crash wrecks. They had been pushed to the roadside, neatly arranged as if they had been cleaned up. Shen Ye slowed down, recalling clearly that there had been none of this. In the apocalypse, a cleaned road is more dangerous than one piled high with corpses, for the cleaning itself is a signal. On a rocky hill less than a kilometer from Nightshade, two figures were crouched behind a protruding rock. One of them was holding a tattered umbrella while the other was peering through binoculars at a dark war vehicle approaching. What the hell is that? That vehicle doesn't look like a car or a tank. It occupies the whole lane. Old Zhang, look at the steel spikes on that vehicle's front. Can a normal person drive that? The umbrella holder snatched the binoculars for a look and nearly dropped them. Quick, get down the mountain and tell the boss. A fat sheep, definitely a fat sheep. Whoever can drive that kind of vehicle is either from a large convoy or has stumbled upon a treasure. Whichever it is, we must make sure it stays with us today. The two of them tumbled down the mountain. At the foot of the hill, a dozen vehicles were parked haphazardly in an open area. The convoy's members were either lying down or sitting, with a few gathered around a campfire boiling water, the contents in the pot looking like rats. The man called Old Zhang ran over to a black SUV, bent down, and knocked on the window. The window rolled down, revealing a scarred face. The scar stretched from his left brow bone to his right chin, crossing his entire face. It probably wasn't treated well when it healed, with flesh flipping outwards resembling a centipede crawling on his face. Boss, a big guy is coming from the south. Just one vehicle, but it looks like an armored car with steel spikes all over the front. I estimate it might not be an anomaly carrier, but a modified heavy truck. The scarred man squinted his eyes. How many people? Can't see clearly. The windows are blacked out, but it's just one vehicle, at most 4 or 5 people. The scarred man rolled the window back up and got out of the vehicle. He wasn't particularly tall, but his shoulders were extremely broad, making his neck nearly invisible, his head appearing as if it were welded directly onto his collarbone. With his hands in his pockets, a faint wisp of black mist curled between his fingers. Block the road with the vehicles and have the brothers get their weapons ready. Today is our opening day. The group of over a dozen people moved faster than their lazy appearance suggested. 4 abandoned cars were pushed to the center of the road, forming a makeshift barrier that barely blocked the path. Everyone held machetes or iron rods, with a few even wielding homemade spears. The spearheads sharpened rebar. Their eyes glowed faintly red in the dim light of the sky, not from bloodshot, but from their pupils glowing. As Nightshade turned a corner, Shen Ye saw the row of vehicles blocking the road from a distance. A scarred man stood beside a car, arms crossed, with about 10 armed individuals behind him. The most noticeable was the big guy next to the scarred man, estimated to be over 2 meters tall, standing in the crowd like a mountain of flesh. It's a bandit convoy. Qingwan's voice was cold. This road has been cleared by them specifically to block convoy traffic. Shen Ye did not slow down. He didn't even take his hands off the steering wheel. The speed of Nightshade continued to increase, the roar of the engine echoing in the valley. Are you planning to just crash through? Qingwan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. What else? I'm in a hurry to get back for dinner. I don't have time to play house with them. Shen Ye's tone was lazy and casual, completely dismissing this so-called bandit convoy. Just as Nightshade charged within 50 meters of the barrier, the road surface suddenly changed. It wasn't a gradual change, it was instantaneous. The asphalt road seemed to be corroded by something from below, turning into a pool of bubbling black. Black mist surged from the ground, thick as ink, covering the entire lane along with the shoulders on both sides. Shen Ye had no time to brake, and Nightshade's front wheel— it was not a slow sinking into mud. It felt as if a hand had grabbed it from below. The 8 treads spun wildly in the air, crushing the force field to its maximum output, and dark red light patterns flickered madly on the vehicle's surface, but to no avail. The black mist mire was not a physical barrier, it felt more like a confinement of some rules. The more one struggled, the deeper they sank. Shen Ye released the accelerator. Clever. A rough voice came from outside the window. Once you're trapped in my abyss of evil mire, don't bother trying. The harder you press the accelerator, the faster you— The scarred man stepped out from behind the barrier, standing at the edge of the mire, looking down at the trapped steel beast. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, as if this iron monster was already in his pocket. The dozen or so henchmen behind him also gathered around, their reddened eyes particularly glaring in the dim light. Come down, don't make any pointless struggles. The scarred man's tone was casual, as if he had repeated the same lines countless times before. Open the car door, and let me see what good things you brought. Shen Ye turned off Nightshade. He took out the ghost head from the Shumi ring, the severed blade glinting coldly under the cabin lights. He pushed open the car door, leaped onto the engine hood, and then made a big leap onto the gravel ground that was not covered by the mire. He landed with his knees slightly bent, making almost no sound. The scarred man squinted at him. This skill was not that of an ordinary person. But he wasn't too surprised. It would be odd if someone who could drive such a vehicle was just an ordinary. There should be a few more inside, don't hide them. I'm in a good mood today, so if we can chat, let's chat. The scarred man tilted his chin toward Nightshade. I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to see blood, and I hope you don't make things difficult for yourselves. Yuning was somewhat surprised that he could sense the number of people inside the car through the window. The three women exchanged glances and got out of the car one after another. The dozen or so people behind the scarred man showed a noticeable glint in their eyes after seeing Song Xia and Yuning's faces. A few unconsciously licked their lips, switching their machetes to one hand to free the other to adjust their belts. You're quite lucky with the ladies. The scarred man's gaze swept over the three women, finally landing back on Shen Ye's face, grinning. How about this? I see you're also a sequence user, so we'll give you some Join our poison dragon convoy, and well, consider today's matter as making a friend. He paused, pointing at Nightshade and the three women behind Shen Ye. However, this big treasure and these women belong to me. You can follow me, and there will be plenty of benefits in the future. Are your last words finished? He spoke softly, his tone as calm as greeting a familiar passerby. Yet his gaze was exceptionally cold, as if he were looking at a corpse that still stood. The centipede scar stretching from his brow to his chin twitched slightly. Behind him, the muscular man, over 2 meters tall, took a step forward, his skin beginning to crack, revealing the muscle fibers beneath that were swelling wildly. In just a few seconds, his stature expanded from 2 meters to 5, his arms transforming into a silvery hue resembling a blend of bone and steel. As his fist tightened, the sound of air being compressed could be heard. A giant sequence, and one at least of sequence 8. Qingwan suddenly took 2 steps forward, reaching out to brush aside the disheveled hair plastered on her face. She fixed her gaze on the scar-faced man, her lips curving into a cold arc. Miao Long, do you remember me? The scar-faced man's eyes fell upon her face. The half of the face obscured by mud and hair slowly overlapped in his vision. 2 sharp eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a delicate oval face. It's you. The next moment, hatred and fury burned his entire face red. Miao Long's eyes turned crimson, not the kind illuminated by the shine of his pupils, but the blood vessels within his eyeballs bursting open. He fixed his gaze intensely on Qingwan. The centipede scar that spanned his face began to glow faintly, as if reminding him who had ruined this face. I thought about how to find you and torment you for 2 years in prison. His voice squeezed out one word at a time from his throat. Today, you've come to my doorstep. Just wait, once I kill this kid, I'll come for you first. Then let's see if you have that ability. Qingwan's voice was calm, but her right hand holding the dagger unconsciously. The debt between her and Miao Long was no longer just about a scar. He was a serious offender captured before the apocalypse, and the last one. On the day the apocalypse arrived, she was supposed to attend his execution, but what arrived first was not a bullet, but something strange. However, Miao Long was not the same as before. He was now a sequence 8 apostle of evil. Without Shen Ye's help, she truly had no assurance of victory. While she was still considering how to kill Miao Long, Shen Ye had no time to wait for them to continue reminiscing. His figure vanished from the spot. After advancing to sequence 8, his speed had reached a level that an ordinary sequence practitioner's naked eye could not capture. Miao Long didn't even see Shen Ye's stepping action clearly. He only felt a gust of wind brush past his neck, followed by a flash of black light. The ghost blade slashed down diagonally from Miao Long's left shoulder, the broken tip of the blade cleanly piercing through his right waist along the line of the collarbone. The blade was so fast that Miao Long stood for nearly half a second after being sliced in two. As his upper body began to slide down, his eyes remained fixed on Qingwan. Killing point 827, Miao Long's 2 halves of his corpse fell to the ground, black mist wafting out from the gaps between his fingers, ultimately dissipating with the wind. This scene left the onlookers speechless. Miao Long's subordinates stood stunned. Their boss, an apostle of evil at sequence 8. Before he could even unleash his skills, he was instantly killed with a single blow. It wasn't that Miao Long was weak. It was that Shen Ye was too fast. Today he had killed 3 Tier 3 aberrations in Shi City. He had lost count of how many Tier 2 aberrations he had slain that matched sequence 8. Miao Long, who relied on robbing isolated convoys to get by, didn't even qualify as an appetizer in front of him. Boss. The silver-armed giant let out a deafening roar, his 5-meter-tall body taking a step forward, his silver fist crashing down with the sound of wind. In the trajectory of the descending fist, the air compressed into a visible white mist. Shen Ye tilted slightly to the side. The fist grazed his shoulder and smashed into the ground, shattering the stone and creating a pit nearly 1 meter in diameter. He stepped on the giant's outstretched arm, using it as leverage to leap, his body twisting in midair, instantly arriving atop the giant's head. The slaughter mark fell onto the giant's chest first. Following closely was the death sentence, a dark red mark of death flickering at the position of his heart. A five-fold critical hit. The broken blade sliced down directly at the giant's crown, cutting through the spine, all the way to the pelvis. The 5-meter-tall silver giant was cleaved in two from head to toe, its 2,000-plus-pound body, crashing down, splitting into left and right halves that smashed onto the pavement. Blood and viscera spread out over a large area on the gravel ground, dark red liquid flowing down the pavement cracks. Killing point 631 Blood Feast 1. The 9 subordinates behind him stood dumbfounded. The few people who had just been adjusting their belts felt a warm stream uncontrollably surge from their pants. A few smarter ones had already turned to run towards the roadblock, their fingers gripping the car door, trying to push aside the vehicles blocking the road. The second most powerful in the squad, the Sequence 8 silver-armed giant reputed to be invincible in defense, was also killed in an instant. If they didn't run, death would be inevitable. Si Yuning took a step forward. She raised her right hand, pointing at the group of people fleeing in all directions. You are suspected of illegal murder. As soon as she finished speaking, the judgment field crashed down. 9 people were simultaneously pressed down by the invisible force. The 3 weakest were directly pinned to the ground, their faces pressed against the gravel. Even breathing was difficult. The remaining few barely managed to stand, their legs trembling, and the knives they held had long since fallen to the ground. Si Yuning walked up to Shen Ye, extending her hand. Let me borrow the knife. Shen Ye glanced at her. In the judgment field, her expression was devoid of the frantic look she had when Shen Ye had teased her. Her eyes contained a calm coldness, starkly different from the proud demeanor she had during her time with the peacekeeping squad. He handed her the ghost blade. Si Yuning took the knife, turning to walk towards the first criminal immobilized. That man watched Si Yuning approach with the knife, wanting to shout, "Spare me," but under the pressure of the field, he couldn't even open his mouth. Si Yuning thrust the knife through his heart, then pulled it out, and walked towards the next. Her movements were not hurried. Each action was steady. It wasn't the kind of frenzy that comes from bloodlust, but rather an enforcer executing a sentence. 9 Tier 9 criminals, 9 strikes. Shen Ye watched from the side. He noticed that with each criminal Si Yuning killed, the aura within her surged upward a notch. She likely felt that sense of fullness herself. Previously, when she had used the restraints in Shi City, she had gained experience several times. Now executing the sentence herself had a stronger effect than merely restraining. When the last blade fell, the judgment field dissipated. Previously, when she had used the restraints in Shi City, she had gained experience several times. Now executing the sentence herself had a stronger effect than merely restraining. When the last blade, she wiped the blood off the blade with her sleeve and returned it to Shen Ye. Thank you. Shen Ye's lips curled slightly. Do well, and I'll leave this kind of scum for you to gain experience from in the future. Si Yuning's face turned red as she retorted, I'm not a killer like you. Behind her, Qing Luan stood beside Miaolong's corpse. She stared at the 2 halves of the body on the ground, still twitching, slightly, remaining silent for several seconds. 2 years. From the first time she chased after Miaolong for 3 whole months in the border rainforests to leaving a scar on his face in an abandoned factory, and now watching Shen Ye slice him in half on an apocalyptic road. She bent down and rummaged through Miaolong's pocket, pulling out a black token engraved with some twisted patterns resembling some form of identity credential. She stowed the token away and turned to walk back to Yisha's side. Let's get in the car. It's getting dark. Shen Ye pushed aside all the vehicles blocking the road, clearing a path barely wide enough for Yisha to pass. He sat back in the driver's seat, starting the engine. The tracks rolled over the gravel surface and turned onto the highway. In the rearview mirror, the wreckage of the Poison Dragon convoy was quickly swallowed by the night. Those more than 10 vehicles were still parked at the foot of the mountain with supplies inside, but Shen Ye had no time to salvage them, and there probably wasn't much profit anyway. The sky was nearly completely dark and the gray mist could appear at any moment. The cabin fell silent for a while. Si Yuning leaned against the sofa, her entire being almost exhausted. Today she had pushed the judgment to its limits, executing 9 criminals, and the sense of progression within her was stronger than ever. The atmosphere in the temporary camp of the Dawn team began to sink since the afternoon. First, the red spots on Lu Dahai's body spread to his neck, then He Yumin's arms started oozing yellow fluid, and soon after Chen Lao's entire legs. He Yunping had rummaged through all the usable medicine, antipyretics, anti-itching, and anti-inflammatory drugs. He had gone through the boxes seized from the Blood Eagle team no less than 5 times, yet none were effective. By dusk, the number of infected individuals had exceeded 20. Lu Dahai, the first to fall ill, had already begun to lose consciousness. His eyes were half open, and while his eyelids moved slightly, when his name was called, he could no longer speak. The air in the camp was even more oppressive than in Shiqing. At least in Shiqing one could run, here they could only lie down and wait for the red spots to crawl from their arms to their faces. The air in the camp was even more oppressive than in Shiqing. At least in Shiqing one could run, here they could only lie down and wait for the red spots to crawl from their arms. Do you think Team Shen might already? A middle-aged man huddled by the car door dared not finish his sentence. But those around him, do you think Team Shen might already? A middle-aged man huddled by the car door dared not finish his sentence. But those around him knew what he meant. What is a city? Before the apocalypse, it was said that cities were zones of the living dead. The places with the most monsters where 9 out of 10 who entered would not return. From the time Shen Ye drove into Xiqing at noon until now with night approaching, could he still come back? Moreover, he had that strange illness growing on his arm. How long could a person infected with that strange disease last in a city filled with zombies? Impossible, He Yunping said firmly, but even he could tell it was just to bolster his own spirits. Shen Ye was too important to the Dawn team now, if he died. He shook his head, not daring to think further. 2 young men were whispering to each other from inside a gray sedan at the edge of the camp. One was named Li Hong, who worked in a repair shop before the apocalypse and had a bit of strength in his arms. The other was Zhou Ming, a fellow villager of Li Hong, who joined the Dawn team with He Yuman. Brotherly, if Shen Ye really dies, what are we still doing here? Zhou Ming's voice was low, his eyes scanning the movements outside the window. Li Hong did not respond. He was deep in thought, looking at the distant Volvo where Lin Wanxiu sat along with the sleeping and Ning. That car had enough supplies for these people to eat well for several weeks, and it also had a walkie-talkie. It was one of the best conditioned vehicles in the entire team. Most importantly, Ning was a guide who could sense danger and find safe routes for the team in the apocalypse. As for Lin Wanxiu, that face and figure, he had already dreamed of her several times. The most crucial point was that these 2 women seemed to lack any combat ability. Thinking of this, a lewd smile suddenly appeared on Li Hong's face. I want to pull off a heist, Li Hong suddenly said, startling Zhou Ming for a moment. Let's rob that Volvo. Captain N can guide us, and Lin Wanxiu is in the car, plus there are quite a few supplies on board. Now that Shen Ye is dead, those women will soon be looking for a protector. If we don't act now, once the team disperses, those 2 pieces of meat will be scooped up by someone else. If this heist succeeds, those 2 women will each belong to one of us, or we can trade as well. Huang's expression grew darker. There are rules in this convoy. Members are not allowed to fight each other. Are you saying you don't respect Captain Song at all? Li Hong shook off his hand. What are you talking about? Didn't you see He Yunping's face just now? He doesn't even believe that Shen Ye can come back, so this is probably true. Li Hong licked his lips, unable to hide the greed in his eyes. Besides, even if Shen Ye returns, well, already be long gone. This world is so big, how could he Zhou Ming, in the end, it's the bold who survive and the timid who perish. Do you really want to stay here as a bottom-tier member for the rest of your life, living day to day? Facing Li Hong's persistent persuasion, Zhou Ming clearly showed signs of being swayed, remaining silent for quite a while. He thought of Lin Wanqiu's face and in Ning's obedient demeanor. After all, they wouldn't survive many more years in the apocalypse. Oh, why not take a gamble? That's true, but with our small number of people, we probably can't even get past He Zipping's watch, right? His question was clearly in agreement. Li Hong's smile widened. This will be easy. Just call Wang Chong and Ma San. These people are familiar with us. Tell them the benefits are great, and they'll definitely do it. Within 20 minutes, Li Hong had gathered 5 people. The 5 squeezed into one car, and Li Hong repeated the plan over and over. First, send someone to knock on the window, find an excuse for Lin Wanxiu to open the door. Once the door opens, the rest can rush in. As long as they control and Ning, the car will be theirs. The plan wasn't particularly brilliant, but it was sufficient. There were originally very few people who could manage things in the team. With Shen Ye absent and Song Xia not present, the remaining He Yunping was just an ordinary person without even an awakened sequence, with only 2 or 3 people he could use. Let's move. Lin Wanxiu sat in the driver's seat of the Volvo, continuously playing with a spring knife given to her by Shen Ye, but her attention wasn't on the knife, as she was looking at the road ahead, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was tapped a few times. She snapped back to reality and turned her head. It was a young man she didn't recognize, looking quite anxious, holding no weapon, yet his expression was quite sincere. Sister Lin, brother, he asked me to come and talk to you. Could you please roll down the window? Lin Wanxiu remained still. She stared into the young man's eyes for 2 seconds before picking up the walkie-talkie from the dashboard. Brother, did you send someone to find me? He Yunping's voice came through the walkie-talkie, clearly puzzled. No, I haven't sent anyone to you. The young man's face changed instantly as he forgot this detail. Damn it, he pulled a hammer out from his lower back. At the same time, the other 4 rushed out from behind a nearby car. Some brandished fruit knives, others wielded iron rods, while one was barehanded but muscular. Open the door. If you don't, I'll smash it. Upon hearing the commotion on the walkie-talkie, He Yunping ran over with 2 others. But he only had a tire iron in hand, and the 2 behind him were in poor condition. One's hands were shaking from illness, and the other rushed over without even having time to grab a weapon. Several people began to grapple around the Volvo. Before He Yunping could swing his tire iron a couple of times, Wang Chong grabbed him from the side, and Ma San kicked him in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. The other 2 helpers were also subdued, and the dull sounds of fists hitting flesh could be heard even through the car doors. Li Hong approached the car window with his hammer, looking through the glass at Lin Wanxiu inside. Last chance, open the door. Lin Wanxiu tightened her grip on the switchblade, using her other hand to shield Ning. I warn you, you'd better not act recklessly, or else Shen Ye will not let you off when he returns. Li Hong involuntarily flinched at the mention of that name. However, that was all. He then proceeded to laugh heartily as if he had heard a colossal joke, and the few people beside him joined in with lewd chuckles. Shen Ye. Bot. I admit he got lucky and became part of the awakening sequence, but what kind of place is the city? A forbidden zone for humanity. Even if one were a sequencer, they wouldn't survive once inside. Beauty Lin, I advise you to obediently open the door. If you make it easier for us, you might suffer less. Upon hearing Li Hong's words, the laughter of the others grew more unrestrained. Lin Wanxiu turned pale with fear, instinctively glancing back at the rear seat, where Ning was still under the influence of drowsiness, showing no reaction to the outside world. Her breathing was shallow, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she were trapped in a troubling dream. Li Hong, unable to wait any longer, raised the hammer. He prepared to smash it against the car window. Boom, boom. Suddenly a low rumbling engine sound echoed from the end of the highway. The sound was distant, yet it resonated clearly in the dead silence of the camp. It wasn't the typical hum of an ordinary engine, it was a deeper, more resonant roar akin to the breath of a fierce beast. The last time the people in the camp heard this sound was last night and this noon. Especially last night, when Shen Ye drove the Night Slayer, crushing more than a dozen strange. Li Hong's hand froze in midair. He turned his head, and a dark shape was rapidly approaching from the end of the highway. The dark vehicle had 8 steel tracks and a row of steel spikes the size of bulls' heads at the front. Impossible. Zhou Ming's voice trembled. That vehicle. It's Shen Ye's. He Yunping lay on the ground, mouth full of mud, grinning towards that direction. When he smiled, his teeth were stained with blood. Damn it, I knew it. Good people don't live long. Calamities last for thousands of years. How could the murderous Shen demon have shot so quickly? This was his inner thought, but he dared not voice it. If he angered Li Hong and the others, he would likely be killed before Shen Ye even arrived. Inside the Volvo, Lin Wanxiu relaxed her grip on the switchblade. As the steel monster drew nearer, Li Hong steeled himself and dropped the hammer. With the first strike, the car window cracked like a spider's web. Lin Wanxiu recoiled slightly, instinctively gripping Ning's arm. With the second strike, the car window shattered. Glass shards flew into the vehicle, landing on the seats and carpet, some tiny pieces even landing in Lin Wanxiu's. A hand reached through the broken window, unlocking the door, and the car door was yanked open from the outside. Li Hong seized Lin Wanxiu by the collar, pulling her to the edge of the window and forcing the switchblade against her neck. The blade pressed against her skin, just half a centimeter deeper, would draw blood. Don't move. If you move again, it'll stab you. The Night Slayer moved quickly, rushing into the camp in an instant. 8 tracks left long drag marks in the mud. Before the vehicle had fully stopped, the driver's side door was pushed open from the inside. Shen Ye jumped out of the vehicle, his face and body smeared with blood, both human and otherworldly, red and black mingling together, with his jacket sleeves still dripping with unknown blood. His eye sockets were bloodshot, veins crawling along the corners of his eyes. The side effects of the butcher sequence had not fully subsided. He stood there, not intentionally releasing any pressure, merely glancing towards the Volvo. Li Hong's legs weakened slightly. Wang Chong nearly dropped the machete in his hand. Shen Ye looked at Li Hong, who had one hand gripping Lin Wanxiu's collar and the other holding the switchblade against her neck. On the other side, Ma Sen imitated him, placing the machete against He Yunping's neck, while the other 2 helpers restrained their respective injured individuals. Zhou Ming stood behind Li Hong, gripping the iron hammer, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as if they might burst. Shen Ye's lips twitched slightly upward. What are you playing at? He laughed gently, his voice not loud. But to Li Hong's ears it sounded like the whisper of a demon. The shadow of a man, the name of a tree. How some may have never witnessed Shen Ye kill, but the tales of how he executed without blinking an eye circulated daily among the. Li Hong feigned calmness, but his voice began to tremble. Shen, Captain Shen, I made a mistake today. I just wanted the brothers to have a better life. I beg you for a way out. Lin Wanxiu, tugged by her collar, found her neck caught against the window frame, her face reddening as she struggled to breathe. She kept her eyes on Shen Ye, her gaze a mix of pleading and the joy of confirming his survival. Is this your attitude when begging for help? Shen Ye's voice remained soft, but the sarcasm in his tone was evident even to the onlookers. Li Hong gritted his teeth, pressing the knife a little harder against Lin Wanxiu's neck. Let us go first, and I promise Lin Wanxiu and He Yunping will be fine. Once we've gone far, you won't be able to catch up, and we can all take a step back. Shen Ye chuckled softly. You can't leave, and none of you can kill a single person. As the words fell, his gaze suddenly turned icy, and invisible pressure exploded from his body. This was not a deliberately released sequence pressure, it was the natural aura that overflowed after the butcher sequence's slaughter mark accumulated to a certain extent, combined with the layers of blood food. At the same time, 3 slaughter marks had invisibly locked onto the 3 individuals. Li Hong, Zhou Ming, and the others all froze simultaneously. They were not immobilized, rather their brains received a signal that transcended their cognitive limits, causing their bodies to instinctively refuse to move. In their vision, Shen Ye was no longer Shen Ye. He transformed into a massive red-furred monster, standing on a ground covered in dry bones. The black sky was dyed crimson, and behind him flowed a small river, but it was not water, it was boiling blood. Crimson blood bubbled on the surface of the water, bursting with each rupture as a withered hand reached up from the riverbed only to sink again. Monster! Monster! Li Hong dropped the switchblade to the ground, stumbling back 2 steps, and landing on a pile of shattered glass. Ma San dropped to his knees, cradling his head with both hands, his lips trembling, but unable to produce any sound. Zhou Ming turned to run, but just 2 steps in he heard a faint sound of a blade cutting through the air behind him. That was the sound of the ghost head slicing through the air. Shen Ye's figure swayed slightly in place. 5 streaks of black light flashed through the air, and 5 heads fell from their necks, almost simultaneously. Li Hong, Zhou Ming, Ma San, and the 2 helpers who hadn't had a chance to introduce themselves. The 5 heads rolled on the ground for a few circles before coming to a stop, blood gushing from the 5 headless bodies, as if someone had simultaneously turned on all 5. The entire process took less than a second. The onlooking team members were left dumbfounded. Some had their mouths open, unable to close them, as they had just seen those 5 people each holding a knife to a hostage's neck, and in the next moment, they were all lying down. The heads and bodies were separated by at least 2 meters. Lin Wanxiu gasped for breath, stumbling out from the open car door. She paid no attention to the bleeding corpses on the ground, and ran straight towards Shen Ye, throwing herself into his embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist. The dirt and blood on Shen Ye smeared half her face, but she didn't care. You came back. You finally came back. Her voice trembled, her whole body shaking, but the arms around his back held on tightly, as if she would disappear if she let go for even a second. Shen Ye was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Wanxiu to react this way. Looking down at the disheveled-haired woman in his arms, her face smeared with blood and mud, he paused for 2 seconds before gently patting her back twice. Lin Wanxiu felt the 2 pats and froze for a moment. It was as if she had just broken free from some emotion, and she quickly released her grip, stepping back a pace. She lowered her head and wiped the blood and mud from her face with her sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I was just too scared earlier. Shen Ye glanced at her and nodded. It's okay. Qing Wan leapt down from the passenger seat of the Yeshan, her gaze sweeping across the 5 headless corpses sprawled upon the ground. Blood still seeped from their necks, trickling down the muddy slope to pool into a small dark red puddle. She studied the scene for 2 seconds before turning toward Song Xia, who stood nearby leaning against the Yeshan's door with arms crossed. Is this how he operates within the convoy? Song Xia merely gave a light shrug in response. Her expression remained calm, as though she had witnessed such a spectacle countless times before. More or less. She paused, then added softly, besides being rather indifferent toward life, Shen Ye is actually quite decent. Spend enough time with him and you'll find he's outwardly cold but inwardly warm. Qing Wan blinked faintly at her words. She glanced once more at the 5 corpses, and when she lifted her eyes again, her gaze held a new layer of quiet understanding. You may have misunderstood my meaning, she replied, voice laced with subtle significance. I believe what he did was justified. In this world where order has collapsed, survival hinges solely on following someone like him. Song Xia tilted her head slightly to glance at her, but offered no reply. Qing Wan said nothing further. Meanwhile, the onlookers, members of the convoy, remained frozen in place. Some stood slack-jawed, others clutched their chests, still others trembled violently, too terrified even to shift their feet. Near a black Buick SUV stood 2 young men. One was tall and slender, wearing glasses, the other had a round face and appeared barely 20. Their expressions bore no trace of terror, only the profound, trembling relief of those who had narrowly escaped death. Earlier, Li Hong had approached them as well, claiming Shen Ye was dead and urging them to join a bold, high-stakes venture. He had spoken with absolute confidence. Cars, supplies, women, you name it, it's yours. Yet they had refused, not because they lacked desire, but because their conscience had not yet withered. They knew full well who had rescued them from Zhao Biao's tyranny, who had led them step by step to this very place. Without Shen Ye, their graves would already be overgrown with grass 2 meters tall. In hindsight, that decision had in effect saved both their lives. Shen Ye raised his head. His eye sockets were still rimmed with red blood vessels webbed his sclera like the lingering traces of a wild beast surveying its territory after tearing apart it. Wherever his gaze fell, the crowd instinctively recoiled half a step. The rebellion was Li Hong's doing, not ours. No part of us. Yes, nothing to do with us. Shen team leader, we've done nothing, absolutely nothing. Don't kill us. Voices erupted from every direction, men and women alike, desperately disavowing any involvement. Some spoke so rapidly their tongues tangled mid-sentence, terrified that even a single second's hesitation might bring that jagged blood-stained blade slashing across their throats. Shen Ye remained silent, simply returning the ghost head saber to his shumi ring. Only when the black horizontal blade vanished, still slick with gore, did the crowd finally exhale in collective relief. He Yunping staggered upright from the mud. His clothes were caked in filth, his mouth tasted metallic with blood. Li Hong's men had kicked him hard. The dull ache in his lower back still pulsed sharply. Limping forward, he approached Shen Ye and wiped blood from his lip. Team leader Shen, here's what happened. He recounted the entire sequence concisely. From Li Hong's recruitment efforts to sending men to bang on Lin Wanqiu's car window to his own attempt to intervene and subsequent beating. His account was stripped of embellishment, terse factual. Before Shen Ye, such theatrics felt unnecessary. Si Yuning stood quietly beside them, listening intently. As the tale unfolded, her gaze drifted downward to the 5 headless bodies and grew colder, sharper. She stepped forward twice, spat contemptuously onto Li Hong's decapitated corpse. Spit. Ungrateful wretch. Moments earlier she'd wondered whether Shen Ye had acted too ruthlessly. Now she believed these men deserved exactly what they'd received. Her voice was low, but every ear caught it. When she lifted her head, her expression radiated the same unyielding righteousness she'd worn as a police officer. Who drove first through the deadliest stretch, carving a path for you while you waited to die? Who ventured alone into Shi's city, risking infection, to retrieve the antidote when you lay feverish and dying? And now that he's returned, you turn around to seize his vehicle and his woman. No one dared answer. Some merely bystanders moments before now burned with quiet. Indeed, privately they called Shen Ye the bloodless demon, yet every soul he'd slain had earned their end. Shen Ye glanced at her. He hadn't expected this policewoman, whom he'd forcibly brought into his fold, to be the first to speak up in his defense at such a moment. Enough. Shen Ye cut her off, not because her words were wrong, but because he'd heard something else, a distant faint sound. Not wind. A strange, intermittent cry, low guttural like some creature's mournful chant. Yet he knew most animals were long dead, or mutated beyond recognition. Only anomalies could produce such sounds. Shen Ye turned, scanning the campgrounds. He Yunping. Yes, sir. Gather everyone infected with the illness onto an open patch of ground. No exceptions. He Yunping hesitated, then comprehension dawned, and with it a flicker of hope. He dared not ask questions, immediately setting off with 2 others to notify each vehicle. Shen Ye then turned to Song Xia. Once they're assembled, treat them all, then depart without delay. Though he felt no personal investment in their survival, treating them would benefit Song Xia as well. She nodded, asking no further questions. As a physician, she would have done so regardless, even without his command. Having issued his orders, Shen Ye walked toward Lin Wanqiu. She remained rooted in place, hair disheveled, half her face streaked with dried blood and grime. Give the keys to Si Yuning. She'll drive first, Shen Ye instructed. You'll ride with me. Lin Wanqiu didn't hesitate. She turned and handed the Volvo keys to Si Yuning, who accepted them reflexively, only realizing afterward what Shen Ye's words implied. Why should I? The Volvo paled beside Shen Ye's luxurious motorhome. I won't go. I'd rather. Mid-sentence, she met his gaze as he looked back. His expression wasn't fierce. His lips even curved faintly upward, yet those bloodshot eyes offered no room for negotiation. Si Yuning bit her lip, clenched the keys tightly, and fell silent. Within 10 minutes, over 20 people gathered in the camp's central clearing. Some stood upright. Others lay prone, still more leaned heavily on companions, just to remain vertical. Red rashes spread from wrists up to throats, some already oozing yellowish fluid. The air hung thick with the acrid stench of antiseptic mingled with decay. A few retained clarity of mind, and the sight before them sent chills down their spines. They knew well enough that Shen Ye was no benevolent savior, gathering all the infected together. What if this wasn't treatment, but quarantine, or extermination? Such a move would be entirely within the demon Lord Shen's repertoire. A middle-aged man burning with fever and laid upon a wooden door summoned his last strength to clutch his neighbor's sleeve. Don't take me there. Is he going to kill us all? I can hold on. I can still hold on. His neighbor ignored him, continuing to lift the door toward the clearing. He didn't know Shen Ye's intent, but he understood one simple truth. If Shen Ye truly meant to slaughter them, he wouldn't go to such elaborate lengths. The group assembled, but Shen Ye did not approach them. He had already retreated into his motorhome. Instead, Song Xia stood before them. Stay still. It will only take a moment. Without preamble, she gently raised her right hand. A soft golden column of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire clearing. The instant the light touched the red rashes and blisters, steam hissed upward, like cold water striking scalding oil. Yet there was no pain. Those bathed in the glow felt only coolness, seeping from skin into veins, then coursing through their entire bodies. The maddening itch that had tormented them all day receded like a tide. 5 seconds. The rashes faded, the blisters collapsed. Even those delirious with fever regained lucidity. A few who'd merely suffered mild colds discovered their nasal passages had cleared. Is it over? Truly over. It's gone. I'm not itching anymore. I won't die. I won't die. Divine healer. Living bodhisattva. Some dropped to their knees instantly. Others' eyes brimmed with tears. An elderly woman tremulously reached towards Song Xia's hand, then withdrew halfway, ashamed of her own grimy fingers. If Shen Ye was the demon, Song Xia in that moment was their angel. She bent down to help the kneeling rise, her voice calm. Return to your vehicles. Aberrations are closing in. Prepare to depart. At the word aberration, gratitude dissolved instantly into dread. Within 60 seconds the clearing emptied completely. Engines roared to life, one after another, illuminating the deepening dusk with overlapping halos of light. Song Xia turned and walked back toward the Yeshan. Its engine was already thundering, ready to move at any moment. She opened the door. The driver's seat held not Shen Ye, but Qing Wan. Inside the cabin, water rushed steadily the shower. He's bathing. Qing Wan nodded, her eyes still fixed on the thickening twilight ahead. Song Xia asked no more. She slid into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Silence filled the cabin, broken only by the steady cascade of water and the deep resonant rumble of the Yeshan's treads grinding over earth. The convoy eased out of the camp, rejoining the national highway. In the rearview mirror, the makeshift camp shrank steadily, until swallowed whole by encroaching night. And the eerie converging cries, rising from all directions, followed the convoy for a long while before fading into distance. Soon the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. Shen Ye opened the door and emerged changed into a clean outfit. He casually swept back his damp hair, revealing his handsome face. She glanced at the still disheveled Qing Wan, then walked to the cockpit and said to Song Xia, "You take over for Qing Wan for a while. I shall take back the wheel after her shower." Song Xia stood up from the passenger seat, glanced at him, said nothing, and settled into the driver's seat. Qing Wan rose from the driver's seat and paused for a moment as she brushed past Shen Ye. "There's hot water in the bathroom." Shen Ye took out 2 sets of clothes from his sumi ring and handed them to her, before pushing open the master bedroom door and stepping inside. The door closed behind him. Only a small warm yellow wall lamp lit the bedroom. The light was dim but sufficient to discern the outline of the bed. Lin Wanqiu had already changed into a conspicuously revealing outfit. The neckline was low and the skin below her collarbone glimmered softly under the warm light. She leaned against the head of the bed, and when she heard the door open, her shoulders instinctively tensed for a moment. But it was only for an instant. Then her body relaxed as if she had been waiting for this moment for too long. Shen Ye stood at the door watching her. The last time he had been in this bedroom, Lin Wanqiu had been completely stiff. Her fingers gripped the sheets, her gaze evasive, even her breathing was deliberately controlled. Previously, such encounters were transactional, but this time was different. Lin Wanqiu stood up, her bare feet touching the carpet as she walked step by step towards Shen Ye. She was nearly a head shorter than him. When she looked up at him, her eyes showed no tension, no awkwardness, and even lacked the subtle evasion from their last encounter. Only a kind of tranquil, almost reverent attachment remained. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Shen Ye's waist, standing on her tiptoes and kissing him without hesitation. Shen Ye was taken aback for less than half a second. During their previous 2 transactions, she had never taken the initiative to kiss him. The first time she had her back to him the entire time, and the second time, she had only passively accepted. After each encounter, she would deliberately distance herself as if to remind herself that this was merely a transaction. Shen Ye did not think much about it. The side effects of the butcher sequence were still boiling in his blood, the urge to kill was suppressed, but had not vanished. It was merely waiting for an outlet. He embraced the soft body in his arms and fell onto the bed. When Qing Wan emerged from the bathroom, she was a completely different person. Her long jet black hair fell straight over her shoulders, the ends still carrying some moisture that had not yet dried. Her features were incredibly three-dimensional, with clean lines on her brow and bridge of her nose looking beautiful, while also exuding an unreserved heroic spirit. She had changed into a simple tank top and pants. Her slender waist and the noticeable line of her abdominal muscles were faintly visible beneath the fabric. The obvious signs of training did not detract from her beauty in the least. Her skin was very fair, the kind that naturally does not tan, completely unlike someone who spent years on missions. Song Xia saw her in the rearview mirror. Her first reaction was surprise. She had previously thought Qing Wan was just good-looking, but after washing her face she appeared like a different person. Her second reaction was vigilance. It was a subtle yet undeniably present sense of alertness. With Si Yuning still unresolved, now there was also Qing. Although based on her understanding of Shen Ye, neither of these two would currently rank highly. But that was only temporary. Song Xia said little. She parked the night shadow safely by the roadside, stood up from the driver's seat, and relinquished her position to Qing Wan. "I'm going to sleep. If you can't handle it, wake me up." Her tone was very flat, and after speaking she lay down on the large sofa in the cabin. Qing Wan glanced at her. This woman had been fine just a moment ago. Why did her attitude suddenly change? Unable to decipher the reason, she simply chose not to think about it anymore. The engine restarted, and the night shadow continued down the national road. The convoy followed behind the headlights, casting a long beam of light on the dark highway. The surrounding night was heavy, the rain had stopped for a while, and visibility was decent. In the distance a few abandoned farmhouses could occasionally be seen, their window openings pitch black, devoid of any sound. However, the gray mist behind her was closely following. She dared not let her guard down in the slightest. Qing Wan drove, while habitually observing the movements along the roadside. Then she heard a sound. Very soft. Almost imperceptible. It was as if muffled by several layers of heavy material. The sound that reached the cockpit was only a... Then she heard a sound. Very soft. Almost imperceptible. It was as if muffled by several layers of heavy material. The sound that reached the... Qing Wan's senses were much sharper than those of ordinary people. At such a moment, acute hearing seemed to be more of a curse than a blessing. She quickly realized where the sound... From the door closest to the cockpit. The door to the master bedroom. Her face flushed visibly. It was not a shy red, but rather an embarrassed flush of not knowing. She instinctively tightened her grip on the steering wheel, forcibly concentrating her attention on the road. But that sound seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly drilling into her ears. Her legs unconsciously squeezed together once. Then a second time. On the third time she took a deep breath and lowered the car window just a crack. The night wind poured in, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation, finally dissipating some of the awkwardness in the cabin. But the sound did not cease. It had been going on for over 2 hours. Lin Wanxiu lay nestled in Shen Ye's arms, her entire being feeling as if all her bones had been drawn out. Her breathing was light, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and a faint blush remained on her face. The corners of her mouth curved in a shallow arc as if she were smiling even in her sleep. Shen Ye lowered his head to glance at her, brushing aside the strands of hair that had stuck to her forehead with sweat. In less than 2 minutes Lin Wanxiu fell soundly asleep. But Shen Ye could not sleep yet. After returning from Shiqing battling zombies and bandit convoys, he had not had a moment to catch his breath. Now that the convoy was moving and the outside night was relatively quiet, he finally had time to sort through the gains of the day. First, the supplies and mysterious items obtained from opening treasure chests. He mentally reviewed these items, categorizing and organizing them. The Sumi ring was a spatial anomaly, relying on it to store supplies, and the night shadow. The information on the parchment still needed study, but it involved the scholar's path, and was not something to ponder tonight. Then came the biggest gain. The kill points. Since leaving Shiqing, he had not had the chance to check. Now, with a single thought, that number floated into his consciousness. 31,734. Shen Ye opened his eyes in bed. He stared at that number for several seconds, confirming he had not miscounted any zeros. 31,734 points. In his lifetime, he had never fought such a wealthy battle. After blood refining the night shadow, he had only a bit over 300 points left. In just under 2 days, that number had multiplied a full 100 times. Excited as he was, he did not let it cloud his judgment. Kill points were the core resource of the ASURA sequence. How and where to use them would directly determine how far he could go in this apocalyptic world. He closed his eyes and began to calculate. Shen Ye's first consideration was undoubtedly the ghost head. This curved blade had accompanied him since the first day he crossed over, cutting through the apocalypse. From the second-tier green-scale snake demon of Snake Village to the third-tier zombie of Creek City, from Zhaobiao to Miao Long, each swing of the blade was a game. It was a fine blade. Its instant death property allowed him to turn the tide, even when facing higher-level anomalies, and its intangible nature granted him the means for assassination. But now it was broken. During the last encounter with an almost fourth-tier invisible anomaly, the tip of the blade snapped upon, piercing its core due to the recoil. Although it didn't affect its use, Shen Ye knew that as the intensity of the battles he faced increased, the ghost head's power was starting to lag behind. He held the ghost head, and with a thought, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Anomaly information: name ghost head, type anomalous, weapon number none, due to damage the ranking has dropped, special effects sharp activation doubles the hardness and sharpness of the blade, with a chance of triggering instant death against the weak points of anomalies. Instant death: upon triggering this effect the target dies immediately. Ineffective against non-physical targets. The chance decreases infinitely against targets above the user. Intangible: upon activation the ghost head enters an intangible state, invisible and imperceptible. Due to the blade's damage this effect cannot be used. Shen Ye was somewhat stunned. He truly didn't expect the blade's damage to have such a significant impact on the ghost head. Not only had its number dropped, but its intangibility was also sealed. Had it not been for the instant death effect still being usable, facing that invisible anomaly would have likely ended badly. He wondered if blood refinement could also repair this. With a thought, a piece of information surfaced deep within his consciousness. Would he use 10,000 kill points to perform blood refinement on the ghost head? Shen Ye unhesitatingly chose yes. In the next second the ghost head transformed into a stream of light, merging into his brow. His consciousness was dragged into a crimson world. Before him stood a majestic red gate engraved with intricate patterns he could not comprehend, each line pulsing slightly, as if blood flowed beneath. The ASURA treasury. He had been here once before, but last time he was so focused on the shells that he hadn't noticed a furnace beside the door. The stream of light enveloped the ghost head and flew into the furnace. Immediately 10,000 kill points transformed into fuel, igniting at the bottom of the furnace. Strangely, what churned within the furnace was not flame. The scarlet liquid boiled and surged within the furnace, emitting a sound akin to a heartbeat. The blade of the ghost head floated in the blood, and each time it was engulfed by the waves a crack on its surface vanished. Time passed, though it could have been just a moment. The blood stopped churning. A dark red light shot up from the furnace and Shen Ye's consciousness was violently pulled back. He opened his eyes. A curved blade floated silently before him. The blade was completely restored. Not only that, but the entire weapon had grown 10 centimeters longer, its spine thicker, and its curvature sharper. Countless arcane red patterns adorned the pitch-black blade, not engraved, but seemingly seeping from within, faintly glowing under the yellow light. The ghostly head on the hilt had turned blood red. It sprouted a pair of curved horns atop its head and 2 pairs of outwardly curved fangs at the corners of its mouth. What was most chilling were its eyes. Previously closed, they were now fully opened. There were no pupils in the eye sockets, only 2 swirling masses of bloodlight. Just looking at them sent a shiver down. Shen Ye reached out to grasp the hilt. An immense weight immediately pressed down from the blade. His wrist instinctively tightened, for the weight of the entire weapon had increased by dozens of times. With his current physical condition, it felt somewhat cumbersome to hold. Then a stream of information surged into his mind. Anomaly information: name Bloodslaughter, type anomalous, weapon number 3914, special effects: sharp. Upon activation, the blade's sharpness and strength are significantly enhanced, doubling its effect against anomalies. After breaking through a target's weak point, there is a chance to trigger instant death. Instant death: upon triggering the effect, the target dies immediately. Ineffective against non-physical targets. The probability increases with the number of breaks. Intangible: upon activation, Bloodslaughter enters an invisible state, unable to be seen, perceived, or judged by the user's grip. Slaughters end: each time a target is killed, Bloodslaughter automatically absorbs a fragment of slaughter chi. When 100 fragments accumulate, it can actively release slaughters and slash. This unleashes a scarlet blade wave that ignores defenses with damage based on the number of slaughter chi fragments. There is no upper limit to slaughter chi, and it resets to 0 after release. Killing intent: upon activation, the killing aura of the blade condenses into a corporeal blood shadow. The blood shadow automatically accompanies each attack, producing a secondary slash that deals 30% of the damage. It lasts for 60 seconds with a 1-hour. Shen Ye held the blade horizontally, scrutinizing it inch by inch under the light of the wall lamp. The number had jumped from 8763 to 3914, a much greater leap than he had anticipated. The top 4,000 anomalies ranked in the entire Blue Star anomaly series. Not to mention that the original 3 properties had been enhanced to varying degrees. The newly added Slaughter's End was an accumulation-type explosive technique. In normal times, he could build up layers by slicing low-tier monsters, and once accumulated, he could unleash a devastating strike. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Against those high-defense, high-health grade anomalies, this move would be his trump card. Meanwhile, Killing Intent was a sustained explosion. Within 60 seconds, each attack would carry the Blood Shadow's secondary slash, directly increasing total damage by 30%. However, in actual combat, the effect was not just a simple tripling. These 2 moves, one short and one long, one sustained, and one explosive, elevated Bloodslaughter's combat dimension from a mere melee weapon to a level of integrated offense and defense. He stored Bloodslaughter into his shumi ring. Spending 10,000 points was worth it. However, he still had over 20,000 kill points left. How should he use them? After pondering for a while, he decided to communicate with the ASURA treasury. Unlike before, he was now much more familiar with the process. As his consciousness sank into that crimson world, he pushed open the gate and approached the shelves. On the shelf, shrouded in mist, the outlines of 3 items became clear within the fog. He then sacrificed kill points to exchange for 2 of the items. The first item was a blood crystal. The size of a fist, it was entirely crimson, with liquid slowly flowing inside. Last time, it was this item that awakened his butcher sequence, transforming him from a single sequence individual to a dual sequence, a qualitative leap in combat. The second item was that mask. It was thin, and he had no idea what material it was made from. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, but reflected no image. In his hand, it felt almost weightless, as if he were holding a piece of solidified mist. 2 items. The blood crystal cost 5,000 kill points, while the mask cost a total of 15,000. This number made Shen Ye feel a bit pained. At the same time, he noticed something interesting. After the blood crystal was exchanged, another one automatically replenished on the shelf. However, the spot where the mask had been displayed was completely empty after he exchanged for it. It seemed that the treasures in the ASURA treasury were not infinite. If he exchanged for those eyes, as well wouldn't he only be able to exchange for blood crystals afterward? When the car reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. Shen Ye did not dwell on this too much, but instead exited the red space to examine the 2 items in his hand. As for the blood crystal, let's not discuss that for now. This item is the key to awakening the sequence. Possessing one means a person has the opportunity to transform from an ordinary individual into a sequencer. He had previously promised Lin Wanxiu to help her awaken her sequence, and this blood crystal was the ticket to fulfilling that promise. Moreover, as more support came from Si Yuning Song Xia and others, the desire to establish a strong team within him grew stronger. If Lin Wanxiu could also awaken a powerful sequence, she could become his right-hand ally. In this bizarre world filled with anomalies, it is not a stage for individual heroism. The stronger the team, the higher the chances of survival. As for why he chose Lin Wanqiu, on one hand, this woman had initially chosen to exchange the ghost head for him, giving him more confidence to survive. On the other hand, her temperament suited his preferences, and she was quite beautiful. Additionally, her beauty greatly aided him in mitigating the side effects of the butcher sequence, making her a suitable candidate for the beautiful team. The idea of forming a team of beautiful women only emerged after the establishment of the Dawn team. He initially considered including a few men, but he quickly dismissed. Now that he possessed a blood crystal and could ensure absolute loyalty, coupled with his normal sexual orientation, why not choose more aesthetically pleasing women? With this thought in mind, Shen Ye turned the mask in his other hand over and over as a stream of information automatically surfaced in his consciousness. Information of the anomaly type, anomaly artifact name Faceless. ID 6733 Special Effects 1000 changes. When worn, it melds into the user's face, allowing the wearer to alter their appearance, while synchronously simulating the target's skeletal structure and skin texture. Concealment, when activated, completely hides the user's aura fluctuations for a short time, making the wearer undetectable by any means. Fading, the wearer can actively choose to reduce their presence to the point where the affected targets perceive them as a tree of stone or even a grain of sand. Mimicry can transform into any known life form with a resemblance in aura, demeanor, and actions reaching a perfect 100, lasting up to an hour. Ineffective against certain powerful beings. Demonic affliction side effect can only be worn for a maximum of 2 hours a day. Exceeding this duration carries the risk of permanently becoming the simulated target. Summary: some masks once worn for too long become impossible to remove. After reading this, Shen Ye couldn't help but gasp in awe at another powerful anomaly artifact. If the Faceless is used well, it can not only ensure survival, but even allow for stealth in places he currently dares not venture. The effects derived from these 10,000 kill points are no less impressive than from blood slaughter. Truly a product from a treasure vault, it must be of premium quality. This made him quite eager to see what effects the eyes would yield. At this moment, Shen Ye was in high spirits, preparing to sleep soundly. The ancient door shook incessantly, as if something was awakening. Suddenly his consciousness was blasted away by an invisible force, and Shen Ye opened his eyes abruptly. The ancient door shook incessantly, as if something was awakening. Suddenly his consciousness was blasted away by an invisible force, and Shen Ye opened his eyes abruptly, still unable to comprehend why. A massive stream of information surged into his mind, like a flood more intense than any previous experience. His temples throbbed and flashes of red light danced before his eyes. He did not know how long it had been. Perhaps just a few seconds. The information stream subsided. Shen Ye opened his eyes, a faint red glimmer flashing deep within. The total amount of kill points he consumed had surpassed a certain threshold, unlocking new abilities for the ASURA sequence. Not 1 but 4. Ability 1: New exchange items added to the ASURA vault. He could see the bloodstained achievements displayed where the Faceless once was. Due to being soaked in blood, the specific material was completely unrecognizable, but the exchange required 3 of his 0 kill points, which was yet another enormous feat. He attempted to probe deeper, but the information stream provided no relevant details. However, judging by the required kill points, this battle garment was likely terrifying. Ability 2: Blood Refinement Repair. Previously, blood refinement could only be used for enhancement and upgrades. Now the repair function has been unlocked. A small amount of kill points can be consumed to repair damaged anomaly artifacts. The kill points consumed depend on the extent of the damage, minor injuries costing dozens of points, while severe damage might take hundreds. With this ability, he no longer needed to worry about artifacts becoming scrap metal after being damaged in battle. The first 2 points could only be considered appetizers. The focus lies with the next 2 new abilities. Ability 3: ASURA Domain. Creates a domain aura with a radius of 10 meters centered on himself. Within the domain, the owner of the ASURA sequence, Shen Ye, is unaffected by any restrictions on skills. Stun, confinement, slowing, binding, all ineffective. Additionally, he is immune to all forms of mental attacks. Fear, charm, illusions, spiritual piercing, all ineffective within the domain. Furthermore, while within the domain, Shen Ye gains the status of growing stronger in battle. During the duration of the domain, each of Shen Ye's attacks will accumulate a layer of battle intent. The higher the battle intent, the faster the attack speed, and the greater the damage. Once the battle intent reaches a certain threshold, it triggers the Divine Rage effect. Divine Rage, temporarily immune to all damage, any form of attack, deals double effects lasting for 10 seconds. Moreover, after the domain is activated, it consumes 5 kill points per second. His Shen Ye could not help but gasp, exclaiming, what a monstrous effect. However, the consumption of kill points is too high. 5 points per second means 300 points per minute, 1800 points per hour. This is absolutely a gold-guzzling beast. Though it's expensive, the effect is certainly worth it. Skill 4: ASURA Blood Pact. The target of the blood crystal automatically forms a blood pact with Shen Ye. Shen Ye is the king and the contract is the slave. The slave shares 30 of the king's base attributes, and when they kill a target, the king receives 30 of the normal kill points from that target. For example, if the king personally kills and gains 100 points, the slave gains 30 points. In addition to the 4 abilities, Shen Ye could clearly feel a significant enhancement in his physical qualities. Now, even without relying on Si Yuning's strong control, he could confront third-tier anomalies heat-in and could even kill them with a bit of luck. He could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He had not expected that today risking his life to venture into Shiqing would yield such tremendous rewards. However, he did not let the surprise cloud his judgment. No matter how great the reward, surviving was the result of the joint efforts of him and Si Yuning. Had either of them been absent, he would have struggled to survive or achieve such significant gains. Meanwhile, on an unknown mountain path, a convoy was rushing towards the nearby road. The convoy was small, consisting of only 7 or 8 vehicles, but each had been modified. Welded bulletproof steel plates, crossbows mounted on the roofs, and dense rivets on the hoods all indicated the ferocity of this convoy. Leading them was not a vehicle, but a wolf. Its body was as large as a tank, and its silver-gray fur glistened with a cold sheen under the moonlight. Its limbs were as robust as stone pillars, with sharp claws digging into the mud, leaving deep imprints the size of basins with every step. The most alarming feature was its neck. Not one but two. 2 ferocious wolf heads were side by side on its thick neck, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight. 4 wolf eyes glowing with a purple hue scanned the surroundings with a sinister cold intensity. On the back of the silver giant wolf sat 2 figures. Both were cloaked in black. As the night wind blew, the edges of their cloaks fluttered, but the faces beneath the hoods remained shrouded in shadow, obscuring their expression. The figure sitting in the back rose and took a couple of steps forward to sit beside the leader. "Boss, the poison dragon is dead." The voice was low, as if reporting a trivial matter. The leading figure in black did not respond immediately. After a few seconds, a hoarse voice came from beneath the hood. "How did he die, Unclear." The other figure in black shook his head. "He died too quickly to use the token we gave him. However, that token is undamaged and appears to be moving continuously, suggesting it was picked up." The leading figure in black fell silent for a moment, a hint of coldness appearing at the corners of his mouth. "That means he was killed by someone else. Interesting. If I remember correctly, Miao Long has already advanced to sequence 8, right? He didn't even react when he was killed. The one who killed him must be far stronger than he was." The figure beside him leaned forward slightly and tentatively asked, "Should we find the one who killed Miao Long, and then—" He didn't finish, but made a gesture across it. The leading figure in black chuckled, the sound piercing through the night. "Of course we must take revenge. No matter what, Miao Long was one of our Poison Dragon convoy's external captains. Moreover, that person dared to pick up the token and take it away, which is tantamount to provoking us. We must avenge Miao Long." The other figure in black chuckled in response. He understood what the boss meant. The revenge was a pretext. The real aim was to plunder that convoy's resources. In their eyes, the stronger the convoy, the richer the spoils. Miao Long's death was merely an excuse. What truly excited them was the constantly moving token. It pointed to a convoy capable of annihilating Sequence 8. What treasures would a convoy that could defeat Sequence 8 possess? Just thinking about it thrilled them. As for whether the other party would be a tough nut to crack, that was far from their concerns. As long as they were a Sequence user, could they be stronger than their boss? The 2-headed giant wolf let out a low growl, its 4 purple eyes simultaneously brightening in the night. It quickened its pace, rushing towards the road. The next morning, Shen Ye woke up early. He opened the door to the master bedroom, and the cockpit was silent. Nightmare had unknowingly stopped on a vacant lot beside the road, parked next to other vehicles. Further in stood a 3-story self-built house, unrefined, its empty frame rising amidst the weeds with dusty daylight visible through the window openings. Just as he was about to walk towards the cockpit, his footsteps suddenly halted. A person was sprawled over the steering wheel. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face buried in her arms, he could not see her features. But from the delicate yet strong lines of her back, he could tell it was a woman. Shen Ye stepped closer and looked down carefully. It was Qing Luan. He paused for half a second. Last night, when this woman had burst out of Creek City covered in mud and blood, her face had looked as if she had just crawled out of a sewer. After her bath, although he had glanced at her, he hadn't looked closely. Now in the ample light, and at close range, he realized her facial features were far more exquisite. High cheekbones, a straight nose, long dense eyelashes, and skin so pale it seemed to glow. Just a bath and a change of clothes had transformed her completely. Shen Ye withdrew his gaze and looked up at the sky. It was gray and overcast with the clouds hanging low, but fortunately, it wasn't raining anymore. He now had a complete psychological shadow regarding rain. The pain was not the issue, but the itchiness was truly unbearable. He was about to turn to the storage room to get some. Qing Luan, who had been sprawled over the steering wheel, fluttered her long eyelashes and suddenly opened her eyes, her body snapping into a state of alert in a fraction. Her right hand instinctively reached for her waist, but only realized her dagger had been left in the bathroom last night. Upon seeing Shen Ye standing before her, she let out a sigh of relief. Then her eyes flickered slightly. Qing Wan had a strong sense of sequence perception. So strong that she could clearly sense that the man in front of her was completely different from the one she had encountered last night. His aura. Last night Shen Ye's aura was sharp like a bloody blade. This morning that sharpness had not only not diminished, but had surged to an even greater extent. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sharpness between his brows exuding an invisible pressure just from standing there. What startled her even more was the killing intent emanating from Shen Ye. It was not mere bloodlust, but a force that only those in power could exude. What exactly had he done last night? Did I wake you up? Shen Ye noticed her expression and felt a bit puzzled. Qing Wan shook her head. My physique is different from others. As long as I rest briefly, I can restore all my energy. This amount of sleep is sufficient for me, so it's hardly a disturbance. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't this the innate holy physique of the cattle and horses? No wonder she could survive in Creek City for 2 days. He was about to ask Qing Wan about her specific sequence ability, but she spoke first. Her voice was low and carried a hint of probing. Last night. Was that a side effect of your sequence? Shen Ye quickly realized what she was referring to. The master bedroom was closest to the cockpit, and with her hearing, she probably heard everything. He did not answer directly but retorted, How do you know? But I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Looking at the teasing expression on his face, Qing Wan's demeanor was serious. I am just curious about your sequence, don't think too much about it. Moreover, I feel you are not the type to be easily swayed. Shen Ye chuckled. How do you know I'm not? Being looked at so directly, Qing Wan couldn't help but blush slightly. The reason she thought this was simply that the way Shen Ye looked at her was different from that of other men. There was no aggression, no possessiveness, just a calm gaze, as if observing something inconsequential. What she didn't know was that Shen Ye was merely in sage mode. But soon both of them tacitly moved past the topic and began exchanging information about their respective. Qing Wan was Sequence 8 of the Ranger sequence. She excelled in operating in the dark and was proficient with all weapons, gaining additional bonuses when using ranged weapons. Her speed at night was extremely fast, and her ability to conceal herself was exceptional. This was one of the reasons she survived during the annihilation of the convoy. After hearing this, Shen Ye had to admit that Qing Wan was a born night battle assassin. When Qing Wan learned that Shen Ye was of the Butcher sequence, she first showed a look of realization followed by a hint of confusion. The Butcher sequence had previously had a member awaken in the official intelligence database. This was a combat sequence that relied on accumulation, but judging by Shen Ye's performance, his combat power far exceeded that of the officially recorded Butcher sequence. She paused for a moment, gazing intently at Shen Ye, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Are you a dual sequence holder? This question was 2 parts curiosity, 8 parts certainty. A glint of surprise flickered in Shen Ye's eyes. No wonder she was from the official organization. Her information reserves far surpassed those of ordinary convoys. With just this fragment of information, she could piece together one of his deepest secrets. Seeing Shen Ye remain silent, Qing Wan knew the answer. She was also very considerate, not pressing further. Don't worry, I will keep this secret for you. Just then there was a knock on the car door. As the car door swung open, and Ning was the first to dive in. Following closely behind her was Siyu Ning, sporting dark circles under her eyes and a face full of resentment. After driving all night, she had finally managed to stop for a rest. However, she had barely slept for long before Ning called her back awake. Good morning, brother. And Ning greeted her with a faint smile. Compared to before, Ning seemed much more cheerful. In contrast, Siyu Ning didn't even bother to greet anyone and simply threw herself onto the sofa. At that moment, Song Xia also woke up. She sat up from the sofa, casually ran her fingers through her tousled long curls, and glanced at her watch. It was exactly 7 in the morning. Just then the door to the master bedroom opened. Lin Wanxiu walked out dressed in clean clothes, her hair neatly arranged, and her complexion much better than yesterday. Seeing that 4 people were already seated in the car, her footsteps hesitated for a moment, but she soon walked over to the dining table and sat down nonchalantly. Song Xia glanced at her, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, but she said nothing. And Ning, however, smiled generously at Lin Wanxiu and scooted over to make room for her. Siyu Ning, half awake, scanned the area with her eyes, buried her face into the sofa cushions, and tried to go back to sleep, but her inner embarrassment made it impossible. The 5 women were crammed into the car, and the newly upgraded nightshade felt a bit cramped again. Shen Ye took out a few bags of bread and some milk from his shumi ring. These were all obtained from opening treasure chests yesterday and still felt warm to the touch. Song Xia took a piece of bread, tore it open, and looked at Ning while eating. Are you still going to the Daoying court today? And Ning nodded while biting into her bread, though her expression seemed conflicted. I wanted to go in to gather information for the convoy, but I really don't know what intelligence I should provide today. She paused, explaining, but it seems that I can't provide any useful information in exchange. And Ning was somewhat shy and had a strong sense of pride. According to the regulations of the Twilight Mutual Aid Society, she only needed to provide significant information once upon joining you. Afterward, even if she said nothing, she could continue to listen in. The premise was that she could not hide information. Song Xia smiled slightly, clearly aware of this. You don't need to worry, we gained quite a bit of useful intelligence yesterday. Then Shen Ye briefly recounted the experiences of their group entering Shi's city yesterday, from encountering the suited zombie in the neighborhood, to the muscular zombie in the hallway, and finally, to that strange invisible creature that was infinitely close to the fourth tier. He succinctly detailed the abilities, weaknesses, combat styles of each creature, as well as the various colors of spirit crystals corresponding to which treasure chests and their drop rates. When the time comes, you can release this information bit by bit, whether it's the abilities and attack methods of the third-tier strange zombies, or key information about the treasure chests. Placing it in the Twilight Mutual Aid Society would be of significant value. And Ning's mouth fell open in surprise. I just took a nap. And Brother Shen killed 3 third-tier strangeness. Siyu Ning lifted her head from the sofa, looking somewhat proud. Of course. If it weren't for my abilities, Shen Ye definitely couldn't have done it alone. Shen Ye did not refute this, but instead stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. Seeing that everyone had eaten enough, the Shumi ring in Shen Ye's hand flashed. In the next second, a blood-red stone appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was the size of a thumb, completely crimson, with liquid slowly flowing inside. Light struck the surface of the stone, refracting a strange halo resembling solidified blood. All eyes were instantly captivated by the stone. Qing Luan squinted her eyes, staring for several seconds, before finally shaking her head. She had never seen anything like this in the official catalog of strange items. What is this? Shen Ye's lips curved into a slight smile. Blood crystal. A type of strange item. Its effect is similar to that of sequence potions. As soon as the words left his mouth, the car fell silent for 3 whole seconds. Everyone present was astonished. What was a sequence potion? That was the most scarce resource in the current apocalypse. One could determine if a person remained an ordinary person, or became an extraordinary being, or allow someone who had already awakened their sequence to gain a second sequence, infinitely raising a person's future limits. Qing Luan clearly remembered that previously a guide from the Lungting team had once entered the Daoyin court and brought back a message. Someone had exchanged 2 numbered strange objects for a sequence potion and was buying them infinitely. It should be noted that the guide in her original convoy had more than 28th tier or higher guides, yet none responded to this trade invitation. This illustrates the scarcity and importance of sequence potions. And the stone in Shen Ye's hand had an effect equivalent to that of a sequence potion. Lin Wonqius' gaze was fixated on the blood crystal. She was the only ordinary person in the car without a sequence, and no one craved awakening a sequence more than. What they did not know was that Shen Ye actually had one more piece of information he hadn't shared before signing the ASURA blood contract. The higher the user's loyalty to Shen Ye, the higher the probability of awakening. This was something he only realized after waking up, having neglected it due to too much excitement last night. Thus, the actual value of the blood crystal was likely higher than that of the sequence potion. Then Shen Ye's voice continued to resonate. Of course, the side effects are the same as those of sequence potions. The awakening probability is not 100%. If it fails, one could die. This statement seemed particularly directed at Lin Wanxiu. As for the facts that a successful awakening would result in a blood contract with Shen Ye and produce an effect of absolute loyalty to him, and that a higher loyalty would increase the probability of awakening, he did not mention any of that. This was a hidden condition known only to him. Moreover, the ASURA sequence was his greatest secret. He tried not to reveal it at all. Yet even so, the longing in Lin Wonqius' eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Shen Ye did not keep her in suspense any longer. He handed over the blood crystal. This is what I promised you. The other women present observed this scene with varying thoughts. Song Xia and Siyu Ning were already sequence holders. Especially Song Xia, who was well aware of the transaction between the two. Thus she understood that this was what Lin Wanxiu deserved. They were not without a desire to awaken a second sequence. However, the risk of distortion when awakening dual sequences with sequence potions was significant enough to deter most people. Being able to become a sequence holder was already fortunate enough. Qing Luan had more thoughts on the matter. After witnessing the power of Shen Ye's dual sequence, she also deeply desired to awaken a dual sequence. But she was very clear about her current position in the convoy. She had just joined the Dawn convoy, and did not have the qualification to demand such an important item from Shen Ye. Although she did not know how Shen Ye obtained this blood crystal, as long as she stayed in the Dawn convoy, there would still be opportunities to acquire it from Shen Ye in the future. And Ning's reaction, however, was somewhat different. She watched the blood crystal being passed from Shen Ye's hand to Lin Wonqius, and inexplicably felt a vague emotion arise within her. As one of the founding members of the Dawn convoy along with Shen Ye, she had never received a gift from him. Nevertheless, she said nothing, and simply took a silent bite of bread. Lin Wanxiu took the blood crystal, her hands trembling slightly. She never expected this to happen so quickly. Shen Ye reminded her again, with a serious tone, think it through before using it. Lin Wanxiu nodded heavily, and asked, how should I use it? Shen Ye paused for a moment. He still underestimated the allure of the blood crystal for ordinary people. Just hold it in your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wanxiu unhesitatingly put the blood crystal into her mouth. For her, a powerless self was not worth living in the apocalypse. It was better to die. She didn't want to experience the humiliation of having a knife held to her neck by Li Hong again. She needed power. She needed to become a seeker. She wanted to be able to help Shen Ye like a Ning and Song Xia to fight alongside him instead of hiding in the car waiting for him to return. A surge of immense power poured into her body. It felt as if magma flowed from her throat into her veins, spreading throughout her limbs. Lin Wangqia's complexion turned pale. In an instant her body uncontrollably arched as she slipped from the chair and fell to the ground. Her face twisted into an almost grotesque expression, her teeth clenched tightly, letting out a suppressed groan from her throat. And Ning couldn't bear to watch and covered her eyes. Si Yuning also sat up from the sofa, looking with a complex expression at the trembling woman on the ground. They were all seekers who had awakened naturally and had never experienced any pain. How could they imagine the suffering that came from awakening through external means? Only Shen Ye and Qing Wan stared at her unblinkingly. Qing Wan had seen someone take a seeker potion before. It was just like Lin Wanqiu now. However, that person couldn't withstand it and died. This was the price one had to pay to gain power. Both she and Shen Ye knew that at this moment no one could help Lin Wanqiu. She had to rely on herself. About 3 minutes passed. Lin Wanqiu completely collapsed to the ground. Her skin began to ooze fine blood threads, not flowing from any wound, but surging out from every pore. The blood threads seeped more and more, eventually weaving into a layer of crimson membrane over her body, wrapping her inch by inch. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Wanqiu disappeared entirely. In her place was a blood cocoon as tall as a person. The dark red surface pulsed gently, resembling a massive heart. With each pulse, the blood threads on the cocoon would glow briefly and then dim again. Qing Wan's pupils dilated slightly. She had seen successful seekers awaken, but had never witnessed this method of awakening. Only Shen Ye's lips curled slightly, for a consciousness told him that the first blood pact of ASURA had successfully been established. This also meant that Lin Wanqiu had become a seeker as she wished. Likewise, her awakening as a seeker was not simple. The effect of this blood cocoon was to help her refine her muscles and bones, allowing her to better endure the newly acquired power. He bent down and gently picked up the blood cocoon. The cocoon felt warm to the touch, and he could sense a faint, yet stable heartbeat inside. He carried it into the bathroom, carefully placing the blood cocoon on the floor, and took out a set of clean clothes from his storage ring to set aside. After closing the door, he returned to the car. It was already 8 in the morning. And Ning took a deep breath, laid back on the sofa, and adjusted into a comfortable position. Then I'll go in. Shen Ye nodded and reminded her, try not to reveal too much about me. I understand, big brother Shen, you can rest assured. And Ning closed her eyes. A few seconds later, her breathing became even and deep, her consciousness sinking into the Dao induction hall. When her consciousness arrived at the familiar church again, she didn't delay and quickly walked towards the conference room. When she entered, others were already seated and waiting. She immediately walked to her seat. After sitting down, just as she thought she was the last to arrive, she noticed that the chair to her right was empty. The person who previously sat there seemed to be called Polaris. No one spoke in the room. After about 10 more minutes confirming that Polaris wouldn't be coming, the doctor sitting at the main seat finally spoke up. Before we start today's meeting, I regret to inform you all of some news. Polaris may no longer be able to attend our meetings in the future. This news stunned everyone. Not being able to attend the meeting meant that Polaris had died. Everyone immediately recalled the last question Polaris had asked yesterday. Coupled with his tone at the time, it seemed their convoy had encountered a third-tier anomaly. The doctor had made it very clear yesterday what the outcome would be when encountering a third-tier anomaly without a seventh-tier seeker to counter it. The meeting fell into a collective silence for 5 minutes, as if mourning for Polaris. The doctor's mood was equally heavy. Polaris was the last to join him in this Dao induction hall, and had helped him establish this Twilight Mutual Aid Association. Especially during the first and second meetings, Polaris had shared several key pieces of information with him. However, the deceased were gone. He quickly composed himself. As for today's meeting, I will continue to lead the discussion. Upon hearing this, everyone's heads turned directly towards his position. Yesterday, while our convoy was exploring, we discovered a piece of parchment in a box. After decrypting it, we found it contained some very interesting and important information. In fact, our seeker pathways have long been divided into 3 main categories. They are the ordinary pathway, the exclusive pathway, and the divine pathway. What? Upon hearing the term divine pathway, the Gray Falcon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The others also showed expressions of astonishment. The doctor nodded. Since you all are so interested, let's start introducing the divine pathway first. According to the records on the parchment, the divine pathway has a uniqueness to it. In the entire Blue Star, and even other life realms, only one life form can awaken this sequence at the same time. Before the previous owner falls, there will never be a second identical awakener. This is the uniqueness. Furthermore, the divine sequence is different from any other sequence. It has no fixed promotion levels and no clear promotion conditions. The awakener only needs to fulfill certain specific requirements to gradually unlock the divine trials. Once this owner of the divine sequence passes this so-called divine trial, they can directly ascend to godhood. The words ascend to godhood struck like a thunderclap in everyone's mind. God. Does this world really have gods? Iron Bear couldn't sit still and couldn't help but ask. This question echoed in the hearts of others as well. After all, before the apocalypse arrived, this term existed only in myths or novels. The doctor spread his hands. Unfortunately, I also want to know the answer to this question, but the parchment only contains this much information. Upon hearing this, although there was a hint of regret, in everyone's hearts what they felt more was a sense of restlessness. The term divine was too distant for them. It was something that existed only in mythological stories. Yet upon learning of the opportunity to achieve divinity, who would not be moved? Who could resist the allure of a power that transcends the mundane, capable of altering the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture? The atmosphere in the conference room noticeably heated up. The man codenamed Cigar spoke almost simultaneously as the doctor finished his sentence, his speech faster than usual. Doctor, may I ask if there are any other means of identification for the possessors of the divine sequence aside from the intangible uniqueness? The doctor turned his head. Although his face lacked features, Cigar could distinctly feel someone staring at him. The doctor couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He naturally knew that Cigar's detailed question was for a reason. It was merely an attempt to identify certain traits so he could quickly recruit the possessor of the divine sequence into his team. The members present were almost all team leaders or core backbones of their respective teams, and all of their sequences were guiders naturally unrelated to the divine sequence. However, they could recruit divine favored ones on behalf of their teams as team leaders. What does a divine favored one signify? It means that as long as he does not die, he is destined to become a god in the future. Since the doctor was willing to share this information, he had no intention of keeping it to himself. The possessors of the divine sequence are referred to as divine favored ones. He paused. Divine favored ones have already been involved with the power of laws since the early awakening stage. This is something that no other sequence possesses. These are the partial characteristics of the divine favored ones. As for the others, they are not recorded on the parchment. Power of laws. These 4 words were like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, instantly shifting everyone's attention from divine favored ones to this new term. Gray Falcon furrowed his brow first. What is the power of laws? The doctor smiled and raised his hand, signaling for everyone to calm down. Once I finish introducing all 3 categories of sequences, I will naturally explain. This is also the key information I'm sharing with you today. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down. The previously bustling conference room now felt as silent as a classroom. And Ning looked around and found everyone sitting up straight. Even Tai Xiong, who was usually the most carefree, had placed his arms down from the back of his chair. The doctor cleared his throat and continued. The second category is the exclusive sequence. The so-called exclusive refers to sequences that can only be awakened by a certain life planet, a specific area, or a particular bloodline group. This is similar to bloodline inheritance. For example, people from our country can awaken sequences such as swordsman or Taoist through specific paths. Moreover, the promotion methods for exclusive sequences differ from those of ordinary sequencers like us. They have their unique progression methods, and the methods I mentioned earlier, such as acting rituals and promotion ceremonies, are ineffective for possessors of exclusive sequences. Tai Xiong couldn't help but interject. Then how do they get promoted? Each has their own way. The doctor shrugged. The parchment does not elaborate on this. But one thing is clear: the path of possessors of exclusive sequences and divine favored ones is completely different from ours. Everyone took a few seconds to digest. The third category is the ordinary sequence. The doctor's tone noticeably deepened at this point. Ordinary sequences are the sequences possessed by the vast majority of sequencers. Each of you present here, including myself, belongs to this category. Once ordinary sequences reach the 7th sequence, they will begin to branch out. Only by choosing the correct branch will there be opportunities for continuous promotion, even to the level of divinity. Divinity. Again, those 2 words. Yet this time there was no restlessness in the conference room, only silence. This was because the doctor's next words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. Once the wrong branch is chosen, the future limit is almost. You may only be able to promote to sequence 5 or 6 at most, or perhaps sequence 4 is already the peak. This is not reversible. Therefore, the choice of branches from sequence 7 to sequence 6 is crucial. The silence was as thick as death. The elf's hand involuntarily tightened. She was only one promotion ceremony away from sequence 7. If she were to promote to sequence 6 without this information, she would have muddled through choosing a branch path for promotion. What if she chose wrong then? Stuck at sequence 5 for a lifetime. Or worse, capped at sequence 6. In truth, the other attendees were thinking similarly. She instinctively looked towards the doctor. At the last meeting, she had inquired about promoting to sequence 7, and the doctor had said that there were no reference materials for the guider sequence, meaning she didn't even know which branch was correct. Not just her. Every single person present wore the same expression. An expression that reflected standing at the edge of a cliff without seeing the ground below. After a lengthy silence, Taisheng's voice broke the quiet. Doctor, how can we determine which branch is correct? The doctor shook his head. I'm not sure at this point. I need to obtain more parchments, gather more relevant information, and only then can I research the proper promotion path for the guider sequence. The conference room fell silent once more. Unlike the previous excitement, this silence was mixed with a vague sense of dread. Because the doctor had made it very clear, choose correctly, and ordinary sequences can also attain divinity. The conference room fell silent once more. Unlike the previous excitement, this silence was mixed with a vague sense of dread. Because the doctor had made it very clear, Doctor, can you now explain the power of laws you mentioned earlier? The doctor nodded. When a sequencer reaches sequence 7, their life form undergoes a fundamental transformation. At the same time, different sequences unlock different powers of laws. He paused, his voice slightly intensifying. And the power of laws is key to defeating anomalies of 3rd rank and above. At these words, everyone was taken aback, and Ning's heart raced even more. Yesterday, Brother Shen killed 3 3rd-rank anomalies in Shi City, but he was clearly only sequence 8 and relied entirely on close combat physical attacks. Where did the power of laws come from? Could it be that Brother Shen's knife possessed the power of laws? Cigar evidently had similar questions and pressed on. So according to the doctor, can divine favored ones use laws in their early stages? Clearly he was particularly invested in recruiting divine favored ones, or perhaps he had already discovered similar targets in reality. The doctor shook his head. Yes and no. The laws used by divine favored ones differ from those of ordinary sequencers. Their law abilities mostly belong to rule types, such as time-space enhancement, devouring, and so on. As for us ordinary sequencers, upon reaching sequence 7 we acquire elemental types of laws. Rule types. Elemental types. While everyone was still digesting these two concepts, the doctor had already stood up. That concludes my speech for today. I will now hand over the remaining time to you all. He did not give anyone the chance to ask further questions. Cigar opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Cough, cough. 2 soft coughs broke the brief silence of the meeting room. Gray Falcon leaned forward, drawing everyone's attention. Since the doctor has finished speaking, let me share the intelligence we acquired yesterday. He glanced around and spoke in a calm tone. If anyone here is planning to head to the survivor base in Crane City, I advise you not to go there anymore. The next moment his tone began to change, because it is not a land of hope at all, it is a den of demons, a breeding ground for evil. As he spoke the last few words, his voice trembled. There was both fear and anger. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became tense. Seeing that others still looked confused, Gray Falcon took a deep breath and continued to explain, my convoy happened to arrive at the wasteland 100 kilometers south of Crane City yesterday morning. Like everyone else, our convoy rushed there as soon as we received news about the establishment of an official survivor base in Crane City. We were just about to stop and rest when we encountered a vehicle hidden. That vehicle was coming from the direction of Crane City. The condition of the vehicle was terrible, covered in scratches and dents, swerving erratically. Upon seeing our convoy, it directly blocked the road. Then the driver got out of the vehicle. Gray Falcon paused. Half of his face on the left was nearly rotting, the flesh completely turned black, continuously emitting black smoke from the decaying flesh. At first my teammates and I thought he was a strange creature preparing to take action, when he stumbled and collapsed onto the snowy ground, curling up and starting to convulse. No one spoke in the meeting room. When we got closer, the first thing he said was to run away quickly, to get away from here, to get away from Crane City. Gray Falcon's voice lowered even further. He said that Crane City indeed built a steel fortress that kept the strange creatures outside. But the people inside are even more terrifying than the strange creatures outside. In the name of the government, they lured convoys in, and most of the ordinary people who were deceived became experimental subjects for producing sequence potions, while the sequencers became nutrients for the demons. I was about to ask further when the man was completely consumed by the black smoke, unable to bear the pain, and he died right. Gray Falcon finished speaking. No one in the meeting room responded. Silence hung like a heavy stone on everyone's chest. How is this possible? Iron Bear slammed his hand heavily on the table and stood up, while Anna's face turned pale instantly. The two of them had received intelligence about the survivor base in Crane City a few days before the apocalypse and had immediately changed their direction to head north. Based on the journey, they should be arriving in just a few days. But if the real situation is as Gray Falcon said, she dared not think further and turned to look at the doctor, seeking confirmation. Here the doctor's words were authoritative. The doctor remained silent for a long time. When all eyes were fixed on him, waiting for him to speak, he said, what Gray Falcon said is most likely true. His voice was also low. My convoy is currently in the north, but not in the province where Crane City is located. However, I knew several convoys that went to Crane City, and almost none of them had any news after entering Crane City. Even the strange objects I usually use to communicate with them completely failed after they entered Crane City. This is very abnormal. If it really is a survivor base, it shouldn't keep people locked inside. Once the doctor's words were spoken, the news became a definitive conclusion. The entire meeting room was shrouded in a heavy gloom. After a long while Anna finally spoke. Her voice was much lower than usual, filled with a sense of helplessness. Since the survivor base is a scam, where should we? The doctor, however, was much more optimistic than her. The will of Blue Star has set the rules from the beginning. As long as we keep migrating on the highways, we can survive. We should strictly adhere to that rather than placing our hopes on so-called survivor bases. The old order no longer applies. This statement splashed cold water on those still harboring fantasies about the survivor base. Cigar immediately echoed, the doctor is right. As long as we keep migrating and not getting caught by the gray mist, we can still live well. Why should we still think about returning to the cage of the old era? We are all sequencers possessing extraordinary power. Why should we live a life dictated by others? Since we are in the apocalypse, why can't we set new rules ourselves? This sounded somewhat rebellious, but no one objected. Since we are in the apocalypse, why can't we set new rules ourselves? This sounded somewhat rebellious, but no one objected. Topic here. Everyone should try to stay away from Crane City. If you encounter other convoys, please spread this news. In times of life and death, every little bit helps. This topic is over. Others please continue speaking. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Anning raised her head. I have some intelligence about the strange creatures to provide today. She succinctly relayed everything that Shen Ye had told her. 3 third-tier strange zombie types, from suit zombies to muscle zombies, and then to the nearly 4th-tier invisible strange creature. Each with their abilities, weaknesses, combat methods, and the corresponding treasure chest types, and drop probabilities of the spirit crystals, all clearly organized without a single word wasted. When she finished speaking, the meeting room was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The doctor was the first to react. Miss Dawn, your convoy killed 3 strange creatures of tier 3 or above yesterday. His tone carried a clear disbelief. If they hadn't killed them, how could they have returned fully intact after obtaining such detailed intelligence, and brought the information back to the Twilight Mutual Aid Society? Anning nodded. Thanks to the information provided by the doctor and the elves, my convoy members entered the outskirts of Stream City yesterday. The intention was to find treasure chests to obtain detoxifying potions, but we encountered these 3 types of strange zombies during the process, and were forced to fight back to escape. Forced to fight back. The 4 words made everyone's lips twitch. Listen, is this even human language? It seems that apart from the doctor's convoy, only Dawn's convoy had the capability to kill tier 3 strange creatures. But the doctor was also stirred internally. When he learned that Dawn's convoy had killed a tier 3 skin strange creature, he thought it was just luck. But just a day later, they had killed 3 tier 3 strange creatures, one of which was an invisible type, close to tier 4. How strong must their convoy be? He had always thought his convoy could pioneer the outskirts of small cities, considering themselves at the forefront of all convoys. Now comparing with Dawn's convoy, they seemed to lag behind considerably. At the very least, if they faced the kind of invisible zombies described by Dawn, their first reaction would definitely be to take a detour, avoiding them as far as possible. At this moment, the doctor finally lost his composure. Miss Liming, could you kindly disclose how many 7th-tier combat sequences your team currently possesses? Anning found this question somewhat difficult. However, recalling how everyone had previously shared so much crucial information without reservation, she decided, my team currently has only 2 combat sequences, both of which are 8th tier. The reason we were able to defeat the 3rd-tier anomaly was primarily due to the strong control of the Lawgiver sequence, which barely managed to succeed. Upon hearing this, the doctor exhibited a look of realization. His team did not have a Lawgiver sequence, but he had heard of it. The control ability of this sequence is utterly unreasonable. Unless you are a good person who hasn't committed any illegal acts, you can only stand still when faced with this sequence. At the same time, the information Liming provided offered him a brand new perspective on exploration. He could entirely mimic Liming's team to recruit a Lawgiver sequence member using this strong control method to hunt 3rd-tier anomalies. In this way, the efficiency of obtaining blue spirit crystals would greatly increase, and the output of parchment and resources would rise accordingly. As for the others, they were not thinking this deeply. They only felt that the newly joined Liming was somewhat inscrutable. Their team also had 8th-tier combat sequences, and not just 2, but when faced with anomalies above the 3rd tier, they could only flee. Regardless of how she killed the 3rd-tier anomaly, as long as she could slay it, that was a demonstration of strength. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to Liming, their interest piqued. Just as the lingering time was about to end, the elf suddenly spoke up to stop Anning. Miss Liming, please wait a moment. Anning turned her head. The elf's voice was considerably lighter than usual, carrying a tentative tone. I would like to ask approximately which area is your team currently in? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly turned cold. Such a question belonged to the taboo in both the Dusk Mutual Aid Society and any Dao Guidance Court. Once the location